What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to Real Spill 601, your favorite sports show. You have me, your host, Jan Nichols, and we got the regular crew, man. The regular crew. Real Spill Phil to my left.
Yes, sir. How y'all doing?
Larry Legend to my right.
Larry Bird.
Yes, sir.
Got your Eric and Young.
We here with it, man.
We got Eric and Jordan, my bad.
Yeah, man.
We had football, some more football being played, man. Some more football being played. Oh, man.
We don't talk too much about it.
We had some football being played. I just want to go ahead and come out there and just say, man, right now, Saints, man, we don't look too hot. We don't look too hot. We don't. And I'm standing 10 toes with my team, and I'm going to stand out in front with it. We don't look too hot right now.
Don't either.
Injuries are killing us. Coaching, I feel like, is also a problem. But we're not talking about that. We're irrelevant. We're not good enough to talk about. So we're not talking about the Saints right now. Right. But I'm letting y'all know. You know, I ain't forgot. I ain't running from it. We just don't look too good. And I'm just going to come out there and be out there and say it.
I love you coming to do it because this guy to your left that can't find home yet.
Time out. If we're gonna talk about running, I think you the main one that runs.
Hey, we winning, man. We winning, man.
And that's good for you.
Like we always do, man.
Win, lose or draw, I'ma always be 10 toes with my team. And
what about the Tigers, man?
Who? LSU?
Yeah.
I'm 10 toes with LSU. I'm talking about all the way purple and gold, baby.
Right.
And somebody to my right, they love man. They do not like LSU, man.
I like LSU, but I do.
You are not a fan of LSU.
I'm a fan, but I'm going to go against them. I want to go against them because it's a guy that's a diehard. I like LSU.
No, you don't.
I got old pictures of me. Hey, get it in. Come on now, get it in. Take a picture with Mike,
right.
Man, with Shaq.
You took a picture
with Les Miles. I've been there. Hey, ain't no old new to this, man.
Hey, look, you used to be a fan.
Still.
You used to be a fan.
Hey, that purple gold. I like that purple gold, man.
It's okay though, man. You know, big kudos to LSU getting that come from behind win, man. Down 14-0, man. Hey, I thought we was over with. We was in Auburn too. We went in the valley.
Man, we went to Rocky Top in January. You don't want to do nothing but that Rocky Top. Hey, Knoxville, nice place, man.
I think I see you in Oxford.
Why you want to see me in Knoxville, bro? We saw a visual of it. You know, it's a nice cabin view. Downtown Rocky Top. You don't want
pretty big.
You don't want no wages.
Hate to send them fans home with an L.
Hey, you don't want to talk wages that game?
We gonna do that.
Hey, see?
All right, y'all know how we do this, man. We got a lot of good topics.
Oh, man.
First starting off last Thursday. This past Thursday, the Miami Dolphins came to play the Cincinnati Bengals. The Cincinnati Bengals will ultimately win at the Miami Dolphins would fall. Unfortunately, Dolphins star quarterback Tua Tagovailoa left the game with a serious head injury. Many have been critical of the Dolphins staff for allowing Tua Tagovailoa to be able to play due to his last injury the past week, even though being able to still play through it. I want to ask you guys, what are your thoughts of this injury and the game total?
You got it?
Yeah, I'll go first. Well, first off, just with the injury, so the week before that, we all knew when he got up wobbling and didn't know where he was going, he should have sat out then for the rest of the game. But I'm knowing that the coaching staff, they probably said look the other way and put him back in. That's probably what happened.
You think so?
I think that's what happened. Now, moving forward to the Cincinnati Bengals game, so you got time to prep. Well, he had a little bit of time. What about 4 days?
Right.
To really, prep and see is he really ready to get out there and play.
Yeah.
And I feel that he might have been ready, but he wasn't 100% ready. Mm-hmm. And so I think that played a huge factor in his playing because he went before he got hurt. He went 8-14 with 1 interception. Mm-hmm. That was his stat before he got hurt.
Right.
So I just think that when he's not 100% ready, plus you got guys, he's getting pressure all night. He had 10 quarterback pressures, and they only have one sack. But you got to think about the Bengals. They play real aggressive. And when they hit you, even if it's not a sack, they're going to make sure you feel it.
Right.
And I guarantee Tua was feeling every last one of them. That's why he threw the interception. Because of quarterback pressure.
Right.
So, as far as the injury, that you know how I feel about that. As far as Tua's game, I feel that we got a chance to catch a glimpse of what Tua's like when he doesn't have time in the pocket.
Right.
When he has time in the pocket, it look real good, don't it?
Right.
When you got guys coming at you full speed, nonstop, then it's time to see you can't depend on your teammates. You got to actually make a play.
Right.
And I don't think that Tua's the real playmaker here. I think that it's Tyreek Hill.
Who throwing the ball? Who throwing the ball? He can't throw himself.
Tyreek Hill is the breadwinner of the team.
Yeah.
Jalen Waddle got locked up against the Bengals. Don't nobody want to talk about that. He got targeted 4 times and he only caught 2 passes for 35 yards.
Right.
Waddle supposed to be the number 1 receiver now.
Yeah.
No, he don't. They paid Tyreek to be number 1. Are you serious?
Tyreek Hill game, Waddle was number 1.
I feel like they about 1A, 1B though.
Exactly.
The tight end was number 1.
Yeah. No, and the tight end
they probably both play the X and the Z. They probably both play. They both.
And the tight end got locked up too. He got targeted 5 or 6 times. Only had 2 catches for 23 yards. So what I'm saying is, when they're playing against a legit defense,
you know, Bengals defense not legit. They just got D-line
and
Bell.
I can't say that.
They got D-line and Bell.
Bengals defense.
They got D-line and Bell.
We're not gonna do that.
We're not gonna do that because.
And Hilton. That's all they have.
First off, the linebacker group for the Bengals, the best thing they got.
They linebacker solid.
Are you serious?
Bell is the solid person on their team.
Linebacker solid.
See, you don't.
I watch the Bengals. I watch the Bengals.
For you to say that, you cannot be watching.
They linebackers
are great. Their linebackers pretty good in coverage.
Their linebackers are great in coverage, and then they gonna come down and make a play. D-line is phenomenal when they own.
Right.
They got Reader and Hickerson. And Hickerson,
we know he's like
a machine. He's a workhorse.
I miss him, man.
He's a workhorse.
Couldn't pay him.
And then also, you got Jesse Bates in the backfield. And then I really like the short corner of Winsu.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. He's so aggressive. Even though sometimes he got called for a pass interference against the Dolphins.
Right.
And I really didn't like the call because he had his back turned. But
I seen that.
He didn't do anything to interfere.
But that wasn't even that's like a high school type call. That's a high school type call. I said it when I watched the game. I was like, bro, what?
They tried to get a Bengals. They
actually called for face guard.
They were trying to give the Dolphins a game with that one. So, I mean, it's some calls that could have went either way. But I like the Bengals defense. And then, as far as Joe goes, it's only one thing.
We always knew he was
It's only one thing with Joe, with the Bengals. If the offensive line gives Joe time,
they're gonna do his thing.
The type of numbers he gave, 20 for 31, 287 yards, and 2 TDs. That's a normal night. That's a normal night.
I'm glad you said
that is a normal night. Now, when he's on and popping,
353 TDs.
The Bengals can be really scary now. But the crazy thing is, Joe, he's used to getting pressured.
This ain't about Joe.
He's used to getting, you know what I'm saying, getting pressured 10, 15 times and still making a play out of it.
Right.
Tua can't do that. And I can guarantee it. When they got pressure on him, you're going to see Tua do these same type of numbers.
Right.
Now, I hope for a speedy recovery, but I can guarantee you, TJ Watt come back next week, you're going to see this same type of
Tua's on pace to have 200 yards. Are you kidding me? Man, you bogus right now, Drew. You bogus. Tua, hope for a speedy recovery. You shouldn't have been out there. I feel like the Miami Dolphins medical staff and records, they need to reevaluate, and some guys, some of these position staff need to be fired and job removal, because ain't no way in heck Tua was supposed to be playing and you call that a back injury, knowing that was clearly a concussion. He was concussed.
Right.
He got up, stumbled, then went to the ground and got back up and stumbled again, and you call that a back injury? Everybody in America know that wasn't a back injury. And if it was, he probably strained his back. But it was clearly a concussion. And then he shouldn't have been playing because they had a Thursday night game. It's a quick turnaround. That's not enough time for your mind to rest and your body to perform.
Right.
Especially after you've been concussed. And of course you're going to be all right. That's the gritty in him and the desire to play the game of football that he loved to do. So going into Thursday, he played phenomenal.
Phenomenal.
But he was on pace, eight passes, for 110 yards and 1 interception. He was on pace to having a big night. That game was becoming a back and forth game.
Are you sure about
that?
No.
Yes. He was 8 for 14 before he got injured.
No.
It was finna be a back and forth game.
No, he was
one big play.
He was stinking it up, in my opinion.
He was.
That's what I'm saying. Terry Bridgewater had a way.
It was on pace to be in a shootout. It was on pace to be, and whoever get the ball last. What? Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't.
And before he got hurt, they was on a TD drive, but they had to kick the field goal. Like I said, when Tua get healthy, and he just got the line be slipping up, and he get hit, and he fragile. He is fragile.
Fragile.
But that's gonna cost him some money because he's injury prone.
Man,
I like Tua, but I gotta call it how it is.
You said that.
But
it's the first time I've ever seen you.
If he's healthy and he have protection, he could be nasty, real nasty.
Yeah.
Waddle, and he got the weapons now, but he like a thin sheet of paper when you put in the shredder. It's gonna shred. He gonna get hurt.
He's Charmin.
He ultra soft.
He Terry Cloth, very soft.
He ultra soft.
Mm-hmm.
But Tua, when they come back, they should be on pace with finishing second or first place in the division. But Buffalo Bills is on. They on now.
Yeah,
they on.
Yeah. So first, let me go ahead and just knock the injury out the way first. With the injury, I'm not going to question Mike McDaniel's decision to let him play. The private neurologist, he allowed him to play. He's later been fired by the NFL, but the players can't be mad because, in my opinion, because the players hired him. The private neurologist, was hired by the NFLPA, Players Association. So that was their guy. They put in there for that. Now, NFL concussion protocol, those steps or whatever they want to put forth.
Somebody take blame for it.
Between those. Of course, everything, sometimes when something goes wrong like that, somebody has to take a blame for it. But when it comes to the full set, like the steps on that is for someone to discuss. They're investigating that thoroughly. Now, if it comes out that, the Dolphins had full knowledge that he was in a concussion type state, then hey, that's on the Dolphins. We've seen that the Dolphins are pretty shady when it comes to this business type. Mm-hmm. But as far as the injury, I'm not going to kill him on it because they stated it was a back injury. Now, the only reason why I feel like maybe it could be what is 50-50 chance it might be right, might be wrong. Back when the Kansas City Chiefs played the Cleveland Browns, when Patrick Mahomes got hit and he didn't play for the rest of the game, and the Browns still ended up losing, but he didn't play for the rest of the game. He got up. He did basically the same bit that Tua did. If you go back to that game, Pat Mahomes got up, should kind of fail a little bit, and they picked it back up. Now, he cleared every step of concussion protocol during that game. Literally during that game, he cleared every step of concussion protocol. Now the guy did not want to put him back out there though. He didn't say, he basically was like he couldn't be the guy to let him back onto the field. Mm-hmm. But it was a back injury. It was really more so to the back. So they basically had the same type of get up state where they both got up, were wobbly, came back down and everything, and still got back up. And when Pat Mahomes got up, everybody immediately concluded that it was a concussion. But it wasn't a concussion, and the rest is history with that season. So I'm not gonna kill the Dolphins on that because it could have been a back injury. And like Lacey said, Tua's fragile, and that's exactly what I was gonna get into. I already knew that the Dolphins were gonna be basically coming into that game shorthanded. They played the Bills in a short week that Sunday, where the Bills basically dominated them the whole game, but lost. The Bills had 90 snaps compared to the Dolphins snaps to 40 snaps, and the defense had been out there for 90 snaps that last game in the Miami Heat. So I felt like they were going to come underhanded, even though honestly the defense is what kept them in that game with Tua in and without Tua in. The defense played a phenomenal job.
Defense is the reason the Dolphins stay in it.
Yes, the defense is really. I think their defense is really pretty underrated. The offense defense is really underrated in my opinion. But at the end of the day, this is just what it is with Tua. Week 3 coming into week 4. Coming into week 4, he had 40 snaps, 10 18 balls thrown, and just 1 sack. And he was coming in Thursday with a back and ankle injury. Week 3. This is just week 3 of the NFL season. That's who Tua is. He's had injury problems in college. He's had injury problems when he first got into the NFL, and he still continues with serious injury problems. His body is just not gonna last. That's just clear cut, and that was one of the reasons why I was on the boat on paying him. The biggest skill set that you can have is availability. If you're not available, what can we do for you? Nothing.
Right.
And that's what a lot of quarterbacks. That's what I say with the Kyler Murrays. We see those small type quarterbacks. Their bodies don't last. They don't last. And Tua's not even an athletic quarterback. He just stands in the pocket. Tua coming into week 4 was in the very bottom half of quarterback sack. He came into that game with 5 sacks, and then he left with 6 sacks. Still in the bottom half, like 25th in sacks. Joe Burrow, already 17 sacks. Now they've cleaned up the sacks, but he came into that game with like 16 sacks. He's still good and healthy. Josh Allen, that same game, 90 snaps, 8 runs, 4 sacks. Running the ball too. He's still good to go, healthy as ever. Durability. That's a part of the thought process when it comes to these contract extensions and getting paid. And that's what I say when it comes to these athletic guys. If they don't have that same skill set as they are athletically, that's when I have to look at it, because most of the time those guys don't last long. And why am I investing in something that I can possibly end up losing on the back end because they want fully guaranteed dollars? But that's it when it comes to Tua. But as far as the game, I feel like that the Bengals were going to win that game regardless. I think they were going to win that game regardless. Tua was playing terrible in my opinion. Every deep ball he threw was underthrown. He didn't make any deep ball plays. His best plays were short 5-yard passes. The pick to Tyreek, what we saw was clearly underthrown, and we could have guessed that coming into the season that was going to happen. We knew that was coming into the season that was going to happen.
That was interesting.
And that was some of those lucky touchdowns he had was the same way.
Right.
Underthrown, Tyreek turn around, doing this.
He got to be an athlete.
He doing this for the bread basket because he this way, but he got to turn back around and come and catch the ball.
He got to slow up.
Tua, if you look back at that game, every deep ball he threw was terrible. Underthrown. It showed that game last night showed you he didn't have the arm strength. He doesn't have the arm strength. And when they put Teddy in, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. With that, the way that's the system now, I'm starting to think with that system that Mike McDaniels have in place.
It's for any quarterback.
Teddy and Tua look like the same quarterback.
It's for any quarterback.
They're like the same quarterback in that system. They're like the same quarterback.
No.
They're like the same quarterback. The numbers were almost exactly alike.
Man, I'm not trying to hear that.
The numbers were exactly alike. And that's why I'm not saying no, Jan. The stats prove they look like the same quarterback. You watch that game.
They did not look
the same thing.
Right.
10 to 5-yard passes, nickel and diamond down to the field. That's Teddy's strong suit, and that's Tua's strong suit.
And let's not get this one time.
Let's not get it twisted.
Tua's not a nickel dime player. He throw down the field.
Tua's a nickel and dime player.
He's a progressed quarterback,
and he follows his system.
He's a progressive quarterback.
He follows the system. Anyway,
that's
though,
all he know.
what I knew is, and also coming in is down. This is week 3. This is week 3 with Mike Daniels' offense. Now we ain't got to look back at old 49ers tape, old college tape. We can start finally looking more so and seeing what he likes to do and what he likes to run. And now teams are going to start figuring it out. I'm telling you.
I'm going to let you know. I know it's going to happen.
This is going to happen in the field. What's going to happen?
Even with Tua in, I feel like this is long-term rise. This is going to show that this is not going to cut it. That's not going to.
It's going to win the game.
You need to have elite quarterback play to win it all.
And so Tua's not put up the numbers. That's what you're telling me.
He put up the numbers for 3 weeks. We've seen that before. Dak Prescott put up the numbers his rookie year. And what did he do? Jack nothing.
The defense.
The Dolphins defense put up 3,000 yards in the
Dolphins defense
and they don't look like nothing in the playoffs. We've seen that. We've seen Lamar Jackson win the MVP and look like a pedestrian quarterback that just came out the street in the playoffs.
The Dolphins give them position for them to score.
Numbers. Just because Tua finally started breaking because of a new system. A new system that was put in place.
That don't nobody know know about yet.
Just because he got put in place with a new system, he shocked the league for 3 weeks, and I was already on record saying that a couple of those games were pretty lucky. A couple of those passes was just blown coverages or broken smoke screens that let a guy loose. Yep. Let's just be real and call it like how it is.
Please.
At the end of the day, Tua's play, in my opinion, was not going to cut it. And even without this injury, I think that
they was going to beat the
league
Bengals.
Was going to slowly start to figure it out. No, they weren't. They were never going to beat the Bengals. The Bengals were in control of that game the whole time. They was in control of that game.
I'm serious.
As soon as Tua threw that pick, the game was over. The game was over as soon as he threw that pick.
Man, we all watched the game.
The game was not over.
And as far as the Bengals, this is what the Dolphins' scheme was. They were kind of injured on the DB position. But what they did was they gave Jamar Chase double coverage all game long,
and they messed up.
And
Higgins killed him.
And that's why the Bengals keep a guy like Higgins and Boyd.
I like Higgins.
You give Higgins 1-on-1. Give him 1-on-1 if you want to.
Get up with
Higgins is probably top 3 number 2 receivers in the league. He is top 3 number 2 receivers in the league.
He is
arguably maybe the best number 2 receiver in the league. Let him get single coverage, and see teams gonna start learning. They want to keep Jamar in the cage because they really know what he can do. They know what he can do.
Jamar get activated.
Jamar,
the Bengals are gonna be able to pay both of them though.
He frustrated.
I know Jamar. He don't like it. He want to get into the game. Jamar wants to go out and show the world that he's great.
I mean, he still had his thing.
He want to show that he's number one. And he now a lot of teams are giving him safe double coverage really all game long.
But I'm gonna let you know they ain't gonna be able to do that.
But they're not gonna do that too much longer if he can keep doing what he's doing.
Right.
He keep doing what he's doing.
Then Tyler Boyd at the slot.
The Bengals not gonna be able to pay both of them guys, man.
We're not talking about later on right now. We're talking about right now.
I'm just letting you know.
Right now. We're talking about right now, and they can still probably work the cap and pay them.
I guarantee they're gonna keep taking.
They're gonna work the cap and keep both of them boys. Best believe it. You gotta have athletes at the receiver position.
Come on now.
And anyway, I think that now we seen with the O-line. Week 1, 7 sacks. Mm-hmm. Week 2, 6. Week 3, 2. Week 4, 1 sack. So now the O-line is starting to find its chemistry. It's getting together. It's starting. We saw Joe had plenty of time the whole game. He had plenty of time the whole game. And
oh my God,
what he did was he was killing the Dolphins forward, and that's why I knew the game was. The Bengals controlled the sticks.
Stop the pass
the whole game. They controlled the whole game.
Anytime it was a third down, Joe hitting a little nickel down,
he got
giving it to T. Higgins.
That's why I was never worried. I knew I really didn't want to see Tua leave, but at the end of the day, though, I think that the Bengals they're starting to find their stride. The Dolphins, even with Teddy, I think they can still the wins that they
play just next week.
With the wins that they're going to get, I think Teddy and Tua don't change that. I don't think QB play is going to change that. The two QBs they have don't change that.
The one thing I will say is with Teddy Bridgewater, we know that they're going to be dependent on the defense way more.
I think you play the same way.
No, they don't. But they'll take care of.
I think you play the same exact way.
And you know what? You can say that too because either way, the defense was playing a huge role in most of the games
play style.
Won.
Yes,
against the Bills. The defense was the reason that the Dolphins won that game.
Well,
even though Josh Allen he messed up with that throw at the end of the game.
Yeah, that and the Bills. That's when they were kind of depleted on DB.
Yeah, and the defense was hurt too.
Yeah.
The game before that when they beat the Ravens,
a lot of busted coverages against rookie DB.
That was Ravens. That was the Ravens loss. They should have won that.
Yeah.
They're only. You know what? I give them the Lions game, even though they let the Lions come back. I give them that. But other than that, I think they're supposed to be 1-3, just like the Steelers.
Whatever, bro.
I ain't gonna say 1-3.
Watch the Dolphins beat the Jets. What y'all team should have done. We ain't going to break. We gonna go on a break though. I think the Dolphins are gonna be okay. They're gonna be okay. Yeah, they're gonna still be viable, but I think it's gonna be still the same QB play. They play just alike, in my opinion. But coming back after the break, we talking about them again, man. Dakota Rain Prescott and them Dallas Cowboys.
Yes, sir.
We'll see you after the break.
The Mississippi Link is an African-American female-owned newspaper with a trusted voice that is highly respected throughout the city, state, and nation. Our motto, keepers of the knowledge for people who speak the truth since 1993. Significantly influences the thoughts, attitudes, and buying decisions of its readers. Call us at 601-368-8481 for your advertising needs. If you would like to receive receive a newspaper in the mail each week, our annual subscription is only $52 per year. That is only $1 per week for you to stay informed regarding many stories that you can only get in the Mississippi Link. Sign up today at themississippiLink.com and click on Home Delivery.
Advertise on WeBelieve.global, a brand new digital media platform. Share your brand with our audience on our many global live stream TV broadcasts and over the radio. For more info, visit WeBelieve.global or call 800-492-5186, option 1.
Welcome back, everybody. Moving to the NFC side of things. The Dallas Cowboys beat the Washington Commanders this past Sunday, making Cooper Rush 3-0 since coming in, since Dak Prescott has been hurt. There have been a lot of talks on should Dak Prescott start or Cooper Rush start. With Dak Prescott being able to possibly play this upcoming week against the LA Rams, I want to ask you guys, should the Cowboys start Dak Prescott next week?
No. I don't feel like they should start him next week because they are playing the LA Rams and their defense.
No, don't be scared.
No.
Don't be scared.
Look,
If he like that, play him.
Don't do that.
No, that's your guy.
That's what I'm saying.
And let me talk. And let me talk.
He won't look good when he come back. That's what he won't. I know you.
We know where he's trying to go, man.
Look. I don't want. Why would you play it? It's not a divisional game right now. It's in the NFC, of course. But let Cooper Rush. He got the momentum. Let him play against the Rams.
You saying lose? Just you really
no. Let Cooper Rush play. Since all the eyes on him, he 4-0. Nobody in the Cowboy history did that. Let him play against a real team, the Rams, and get exposed, and then bring back Dak into
a real team.
Right. Okay.
Bring Dak back into the game when they play a divisional game for first place against the Eagles.
So you basically talking about throwing games away. But first off, I just real quick though. Who, in your opinion, who gives you the best chance to win?
Dak. But
so you put him in. That's it. That's it.
The timetable. Let me talk. How you gonna look at me play the Eagles next week? How you gonna look at me play the Eagles next week?
If you think he's the best chance to win, you play him then.
Look, Dak is. They said his injury is from 4 to 6 weeks. Okay, give him another break until he play the Eagles. While he give him some more time for his thumb to heal up some more and get less swollen.
You know what's
he
gonna
just got
happen
the
if you
stitches
stick it
out.
up. You do?
Man, no, I don't.
You know what's gonna happen when you stick it up.
So if I'm in that guys, let Cooper Rush play and get exposed, and they be like, oh, he's just a fluke, like we all know he is, and Dak comes beat Dak and save. I don't see nothing wrong with it.
I don't
see nothing wrong with it, because the next few games after that, they play the Eagles and I think they got a bye coming up as well. So give them some time to rest up. I know I would personally, because the Rams, even though you don't know which Rams you getting, they looking good right now against the 49ers, but man, that defense is like this here. I mean, of course I would want Dak in if he was healthy, but let him get. I know it's a thumb injury, but he can't grip the ball well, and it's still swollen. Just let Cooper Rush. He got the momentum. He 4-0.
Okay, what if he say, Coach, I'm good to go? I feel good.
Well, play then. But if not, if you ain't ready to play, then sit out. Because look, they play the Eagles, then they play the Lions, and they play some Bears. That's winnable games till they play the boys.
You want them to come back to have some easy games.
To get them back in the swing of things, man.
Nah. We paying. If you pay,
let them take that loss. Let them take that loss to the Rams, and then you got a divisional game, a big game now.
Yeah.
Sunday Night Football against the Eagles.
He didn't use enough sick days.
And then he gonna beat the Lions, and then he gonna beat the Bears. And he gonna lose to the G-Man Green Bay.
He didn't use enough sick days.
I do that. So that's what I see. Cooper Rush playing good. He playing a system style, but they ain't play nobody. They play the Commanders and another divisional team, the Giants.
Divisions. That's what you said.
Yes.
Said. I remember Lacey always used to tell me what matters is the division.
Right.
Yes. That's what you always say.
And the division. And look, next week. And next week, Dak.
We always say. When I used to say Dak don't do nothing, all he do is get to the playoff. He won a division.
And look,
what Cooper Rush doing?
And look. Next week he gonna play the Eagles, and they undefeated. So let him come in and get play against them. But if he good to go, and he said he telling Jerry and McCaffrey he's ready to go. Yeah. Let him go again.
So what happens?
And show out against the Rams.
So what if Dak come back? He come back out, stick it up against the Rams. They let him play the Eagles. And he stick it up again.
He ain't gonna stick it up because I don't see him doing that.
I guarantee you right now, if he's sticking up against the Rams and the Eagles, He is on the pine, dog. He on the pine.
Why?
I don't care how much
you can lose 2 in a row. You can lose
me games. You think
hold on. If he lose 2 in a row, okay, he gonna play the Lions. It's gonna lighten up. Then you play the Bears. It's gonna lighten up.
Okay,
come
so
on now.
Right now, I see the way you going with this.
They got
you
4. Look.
Sugarcoated.
Hey, at them 2 games, at them 2 games, they played the NFC North.
Right.
4 straight games, the NFC North teams, and he gonna go 2-2. he gonna beat the Bears and Lions, and I would love him to beat the Vikings, but I don't see that. But they gonna lose to us, of course. But that's 2-2 right there.
I can see the Cowboys lose to the Vikings, but beating y'all though.
I don't see that.
I ain't gonna lie to you.
We own the Dallas Cowboys. And any Cowboy fan that think they can beat us, talk to me. You know my number. You know my social media. You know everything. Talk to me.
All right.
Beat them at Green Bay? No.
Okay. So would I start Dak over Cooper Rush this week? Sorry, I'm about to say this, but hell no. I'm starting Cooper Rush. His worst game, he's 3-0. He's 3-0 right now. His worst game was against the Bengals.
Right.
He went 19 for 31 with 235 passing yards, 1 TD. That's his worst game.
Right.
Against a division opponent, the New York Giants.
Right.
And the Giants are legit this year.
Yeah.
They're not like last year or the past couple years.
Right.
They're legit.
Yeah.
He went 21 for 31, 1 TD for 215. That look doggone good to me.
Like Dak Prescott numbers.
Man, it look like Dak Prescott numbers. Hey, all I'm saying is, for the Cowboys right now, it's an old saying: if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Right.
And I feel like right now the Cowboys need to ride this wave of Cooper Rush. I understand you paying Dak Prescott all this money, but until Cooper Rush shows you something significantly bad where you feel that we have to put Dak in, keep him in. Yeah. If you ask me, I think Cooper Rush just earned him a spot. Because if he go Sunday and go beat the Rams, I guarantee you Jerry Jones and Jerry Jones
want that though. Jerry
Jones and the head coach gonna have them sit down. And they're gonna really have to talk about what they're gonna do moving forward.
It's not a discussion.
It's really gonna be more like Cooper Rush started.
Jerry Jones know better. Jerry Jones know better. He paid him $27 million this year. He know better.
He didn't want to pay Dak Prescott that money though.
But he had to.
Right. And now he got it out. He got it out.
If you think Cooper Rush is the franchise guy, y'all both was on that stuff.
Hold on.
Okay. So
I'm saying Dak Prescott not the franchise guy.
I'm just saying it.
He got
the Cowboys don't have a franchise quarterback right now. I need you to understand.
Yes, he do. Do you know what franchise? Do you know for the guys? Do you know what franchise guys is? Because you got your guys are not franchise guys. We are being honest.
Just like with the Miami Dolphins, Tua and Teddy, they play the exact same.
No, they don't. You only agree with Young. You know you wrong.
Cooper Rush and Dak Prescott, that's the same type of stats. Except Cooper getting the job done.
Right.
He finishing the game. Yeah. The stats you see like this,
he came in relieved. What are you talking about? What you and Young fail to realize is Tua got hurt. You expect him back up to come and shine. Come on. They don't got no tail on the back up. What is wrong with you? You are talking bogus.
Teddy and Tua
they are not the same. You only saying that because John said that. Come on, make up your own stats. What you mean? Make up your own analogy. Make up your own analogy.
First off, I can back off anything Young say because
you saying bogus.
No, because he actually states facts.
So you
do not talk nothing but out the side of your neck. You don't know what you're talking about.
No.
Half the time you just reading off your doggone phone.
So Luke,
let's keep it real now.
So Phil, let's keep real.
Like I was saying,
hold on, Young. So you saying Trubisky and Pickens ain't the same because they blowing picks?
No.
Wait. Is that reading off my phone? Are you bogus? I'm coming back with you, boy. I'm going with you.
This is the one thing I will actually say that you're right about. Trubisky, he's pure trash. That's the one thing. About football that you've seen in a long time, in a very long time.
Tua's not trash. Dak not trash.
Make
up your mind.
What? Dak Prescott is trash.
No, he's not. No, he's not.
He is.
No, he's not.
First off, he can't even win a game. He couldn't even get points on the board. And that's your franchise QB? That's your franchise QB?
He got injured, Phil. What you expect? What you expect?
Hey, real guys gonna say, put it back in. I gotta keep playing. They did it with Tua, right? He had the back injury. Oh, I'm wilding. They took him on the sideline. He went through the protocol. Right. And what they do? They put him back in. Because they think that they stay franchise guy.
Right.
Dak He's obviously not because they say, "Come on, just go get on up." Just go
Let's be real. The Mississippi guy out of Dak. He done went to Dallas and he lost his mind.
He's not even from Mississippi.
I know he ain't. He from Louisiana, but he been in Mississippi for a long time. He been in Mississippi for a long time.
He should have went to LSU. He would have learned something.
He didn't want to play tight end. He didn't want to play tight end. Les Miles wanted to play tight end. He went to Dan Mullen and played quarterback. Come on. He beat y'all. He beat y'all.
That ain't got him nowhere.
He beat y'all.
That ain't got him nowhere.
He beat y'all.
Okay,
he beat y'all. He blew y'all out. Blew y'all out.
No, he won.
Hometown hero. Hometown hero. Yeah.
He won close, bro. Are you serious?
Hometown hero.
Dak Prescott ain't been nothing since Mississippi State, and then he got beat up on Black Beach. That's your boy.
Ooh, okay.
Whoa,
let me get it.
you getting feisty over here.
Let me get it.
You brought on Black Beach, and they was gonna ride for him too. That next day, they all want to go down there too.
Let me get into this. Should Dak Prescott play next week if he's ready? I say yes. Put him out there. I say I start Dak Prescott because why? Because I'm paying him $40 million a year. You get out there. If you good, you get out there. And you know why I really want him to get out there? So he can stink it up and we can see it's Dak Prescott. I want to go out there again. I want to go out there.
I'm tired y'all guys saying stick it up. I'm tired y'all saying stick it up. He don't stick it up. He don't have toilet paper in the field. He's not sticking nothing up.
So then it won't be no shout. It won't be no doubt. No doubt. After he come back in, stink it up again, there'll be no doubt. We know then, okay, let's put Cooper back in. So then if Cooper play bad, then they put Dak in. Then like I don't know. Yeah. I want you to put Dak Prescott in. He stick it up, and then they know. Okay, Cooper plays better with us than Dak does. Mm-hmm. Let's be real. CeeDee Lamb and Dak do not have that same report that Cooper Rush.
His numbers have been going up.
That Cooper Rush and CeeDee have. They don't have that same report. Mm-hmm. It was some throws that Cooper Rush made, like that one back in the end zone to Gallup.
Man,
that was a pretty good pass. I can't lie to that.
He only targets Noah Brown because he played with him on the third team. That's why he got chemistry with him.
And he's done wonders with that. And he's took advantage of that. He took advantage of his strengths. If you watch the game, he's not as mobile as Dak Prescott or other guys. I mean, at this point, I kind of question Dak's mobility, to be honest.
Right.
He ain't ran like
he ain't ran a minute.
Mississippi State since his rookie year.
He's a pocket thrower. He's not Mississippi State running. He's not Mississippi State running no more.
Not even a real pocket passer.
And Dan Mullen knew Dak bread and butter was running the football.
No, he knew.
That's how he running the ball.
He's not running the ball no more.
That's how he beat him.
Dan knew.
That's how he beat him.
He knew that.
Hold on. He was running the ball.
That converted to a pocket thrower. He's not using his legs no more.
He converted to
He only uses his legs when he have to. He only uses his legs when he have to.
What was he before he got converted to a pocket?
He was a runner.
Right. He was a runner.
Okay, so
he wasn't a track star, but he was a runner.
My next question. So he was never a real passer, right?
He developed into one. His junior and senior year, he just converted. Dan Mullen converted him to a thrower. What?
He ran the ball.
No,
he ran the ball his senior year.
He was lighting up throwing the ball.
You contradicting yourself.
When they lost to Alabama, he was running the ball.
No, he was not.
Running the ball.
Only when it was time to run.
No,
come on, bro.
That was a run, boy.
Man.
They ran that read. They ran all that.
Read.
No, that was running the ball.
That's all he was doing. He wasn't using his arm. You know that.
He used his arm his rookie year of the NFL and all the way up using his arm. He don't even use it. He don't use his wheel no more. He don't use it. Two playoff appearances.
One win. We don't care about the appearance.
Win.
He only has one
two
win.
playoff appearances. A rookie of the year.
He has one win.
Come on. Miss me with the offensive player of the year. Miss me with all that.
But this is the difference between Cooper Rush and Dak
Prescott. 2 Pro Bowlers. Miss me with all that, man.
Cooper Rush now is 4-0 total as a starter with the Cowboys. He won one last year.
You must forgot when Tony Romo got hurt. Dak Prescott was winning.
Come
on.
Against the Minnesota. Yeah. And then what they do with Tony Romo when Dak Prescott was playing good?
He won.
They replaced him. And that's what they need to do with Dak Prescott. Replace him.
He won until bye-bye Tony Romo.
Yeah. And it's going to be bye-bye Dak.
No, that's not the case.
I was going to take that L on
That's not the case. That's not the case.
This is the difference. When Cooper Rush beat the Minnesota Vikings last year, primetime football, he did something that Dak couldn't do that whole year. He won the game without having 100 yards rushing. Last year, Dak Prescott did not, look at the numbers, he did not win a single game if they didn't have 100-plus running yards.
Wow.
He did not win a single game. If they didn't go over 100 yards rushing, he did not win. And as we saw against Tampa Bay, he didn't do it again still. Still had to do it. When Dak first got in the league, the knock was, we really got to run the offense through Zeke. Zeke is really the offense. He the bell cow back. Zeke, we know, is not that same guy no more. Right. They tried to transition to Dak Prescott, and what did Dakota Rain show for us? That he worked for sanitation. He showed us that he worked for sanitation. That's what he did.
What?
He showed us that he worked for sanitation. Trash. That's exactly what he showed us.
What?
And
what Jameis Winston doing? What?
He's not doing
What sanitation?
He's not doing good.
Going to Walmart getting crab legs?
He's not doing good. And what's the difference between Jameis Winston and Dak Prescott?
Come on now.
One guy's getting paid $40 million, the other one isn't. Another guy's only on.
Winston lost his money. He lost his money.
Right.
He lost his money.
2-year deal.
Right.
2-year deal, $10 million a year. That's it.
He lost his money. He lost his money.
On a 5-year deal, $40 million a year.
Winston gone fishing.
Those responsibilities that Jameis Winston has, that Dak Prescott has, are two different things.
Right.
Jameis Winston knows if he don't play well, he's out of there. We send him home. Dak Prescott, they're stuck with that. They're stuck with that. At the end of the day, either they trade him or not.
They gotta live with.
Winston's fighting for his life. He's fighting for his life. Cause look, he gonna get a first round pick. He gonna get that boy off Clemson. He gonna get Bryce Young. Y'all gonna get Bryce. He's fighting for a pick.
Why are we talking about James? James has nothing to do with this situation right here.
Cause he called my boy sanitation. I couldn't let him do that. I couldn't let him do that.
For sanitation.
No, I couldn't let Young do that. I'm sorry, I couldn't. His boy over there eating crab legs and butter. Couldn't do that, man. I couldn't, man. I couldn't let Young do that,
One
man.
guy eating crab legs, one guy getting toe up on the beach.
Right.
Let's just go. Let's just keep it a stack.
Man, y'all get real person tonight, man.
Hey, going back after the break, man, we talked about Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens. See you after the break.
Y'all get personal.
Oh my God.
I ain't gonna lie, that got toe up, man. He got toe up. That got his ass kicked.
SocratesGarrettENT.com is a diversified firm specializing in recycled aggregates and crushed concrete. SocratesGarrettENT.com's recycled materials provide the construction industry with significant economic and environmental benefits by recycling clean concrete rubble into M.Dot grade rock materials. Recycled aggregates and crushed concrete can be applied to driveways, road construction, bank protection, parking lots, general bulk fills. By using SocratesGarrettENT.com's concrete products, anyone from homeowners to general contractors can help reduce landfilled concrete waste, conserve natural resources, and gain significant economic savings on materials and disposal costs. For more information, please call 601-896-0084 or visit us online at SocratesGarrettENT.com.
The Mississippi Link is an African American female-owned newspaper with a trusted voice that is highly respected throughout the city, state, and nation. Our motto, keepers of the knowledge for people who speak the truth, since 1993. Link significantly influences the thoughts, attitudes, and buying decisions of its readers. Call us at 601-368-8481 for your advertising needs. If you would like to receive a newspaper in the mail each week, our annual subscription is only $52 per year. That is only $1 per week for you to stay informed regarding many stories that you can only get in the Mississippi Link. Sign up today at themississippi.link.com and click on Home Delivery.
Advertise on WeBelieve.global, a brand new digital media platform. Share your brand with our audience on our many global live stream TV broadcasts and over the radio. For more info, visit WeBelieve.global or call 800-492-5186, option 1.
Welcome back, everybody. Going back over to the AFC. We had a crazy game. Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens blew a 20-3 lead against Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills to lose 23-20. This all happened with, at the end of the game, a very crucial 4th and 2 play by the Ravens that was not converted at the end of the game. I want to ask you guys, Lamar Jackson is trying to get this big all-guaranteed payday. Did Lamar Jackson hurt his chances for a big payday with his loss to the Bills?
Well, Well, I can tell you right now, I really strongly believe that this hurt his chance. This type of loss right here hurt him bad because right now he's fighting to get a guaranteed contract.
Right.
And when you get guaranteed contract, there's responsibility.
Guaranteed responsibility.
We're gonna hold you accountable for everything you do. And right now, what you're trying to do is display what you can do for us on why you want us to pay you this max deal.
Right.
So when you playing against a Super Bowl contending team, right?
Yeah.
The Bills come back.
Yeah.
You throw an interception late.
Yeah.
He had 2 interceptions.
Yeah.
Passing really didn't look too hot for me either with Lamar.
What? 20 for 29? 144 yards?
Dink and dunk. Trust me, it's dink and dunk with him. And then he had a couple lucky deep balls. But I'm talking about they playing tip tap over there with the ball. Dude ain't come out of there with it. So I don't want to hear that. Okay, I know the numbers look good, but passing not looking too hot with Lamar. I really don't like it. Right. But late in the game is where it's really key for Lamar that he has to learn how to close the game.
Right.
This is the second time that a team has come back on the Ravens.
I agree with you on that.
I know that it's not on him for that comeback in a way, but you still, if it's a chance that you feel that the other team is trying to make a comeback, you need to go and put the team away, and that means go put some points on the ball,
right,
on the board. And we know Lamar uses his feet. Use your feet if you got to, but we know we want you to use the arm that he really don't got. I'm just gonna keep it straight. I don't really like the way Lamar throws the ball. I know that the stats look good, but when it comes down to it, you can even look back at just the Steelers games. Every game we've had has been close, and it's come down to Lamar got to make a play to win the game. And he can't. And what happens every time?
He got to throw the ball for a play.
He got to throw it to win the game. And when he did it against us last year, he tried to get goal line.
Remember that play?
Well, Mark Andrews, easy. Mark Andrews wide open. Yeah. He overthrow it. What? And then the second game, he needed a first down. Yeah. Ran it on his feet. I hate to say it, but he had to meet that guy, Minka Fitzpatrick, and we put it on him.
Y'all on the clock, December 11th. What you want to do?
Trust me,
what you want to do? What you want to do, Phil?
We're gonna talk about
Why talk now?
Because I'm trying to tell you
because you're saying some bogus stuff.
I'm trying to talk to you about why I feel that right now, when I'm losing to the Bills, especially when you know you can win the game,
right?
This don't look good for you, especially if you want me to give you that max deal
that
you're looking at Pat Mahomes and Dak Prescott got.
Yeah.
If you want me to pay you this, I don't want you losing nothing, especially this close. Well, you got a chance to win. That's what really hurts him the most because it's against the Bills.
Yeah,
Super Bowl contending team, and you lose like that. I'm sorry to say you my guy, but I really want you to win that game, and you didn't do that for me.
Right.
And I got to put that down when it comes down to us calculating how much money we put down.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying?
True. That is true.
And he got to see a couple more things like this. And if he can't close the game, it's gonna be an issue.
Yeah,
you're right. I give you that. Close the game. That's Lamar Jackson's problem. The stats look good. First through third look good. First through in the fourth quarter, the beginning of the fourth look good, but when it crunch time, where is he?
I only agree with you when you said close because he do have to close the games out.
Well, that's what
I agree with you on that. I had a feeling when he was getting that. I think that first interception. Oh, the Bills finna walk him down, and that's what they did. Josh Allen put his hard hat on and he went to work. He went to work.
Yeah,
simple as that. It wasn't no digs. It was all Allen. I think running the ball and making plays happen.
I think right now it's Pat and him fighting for MVP.
Josh Allen?
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts. His stocks went down.
Be real now.
His stocks went down
just a little bit. He didn't play good last week.
His stocks went down just a little bit.
No touchdown, interception.
He had a rushing TD, but his stuff went down just a little bit.
We're not paying running back money. We're not paying running back money.
A lot of guys can't do it. A lot of guys can't do it both ways. He can do it both ways. Jalen Hurts.
Both ways.
Yes, can do it both ways. Lamar, Jalen.
You said the first guy. That's the only one I can really kind of.
Lamar, Jalen.
Actually, there's nobody that can do both.
Lamar, Jalen, Pat, Josh.
Do it all.
He does. But Pat Mahomes is really the dual threat. That's what y'all really saying.
Pat and Josh. It's Pat and Josh.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Joe really slick a sneaky dude, but he don't do a lot.
He don't like the run.
he more like
He'll do it. Though. He'll do it.
If Tannehill still had his squad, he would have did it both too. But I'm all Tannehill train. But the Titans are coming back though a little bit. They making a little run now.
I'm not worried about the Titans. We don't even see them this year.
I know, but they making a little run now.
You know we got them in our back pocket though.
Anyway,
Don't be quiet.
hey, the Ravens play y'all Superman and Joe.
Okay.
Sunday Night Football.
Yeah, we want to
Sunday Night Football.
I'm rocking with the Bengals too.
All blackout for them. Hey,
I'm gonna let you know right now.
hey,
The Bengals.
hey,
First quarter
the Ravens flop.
No,
I wish my boy.
I'm talking about if the Ravens gonna win.
I wish my boy Austin called because he'll tell you about them Ravens now.
Yeah.
But I guess a lot.
I got something to say too for the Ravens.
Right.
But yeah, man, it was a tough loss. They would keep on getting 3 and outs, man. I knew you get 3 and outs with a good quality team, they're going to walk you down, and you're going to lose the game. And that last key play, he missed, like you said, he missed Andrew wide open, but the pressure came at him, and then he tried to run and throw on his back foot, and that's how they got the interception. Duvernay was wide open, first off the strength, wide open, about 2 seconds, but. He was throttled, he had to run outside the pocket, and then he had to make a play because it was 4th and 2. Right. And the only play was to go in the inner zone if nobody else was open, and that's how that turnover happened. And the defense couldn't get a 3 and out, and that's how they lost. Simple as that. Time ran out on them boys. Peters getting into it with Harbaugh. He better watch out because he on his last strike too. I know he getting emotional and stuff, but he can't be doing that. Get the coach, go and get mad and stuff.
Over 2 corner.
But anyway, man. Lamar Jackson is that guy, but he throw the ball directly at people, and he don't have no error in it. That's what having the D-line pat the ball out in jeopardy.
He's a great passer.
He is a great passer.
Lacey, you contradict yourself today.
He is a great passer.
You are contradicting yourself all day today.
But I'm kissing on his flaws a little bit too. I'm critiquing him. Just put a little air on the ball, man.
He had no velocity.
He's proven that I'm.
He do have velocity. He throwing bullets, and they just bang it down.
Flat ball.
He flat. That sidearm is killing him. That sidearm is killing him a
Who's the
little bit.
last guy that throw a sidearm?
What you mean?
I got one question. Name another quarterback that used to throw sidearm.
Who?
That isn't in the league anymore.
Who?
Your boy. Cam. Oh yeah, I'm calling it out.
Hey, yes, you got a point. You got a point.
I know I do, man.
And that's where I was.
A sidearm gets you in trouble. Look at Ryan Tannehill. And that flat-footed sidearm gets you in trouble. Look,
once again, my points are starting to come back to bite.
That will get you in trouble.
I say it again, man. These athletic guys that rely really 70-60% on legs, don't really work on arms like that. It's not going to get a long run. But let's get on the Ravens real quick though. Lamar, I know they talking about the defense, this and that, but the offense still keep putting up points.
Right.
And this is twice. This is twice.
They got shut down.
The Dolphins, they blew it, and they just blew it to the Bills. This is twice. This is twice. Let's just keep it a stack. And like Phil said, they are not marking this down. This is why, in my opinion, I feel like he should have went ahead and settled for a deal before the season started. Because, yes, Dak Prescott somehow, some way still earned his money that year, even though, honestly, he didn't even play that well, that contract year. He didn't really play well. And I feel like that was one of the reasons why was that every game you playing for your contract. That's what you're doing. Lamar, I know, I commend it's still a courageous act, and with having his own representation. But let's just keep it stacked. In his mind, he's probably thinking every time I got to do the utmost to help me get this contract, get this money. So, just first off on that overall, he didn't, like Phil said, he did not play too hot. Honestly, first half because only had 144 yards, and that's not a lot. He couldn't give me a 150. That's terrible in my opinion. First half, 12 for 16, 108 yards, 6.8 yards per pass with a touchdown. This is second half, 8 for 13, 36 yards, 36 yards thrown in the half. That's That's sanitation. That gives you the sanitation right there too.
That's sanitation.
2.8 yards per pass, no touchdowns, 2 picks. Wow, that's a terrible second half. He played terrible.
Can't close.
He played terrible second half. He's a major part of why the Buffalo Bills got back into that game. I don't want to hear about all the defense. Yes, the defense had struggles, but it's the Buffalo Bills.
Right.
They did good. They even put them at 3 points in the half.
Mm-hmm.
You got to take advantage. Like we saw last night with the Chiefs. Even though the Chiefs were up, the Bucs still were trying to. Even though it never like the Bucs will really come back.
But they were still
the
trying.
Bucs were still trying to win that game.
And you have to put the team.
And what the
away.
Chiefs were doing, they were still going point for point.
Right.
They
We're gonna
already.
keep scoring.
They
We're
are.
gonna score
Yeah,
too.
we're gonna keep scoring.
That's exactly how it's
And
supposed
they
to
won
go.
the game.
Yeah.
So when it comes to that, I'm just saying though, I think at the end of the day, Lamar's probably still gonna get paid, but I don't think the price is gonna be as high as everybody keeps saying now.
Right.
I know everybody was. I knew everybody gonna do it, just like how they did when he won MVP. Them early weeks, they riding the hype train, oozing eyes, highlights.
He still oozing eyes.
Yes,
I didn't ride the train this time. I learned my lesson after that MVP year.
Riding the hype, oozing eyes. They guys saying he's gonna earn $300 million guaranteed. Let's see. We still got a lot of football left to be played.
He's
But
not gonna even touch 150 guaranteed.
Let's see now. They talking about $300 million guaranteed. All that hocus pocus. I don't think that's going on. I don't think that's happening. And just to reiterate my point, this is the second half for the Ravens. First drive, 3 plays, punt, 3 and out. Second time, 1 first down, 5 plays, punt, only 18 yards. This is next time, 7 plays, interception. And then the most infamous out of that second half is 14 plays, 93 yards, interception. Now, people are criticizing John Harbaugh for going for the play instead of taking the 3 points. I don't think so. I know they want to get on analytics and all of that, but I don't think he was wrong in doing that.
Right.
Yes, the defense, you know, they want to show trust in your defense. That's what Marcus Peters, I think, was upset about. But they was getting cooked anyway. I don't care anyway. But what the thought process was going into that was this: if we get it, we get it. We're up. If we don't get it, we pin them to the 2-yard line.
Right.
That way, we still got a chance to get an early.
Austin calling right now.
A quick early 4 and out. Get a quick early 4 and out. We can answer that too, but get a quick early 4 and out, and then we can get the ball back and still go back and try to win the game.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
But real quick. But at the end of the day, they didn't game plan for an interception. Interception, they put them at the 20-yard line in a touchback situation. Mm-hmm. That's what killed the game. Right. At the end of the day, it wasn't a play call decision. It was his favorite quarterback, Lamar Jackson.
Talk about your boy Austin. What you guys say, Austin? What you guys say, Austin?
I'm gonna say this. I love you guys' show. Keep up the good work, but we're not tolerating any Lamar Jackson slander today. Okay, he's the best quarterback in the league. I don't want to hear any discussion. It's not up for debate. He will be the MVP. I'm taking all debates to this time.
Aaron, I can't agree with you, man. Because first off, MVPs don't throw 144 yards in a game. We don't see that out of MVPs,
especially against the Bills, a Super Bowl contending team.
So you talking about the Super Bowl favorite where they lost by 3 points, right?
Right.
Lamar Jackson just had more points than 30 touchdowns than 30 NFL teams.
So we go with the number. That's the Lamar Jackson fan favorite.
Who is?
Okay, but
questions that need answers.
Aaron. So you got the answer. So you got all the answers. You got now. You got a quarterback that let's take the name out. Let's take the name out. You got a quarterback throw for 110 first half. Then he throw for 36 in the second half. What good does that do for me?
Hey, listen, man. Everybody has a rough patch.
Oh, okay. There we go. That's what I wanted to hear.
But you can't deny talent and God-given ability.
Yes, and he does. But what I'm saying though is, I'm not giving him $300 million guaranteed.
Brady is the greatest quarterback that ever lived and scored 12 points against the Packers. Where they do that at? Where?
All I'm saying though is this though.
Everybody has a bad day.
Yes, every QB has a bad day, but once okay, twice is a coincidence,
right?
And 3 times, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice. Okay. Hey,
but this
is twice he done blown a double-digit lead.
This is what I have to say about Lamar. The stats look good.
Does Lamar play defense? Does he play defense?
No, but
he does not play defense.
But
he still got to put points up on the board.
But
I'll give you the last game, right?
Okay.
He didn't come through.
Okay.
That's what we're talking about.
Okay.
Points in the second half, they were up 23. However, anytime you have a 35-14 lead, that is not on the quarterback. It is not.
I can't agree with you on that though.
You gotta keep scoring though.
This league is an offensive league. It's an offensive league.
Come on.
Teams gonna come back and score.
35 points in a game, and he's up 3 touchdowns.
You down to get walked down if you don't score no more.
What the defense gonna do?
All right, but once you see the game getting close,
Then it comes back to offense.
it's offense and defense. Yes, the defense at fault. I'm not saying the defense not at fault.
Right.
In either of those games. That's something they got to deal when they play all the other guys like the Steelers and all that. That's something they got to deal with.
Grit and grind games.
When it comes to the games getting close and nitty gritty, that's why I pay guys $30 and $40 million.
To close it.
And that's why I want teams to make the same mistake they did when they pay guys like Dak Prescott who get paid $40 million and don't close.
Sir, you have a great point. You pay guys $30-40 million to close games.
Right.
You definitely have a great point. What I will say, you can name me a whole bunch of quarterbacks that make $30-40 million that can't close a game.
Yes.
Oh, most definitely.
You're right.
Kirk Cousins one of them. Kirk Cousins one of them.
You right about that.
He right.
I can name 3 quarterbacks that make $3 million that can close a game. But what we're not going to do is act like he's not the best quarterback in the league.
He's not the best quarterback in the league. No,
on,
sir. No, sir.
We have to be real with ourselves.
we got to be real now.
He's not better than Josh Allen right now.
Not better than Pat Mahomes. I don't have him better than Joe Burrow either. I'm be honest.
You're talking about Josh Allen, the quarterback that just barely beat him by 3 points?
He beat y'all?
He just beat him though.
You're talking about Josh Allen that scored 19 points against the Dolphins when Lamar scored 38?
And Lamar got walked down.
You talking about him?
Yes.
Yes, we're talking about Josh Allen. We're talking about Josh Allen.
That's beating both of those teams. He's beating the Ravens and he's beating the Dolphins. Oh no, he beat the Dolphins. He beat the Dolphins.
He got to see him.
He got to see him on time.
He got to see him with Buffalo.
Division opponent.
Has more rushing yards than some quarterbacks have passing yards. Let that see.
Yes, and long term, how's that gonna work? Long term, how that's gonna work for you?
Hey, Aaron. Austin, my fault. Do you see Lamar Jackson taking the Ravens to the Super Bowl?
He's a Ravens fan. That's of course.
No.
He said absolutely. He said absolutely. He's a Ravens fan.
When will you see that though? Let's be honest. When will you see Lamar?
If Joe Flacco can do it, why do you think Lamar can't do it?
Joe Flacco had Ray Lewis,
Joe Flacco had the best defense in the nation. And I'm a diehard Steelers fan, but Ray Lewis was there.
Oh, hey, listen, guys, it's biased. He's a Steelers fan. He said it.
I just gave y'all team credit. I just gave your team credit. I like Ray Lewis. That was the reason y'all won the Super Bowl. It was the defense. Okay, you know, me and you both know that. Because to get to the Super Bowl, you had to see one team.
The Patriots Steelers.
You doggone right. And who won them the game? It wasn't Joe Flacco.
And then the Broncos was coming, so it was 3 teams.
They had to run through.
Come on now.
They had to run through a guy.
But they saw the Patriots last though.
So
Yeah,
let
that's
me
how
ask
Patriots
you something, Phil. Do you feel like Josh Allen is playing better than Jalen Hurts right now?
Of course.
Yes.
What is Jalen Hurts doing?
What is he doing?
What you mean?
See, y'all type of guys, man. I know. I see what y'all like. Y'all like highlight plays. That's highlight plays. Big splash plays. That's every now and then. Yeah. But when it come down, when it's crunch time, well, we know we don't.
You've seen that story, Jalen Hurts before.
I've seen Jalen Hurts. I know what Jalen Hurts about. Just like I said about Tua Tagovailoa. I know what these guys are about, man. Okay. And they not. It look good now, but when it come down to it, and we need wins.
A lot of guys, the traits they showed in college, it's really the same.
It's still doing the same thing, the same progression, just like with Lamar Jackson. Actually, I see it when he plays against big teams. He go missing.
Phil, and I tell you this time, they gonna play your team and keep that same energy.
I always do. I never run from it, and you know
what you say.
So we've improved at the receiver position, not as much as I would hope, but we have credible receivers now. But just let me know who Josh Allen has, who he's throwing to.
But Diggs Knox, what you mean? I know y'all only got Duvernay, Baseman, nobody's.
But real
Andrews.
quick, before the segment, I want to say though, that's also I think that's predicated off of Lamar Jackson. These free agents don't sign with the Ravens because they know what they're not really seeing that ball like that.
They're not getting the ball.
They won't be. They probably. It's gonna be very hard for them to.
I mean, the routes they run is not accustomed to them.
It's for Lamar Jackson. That's what that offense is for. We all know that.
He can't throw the ball.
Free agents don't want to go. They don't want to go. They always say Boston need a receiver. Free agents don't want to go to Boston. Free agents don't want to go to Baltimore because they know it's gonna be very hard for them to see 1,000 yards passing.
Right.
That's why. And they know also, like Fields say, his favorite target, Mark Andrews, seeing 50% of the passes anyway. So I think the reason why they don't see a lot of free agents is because one, they got to draft them, but two, free agent wise, they don't want to go there.
And I'm gonna be totally honest with you on this one, Austin. Lamar Jackson, he's not a great passer. If you ask me, he's right above average.
He's unorthodox.
He's right above average. He can't even put no air on the ball to give a wide receiver the chance to catch it. He gotta let guys play tip-tap with the ball and do when they come end up with it in his hand. No, seriously though.
Right. If you want to attack his passing skills, you can. But to say that Lamar Jackson can't throw the ball downfield is absurd. Have you
What?
You watch football field? You sound good on TV.
Man, Lamar Jackson, you are a Ravens fan. You know I'm not lying. Lamar throw like I always say, he only throws to Mark Andrews. Right. What routes does Mark Andrews run? He runs a seam route for about 10 yards. Or he gonna run a 10-yard out.
He run flags. He run tight end routes. Come on.
What routes does Tyreek Hill run?
Goes, slants.
And he gets underthrown. He gets underthrown.
No, he don't.
Yes, he does. He gets underthrown.
No, he don't.
Tyreek Hill gets underthrown. Jalen Waddle, he gets his receiving yards off screens and slants.
He do deep routes too, man.
No, he don't. What deep ball has he caught?
And guess what? It's like Novocaine. Works every time. Just give it a little time. Every single time. Same thing with Mark Andrews. They can't stop him.
They can't.
But Josh Allen got what? Stephon Diggs. Come on, man.
Knox.
Davis. He got
some receivers.
He don't got no
Gabriel. He got some guys. But Lamar don't got nobody. He making things happen. That's the thing. That's all I'm trying to say.
He had somebody, but guess what? He didn't want to play with him no more. And he went to the
Cardinals. And what Hollywood doing? Not nothing. You can't even hear him. He ain't doing no with Kyler Murray.
Another trash quarterback.
Kyler Murray.
He's playing with another trash quarterback. That do the same thing as Lamar, except Kyler Murray, he play backyard football out there. That's the only difference. He gonna run sideline to sideline for 10 seconds and then try to get it in the air in the end zone, pick. We know what Kyler Murray about.
Hey, Phil, I'll give you this, man. I'm gonna go. If you want to say the Bills have a better chance, I will give you this. I feel like they're equal offensively right now. I feel like the Bills' defense is playing better ball. I think they're much more of a contender. I'm still gonna bet on Lamar Jackson and the Ravens. However, if you think somebody like the Bucks or the Chiefs or somebody like that got a better chance than the Ravens, I don't know what to tell you.
I like the Chiefs better than the Ravens.
Of course we like the Chiefs.
I like the Bengals better than the Ravens.
I like the Chiefs, the Bengals, the Bills, the Steelers. We got y'all in the back pocket now. Let's see what he got to say about the Steelers. Come on, what you got to say?
Listen, man, I don't have nothing but positive vibes. I love you all. I'm a diehard Ravens fan. Lamar Jackson, we love you, man.
This how he got to hold our pocket.
Dion, love your show.
Appreciate it.
Next week it will be a different story.
Y'all play the Bengals next week. Y'all play Joe Burrow.
Big game.
All right. Appreciate it.
All right, Austin. Yeah, man. Them Raven fans, man. Them Raven fans.
Yeah, he a diehard.
He a diehard.
But trust me, he see the writing on the wall. I'm telling you. If he really know football, he see it.
After the break, man, you know how we do it. HBCU.
It's swag time.
We'll see you after the break.
Advertise on WeBelieve.global, a brand new digital media platform. Share your brand with our audience on our many global live stream TV broadcasts and over the radio. For more info, visit WeBelieve.global or call 800-492-5186, option 1.
Hi, Hi, I'm Q Talicia Garrett. I am here to introduce our New South Development and Training Outreach Hour every Tuesday at 2 p.m., giving you information on how to become a part of the programs through USDA and Farm Service Agency. We can be reached at 678-779-9468. We can also be found online at newsouthoutreach.com.
What's going on, everybody? You know what time it is. HBCU swag. Let's get it. The race to win the West. The best of the West and the swag has started. With Prairie View in the lead, being 3-0 in conference play and having Alcorn and Southern right behind their tails, I want to ask you guys, is the West Division wide open?
I'm gonna start out right now. It is wide open. It is. I'm gonna be real. Grambling is out the picture.
Yeah.
Grambling is.
Real quick, I was going to say, hey, once again, I want to hold myself accountable.
You've been doing that a lot.
I said that Grambling.
You don't do it enough.
I said that Grambling would be scary. I never said that they were gonna win. I said they were gonna be scary. But in my defense, when they got to the week to play Jackson State, what did I do? I got off of them. But I just want to go ahead and say it now, though. And once again, like we talked about last week, I was critical of Hugh Jackson. It's not looking good. Mm-hmm. It's not looking good.
Hey, if he can't, I'm gonna be real. If Hugh Jackson can't turn around Grambling, he's done coaching. He's done coaching. He's done coaching.
This is last.
This is his last stopping grounds. He might go JUCO. Hey, look, he might go JUCO, but this is his last stopping grounds.
No.
Yes.
No, I'm sorry.
He gonna be. Or he be like Flurry. Or he be like Flurry's as a relations guy, general offensive defensive relations guy.
Something like that. Then
he gonna have to do something. He can't be a coach.
He can't. A head coach. I don't see.
He cannot be.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
Cannot.
And look, Pine Bluff is out of the picture. They butts. Well, we should know it's Arkansas Pine Bluff.
Right.
They don't do nothing in Little Rock and Pine Bluff a party. But hey, let's just be real.
Never been there.
Right.
But I know.
Go ahead. I know
hey. But anyway, man, the SEC West, the SWAC West is down to 3 teams.
Yeah.
Southern, Prairie View, and Alcorn. And Alcorn just got to prevail. We know it's a tough task because we got to go on the road to Prairie View and Southern. But we, like Phil say, we always got Prairie View in our back pockets. But we're going to have to keep on having them in our back pockets.
We beat Prairie View last year?
Yes, we did at home.
Yeah,
we beat them the past 3.
It was a close game, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, by like one play decided the game.
That was
very close. The last time we lost to Prairie View was like our freshman year at home. Right. We gave that game away too. But we got to continue to streak with Prairie View because they hungry. They want that rematch with JSU. That's as bad as Alcorn want that. We want that 2-piece special when we play them boys, Jackson State. Because we already know. But Southern, we gonna have to beat Southern. That's gonna be a tough task too. I'm gonna be real. With Alcorn, ain't no game safe. All games gonna be a grinded out game, and we're gonna have to gut it out and win. Right. This is the new era of Alcorn. Yeah. It ain't the same. We manhandling teams, running through teams. We gotta win grind games every week, and we gotta continue to do that. We can't lose these cupcake teams because we can't have no up hand on these other guys. Yes, because Prairie View's winning. They took care of business against the Scrubs. They getting down to the meat of schedule. They gotta play Southern this week. Hopefully they can lose us. They can lose a Southern because
it's all arms within.
Look, if Southern can beat Prairie View, that's good for Alcorn because you know they're gonna lose to Jackson State and we gonna probably beat them. But Southern, we can't rule Southern out either because
Southern we
got Southern in our back pocket too now. But these teams that we got in the back pocket, they destined to beat Alcorn and they gonna talk about us and. We gonna have to beat them. We gonna have to beat these guys. And Alcorn, please, we cannot lose to a Bethune, and we gonna have to take care of Valley this week. I know they 0-5. We have to take care of them guys and beat them.
We should take care of Valley though.
We're gonna have to.
We can't afford to lose now. I'm riding. I've been riding with my team now.
Same type of like last year.
It's the same team like last year. We cannot afford to lose with a better defense. We can't afford to lose. But we gotta take care of business. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm just gonna get right down to it. Just piggyback off of what Lacey's saying. Really, it all comes down to is Alcorn is gonna have to win out.
Yeah.
We have to win every game.
Right.
For us to have the best chance possible to go to the sweat, win every game. That's how you limit worries and talking about if we lose to Southern, we need Southern to beat Prairie View, that, and the third.
Right.
We don't want to have to depend on that. As long as Alcorn just win their game, taking 1 week at a time. Right now we got Valley. Take care of business. Put it away early.
You gotta knock them out early.
Put it away early.
Don't play around with the food.
We're not trying to leave no team and give them hope.
No slack,
so they think they can come back and win it. Because then, grit and grind, I don't feel that Alcorn is there for that.
It's hard.
Just like we can't lose home come against Texas Southern. They got a decent quarterback.
Right.
We can't lose them either.
Winning grit and grind is not sustainable.
It
But the
ain't.
one thing I will say about Alcorn that can help them during grit and grind moments,
We got run game.
we have a strong run game. Oh my God.
I'm ready. I'm still ready for Allen to make a big game. He haven't had that breakout game yet.
Well, this is
he
a
haven't
chance
had it.
against Valley. You need to take no seriously. This quarterback, he needs to take the chance where
Get his confidence.
right. Level competition that you're gonna play when you have to see Jackson State, Southern, or even Prairie View.
Build your confidence up.
Let's hope that the quarterback for Alcorn, Allen, that he starts to improve more.
Come on, Allen. You got studs at receiver now. You got studs.
He needs to keep on trucking. Right now, I can guarantee you they're going to depend on that run game.
That offense.
Oh my God, he's the workhorse.
But Allen ain't he got some guys at receiver that can play. Bowler and the other guys that transfer in, these guys are certified studs.
Well, he got to get the ball to him.
He got to.
Something's not going right on the passing side for guys like Juan.
Yeah.
Come on now, last year he had a great season.
Yeah, Juan had a great season last year.
Exactly, and then CJ. He had a great season too, and now it just comes down to you can tell that the quarterback play from last year with Felix to Allen.
It's more of a run team now.
It's more of a run team because they don't really trust Allen.
No,
that has to be it,
and that means they didn't seen enough in practice.
That has to be it. Howard is the workhorse.
He came from La Tech now, man. He played D1 ball.
You don't know what I do.
Exactly.
We know.
Exactly.
Don't know how we play. We seen. Trust me.
I know.
Come on, man.
Hey, look, I knew with Gibbs when we had Gibbs, he wouldn't have thrown him. They pound that ball. They rely on running backs.
But the thing is, this actually works good for them in a way. But Allen still has to be on his P's and Q's for the offense to work fully. You can depend on the run game and make it a long one.
But you got to make it throw. You got to make it throw down.
No. You can't make mistakes.
Bingo.
Turnovers.
You cannot make mistakes when you play that type of game where you're going to run north-south. That means that you're going to have drives where it's going to be 13, 14 play drives, and you need to execute and get every first down. You have to get that. You know what I'm saying? So if we depend on Allen, that means they're trying to score constantly, and I don't think that's what it is with them. If Howard break for a big one, then it is what it is.
Yeah.
But if not, they're going to live with that 6-7 yard game every time.
Right.
I can guarantee it.
Yeah.
I can put all my money on it right now.
So is the West wide open? I say the West is wide open. That feeling them to say Alcorn got to win out. Everybody got to win out. That's the whole goal. Last year, this really kind of was a similar picture coming in around this time. Prairie View was in the lead. Alcorn was in the lead. Prairie View was real right behind. They was neck and neck, and it came down to that glass game. It was fluctuating, but for the better part, Alcorn I think was number one in the division.
But guess they beat them. Then Prairie View lost to Valley.
Yeah, but then losses started coming in. That's what ended up fluctuating all that then. But I think it's a win out situation. Alcorn, you're slowly making me believe. I think I've been the most critical of Alcorn throughout this as the season has been going. Yeah, Howard. That's really who opened my eyes. He's a talent. He's a talent. He's a special talent.
He went to Illinois too.
He went to Syracuse.
But I will say this. I think that, like we just said, very tall task as a team to go to 3. Even though Grambling still is in the basement, we still got to go to them. We got to go to Grambling. And we all know it's tough to play in Grambling.
You got to handle business every week.
Got to go to Prairie View and handle business. This is not down at Alcorn. We got to go to Houston. Guys got to stay focused. Then you got to go down to Southern. So all 3 of these games are road games.
Hostile territory.
Hostile environments. That's not something easy.
Grambling, Prairie View, and Southern is hostile territory, and the refs is not going to be on your side.
That's not nothing easy to do. Why
Alcorn schedule like that, man? We never have the good games we only have one team. It's gonna be a home game, but we don't ever have two of them teams at home. We gotta get out the mud on the road.
I guess that
our schedule is trash. Our schedule is trash.
The AD's the one that makes the schedule.
We haven't had a home game for the Southern in 5 years since the SWAC championship game. That's a darn shame.
We always go to Southern.
As far as the West in totality, though, I think it is open arms. It's between those three schools. I mean, Texas Southern, they 1-2 in conference play though.
Yeah,
but who the two teams they lost to?
They lost to Pine Bluff and a team on the other side.
Okay, they lose to Pine Bluff. Never mind. I have no faith in them.
But they beat Southern though. They beat Southern. They beat the stank out of Southern.
They did beat Southern though. Yeah, they beat. So I mean, we can't just technically fully rule out Texas Southern either. Though. Only person that's really in the basement is Grambling.
Yeah,
and Pine Bluff.
Pine Bluff, but. We throwing Pine Bluff out the way.
Right.
But at the end of the day, I think it's open arms. Prairie View looks like they're hungry. They want to keep this battle rivalry between Jackson State of fighting over the SWAC. I think Prairie View probably this year wants to run the table in their division just like Jackson State does to show that they're like that. I think that's what they're trying to do.
They manhandling teams.
I think, they're trying to really prove a statement this season and want to go ahead and run through the table. So. Teams to watch, yes, Alcorn, we've been talking about them, but Prairie View, keep your eyes on them too, I think. But
you play them Friday night on ESPNU.
Every time I say eyes on them, they lose. So maybe I might be good for Alcorn, but Prairie View, keep your eyes on them.
That's a big game on Friday night, but ESPNU.
At the end of the day, I'm going to go ahead and reiterate this again, man. I think that all effort is futile. I think there's a juggernaut that's in the East, and I don't see any SWAC school beating them.
Hey, I got faith that it's gonna be at the Soul Bowl. We're gonna turn around and play them again.
And if that happens, so be it.
I will rest all my players Soul Bowl and play them in Jackson and meet them in Jackson. Meet them in Jackson.
If it comes down to that, you won't see me at Norman. I'm not going. I'm being honest. If it comes down and set up like that, I'm not going to Norman. I'm not going.
We'll wait till next week.
I'll wait till next week where it counts. I'm not going down to Norman. No, I will not.
You won't see.
You not have me. I'm sorry. I can't do it, man. I can't do it. Alcorn, we've got to fix that. We know how it gets when it gets crowded. It's very crowded. No service.
And then we need.
I love my school.
We need streetlights on the stretch. We need more streetlights or something because. Man, bro.
It's some crazy stuff that be going on.
Seriously, on a serious note, man, it's so dangerous. People are losing their lives on that stretch, man.
You serious?
They got to do something about it.
Stretch and 61.
And 61. Man, it's crazy.
And 61.
It's crazy, though.
It's a lot that needs to be fixed.
Claiborne County, Jefferson County, we got to fix it. Y'all getting all the revenue from Alcorn. What y'all doing with the money?
Right, but I mean, I guess it's just me because lately, I just ain't been feeling like the real tight, big crowd. That's just probably what it's nothing against the school. I just
had enough of it.
When it comes to events or anything, I prefer not to be in secluded areas.
Right.
Jackson State, for homecoming, I should more likely be on the field with it. I'm not trying to be on the side. Understand?
Right.
We on the hill at Alcorn. What you mean?
Yeah, but I'm saying still, it's a lot of people there too. And they're my boys. My guys gonna be out there with us. But I really like secluded areas now.
Look,
I don't know.
The big crowds aren't as older, man.
I don't know.
That's what it is.
I think that's what it is, man.
It's okay.
I just don't like just being.
Some guys can't let it go.
If you point at me, I let it go. I only going to 2 games this year for Alcorn. They catch me Hall. They catch me Alcorn Jackson State game. That's it.
I just playing, man.
I've been through the towel end.
Right.
I've been through the towel end.
I gotta see the right on the wall.
I ain't going back.
Let it go, baby.
I've been.
Let it go, baby.
Hey, some guys.
Had they fun.
It's some guys. It's some guys. It's some guys on the yard. Need to let it go. Need to let it go. Even at other schools, need to let it go. We are old.
No, you're right. Call out you see.
Hey, it ain't just Alcorn. It's Valley, Jackson State, Southern. Let it go. Grambling, let it go.
It's okay, man.
We are older. Let it go. I know it's good money now. It's good money, but let it go. Let the young cats have it, man.
Oh,
that's how it's supposed to be.
Right, you gotta just hand it over to the younger generation.
Hand the baton over.
It ain't just HBCU with PWI. Let it go.
Yeah,
let it go.
You're right. It's people that just can't let it go.
They can't
let it go.
Hey, it's a germ, man. I'm telling you, it's a germ. It gets real germy. It gets real germy.
Just like social media. That's a whole. That's a whole other discussion.
That's a whole other discussion. It's Real Split 601. That ain't what it is Wednesday night, baby. It ain't what it is Wednesday night.
Let it go. Let it go.
But
I think we might make an appearance on what it is.
let it go.
Let it go.
Let it go. I like that.
Let it go.
Let it go, man.
But yeah, man, you know how we do it. We'll be back next Monday. Whole new topics, some hot games coming up throughout this week, man.
Yes, sir.
Gonna be some winners and some losers. We know how that go. We'll see you guys next Monday. We are out of here.
Girls, children of all ages. Your daddy's home. I gave the her son passed a couple of years ago, I do believe, or
last year.
Yeah. But I mean,
Jason, I believe.
Yeah, first class woman, always very professional, very respected in the legal community.
In the community.
An asset as a public defender, and she should get that raise because I mean the Hinds County public defenders are overworked and understaffed.
And you know, with the Capitol Police coming in, they gonna really be working harder, just like our county attorney.
Yeah.
Those cases are going to be going to the county attorney, and the people that can't afford a lawyer, you're going to have a public defender.
Well, let me go ahead and hit you with this. I got some criticism that you and I were probably to pump up Gerald Mumford to run for DA.
Man, someone called me.
Of course they did.
And said the same exact thing.
Probably the same
And I was just speaking about a justice court case.
Somebody was a couple of people were asking me if we were supporting him. I was like, no, Mumford's a friend of mine.
Yeah, well, I hadn't even thought that for a hit, but I can't say this right here. that we living in some times that I never thought I would see.
Okay, hang on. Let's get back.
Yeah.
Public Works.
Yeah,
First of all, my understanding for the public defender, Judge Green could fix that in a moment. Once, and there's been issues. I think Yazoo had an issue. Once a judge signs an order, it goes off a creditor. A bill on the Hinds County Board of Supervisors, and it becomes a judicial expense. And then they can't deny it if Judge Green signed an order. I haven't looked at it in 10 or 15 years, but there was a big issue in Yazoo where Judge Lewis Blackman, another class act of the judicial community, she got into it with the Board of Supervisors about paying. Well, they don't want to. They think that having a defense is warranted. Now, you don't know this, and this is me. There's a friend of mine going to a court trial right now in Vicksburg in Warren County. Bruh, they done whipped out, after discoveries closed on the ag assault case, they done whipped out a confession. They done whipped out a couple witnesses. He's calling me up like, dude, I ain't seen it this bad in quite a while. I thought I was back in 1982. So, I mean, having a good public defender system, it keeps us all on our toes.
Oh, yeah.
And keeps, and to me, it educates prosecutors, educate cops, educate judges, because unless you're getting someone to appeal and defend, you get a lot of people get lazy and they get away with murder, and no one wants to, rule for the criminal because it's not politically correct.
Not politically correct.
But you don't want someone doing 20 years
that didn't do the crime.
Yeah, I mean, the guy. I don't know if you watch. Are you a podcast fan?
Yeah, when I have time.
The guy who did.
I work so hard, man. You work a whole 20 hours. That's what I know. And then in the evening time, we answering calls. We OC going to volunteer fire calls after hours.
Okay, but Public Works, are they on strike? Because Mississippi, you can't strike, can you? They walked off that day, though, right? What did they do? What happened?
Well, let me just say it like this. Yesterday, there was a vote taken.
Okay.
Supervisor Archie made the motion to give, and I do want to say this, that Director Sims say they hadn't had a raise since 2016, and I think it was $100 all the way across the board raise, which is not a lot of money. And if you look in your phone, there's some information on there tell you how much they make a month. I want you to read what do official.
Well, let me ask you this.
I want you to read it.
Well, let me ask you
when
this.
a white man said, people believe it.
Oh, wow. The white man.
You done heard that before, right?
Oh, yeah, I really
So the white man, ice colder than the black man.
I got a lot of stroke being the white man around here. But how has the numbers of employees maintained the same, or have they gone down?
Well, so many people, you can't hire nobody. Everybody on drugs, so they don't work. No one can pass the marijuana test. They come get and that's something Mr. Sims always say, hey, we calling people in to hire people in the county, but can't no one pass the new drug, these drug tests. Yeah. So that's a big problem in county with Public Works Department is people cannot just pass the drug test. But yesterday there was a vote taken. Supervisor Archie, he said that he wanted to ask the board to vote on giving each Public Works worker $300 a month. Now, let's get that right. Not a week, but a month raise. He made the motion. Supervisor Bobby McGowan, he spoke and said that, Public Works is his heart, and he believed that Supervisor Archer was right, that he believed these guys ought to be paid more. Supervisor Graham made the second on the motion, and then Supervisor McGowan, Supervisor Calhoun, and Supervisor Vern all voted against giving these guys a raise, $300 a month. Now you see.
I don't see what they were making. I don't see.
All right, the Public Works Department in Hinds County, they make the sum of $1,000. Let me look at it right. 1,000. What is that? You read that number right there.
$1,743.63.
All right, so if you make $1,743 a month and you take
is that net or gross?
That's the gross.
That's gross.
Yeah, so when you take $350 out for your PERS, your retirement, they take you down to what, about 14, right?
Yeah. And
when you pay your taxes, and if you got a child support, you may bring home $850. One guy said today he bring home $818 a month.
I would say.
Do you hear what I say?
1,000.
Huh?
I was gonna say 1,000.
Yeah, but you up under that 1,000 line.
Yeah.
But that's and what the guys are saying is that what supervisor was proposing, Archie, that 300 would at least get them at $2,000 a month, where they can see neighborhood of $1,300 to $1,400 a month.
Yeah.
So some of the guys decided today, and it was well over 100 out there. We didn't know anything about it. We got a call this morning. Supervisor Archie he said it on TV that he received a call from the public works director stating that some of the guys were saying that they was not going to get in the equipment and go to work today, that they wanted to let the world know and the supervisor know they were displeased with them not voting for the $300 raise on yesterday.
For those who do not know, what does Public Works do?
Public Works is responsible. Let me say this too. In the county, the Public Works Department is responsible for the rural.
Okay.
Cutting the grass, potholes, cutting trees down. When trees fall on a like when a thunderstorm hit, ice storm, they're the cleanup crew in the county. But you know, the city is failing so much that the county spend more time now in the city than they doing in the county, which is not fair to the rural people.
Yeah.
Because Pocahontas don't have a mayor. Lerner, you ever heard of Lerner, Mississippi?
Yeah.
You know, they got some good steaks down there. So when you think about these little small towns, don't have the resources or don't have what it takes to operate, when you take the county and put them in Jackson, because Jackson public work guys are sitting under the tree with their legs hanging out the truck.
Yeah.
So what do they do? They MIA in the county.
Yeah. Now, is there any grants or anything like that they could get for the guys and women? I'm sure there's some ladies.
I don't think we have a grant writer right now in the county.
Okay.
I don't think. I know the last one I knew about left, so I don't know if the person been replaced or not. But I do know this right here is that these guys deserve to be treated like human beings. They deserve for their families to be able to eat more than pork and beans after the 15th of the month when money's low. So I believe that. And if I was on the board of supervisors, 300 wouldn't have been enough. I would see could we at least got them to 5 more hundred and say, hey, now this 500 gonna last 4 more years. Now we're not gonna do this every year, but you know, gas done went up, the cost of living, inflation done went up.
Yeah.
You know, everything has went up.
Well, you know
how much light bread costs, man?
Well, see, I'm trying to cut
a gallon of milk.
I'm trying to cut carbs. Man, I ain't had milk. Milk goes straight through me. I had to give milk up. But no, the thing about it is, you've got to put them on some sort of schedule where they'll get a raise to keep talent there.
That's right.
And then reward seniority. Now, you don't need, it's got to be a pyramid structure, so you don't need all quarterbacks.
Yeah.
You know, I have a debate all the time whether I would have paid Aaron Rodgers $50 million.
Yeah.
Because I think you have to spread it around.
But you got to have somebody to block.
Yeah, exactly. You got to spread it around. But then, but you do need a coach, you do need a quarterback, and to get good people, what we've got to learn in Mississippi, especially whether it's part-time city council members, part-time legislatures, if we can complain, but until we pay for quality, we're not going to get quality.
That's right.
And that's what's so infuriating for me is that we've got this 1 point. Do you think Tate? My prediction is this: Tate's not spent the $1.8 billion. He's waiting for his gubernatorial run.
Then he'll spend the money.
He's going to spend half. And then he's going to wait to that second 4-year run as governor. And then he's going to spend the money again to announce his Senate campaign.
But that federal money may be returned before then. You can't hold that federal money 8 years, Brent.
Well, I understand that, but I'm just saying, what if they put it in a improvement fund? What he
can hold it. Yeah, well, you're right. But let me ask you a question here. What is your take on the water crisis now? Since the water's back running, and I don't want to go there all the way. But I want to know what's your take.
I mean,
are you brushing your teeth with the water now?
Yes, I am brushing my teeth.
With Jackson water?
Yes. Are you? No.
Man, no. I wash my hand with. Look, I got a rash. Let me show you. You see, I had a little rash right there from Jackson water.
See, I'm brushing my teeth with it. And I was debating whether to do that or not, but that's it. I'm drinking bottled water. I don't drink with it. I don't cook with it. I throw away so many bottles.
Yeah.
Oh, Aquaman would be mad at me.
Wow.
Jason Momoa, he hates plastic bottles.
Yeah, I saw something about
shaved his head and all that stuff.
When the water was coming to Jackson. Hey, what are they going to do with all other bottles when they're empty?
Goes in the garbage.
They're going to go in the creek in Jackson.
Yeah, exactly. But no, I mean, look, until I get behind the scenes, you got to give the governor some credit, which I can't stand the governor, but he got the water going.
He got it back
now,
going.
But EPA's there. I know they brought engineers from Florida, Alabama. They had a whole crew of it.
Yeah.
But what's so disappointing to me is the things we didn't know.
Yeah.
You know, the ammonia leak, so many things not working, and I don't know why we just can't get transparency out of city government right now.
Well, if you listen to the city council members, they hadn't been able to get any transparency since the administration took over. I was at a meeting the other night, and something come up, and Angelique Lee was there, and they asked her a question, and she said first she heard about it was on TV. So
we can't have that.
But no, it's just the truth. But that's the truth.
I know that, but I'm just saying.
That's what she said.
Yeah,
and Stokes man saying it all along that they votes and don't even know what's in the bank. It's because when they ask for, that's what they saying. So I can only repeat what they say.
No. Look, and I'm not disputing that. I just don't understand how you're supposed to function as the capital city.
In the city, man.
Yeah.
Bolton got to have some kind of. Yeah, they got to have something.
But and then I want to, as a business leader or as anybody who's handled any money, I want you to check me. I want you to verify. I've got an accounting degree. I don't want to be the main person. I don't want to be the only signature on the bank account. I don't want to be the sole decision maker, because what's going to happen if that money comes missing?
It's on you. All eyes on you.
But if I say, no, Malcolm's got to sign off on this, or y'all vote. Look, you don't know how many times, just as practicing as an attorney, dear client, Mr. Johnson, the deal is this, or the settlement authority is this. Please verify in writing, because I just CYA, and that's what's so bad about it. That hang on,
Tarita Jones said the water is not safe, Brett.
Well, the board is saying, well, Miss Jones would be happy with me brushing my teeth with it, because she's always blasting me. But thank you for watching.
Stay on it, Miss Jones. Stay on it.
But no, the whole thing is, we've got, to me, I predicted metro government. Metro government's coming. And it's not a bad thing. One, as you know, when we wrote our Constitution, it was 1880. We have too many counties, we have too many cities, we have too many municipalities, we have too many junior colleges, high schools. When they wrote the Constitution in 1880, it took you all day to get across the state on horseback.
Yeah.
Now we can get through there 2-3 hours. We need to realize to come together. That means some people are going to have to give up some seats.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But we have to work together, because we're finding out. It's still, what's your opinion of Millsaps, Belhaven, and Jackson State talking about basically going back to a well system, right?
Yeah, I heard about it. What you really want to know?
Yeah.
Oh, man, I support the hell out of it.
Really?
Yes, I will. Belhaven, Millsaps, Jackson State, and I'm going to say this too. Hines Community College. If they got a Jackson branch, it may be the right thing to do, because you can't continue to close these schools down, brother.
Well, I know that, but that's going back to 1970.
It can go back to 1770, Brett. It's something got to be done, sir.
Why?
They got one at the state fairgrounds.
Yeah, I know.
And guess what? They say the state capitol now is running their lines to the fairgrounds lines.
You know this. You drive through Jackson. I had to get to Jackson.
Love Jackson to death.
At 4:00 in the morning. And I was just driving. I had court. And you're driving around, and you just see what it could. You see what it could be, or I was like,
But it used to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bustling, hustling. Man, Hines County Circuit Court is so sad right now, because there's nothing going on. And it's not the judges. I'm not saying that from a judge's standpoint. I'm talking about from a litigation standpoint. You used to go in there, and there'd be these New York lawyers over here, or these lawyers from LA. Nothing.
Yeah.
And it's because of all this tort reform. And we've allowed certain people to control our state without getting out and voting. And people do not understand how this works. If you're a Democrat, you got to support lawyers. if you're a Democrat, you've got to take care of the people who take care of teachers.
That's right.
You got to take care
Public
of
work,
public
guys.
works.
Yeah. Public defenders.
Public defense. You've
Yeah.
got to take care of certain people because they'll take care of you. And what you tell me what happened to the Democratic Party in Mississippi and how to fix it.
I'm gonna tell you what really happened to the Democrat Party. It didn't just happen in Mississippi. It started nationwide.
Okay.
And this is just my belief.
Okay.
It's a lot of black organizations that start misleading people about the Democrat Party.
How so?
They would say, even back when Joe Biden was running, you would hear people call radio shows and say, you don't need to vote Democrat. You need to vote for Donald Trump because the Democrats is the white people that did this to us. You start hearing these attacks on the Democrat Party. And you don't know if Republicans had these people doing it or who had them doing it, but you heard it a lot.
Is there one name out there?
And you know Donald Trump is the worst thing that ever happened to America since Pearl Harbor was attacked in Hawaii.
Okay, stop. 9/11 was in there somewhere.
9/11 had nothing on
Great
Donald Trump.
Recession was in there somewhere. The pandemic was in. Well, see, here's the problem. I mean, I can't tell you, are all of them like Trump and he just doesn't have a filter? Or
Trump is not a Republican.
No, he's a
Tea Party. He's a Tea Party clown.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, how many presidents just are like Trump? Do you have to be? And he just doesn't have a filter.
Oh, he don't. He's not a conservative.
Okay, but that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Personality. Well, okay, name the 5 sins of Trump. What is his 5 biggest? Let's name them.
Lying.
Okay.
Lying.
Okay.
Lying.
Okay.
Lying.
Bill Clinton.
Bill Clinton.
No. What I'm saying is, did Bill Clinton lie?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think Clinton?
I think everybody lie.
We all
Yeah.
sinners. But what I'm saying is, you got to remember, Trump was invited to Chelsea Clinton's wedding.
Yeah, I saw the picture.
And he was a huge Democrat. He whatever he is, he didn't change.
Yeah, he supported big money.
And I don't. Did you see where the Suns owner got suspended?
Yeah, I saw that.
And I'm shocked. And I told someone, I said, what do they think a guy worth $10 billion? How do you think they act? Yeah. They get away with anything because no one. Who's going to tell a $10 billion guy? Hey, you can't say that in office.
Nobody, not many.
No, nobody. And that's what I'm saying. Those egos.
Trump don't pay his taxes.
No,
he got a casino in Las Vegas that is the Trump Tower, and they came and gambling there. Guess why? He lost his license because he wouldn't pay his taxes.
Ex-wife on his golf course for tax purposes.
He did what?
You didn't hear this?
Say it again.
Ivana Trump, you know, she had a tragic fall and died.
Yeah.
She was buried on one of his properties, and by burying her, there's a theory, it has not been confirmed, that it becomes, as a cemetery, it's non-taxable now.
Wow.
And what I'm saying is, well, let me ask you this. If someone asked you that he buried her for the tax purposes or he buried her for emotional reasons, which one would you go with?
I'd say tax purposes because he got a wife now.
Yeah, tax purposes.
He got another wife.
They didn't, well, but maybe that was a wish, maybe there's a will. But then 2, you know, Mississippi's famous for these little cemeteries popping up, and it's just so sad to me when, you know, they developments grow around them and you're looking at them. But that's what I'm saying. Was George W. Bush like this? Was Herbert Walker like this? Was Reagan like this? Was Obama like this?
Everybody had their own sin, their own way of doing things that was a little different. Reagan was an old gangster in the 80s.
Yes.
George Bush's father was a gangster.
Well, you can't run the CIA without killing people. Okay. Let's be honest.
He was a real gangster.
Oh, yeah.
And you know, when Junior came along, I thought, you know what? One night I prayed, and I said, Lord, George Bush, I'm talking about Jr.
Yeah.
I thought he was the worst president in the world because gas was $3.75 a gallon. Do you remember that?
Well, okay.
Damn, it's $7 a gallon now.
Do you think W ran his administration?
Oh, yeah.
No. Cheney.
He ran it with a big stick.
Cheney ran it.
Man, Bush was man. He was the man.
W?
Yeah.
No.
He was the man.
I think you're forgetting Dick Cheney ran that
Brother, you must forget when they bombed on 9/11, what did he say? You will not get away with this. Whoever you are, we will find you and America will deal with you.
But they must have lost a map to Saudi Arabia because those are the ones who were behind it. Iraq wasn't behind it. But I mean, okay, but back to the question. Do you think I don't think DeSantis is much worse than Trump. I don't think I think they condition better. I think Trump has something. He's on the spectrum, or he can't keep himself quiet.
Yeah, I think he's on something.
No, I just think there's something missing.
I think he's on something, brother.
Well, I mean, I ain't gonna.
I think he owns something. I think he owns something, and it ain't no blonde hair.
No, what I'm saying is, you could have the same situation.
No.
Like I said, when he pulled out, when he brought up those women at the debate on Clinton.
Yeah.
Or when Clinton's sleeping with the intern, or when you see men of power, they have that, like when Tiger Woods is sleeping with people in the Perkins parking lot.
Yeah,
that's just not a rational decision. And you're sitting.
That's he maybe had a fantasy.
Stop.
I mean, he could.
Stop. Man, stop. Ain't nobody sitting there having a fantasy of Perkins at 9 o'clock in the morning when you're worth $1 billion and cell phones are walking around. No one, no. And that's why I'm saying at some point.
Hey, man, have you ever saw the girls that play tennis? Serena Williams.
Yeah, the Williams sisters. Yeah.
But I mean, look at her, man. You get the.
How did we get there from Tiger Woods?
I'm just saying.
Are we
fantasy.
But no, the point is, when you're sitting there and you realize, like, I don't know if you've read, once read the biography of the Rolling Stones, the worst people in the history of the world. And they say the reason is they haven't heard the word no
in their life
since they were 19 years old.
Wow.
And somebody said, look, Mick Jagger is as nice as Mick Jagger can be. Transitioning. When you're the president of the United States, you are literally the most powerful person in the world.
That's right.
You know that. I mean, okay. What's your position on Hunter Biden? Did he break the law? Yes or no?
Yeah, he broke the law. That's why the only way you can investigate after something be broken, right?
Are they keeping it from? Are the media ignoring it?
No.
Oh, I completely disagree. They're ignoring it.
Man, you watch Fox.
Oh, Fox isn't. But when I'm talking about the major three, because everybody has that relative.
Well,
Neil Bush.
When Trump was in there, they ignored his children.
Once again, everybody.
Yeah,
and what I'm saying
that's just the way it goes.
That's the price of doing business.
That's right.
There's the law, whatever that law is, that says, okay, I can't hire your immediate family.
That's right.
They go hire the first cousin.
Nepotism.
They go hire the first cousin. We got to take a break. I don't know what the hell we're talking about, but we'll be right back after this break at the Brent Hazard Show. I said we got to take a break.
I got you.
Let's read and learn together. Meet Mason. Written by Sherry Tate. Illustrated by David. Mason is a young, inspired learner. Walk with him as he uses his 5 senses to explore the world around him. Your young one can learn to identify shapes, numbers, letters, and more with Meet Mason. Available now on Amazon.com.
Hi, I'm Q Talicia Garrett. I am here to introduce our New South Development and Training Outreach Hour every Tuesday at 2 p.m., giving you information on how to become a part of the programs through USDA and Farm Service Agency. We can be reached at 678-779-9468. We can also be found online at newsouthoutreach.com.
It's the Brent Hazard Show. Welcome back. I'm Brent Hazard, joined by Malcolm Johnson. Now, Malcolm, while we're talking about leaders,
Yes, sir.
we just had the Queen of England die.
Oh, wow.
Okay, and see, I've been intrigued by how many different people, because to me, the Queen of England, I go back, I guess in the 80s, I remember a little bit.
Yeah.
But my current memories is while, she hugged Michelle Obama, and they were, saying that broke protocol, but she was supposedly so impressed with the Obamas.
Yeah.
And she always seemed to be, whether it was moving her grandchildren along or whatever, or outspoken critic of Trump. She put supposedly in a will Trump could not come.
He didn't go, did he?
No.
Well, that ought to tell you all you need to know. It wasn't no suppose in there, brother.
Well, I mean, some of that is the grandmother role when you get so old, you just don't care.
Yeah.
But what is your opinion of the royal family or the Queen?
I think the royal family, number one, they are a family of royalties. They worth a lot of money. I did see that.
I did not know. I always thought they were in the 800 millions, but I did not know the king was it 21 billion?
Yeah, it was up there, and they didn't want. I don't think they want Prince Charles to get none of it. One of the young Princess Harry or somebody to get none of the money. They tried to stop.
Harry left because of his wife.
Yeah, his wife.
Well, see, have you kept up with that?
Oh man, do I?
You can't marry. That's like me marrying into the Kardashians and then getting mad at them for having a reality show. Fool, you know the deal.
You know what you was getting into when you married.
She knows.
That's
as
right.
a black woman from America,
Yeah.
she knew what she was. One, she ain't marrying Harry the plumber.
No.
Let's be honest. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Harry ain't wooing someone.
Harry the radio host.
Exactly. Oh no, Harry the lawyer ain't getting a date with Meghan Markle.
Hey, look, she wasn't marrying Ken Wade.
No, they ain't marrying Brent Hazard. Let's be as honest can be. But when you marry into that family, I mean, they are literally the oldest
family over here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, I mean, you either walk up to grandma,
act like you like it.
come on in here.
That's right.
Or you don't do it because you're not going to have a normal life. You're going to be hated.
Yeah.
I'm not going.
You never saw her like going on those shopping sprees with the Queen.
No.
Or pretending.
Yeah.
You supposed to fake it.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
If you one, we all have to do it on the in-laws.
That's
but
right.
two, if you don't want that kind of money, I mean, it doesn't matter who. If you or I marrying, pick the Waltons.
Yeah.
Man, that ain't coming for free.
No, Lord.
You're gonna have to jump. You're gonna have so many haters and so many people talking about you got to sign this prenup and stuff and do that. That's just business. But the whole thing about it is
don't make me laugh, Brent.
No, I mean, but
it's business.
It's totally business. At some point, marriage becomes people don't want to talk about. People want to romanticize weddings. People are forgetting in 1911, you could leave your wife at the city square and auction her off.
Yes, right.
There's cases of that.
But Brett, did you see what I saw?
What?
The Queen horse was brought to her funeral, and the horse was crying.
Yeah.
They had her dogs there. Yeah, the horse. They showed the camera, and the guy on the TV say, "This is her horse, Monty Rod."
Do you think the royal family should get back the money for reparations?
Well, that's a hard question. I don't know enough about it. I don't know enough about it. I don't know enough about it to make that decision. But I know one thing.
Okay. Yeah.
They should have a trial before other England's people in the royal country, in their country, to find out if they have done wrong.
Well,
put it like
India,
yeah,
Australia. Right now, the people still connected to the crown. Canada, Australia, New Zealand. I think India. They might have ended it. A lot of the Caribbean islands.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean, one, do you believe anybody should be okay? Bill Gates. He quote unquote earned his money by ripping off some people. I think the last time I saw it, $80 billion.
Yeah, he's loaded. He's loaded, brother.
Should any human being on the planet be worth it? Now here's a catch-22. They'll tell you I'm not worth $80 billion. That's what my stock's worth.
Yeah.
The moment Bill Gates sells that stock, it's crashing.
Yeah.
Because everybody's like, what does he know? What does he know?
Yeah.
Do you think we should have taxes on a level, there should be a cap on people accumulating so much wealth? Because I mean, here's the deal: when you're talking about,
well, you know the trick to that. You know the trick to that.
Go ahead.
The real trick to what you're saying.
Okay.
Bill Gates is an American, right?
Yes.
But if he got his money in Honolulu, in Honduras,
he got it in America. He got it. No, you're talking about
some of it here.
Currently.
Yeah, currently. Some of it here. And so normally what people do in stages like that, I believe Michael Jackson done it, was had so much money in other countries and other areas that America couldn't really tax it.
Yeah.
You know, they say, no taxation is no representation.
Yeah.
What are they go?
Going back to 1776.
Yeah.
No taxation without representation.
Okay, so what we have is people, when they get so much money, they have people in other places that tell them how to move the money and hide the money. And so that's what you have.
But the argument was, or the arguments I've seen or theories are, back in the day, when a king accumulated $21 billion, very easy to take it.
Yeah.
Go in there and kill the king.
Yeah.
And because
throw him in the fire.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, we can't do that anymore. So since we can't do that anymore and have a true revolution, the people like the Hiltons, the people like the Waltons,
they don't die out.
But that money, you almost have to be an idiot. The Waltons will never lose that money.
Oh, no.
So what I'm saying is, should the government, I think what people, to me, what made America great, or one of the things, assets I'd like to see us keep, every 200 years, all corporations have to start over. Because I don't like this too big to fail. I don't like these right now that Google and Apple have more money, and then maybe Facebook, than the United States government.
And Amazon too.
Does that not concern you?
Well, I'm finna bring it up.
Okay.
The guy that owned Facebook, Zimmerman.
Yeah, Zuckerberg.
Zuckerberg, man.
Yeah.
Where I get Zimmerman from? But Zuckerberg was giving money to count. He had so much money, they just started giving it out.
Correct.
Yeah, so that's you got a problem.
But see, and what I'm saying.
And now Mississippi changed the law saying that, hey, that I think, is it Mississippi Federal, that now you can't take money from private entities for public elections or for public things.
They're always trying to.
You know, that's the Republican laws.
Yeah,
and they want to change the rule on it.
Change it on contribution.
I just brought it up because we're talking about money.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Should Zuckerberg have as much? Okay, let's change it a little bit. Should Google, Amazon, Walmart, and Facebook, those are the four, should they be broken up just on pure size?
No. This is America.
Yeah.
You should have the right.
But isn't America a competition? Because I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah, but you know, you when you telling me, it's like a lawyer.
Okay.
Tort reform is wrong because what you're saying is that when a person is suffering, right? Listen to me now. A cap $450,000. You can't say that I'm suffering just for I got $450,000 worth of burns on my body.
Yeah.
You can't. I don't believe that's right.
But
I'm going to tort reform.
But yeah.
Then guess what else I know?
Go ahead.
It's not fair to the attorneys that stay up all night and prepare for those trials and go in there and only can get not even a slice of the pie no more because guess what? You got 9 people on the case. And then you got all of these witnesses that got to come to court, right? And when everybody get paid, the attorney that worked hard and stayed up all night and scratched all his hair off his head.
Wow, we're getting personal right now.
No,
we're
I'm
getting
just,
shots.
you know how it go, man.
Shots fired. But no, the issue is,
you know how it go, man.
Look, I'm okay with tort reform. My issue though is this.
I'm talking about the money.
I understand that.
It's not right.
I know.
So you're saying Facebook need tort reform?
Now, what I'm saying,
Amazon need to be able to cap.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If your theory is we have to regulate society,
yeah, you're right.
Or regulate the lawyers.
That's right.
I'm for regulating
everybody.
And my issue with Facebook is, as you know, in my opinion, Facebook was looking the other way to let some of these Trump scandals go.
Oh yeah, and blaming it on the Russians.
Correct. When an idiot could have found out the Russians, because they were making money.
Yeah,
because they
got rich off of it. Yeah, and now when it's over and the money ain't coming no more because Trump is gone, now they want to regulate it.
Well, you and I both know good news doesn't sell. Conspiracy's going to be shared on either side.
Lies.
You know, the Clintons were killing people. Share. Ooh, and you know, you start talking about it and gets a little excitement.
What did I tell you last week, Brent?
Clintons killed people?
Nope. I told you Polo told Tim 10% truth and 85% was a story.
Right, yes, exactly.
And the other 5% was use your own imagination.
Correct. And I mean, but that sells.
It's sold though,
Yeah,
and people believed it.
Well, look, Howard Stern's worth $500 million.
Woo.
We're not watching Shakespeare. And I mean, that's true. So some of it falls on us. But I think as a government going, if they can affect my pocketbook, I'm okay with that if it's the betterment of society.
Yeah.
But that's when we have to come together and say, you know what? We can only sue the doctors for so much. Well, then they should only be able to charge so much.
That's right.
And we should pass Obamacare locally.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. As long as I tell people all the time, it's like taxing. I don't care as long as the tax rate's for everybody, the tax rate's fair, don't give me the 25% tax rate. And like you said, Gates hiding his money in the Bahamas.
That's right.
Gates made $1.
Yeah. All that crap. Yeah. Money in Japan.
Exactly. Let's all pay the same share and get rid of the tax lawyers and tax code.
Do you remember Bernie Ebbers?
Oh, yeah, MCA.
You think he's one of the smartest guys to ever come through?
He's dead now.
I know he's dead, but I'm talking about with numbers.
No.
He took a company.
He got caught.
Yeah, he got caught, but
he committed several violations.
Yeah.
I think we'll go ahead.
I used to eat at his restaurant, at his truck stop down at Brookhaven.
Okay. I heard
he had some good food down there, man.
I heard he did the same thing that he got caught for there was a lawsuit. The lawyers used to talk about this. In 96, he got sued for doing the same thing.
I brought that up because the same thing that Facebook and Amazon is doing is what he tried to do. They had more successful lawyers and people in place that helped them put the pyramid together.
But that goes back to us. I completely agree with that. And take Uber. Uber's best year lost $6 billion.
How many?
$6 billion.
Woo!
But what I'm saying is everybody who started with Uber is a multimillionaire because people are like, ooh, this is going to change.
Can I send a shout out to someone?
Go ahead.
To the Catholic Charities. Today they had their annual fundraiser. Well, I'm not going to call it a fundraiser. They had their annual charity auction today at the convention center. And I want to send a shout out to those people that work hard to try to raise monies to help people that don't have homes, people that parents died and they didn't have nowhere to go. So I do want to send a shout out to people that's doing some good things locally.
Well, no, let me say this. As a youth court prosecutor, if you don't know about Catholic Charities, they're heavily involved in counseling of those who've been sexually and physically abused. Yes.
The priests?
No, the charities. They
man, you scared me, man.
No. Physically abused by third parties.
The nuns, really.
Wow.
Well,
No, but they do outstanding work. So yes, but what my point was, in Mississippi, we don't dream enough. And you're right about that.
We're closed-minded. We got the crowd mentality.
There's a reason.
Brett Hazard is going up. Let's pull him down.
There's a reason they had to take Bernie to Manhattan to prosecute him. Because he wasn't going to be found guilty here.
Oh, no.
He's the only person
that ever been transferred to go to the big court, the big house.
Because he's from Mississippi.
Sure did. I remember the picture when he got out the car, out of the Suburban. Yeah, I remember that picture.
But my whole point is, if he would have done it right, and he would have done it, this is what killed
He didn't have the right. He did not have the right.
Oh, he got greedy.
He did not have the right staff around him.
No, dude. He knew exactly what they.
He should have had you, Richard Schwartz, and all y'all guys around him that know how to wheel and deal, brother.
FedEx, Fred Smith of FedEx mortgaged one plane 6 times. He committed wire fraud and mail fraud 6 times on one plane.
Yeah.
But in 2022, he's indicted. But you say that.
But you got to have good lawyers around you.
But you say that.
Yeah, you got to have.
Favre's still walking.
Well, you know what's going on with that, right?
RDA won't indict him.
I can't say that. The federal have stepped in. The federal has stepped in, and I understand that
DAs haven't indicted him.
But I understand that we do have a new U.S. attorney that could be coming in.
Who is it? Who is it?
I know, but I don't want to say the wrong name right now. But what I do want to say, we do have a new U.S. attorney coming in.
I heard they're appointing the same gentleman that was U.S. attorney under Obama.
I heard they appointed a guy that used to work for Congressman Thompson. He started out under Congressman Thompson in Washington.
My problem.
And he's elevated up.
We're in 2022. You're 2 years into it.
Yeah, but
they've wasted 4 years.
The wheel of justice goes slow.
No, Biden's administration needs to get some appointments.
Man, Joe Biden is doing the best he can do at his age. The man is 80-something years old now.
He's on the uptick.
Have you been around any 80-year-old people lately?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Okay, they don't move like Brett Hazard.
We're sitting in one studio right now with Socrates Garrett. And Socrates moves quickly.
Yeah, he get around good. Sock get around good. Him and Dr. Henderson, man,
they're both.
They gets around.
Yeah,
how old? 90. I didn't say that.
I said it. They're both 90. But no, I mean the whole issue is in Mississippi. Okay, we got way off topic.
Yeah, but we just having a good conversation.
Okay, so Malcolm really believes that no Democrats killed people. Do you believe? Or do you believe the Clintons killed people or not?
No, I don't believe the Clintons killed them. I believe Bill loved the women.
The problem I have with the Clintons killing people is that they're too stupid to keep Monica Lewinsky quiet. If they were going to kill anybody, they would have smoked her. And, you do
know Bill had a child by a black woman.
Oh, I blank. Bill has. Well, let me tell you what no one talks about.
Yeah.
When Bill was flying down to Epstein's Island, come on now. He ain't going down there to date a 40-year-old woman.
He could have been going to pray. Sometimes people go and pray.
Bill needs to be arrested today. Right? They need to get the Epstein book and go arrest everybody in that travel man.
I was in Arkansas one time, and I was right outside of Bill's hometown.
Okay.
And I was eating, and there was a book there. And I looked in the book, and this guy was in there in a local magazine, really just telling people that Bill was his father.
Oh, there's no doubt.
And his life did not change because his father, his name was William.
Oh, hang on.
He said his life didn't change.
Let me go ahead and say this. People forget Archie Manning was basically a swinger in New Orleans in the 70s.
No, man, not Archie.
Dude, that is in his biography. Him and Olivia hit the hard times, and they basically had an open marriage. They've whitewashed that.
Wow, I didn't know that.
I'm telling you, Archie Manning got around, and there's been rumors that he has some children wrong, but they done scrubbed that clean where there's a book of Manning now. But no, I mean, it's like I said, they wrote about in their own books.
Wow.
About how
Olivia?
Yes.
I thought she was a Catholic woman. Catholic.
It's amazing how we purge ourselves as we get older.
Yeah.
Okay, we're running out of time. Who do you think should run the city of Jackson's water supply?
I think that the state of Mississippi need to appoint a council or maybe a board.
How many people?
Maybe a 7-man board.
Who's on the board? You name them.
From Jackson?
You name them. You're appointing them. Who's on the board?
I would like to see Howard Ketchens on there.
Okay, he's the engineer we talked about.
Well, he's a business guy.
Okay.
But he's made some $1 million investments in the past.
You got 6 more appointments.
I would have to go with my guy. I would have to go with Leroy Walker.
2.
Kane Ditto.
Leroy needs a little bit more trouble. He needs to start some good trouble every now and then.
Yeah, I would say Kane Ditto. He's been a past mayor.
I know.
He connected well. You got to have someone from the white community, bro. You can't just have a 7-man.
I didn't say have. This is your pick.
Yeah. I'm just saying I would go with Kane Ditto. I would like to look at maybe Andrew Jenkins, who's had experience in the water engineering.
4.
I would look at someone out of Wagner, that's locally, that's in Jackson, Mississippi. I can take a couple engineers out of there.
I think you have.
And then I would put a woman on there, and I would probably look at Miss Willie Jones. She's in the business community, but she's also open-minded enough to understand that the water got to be clean and the system got to be ran.
You got some good names. I would look at more. I would try to get a group, a segment more from the universities.
Yeah, younger.
Well, just engineering.
Yeah.
And not having I don't want to have any issues.
You got to stick with the business too, though, because it's a business.
Well, look, I mean,
that water association what is it, a law firm? It's a business.
Yes.
Am I right?
Yeah, ain't no doubt.
It's a bit. You got lawyers, you got paralegals, secretaries, janitors.
Half of my cases turned into charity, I swear to God.
Oh, man.
But you know how it is.
Yeah.
People,
yeah.
And then people gonna scream at me about it. But look, I had to block some people. I'm like,
you know what? Let me say this.
Go ahead. You finally explain to me why you called me a super talk boy?
We're gonna get to that. I'm gonna get to that. Listen.
Go ahead.
Now, Brett, I'm gonna say this too.
Mr. Producer, can we move comments? Your mouse is in the way. Go ahead. We're running out of time.
One thing I would also like to say, and we would need a good law firm, a good lawyer on that board. Because it don't make no sense to go out and hire a law firm
let me say this.
to represent the board when you can have one on there to give legal advice.
You ask about the latest filings, and we'll address this before we have to go. Robert Gibbs is local counsel for Leif Cabrazier that filed a class action. There's already 3 class actions. I filed a class action a year ago and got dismissed for not exhausting administrative remedies. I think these 3, now there's a class action out there for minor children who have been exposed to lead.
Yeah.
Leif Cabrazier is one of the biggest firms in the nation. They're in California. They run California. They are basically business partners. Robert Leif has told me on the phone that his business partner is Don Barrett.
Wow.
So if Leif is here, Don Barrett's in the background, in my opinion. They have literally drafted everything that they've done in Michigan. Now, the problem is with Michigan, it's a different issue, it's a different circuit. They've drafted a lot of things, 1983 civil rights violations. I don't think they're going to be successful in, but I think they're going to have to be ordered like we were to go to administrative remedies. But we'll keep an eye on that. We are running out of time. I want to thank people for tuning in. Share, like. Malcolm Johnson, Brent Hazard will be back here. I don't even know what we accomplished here today, but we rambled. You're just staring at me.
Well, let me say this.
Okay.
Super talk, boy.
Finally, we're going to get down to the bottom of it.
See you next week.
We'll see y'all next week. Thank you for tuning in.
We off?
No. We off.
It's not me, Brett. I promise.
Let's read,
Brett,
learn
you was
together. Meet Mason. Written by Sherry Tate. Illustrated by David. Mason is a young, inspired learner. Walk with him as he uses his 5 senses to explore the world around him. Your young one can learn to identify shapes, numbers, letters, and more with Meet Mason. Available now on Amazon.com.
It's like 5, or just catch us on the podcast. You'll find it a real surprise. Cause it's real spill, real deal. Knock out Holyfield. There's no kill bill. Get real, we really on the field. Blood, sweat, and tears steady spill as we make the real. And no blocking shots, we always hot like Harden with the steel.
Hey, Phil, the marshmallows still gonna swell up, right?
We still talking about these marshmallows?
We still talking about it.
Come on, man. I'm not trying to hear that no more.
We gonna hear about it.
We're not.
Yeah,
I don't think so. Yeah, okay.
Hey, guys. Settle down. Let's save it for the show. It's about to get real.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome back to your favorite sports talk show, Real Spill 601. You have me, your host, Jan Nichols. Regular crew, guys. Regular crew.
On a special day.
Real Spill Field to my left, man.
How y'all doing?
Larry Legend to my right. The man, the myth, the legend.
Eric Jordan. Fellow Jordan Love, man. You know how we do it.
We like to welcome y'all to this special Real Spill special. I'm glad the Real Spill special right here.
This is special.
The Real Spill special
This
right
is
here,
special
man.
right here.
We know it. We know what y'all here for. We know what y'all
We know
here
what
for.
segment y'all here for.
We know what y'all want to hear.
Best believe we gonna talk about it.
We got something for y'all.
We gonna talk about
One
it.
guy went live, but he saw it. So we all gonna talk about it.
What does that have to do with anything?
Big man gonna holler.
Okay, so that's how we start today.
Hey, I like it. I love it, actually. I love it today. That's where we gonna go. You gotta come on this ride along now.
So yeah, we got the Real Spill special. We got 3 topics. 2, we talking about the NFL, and then we hitting right with it, the HBCU. We'll go ahead and get right into it. This past Sunday, the Dallas Cowboys routed the Minnesota Vikings 40-3. This past Sunday, the Minnesota Vikings came into that game as the number 1 seeded team in the NFC. So guys, with this win for the Dallas Cowboys, do you see the Cowboys now as a legit Super Bowl contender?
LOL. You know what that mean? Laughing out loud. Right. Seriously, for the ones that didn't know that.
Right.
There's no way in heck that I think the Cowboys are a Super Bowl contender. And I know, Melvin, you watching it. Look, check this out. I know you riding the wave right now, baby, but it's gonna come a time. A wise man once said, them Lucky Charms gonna swell up.
And I'm that wise man who said it. And you darn right.
And for them Cowboys, theirs already swelling up. But these Cowboys fans so delusional because they see a couple wins against easy teams. And right now, if they believe that Dak Prescott is the answer to all of this.
What about last week? Was that an easy team?
Last week, the score they having against the Vikings, that should have been last week. they had no business losing to Green Bay. And that's exactly the next point I was about to get into. Thank you for bringing that up. If you're going to put your faith in Dak Prescott, I think not. Don't do it. He's so inconsistent, it don't make no sense. And when he has a consistent game, you know what he's doing? Dink and dunk. He's throwing it to his running back. His running back was the leading receiver.
He's a dog.
Against the Vikings. He had 6 receptions for 106 yards for 2 TDs.
He's a dog.
All he's doing is throwing a wheel route. Wheel or out. Come on.
The little flare.
He ain't doing nothing. When he played Green Bay, he went 26 for 47. That's 19 incompletions. Then he had 2 interceptions.
He played a good game at first.
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't. They was up. Hold up. They was up. They was up on us. We walked them down like always.
No. Dak Prescott played like the sanitary person that he is.
No.
And the other thing is, you said this point before. When the Cowboys have a good running game going, that's when the Cowboys win. It's not because of that.
Right.
Tony Pollard, he had 14 carries for 70 yards. That was a pretty good game, but also Zeke had 12 for 58. So combined, that's over 100. So they helped them out a lot. And the thing is, for the Cowboys to honestly have any chance of going to the Super Bowl, let's just say they have a chance, they're going to be dependent on their defense to lock up. So bad.
Right.
Because what they're going to do is they're going to key in on the running game, make Dak throw. We know what we're going to do.
What you mean?
It's going to be a low-scoring game.
It's going to be a
low-scoring game.
The Packers forced Dak to throw the ball, and that's how y'all won.
He jumped on it.
You know that. You watched that. You're Packers fan. What did he do?
He threw the ball
in the air. What did he do?
No. Not what did he do. What did y'all make them do? You a Packers fan. What did y'all make the Cowboys do?
We made them throw.
What did that result in?
At first, they were jumping on us, man. He was throwing.
What did that result in?
A loss, of course.
Don't circle around it. Just get straight to the point.
No. At first, you done, Phil?
Yeah, go ahead now. We're just trying to get the answer question.
First of all, to y'all Cowboy fans, Appreciate y'all. You know who I'm talking about. All y'all Cowboy fans, you know who I'm talking about. I told y'all when y'all play Green Bay, it don't matter if it's this year or years back, y'all don't beat us. Y'all don't beat us. We own you. That's first of all. Second of all, like these guys acting delusional. Dak Prescott had a heck of a game. The first quarter,
he went 21 for 25.
The first quarter, I was like, dang, Dak is throwing that ball. CeeDee Lamb getting wide open on my boy Jair.
CeeDee Lamb had 5 catches.
We talking about the Green Bay Packers game?
Yeah, the Green Bay Packers game.
Oh,
I'm not talking
about the Vikings game.
I'm not talking about the Vikings game. I'm talking about the Green Bay Packers game. But look,
we talking about last week.
I'm finna talk about the Vikings game. They jumped on the Vikings. I'm glad they beat the Vikings because they would have helped us out. But shoot, we couldn't beat the Tennessee Titans.
Listen, that don't matter anyway. Y'all, that is over. That's over. Why are we talking about the Packers or the division? That's over. Let that go. Let's talk about the present.
You ain't getting that. Y'all not gonna be number 1 in the division. Are you crazy?
They got to go on a long losing streak. And it started yesterday with the Vikings. So I'm just keeping it like it is. Hopefully Kirk Cousins keeps sticking it up like he did against the Cowboys.
Okay, if they keep sticking it up, y'all just lost to the Titans. And
Titans good.
Derrick Henry barely tried to beat y'all.
No, Ryan Tannehill played a heck of a game. Did you see that? Ryan Tannehill.
Wait, no, you're right. You're right. No, you are right. Look, Tannehill had a great game. I think it was the opposite. Some would say Tannehill had an Aaron Rodgers type game. Especially that deep ball on who? Who threw that deep ball on in the end of the game?
Jair Alexander. Who has been getting exposed this season? Who's been getting exposed this season?
Call the game.
But look,
you go deep on 23 and then he say he a baby.
If Ryan Tannehill play like that, the Titans gonna be scary in the AFC. I done said it too many times now. It all depends on Tannehill.
You are the one that he's the one that's delusional.
You the only person that say that though.
You are delusional.
We already know we getting.
You don't know the writing on the wall. They're gonna make a long run like they did in the AFC Championship game. But anyway,
funny, man.
The Dallas Cowboys played very good against the Vikings. The defense was unbelievable. Tony Pollard is a dog. You see, he's starting to be the number 1 back.
We already called that. We called that 6 weeks back, man.
2-3 weeks ago.
Dak Prescott played phenomenal. That Prescott looked like that. Okay.
Wait to hear you.
But I still just think the Cowboys going to lose to the 49ers in the playoffs, man. Jimmy G, porn star Jimmy G is playing lights out. Don't get me wrong. He's playing like he don't want to give his job back up to Trey Lance. I'm just keeping the book. But the Cowboys, if they're not going to be in Big D and they got to go on the road, bye-bye. Shoot. They'll even lose at home. You just can't put your trust in the Dallas Cowboys. But I put my trust in Dak Prescott, but I don't know about the Cowboys.
Ask you said he don't believe. You mean to tell me you believe that Jimmy G is gonna beat Dak Prescott in the playoffs?
Dak Prescott wouldn't. That's how you feel. Dak Prescott wouldn't.
You a Dak Prescott fan?
But listen, Dak Prescott wouldn't be the cause of them losing. Trust me, it'll be somebody else because he's gonna be making the big time plays. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Let's answer this one question for me. Who was the problem? The reason Cowboys lost to the 49ers last year?
I mean, it was multiple reasons. No run game. Dak had the O-line. Come on now.
What happened at the end of the game, dog?
He sugarcoated in America. It's Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott was the reason they lost last year.
What?
Any Cowboy fan will tell you that. It was Dak Prescott. But you go ahead.
I'm pretty much done. I know the writing on the wall. The Cowboys not going to the Super Bowl.
Right. So, yeah. At the end of the day, I know we got some Cowboy fans out here. America's team, quote unquote. Right.
The Cowboys, just like Jet State, they're going to
fold. They're not a Super Bowl contender. Because, for me, in my opinion, I feel like the way that the league has shifted and changed, you still have good teams here and there that are well balanced. This year, you see that if you put the right pieces around a mediocre quarterback, they'll still give you regular season wins.
So you calling Dak mediocre?
Let me finish. I'm going to go ahead and name them out. Guys like Dak Prescott, Tua Tagovailoa, Jalen Hurts, Ryan Tannehill. Guys like that. You surround them when you have proper coaching like the Mike Vrabels of the world. I don't know how you call it with the Cowboys. Mike McCarthy, he's still
Super Bowl champ against your boys.
I got rid of for a reason.
Super Bowl champ.
You have coaching and still with them. The GMs are putting the proper pieces around, and which is indicative in regular season wins. But as I've seen, especially last year, we've seen now You gotta have a quarterback to win this game.
Man.
Now the way it's set up, you gotta have a quarterback. The days of Trent Dilfer and those type of guys winning the Super Bowl, those days are long gone. It's time now for you to have
Nick Foles did it. Hold on, Nick Foles did it.
I'm serious. What
you mean?
Nick Foles did it.
And when was that? 2017, 2018.
That was the end of the era right
there. The league is completely different now. You gotta have an elite, in my opinion, you have to have an elite quarterback to play and win you games in the playoffs. Because at the end of the day, they scheme for this team all week long. At some point in time, like I always say, during the game, the rubber gonna meet the road. They know what you're gonna do. You know what they gonna do. Who wanted more? And it always come down to the quarterback. And who touches the ball the most? The quarterback. And this is what Dak Prescott has done now. Now, Dak Prescott has went 13-3, 9-7, 10-6, 8-8. 2-3, 11-5, and he's technically only 3-2 this year.
That's a good record.
He's only played 5 games. He's only played 5 games.
That's a good record.
He's been to the playoffs 3 times. And tell me how many wins he got.
He won. Okay, you always go back to that.
Tell me how many wins he got, Phil. You want to answer that question for me? How many wins he got? How many playoff wins does he have?
Playoff wins?
Yeah. From all those regular season wins, how many playoff wins does he have?
I think he only got 1.
He has 2, I want to say.
He got 2.
Just like your quarterback, Andy Dalton. Zero.
No.
0.
No.
1.
He only got 1.
He only has 1. Dak Prescott only has 1 playoff win for all those regular season wins.
More than your current quarterback.
They went 13-3, got bounced. They went 10-6, won 1 game, then got bounced. The last year, 11-5, we saw what the 49ers did, got bounced. All I'm saying is, for me, in my opinion, if I've let somebody play on my top multiple times, I'm done giving them the benefit of the doubt. I'm done giving them the benefit of the doubt. I know now who you are. You showed me over time after time who you really are.
Whatever,
Dak
bro.
Prescott, we know who you really are.
Dak Prescott got
more. Light up in the regular season. It's gonna look good. It's gonna sound good. It's gonna feel. It's gonna taste sweet.
Dress it up, baby.
At the end of the day, in the playoffs, when the road meets the road, he not built like.
At the end of the day, he got more playoff wins. At the end of the day, he got more playoff wins than Andy Dalton, Jameis Winston, and your quarterback. At the end of the day,
he does that every time.
Come on now.
We talk about Aaron Rodgers.
Come on now.
He brings up somebody quarterback. We talk about Dak Prescott. He brings somebody other quarterback. But like I always say, what's the difference? What is the difference?
What you mean?
Aaron Rodgers, Dak Prescott both get paid $40-50 million a year. They're paid as franchise quarterbacks. Andy Dalton, Jameis Winston. I'm tired of repeating myself.
That's your starting quarterback though.
Oh, you're right. But they are not getting paid as if they're paid for franchise quarterbacks. Andy Dalton was brought as a backup just to see or really as a reliever if Jameis Winston got hurt over the season, of course, the season. That ended up happening. Now he's starting quick QB. Jameis Winston had a 2-year contract, ladies and gentlemen. 2 years, not 5, not 4, 2. He's already on his first year. He's probably on his way out, but he's on 2 years. He is not the long-term solution. The Pittsburgh Steelers, Mr. Trubisky was brought in not as a long-term solution. At all. Kenny Pickett is still on roll call. They don't know if he's a solution. None of these guys are getting paid $40-50 million. Like, when you pay quarterbacks $40-50 million, you are entrusting your future of your franchise to be a part for a long term because you feel like that is the guy for you to win. But if the wins don't add up, then you look indicative of the highest paid employee of that company. Russell Wilson has gotten paid now $50 million. Now we're looking at him questionably because now why? Because he's getting paid over $250 million.
Russell Wilson.
Why there's scrutiny and there's criticism that comes with that. Dak Prescott has been paid. Last year he got paid $75 million. This year he got paid $40-something million. That's why criticism follows that way. Aaron Rodgers has made $40 million now. He's been to playoff, but has yet to reach Super Bowl in 10 years. That's where criticism comes by. So I'm tired of hearing the New Orleans Saints when it comes to Andy Dalton, Jameis Winston, guys that don't even have long-term contracts. Stop comparing them. They're nowhere near the league. But nobody's debating that Jameis Winston and Aaron Rodgers are the same quarterback. Nobody's ever said that. Just because you're angry because we're calling out the facts.
They start quarterbacks though,
Don't bring the next over to my
They start quarterbacks.
Just because these are our favorite team. I know situations of every team. We're not going to keep going like that. Dak Prescott is who he says he is, which is a guy that has 1 win in the playoffs and has been in the league for 6 years. We done with that. No more new stuff. He's getting paid like a veteran. We treat him accordingly. That's where the criticism comes from.
But he's still, your quarterbacks are still quarterbacks in the league. So I don't care about money. Income don't have nothing to do with it, bro.
What do you mean income don't have nothing to do with it? What are you saying?
What are you saying? You compare short term and long term. Okay, the people that's in short term, they got to earn their money and earn their contract in years to play on the team.
Right.
But they still got a chance right now. But they ain't doing nothing with it, so they finna be bounced. Okay, cool. Dak Prescott got.
You're not making that sense.
I am making sense.
I don't know.
What does that have indicative to the subject, though? Make sure you have it indicative to the subject.
But you are comparing short term and long term. Okay, Dak earn his money to get paid.
Short term and long term.
His guys are short term deals. Okay, Dak Prescott got long term deals.
That has nothing to do with it. The money we're talking about. Let's talk about.
Why did you bring? I'm saying, why are you comparing them? Why are you comparing those
NFL quarterbacks in the league? That's what I'm comparing. That's what I'm
two
comparing.
Two complete different situations, though. Two complete situations.
At the end of the day,
it's Justin Fields' situation and Dak Prescott's situation the same.
No.
No. So why do the same thing with the New Orleans Saints or the Pittsburgh Steelers? It's because one reason, America. Because those are our favorite teams. That's all he's saying. He's trying to do things to get under people's skin. But I'm calling it how I see.
But look,
Dak Prescott walks like a duck, talks like a duck. So what he is, a duck.
He's not a duck. He's a franchise quarterback and get the big time money and big time play, make big time plays. That's what Dak Prescott finna do. And okay, he got one playoff win. He's been there 3 times though. And one time when he had a big good year, he got injured.
I'm gonna go there with it. I'm gonna go here with it. Lace, you were communicating with a young lady. She's done you wrong multiple times. She showed you over the years now, not just a year, not just a couple months, years who she really is.
Yeah.
Would you go back?
No, maybe. I don't know.
That says it all, man. That says it all.
Hey y'all, America. Hey,
that says it all.
Hey, America. Hey, America.
That's all we need to hear right here.
No, maybe. That's what Jerry Jones doing. No, maybe. And look what Jerry Jones doing. He's sticking with the maybe. Put that on Real Spill.
After the break, man, we getting back with the NFL. We're gonna see who do we all think right now so far is the NFL MVP. We'll see you guys after the break.
Do you have something to say? Do you want your voice heard? Join the We Believe Global lineup. Be the star of your own show. For more info, call 800-492-5186, option number 1, or visit online at webelieve.global. Advertise on webelieve.global, a brand new digital media platform. Share your brand with our audience on our many global live stream TV broadcasts and over the radio. For more info, visit webelieve.global or call 800-492-5186, option 1.
Hi, I'm Q Talicia Garrett. I am here to introduce our New South Development and Training Outreach Hour every Tuesday at 2 p.m., giving you information on how to become a part of the programs through USDA and Farm Service Agency. We can be reached at 678-779-9468. We can also be found online at newsouthoutreach.com.
Welcome back, everybody. Staying with the league, the Shield NFL. With the NFL getting closer to the postseason, there have been a plethora of players that have had dominant seasons throughout this season. With all these talents playing around, I want to ask you guys, who do you feel like so far is the NFL MVP?
I'm going to go first, and I'm going to be very, very simple with you.
I know where you're going.
Who I'm going with.
I already know. Go ahead.
Hey, look, man. I'm going with a guy. I'm going with a guy that played for Roll Tide. You know what I'm saying? He earned it. I either go with Hurts.
Yep.
I can go with Tua.
That's exactly the two I had on my mind.
You're right. And you know who I'm rocking with? I'm rocking with lefty Tua Tagovailoa, the Hawaiian. I am rocking with him. He finished 15 in yards. He had 15 yards, 2,285. Okay, QBR is number 1 in the league. Number 1 in the league, Phil. Number 1. 83.1 percentile. He finished 5th right now with 18 touchdowns and only 3 picks. Come on now. I know he got injured a couple games. He tied for second with an interception. I know he got a man in Tyreek Hill that's gonna get it. He got Jalen Waddle. He got a tight end. All these guys. Tua's going to win it this year. I mean, they might finish first place in the division because the Buffalo Bills are struggling right now. They are struggling because Josh Allen's not healthy right now. He's not. I'm gonna keep it a buck. He's not healthy. And you put your faith in Josh Allen, he's going to choke. He's going to choke in the playoffs, and I'm standing on it. But Tua Tagovailoa, he's going to surprise the people in this playoffs now. He got Saban in him. He got that Alabama mentality, Roll Tide. They long for winning rings. So I'm just gonna keep it a buck. If Tua get in the playoffs and they gonna be in Miami Vice now, it's hard to win up in there. I know some guys know about that Miami Vice life. They get the party, you know, Oceano Drive and stuff, going to South Beach. They ain't not prepared to go in them gardens. You know what I'm saying? When them fans up, they up. And Tua gonna be ready, because Tua don't do much of all that social media, social life.
Right.
He hard Samoan, straight up playing ball. And the other guy up there in Philly, he right behind him, close up, a dog. But I gotta rock with Tua, man, because Tua been there. He gonna show y'all. He gonna be the biggest. What the biggest was last year, how it is this year in the AFC.
First off, when you just talk about Tua, you just make it seem like he is the best quarterback you've ever seen.
I said, y'all know what my slogan. Russell Wilson 2.0.
Only reason that he feels like this, first off, he's a lefty. Lacey.
Right.
He played quarterback, and he was a left-handed quarterback too as well. So he feel like they alike in some ways.
Right.
Delusional. That's the first delusion. Second delusion. There's a similarity between Jalen Hurts and Tua that I want to point out.
What, Alabama?
Okay.
Yeah, we're Alabama.
Okay, go ahead.
When you put them up against the best,
Right.
At
the time, Clemson, Georgia, what they do?
Whoever you want to call it.
When LSU?
Excuse me?
Well, it was. What year was?
Last time Tua played.
Time out. Okay. When you put them against the best,
right,
and you need them in that moment to get the job done, because you say that they got that saving in them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you something. He coached the LSU.
Yeah, I know. You're right. And in Miami. Too. I know the fact.
He coached the LSU first.
So he brought that LSU coach over.
He brought that over. No, not Tua. No, that never.
My Nick Saban.
Oh yeah, he brought that over.
Yeah.
And Tua seemed to not be able to get that from him. He can't get the LSU coach because he can't finish. When it really mattered, he can't win it. When he needed to beat LSU, what happened?
Man, four and out. It went down to the wire. When nobody opened at the time.
Jalen Hurts started against Georgia in the national championship.
You ain't gonna say when he started against LSU, what he do? Won. They went undefeated.
No, he beat us in the regular season, but what happened when he had his own team in Oklahoma?
It wasn't no dogs.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't the Alabama dogs. It wasn't the Alabama dogs.
Even before that, like I was just saying, when they played Georgia, what happened? Jalen Hurts got benched. And then now we're going to the league. To his first and a half season, he's getting benched by Ryan Fitzpatrick. There's no way I believe in this man. He's not ready to be no MVP.
Right.
Because you want me to tell you something? He's not the best player on the team. For the first time ever, it's not the quarterback making the receiver look good. It's the receiver making the quarterback look good.
I agree.
Tyreek's having a career season.
No, he's having a career.
And it's not because of Tua. It's because he's just making it happen.
Tua gonna run around and catch the ball and throw the ball to himself?
Tua be underthrowing. He's inconsistent. They say he's the most accurate, but I don't see it. I'm just being honest. Then you want to talk about Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts gonna get exposed. His time coming.
He gonna get exposed against Green Bay.
His time is coming.
He gonna get exposed. He gonna get exposed.
I saw when they played the Commanders.
Yeah.
I said, oh yeah.
They supposed to win that game.
Oh yeah.
They supposed to win that game.
No, I saw it then. I said it's gonna come. They playing with it. They're supposed to lose. Oh man,
it's all right. They finna lose. They finna lose Sunday night against my boys. It's all good. They finna lose.
Nah, I'm gonna keep it stacked with you. Y'all ain't gonna do nothing with the Eagles.
Okay.
For the first time, AJ Brown's gonna real life expose somebody out there.
Jair.
Woo!
But I ain't like Jair. He don't want to see Devontae.
Who are you going for in this matchup? You both
Green Bay.
Sides.
Green Bay. When we play the Titans, I was going for Green Bay.
To move on, my MVP is neither Tua or Jalen Hurts.
Of course, you got it built in you.
I'm built. I'm about to tell you about somebody that's built.
Who?
Something that you could never have because you're not cut from that cloth. Hat Mahomes.
Oh, I'm cut from that cloth.
No,
okay, cool.
Hat Mahomes is cut from a different cloth. Tyreek Hill left. Then he calls him out and say that Tua is the more accurate quarterback than him. What is he doing right now? He's 8-2.
Hey,
and he's leading in
Pat
passing.
Mahomes made Joe Boy get out TikTok.
Hey, that's cool. Hey, he doing his thing. That's what he's supposed to do.
He got my boy MVS.
As an MVP, you supposed to bring your players up. Right. You know what I'm saying? Make them better, and that's what he's doing.
He made Juju wake up.
Hey, Tyreek left, and they ain't missed a beat.
Nope.
They ain't missed a beat. They just beat the Chargers, and he had 329 and 3 TDs, no interceptions. Against the Chargers, dog. Grit and grind, 30-27.
Right.
Pulled it out at the end. Guess who I'm calling on at the end of the game? I need a dub. Every single time. Every single time. Pat Mahomes is winning in every category right now. There's no way you're not saying that he's not getting MVP this year. He's doing everything right without Tyreek Hill. So that cancels both Tua and Tyreek right there. They don't deserve it because Pat doing it without him.
I mean, he got MVS. He got Travis Kelce, a safety blanket. He got Juju. Come on now. He got guys. He don't got guys now.
I got it now. I got it. This is the difference between Pat Mahomes and Tua. Pat Mahomes got everything around him still, and he throwing for 400. Tua got the same thing, but he only throwing for like 225, 230. That tells the difference. Who using their receivers more to win games?
Tua just do what he gotta do.
No,
he don't get outside scrimmage.
This is what I'm gonna go ahead and jump in here. I also got Pat Mahomes as the MVP. Now, first before I even get into the numbers part side of it, just off of the storyline and everything, just like Phil stated, Tyreek Hill leaving. As you see, Tyreek Hill is really an integral piece. The 70-yard bombs with the Chiefs, those days are over. But now he's formulated now to where he's on. Just pick them apart, and he's doing long drives, clock management, and they're still putting up 30 plus a night. I feel like Pat Mahomes is the MVP. If you look at it with the two guys that Lacey mentioned, Tua Tagovailoa and Jalen Hurts, what do they have? Probably better than Pat Mahomes is an all around more in depth team. Defensive wise, both the Eagles and the Dolphins are a better defensive team than the Chiefs.
Facts.
We all know that. Most of them, I've seen a couple of the Dolphins wins were indicative of that defense, and same goes with the Eagles. A couple of those wins were indicative of the defense.
They beat us.
Yes, the Chiefs got Chris Jones and guys like that, and they handle their business.
Miss mistake guys.
But at the end of the day,
what that mean?
I really cannot see the Chiefs having this type of performance or record without Pat Mahomes on that team. You take Tua Tagovailoa off, and inserted Teddy Bridgewater. Offense, like I said, looked the exact same to me, and they still were getting done.
And it really went missing because when Tua was out, Tyreek Hill didn't do a thing. So that literally.
I mean, Teddy Bridgewater ain't all that.
But with Jalen Hurts, I also feel you got AJ Brown and Devontae Smith. Now they say AJ Brown is a receiver. I have questions on that, but let's just for the sole purpose to say that. You got AJ Brown, Devontae Smith. You got the tight end. You got a running game with Sanders and all those guys. They've got everything. And not to mention the Eagles have the best O-line in the league. So he has everything. So I feel like you drop a couple quarterbacks in that same situation, they're doing very well.
Oh man!
And so just for that, Pat Mahomes is still being to get off with Travis Kelce allowing to still get off when you would think it would be easier for teams to lock him down because now he should be the only person that they're really keying in on, but he's still able to do it. But just to go off of the comparisons, because I kind of knew you was going on that. So this is Pat Mahomes versus Tua Tagovailoa. He has more completions, with more attempts. He has more yards, more touchdowns, and he has more rushing yards and attempts than Tua Tagovailoa. That's just with Tua. Now with Jalen Hurts, he has more completions. Of course, we know that he has more completions. Jalen Hurts is.
He runs the ball. He thinks he's
more completions, more attempts, way more yards. Way more touchdowns, and he's been sackless. And you would think with a guy like Jalen Hurts who's so elusive, he shouldn't be getting that sacked as much as Pat Mahomes.
Right.
But yet here we are again. More rushing wise, he has more yards per attempt.
Pat Mahomes?
Rushing yards, 6.3 to 4 yards a game from Jalen Hurts. So all I'm saying is this. Yes, we like to look at it with the teams that are overall winning. But when I feel like when we talk about MVPs, I like to take guys. How you think that team would be if you take that guy off and you replace him with somebody.
Chiefs will be at the bottom of the division without Pat.
The Chiefs will probably be at the bottom of the division.
Bottom of the division.
They've won, I think, three plus close games, 3-4 close games where it's a single game score with the last 2 minutes left online on the game. Then honestly, and I mean, you might call this bias, but it's really not. My second person I have on the MVP ladder is Joe Burrow. He's third in yards. He's top 5 in every other passing category. They're 6-4, but you can't tell me you take him out that team. There might be they literally might be 2-7 right now. Honestly, he's had some vintage game performances where he's come back, beat my
this past Sunday.
Joe is really getting it done. He's still Jamar Chase. He's sitting. He's not playing. He's not playing, ladies and gentlemen, and he's still getting it done. He's sitting. That's just MVP ladder wise. I have Joe second. Then we talking about everybody else from the rest. And in my opinion, I got Tyreek Hill over Tua when it comes to the MVP ladder.
Most definitely.
Because I feel like Tua, we saw him last year. We saw him with Jalen Waddle. They still had they had offensive pieces.
They still had everything but
They had offensive pieces last year.
And they was winning games.
And they was winning games. They didn't make the playoffs. So at the end of the day, what I feel like the difference is the same team, but Tyreek Hill is not on it. Now Tyreek Hill is on it. It seems like Tyreek Hill is the most valuable player on that team, not Tua.
Right.
So at the end of the day, I just feel like that Pat Mahomes is the clear-cut favorite. In every statistical category, quarterback wise, he's beating everybody by miles.
Not even thinking about Josh
miles. Like there's nothing to talk about. Touchdowns, there's nobody even close.
Right.
28. He already has 28. Now let's remember. Now he had like 35 last year on a bad season. That was a bad year for him.
Last year was a very bad year.
That was a bad. No. Let's get that. That's not a bad year now. Let's be real now. That's a career year.
It's not a bad year. But in his eyes,
in his standard, that's a bad year. That's career years for a lot of guys. It's a career year for a lot of guys.
35 touchdowns in one season.
But at the end of the day, I just feel like that Pat Mahomes is a clear-cut favorite. There's nobody I want right now at this point with the game on the line than Pat. Then I'll put Joe second. I feel like those are the two clutchest guys in the league when it comes to late down. Your guy, he's not that no more. We know Aaron Rodgers.
He's still like that. No, you'll see next year. You'll see next year. Still in his bag.
You see what he's saying now. Next year, they know now. This year,
he might make.
This year for the Red Packers. Is what Fredo Bang like to say. Throw away.
Hey,
we know it this year.
Hey, we might got one more. We got one more roll. We got one more run in us, man. This is our last little run. If not, we done for this year.
Window closed, like I said 2 years ago. But
we just need a couple guys on the offense. We be straight. I still got faith this year, man. Wild card. Who knows?
Honestly, though, I feel like at the end of the day, though, the AFC is gonna win it regardless. The NFC,
we deserve it this year.
The Cowboys, the Eagles,
49ers.
None of those teams, I think, can touch any of the top AFC teams.
Gritty teams in the NFC, man. Teams.
Gritty ain't gonna get it. I'm telling you. I promise you, that Gritty is not going to get it. But after the break, what you all been waiting for, man, HBCU swag. We talking about that Soul Bowl. We'll see you guys after the break.
Do you have something to say? Do you want your voice heard? Join the WeBelieve.global lineup. Be the star of your own show. For more info, call 800-492-5186, option number 1, or visit online at WeBelieve.global. Advertise on WeBelieve.global, a brand new digital media platform. Share your brand with our audience on our many global live stream TV broadcasts over the radio. For more info, visit WeBelieve.global or call 800-492-5186, option 1.
Welcome back, everybody. You know what time it is. HBCU swag. Let's get it. We know what y'all want, so this is what y'all gonna get. Jackson State completed their perfect season after beating Alcorn State 24-13. We're not gonna ramble with the semantics. Let's just get straight to it. What was your thoughts, guys, of the Soul Bowl?
Man, even from my point of view, It was a grinded out game. I hate that Alcorn lost because I really believe that we had a chance to win it.
because we got back-to-back stops with that fumble, then get the pick, and we get no points out of that. I think that's what really hurt us. But man, I just wonder what the atmosphere was out there like that in person.
Amazing.
And and for Jackson State,
I enjoyed myself.
I feel that without Travis Hunter, I think Alcorn wins this game. Jackson State got exposed, I believe, with that running attack.
We saw a lot. We saw a lot.
A guy like Howard, man.
He going to lead the next
Shiloh
break.
Talking about some headache gang. I think he was the one that lived with a headache. You know what I mean? Then Travis Hunter.
With no drum major stuff on that,
You
on that
supposed
field.
to be Travis Hunter. He's seatbelt, but my boy Terrio, he out
Hunt.
there. Terrio Hunt. He coming out there.
Moss.
Head taps. He going for the head tap.
Head tap
He
Hunt.
going for the head tap.
Head busters.
Man.
Head tap Hunt.
Oh my God. Head
Number
tap
44
on Travis
44 on our defense. Dog. Take my independence. Dog.
Good had 3 sacks. Man. Alcorn defense, man, they had a phenomenal.
Shout out to Coach T,
Even
man.
though
Root to the
that
bros, man.
That last play with Travis Hunter, they say it was in, but man, that's a once in a lifetime.
It was close.
Catch.
He was in.
I don't believe he
We
caught
gotta
it.
just sit here and think about it.
I don't believe he caught it.
And then the other thing is, I know the fans were probably mad about it, but with the challenge, but the reason the challenge for the fans that don't know, is because it was on ESPN. I think that without ESPN being on there, they don't do that challenge. And they say he's out of bounds.
I don't think he dragged that foot in, man.
No, he dragged. He dragged.
I watched.
He dragged.
I mean, no, his feet were in.
Bro,
I saw the
his
replay.
left foot was
I
already
saw the replay on TV.
his left foot was already out of bounds before he dragged the
all
foot
he
in.
needed was
I'm not
foot
even on
in.
no his
It's college
but I
ball.
know
His
ain't no
foot
hate,
was
ain't no
in.
hate, bro.
His
His
foot
left
was in.
his left foot was out of bounds before he dragged that foot in. No hate, no hate.
I don't see none question for that last. I feel like they got
They
it
made
right.
the right call.
They got it right.
And that's it with that. But on Jackson State side, moving forward for SWAC and for the MEAC, or let's just say MEAC, for
They got 4
Jackson
weeks.
State.
Mia got 4 weeks to prepare.
So
Again.
moving forward, we know now. Anytime Shadir gets sacked over 2 times, it's gonna be a rough day. And also, I saw something else. Stopping the running game hurts Jackson State a lot. I did not know that Wilkinson was such a key factor for their team because, as we know, their leading catcher, Daniels, number 4, he was getting locked. In my eyes, he had a couple catches, but for the most part, he was getting locked.
He got locked up. Travis Hunter was at least
And them 5.
And then they're depending on Wilkinson to get you those runs where he's having those consistent 8 or 9 yard runs. He wasn't getting that.
Yeah.
And so now moving forward, defensive wise, we need to frustrate. The key to beating Jackson State,
Pressure.
You need to frustrate the offensive coordinator. Frustrating that means getting to the quarterback and stopping the run. But when you get into the quarterback, your DB's got to be on point. Now, as far as Jackson State defense, I saw against Alcorn that defense, they're going to live up to that moment. If they ain't tired, they're going to live up to it. No, seriously, they're going to live up to it because Travis Hunter, he might have did his thing on the offensive side, but he started off on defense with that pick 6.
Yeah, that's what
Bad
That pick
quarterback.
six-
That hurt.
that
That hurt.
pick
That
six
hurt. That hurt.
And so I think
No. What really hurt with that fumble?
I think I said enough, so I'm gonna let Lacey talk, man.
Well, my pleasure. Man, I got there like I told y'all, real early on Friday. Man, the stretch was packed. I love the atmosphere. People camped out. That's expected. You know, people said, "Why we camping out? We been doing that's Alcorn, baby. Come down there to the reservation." Man, I love the atmosphere. Love it. I love the exposure we got, man, at Alcorn State University. I hope we can, make some type of deal with keeping it. We can move to Jackson, but shoot, I don't mind going to Alcorn. It was like that, man. It was real great.
But we ain't gonna have that. Let's be real now. That situation, our Steve situation, we're not gonna have that moving forward now.
Man, that's gonna be real hard.
Let's be honest.
It's gonna be real hard when my guy leave, man. It's gonna be real hard.
With a little more graduate.
Shout out a little more. Lamar, man.
Lil Moore,
hey,
man.
That was real.
We appreciate
Lil
it.
Moore. Real great hospitality, man. Real great hospitality.
He kept real speed. Say he got us, and he
got us.
Thing, man. I ain't
Took
lying.
care of you.
Yeah, took care of him.
He did some stuff that he did.
So when he come to the Jack, he good.
Yeah,
he good.
Lamar, he good.
Lamar did some stuff that some guys that I know ain't really pleasing in my eyes, man. But we gonna take care of that. We gonna take care of it real soon. Don't worry about it. We'll talk off air. Go
ahead.
But I had to say that too. Yeah. But I enjoy the atmosphere, the game. Let's get to the game, man. Alcorn, we play defense played outstanding. Like I said, shout out to Coach T. Man, you did a hell of a job. I had to shake your head and say, you call it A1 game. The Jet State offensive line still suspect. I'm gonna be like that. You get it. Alcorn was missing just a little bit of pieces, man, because we got the offense now.
Need a quarterback.
Starting with the quarterback, Fred. If you're gonna be here next year, get you a quarterback,
please.
We are not dependent on Allen. We're not dependent on Lawrence. We're not dependent on McNair Jr. We are trying to win. Go get you a stud quarterback, because Howard, he's the man. Howard got 2 more years now. 2 more years.
Had a good game.
And we
need some offensive linemen too. Fred, go back to Hawaii and let's get some Samoans. What we need to do. When we had a stacked offensive line, cause nobody could get past our quarterback. I'm calling it like it is, young Phil. I'm calling it like it is. Let's go get us some dogs in the offensive line, cause it's unacceptable that a guy get beats blindside for a fumble, bro. That's unacceptable. Man, and Travis Hunt he jumped the route, and Lawrence threw the ball inside. What you expect when you throw inside late? You going? That's crib talk. Get ready to celebrate. Travis Hunt, everybody, he made 2 big plays. That's it. The other play was questionable in my eyes. Questionable. But he was getting exposed on defense. A lot of people ain't talking about it. My guy Hunt had 100 yards on him easy. 100 yards easy. It wasn't no shake and bake. It was straight route running and caught Hunt slacking because of poor footwork. I'm just calling it how it is. Travis Hunt is a hell of an athlete, hell of a guy. First round pick in my eyes. But once he get that coach and get solid and don't make the little mistakes, he gonna be A1. We know that. But I'm just calling it how it is. He got exposed. He got exposed on defense. Outside that one play, really, Hunt played a heck of a job, and I hope people see that he's like that for real. Man, we had Jet State 3 straight defensive stops, 3 straight, and we only came out with 3 points. That's unacceptable. We threw an interception to Hunt, really 2 interceptions, because Hunt had an interception he dropped. He had it in his hands, and then that fumble hurt. I'm gonna even shout out the punter, young. Our punter had a hell of a job. He pinned him down inside the 10, inside the 10 about 3 to 4 times, and Shador, you give Shador yards, he got to go all the way up to down the field. He can't do it. 3 and outs. But they defense stepped up like our defense did. Call it spade for spade. But at the end of the day, it was a great soul ball. I enjoyed the atmosphere. And you put pressure, I've been telling y'all this since last year. You put pressure on Shador Sanders, he's going to fold like a folding chair. I said it. He's going to fold. The offensive lineman ain't like that. You got some dogs on that defensive line that's willing to really do the swim moves, do their moves, and get past him. And keep Shador on the ground and get off the field. He's going to expose, and he's going to create a turnover. When my guy 44 was coming and to get Shador, he hurried up to throw the ball and he threw it to the opposing team. And unfortunately, we didn't score off that drive. But this, if we would have scored and kept it game, like we going back and forth, I felt we would have went to overtime, man. I don't know if we would have won, but we would have made it, a great game. Deion saw, Coach Prime saw that, man, Alcorn is still Alcorn. It's a little bit mistakes, and we got to clean up a little bit of stuff. But Fred, Coach McNair, if we don't go to SWAC championship next year, I'm sorry.
I think he out this year, man.
He might not be out this year. He already cleaned. I'm hearing speculations that he cleaned the offensive coordinator, offensive room. He cleaned the house. It's his last straw. But I'm sorry. There's 2 years we ain't going to SWAC championship, and we playing scrubs. And we had a chance. We would be Jet State. We had a chance to go to SWAC this year. But Coach McNair, if we don't go SWAC next year, I'm sorry, man. We gotta get the packing, man. You might be going back to Matt Olive, man.
Yeah. So the Soul Bowl, just experience wise, the atmosphere was pretty great. I was a little hesitant with it being at Alcorn because last time was their homecoming. It was just, man. Last year homecoming and the Soul Bowl were really kind of two different atmospheres. Like the homecoming I went to, I didn't go this year, but last year homecoming just was really long, a lot of waiting, a lot of standing, and it was just a lot. It was a lot. It felt like everything was more.
I say we play Southern homecoming next year, FAMU. Make the atmosphere great.
Yeah, but I just felt like at that time it took a lot of more work just to get to certain things, and by then energy was already low by then.
Yeah, I can agree.
As far as the Soul Bowl, it was just, man, it was
16 vibes.
It was really family vibes out there. It was I definitely gave me 2016 vibes out there. The festivities, even I guess I would say, with it being, I guess, how do I put this? The rules were a little bit
freely,
a lot more able to be bit around at Alcorn this past weekend, and whatever the protocol was,
whatever you want to do at Alcorn,
they set out.
We gonna be real, young.
It worked out.
Whatever you want to do at Alcorn, you could have done it at Alcorn that weekend.
We're not finna say that because you couldn't. Now you weren't going for the breaking nobody cars.
Oh no, we don't do that. We don't do that at Alcorn.
That didn't happen though. That didn't happen. But
it was some fights. Now I saw some fights. Now
I didn't even see that.
I saw some.
Hey, it's gonna happen. We got big crowds. But at the end of the day, the atmosphere was great. And I got to see a lot of people that I hadn't seen in a while. All of that. It was, really honestly, 10 out of 10 experience. I enjoyed myself. Glad I went home though right after the game. As I said, I was not going to be around for those after function activities.
They go home early, huh? They go early.
Wasn't on that type of time. But as far as the game, so let's talk about the good and the bad. So let's talk about good. Well, first of all, I even hit the good and bad. I called it. I said that the Jack State would go undefeated during the rest. I said I felt like that they would go ahead and run through the SWAC and do them, and that's what they did technically by record wise. Now let's get into the good just of the game. Yes, Jack State showed that they kind of could fight through adversity once again during this win. Travis, he put it, even though he had a lot of lows this game, he still was able to find ways to put his imprint on the game with the pick six, with the game-sealing catch. He still found ways to put his imprint on the game, and that kind of goes to show you what good players are. But I feel like this is a good coaching-wise for Jackson State. Now you can talk to him how you need to talk to. Humble him a little bit. If that's not going on, now I'm not talking as if I know what's going on, behind closed doors. But if that's not going on, now they definitely have a chance to really, sit down and talk with them and, be like, okay, you're just like one of us. Now you got to move forward accordingly. You show mistakes. You're not just a big man. The freshman little high is over. Now it's really time to get to work. You don't come with your A game. Football, that's gonna humble you. And that's just how it is. But he still find ways to improve on the game. Jack State defense is just phenomenal. But Alcorn wise, in my opinion, it all came down to the quarterback play, in my opinion. Even with Howard running for, I think, 98 yards with 28 carries or something like that.
He was toting.
Our passing game was never consistent. In my opinion, quarterbacks were holding the ball way too long, taking unnecessary sacks.
Didn't want to run.
Weren't throwing the ball away. And that, honestly, was what killed us at the end of the day, was because we really couldn't get any movement unless the defense was helping us get that push moving forward. And Jack State took advantage of that. So, and I feel like that's probably, defensive wise, they didn't really have too many problems other than in the air with Travis.
Right.
In my opinion, I feel like that was really the only hole with Jack State on their defensive side was really that, and I guess with the key guys like Shiloh and them hitting the running back, but
Shiloh is a headhunter, man. True.
Shiloh ain't scared.
He a true headhunter.
He's not scared.
He wouldn't matter at that hole. He came on the other side.
Hey, he a sure headhunter now.
You know, he is a headhunter for real. He hyper.
He ain't looking for no ball. He looking to pop you.
He trying to make a highlight for him, man.
Yeah. So yeah. Now what I really want to kind of press in on is yes, Jack State is 11-0, but the saying that that Jack State has built up over this year is JSU by 40. Mm-hmm. That's what they say. But it's been a lot of close games throughout this season, and when I watched that Alcorn game, what I was really trying to see, in my opinion, I knew like
it's a rivalry game. You wasn't blow us out.
It was. I knew they were going to set for the perfect season and all that. I knew they were going to beat us. But in my opinion, I feel like what needs to be done at Jackson State was to make a statement. You should. This is my opinion. Roll over Alcorn if you Jackson State. You haven't really had, in my opinion, just grade A. They've had blowout wins here and there, but that's they really just taken off in the fourth quarter or the end of the third quarter. That's when they really make their takeoff or whatever. But we've yet to see them go from first to fourth, dominant performance. Whatever.
Outside the FAMU game,
I feel like Grambling they did it. I feel like Grambling
and FAMU they beat them 59-3.
Yeah, FAMU and Grambling. We'll say that. But I've yet to see them consistently be able to fully impose their will upon the game and to where they're really actually being JSU beating them by 40. Right. Like I just feel like that's the only thing indicative. What that tells me is no Jackson State, whatever Jackson State fans think, they're not ready. They still not ready for those real power.
They might not be ready for Vanderbilt yet.
They still no for real. They're not ready for those guys not yet because they're still struggling to, even though they won 11-0. Like I'm not trying to discredit that. That is still an unbelievable achievement. But they had to get it out the mud a lot of those times. And yes, I know the pressure of being undefeated and all those things come into play, but Jackson State came into it as if they were supposed to be juggernauts. Yeah, that's how they would have described.
Like they the show.
That's why, and that's how I look at them accordingly. The way that the hype had been built around because they had won the SWAC last year and just got embarrassed on national television. That now they will come back and run through Rick having the SWAC show that it's Jackson State and everybody else. And
Jackson State here, everybody else down here,
even close. Yeah, not just off of just win total, but even by performances wise.
SWAC ain't far behind
really
now.
Didn't this honestly at the end of the season? I really feel like there's some SWAC schools
they can beat them.
They're like probably 3 or 4
plays away,
4-star players away from being right there with them.
Right. I agree.
So that's and that's where I was just kind of looking at kind of questioning because I'm the whole time watching the game. I'm like, man, I was thinking that Jackson State was going to really roll over Alcorn.
I thought they were going to blow us out.
They were really going to roll over Alcorn.
I knew first drive.
Man, I knew first. I told you. I said first drive going to depend on how it got 3 and out. So this is going to be a ball game.
And so yes, they have time to prepare, just like the MEAC does. But my question is though. There's no doubt in my mind. I think Jackson State's gonna win the SWAC championship. There's no doubt.
They probably gonna play Southern.
We'll be there.
We'll be there. There's no doubt in my mind that they're gonna do that. But as far as in my opinion, though, I also feel like that moving forward, like there's still questions: are they gonna win that bowl game? In my opinion,
they rehabbing it. North Carolina Central rehabbing.
That's not locked in for me now. I'm not gonna finna say indignantly that I think that they'll win the championship game because especially recently, these past 3 to 4 games, they haven't really shown me a juggernaut imposing their will, whooping them for 48 minutes, first, second, third, and fourth in all phases of the game. I've yet to see that. I've seen they have weaknesses on the O line. Depending on if you got the right guy that's really wanted, they can get off in the air, and you got a quarterback that's willing to give it to them, you can win. But there's just too many holes when it comes to Jackson State to me, where I feel like there's still questions. At the end of this season, I still have questions on Jackson State. Yes, I still think they are a powerhouse. I picked them to be perfect, and I think they're still going to win the SWAC championship, but I still have questions moving forward, and I just don't. The whole purpose of this project was to get the SWAC to notoriety with the big schools, the SEC and all of that, but I still feel like we're some years away. It's still I feel like the process was getting sped up this year, but I think it's still gonna be a process, in my opinion. I'm just talking about the bigger picture here.
It could probably be a Sun Belt team. Probably be Southern Miss.
Yeah, I can see them probably being like a Southern Miss type team, maybe. Yeah. But yeah, I just feel like there's still questions indicative of the full big picture plan.
But playing them big boys in the SEC, they ain't quite ready yet.
No, they not. It's not quite.
I don't think.
Who are you gonna put them against?
Vanderbilt. I don't think it'll be Vanderbilt.
Vanderbilt playing decent football lately. As of late.
Vanderbilt, the sorriest team in the SEC.
Don't ever say that. Just because they've been getting spanked by SEC schools.
We're not gonna do this.
Let's not act like just because the guys that got don't know how to ball.
They still 3 and 4 star, 4 or 5 stars.
If you think Jackson gonna walk in the boot in the valley and come out there with a dub in them gates, man.
We not talking about top tier SEC team. We talking about mid SEC team like Vanderbilt, South Carolina. Not even South Carolina. They got Spencer Rattler. That boy go.
What about Missouri? Missouri beating them.
Missouri nice. So like guys, the team like that, like Arkansas, no.
Arkansas beating them. Are you crazy?
That's what I'm saying. Like mid level SEC teams. Mississippi State will run.
They'll probably give them
Mississippi State will beat them. Ole Miss for sure. They gonna.
Ole Miss definitely.
They're gonna handle.
State might be a good game though.
State gonna test them DBs a lot because you know they don't run the ball at State. They air raid.
Well, and see that's just all my opinion though. I just feel like they're still not ready for that level though. But kudos to Jackson State for that 11-0. You got tip your hat off.
Yeah, that was a hard 11 win now. I give y'all props.
They had to work for a lot of those wins that they got to go 11-0. Kudos to them. Hopefully they can get it done and continue to represent the SWAC in a good manner.
Alcorn, come on now.
This year, nationally wise, don't get embarrassed on TV. We don't need to see that. I don't want to see that. I don't think nobody else wants. That's not good for the culture.
Make it competitive, man.
We don't need y'all coming out now. That's the only thing I will say though. They quick to talk about Alcorn and not finishing the job. But there were very few times we went to Celebration Bowl and laid a sticker like that.
Yeah, I don't think we never did.
I don't think we ever did. We were maybe down, 14.
We came back and made it respectable.
We've never just been in all phases of the game smack like that.
Can y'all win a Celebration Bowl? Do something we ain't done. That acquire a lot of Alcorn fans, probably me a little bit.
Right, because moving forward, just because even if all for the next this year and the next 2 years, we're making 4 years, they've been the SWAC championship. Alcorn's done that.
Really, like 6 years in a row.
Alcorn has already done that. They've already done that. But the only thing that is yet to be desired is
the Celebration Bowl.
That's what is. That's the cover.
That's all we were waiting.
That would shut up a lot of Alcorn fans, including me, if you win a Celebration Bowl before we do. That's something that we ain't done yet.
That's where I feel like you really get the prize.
But y'all on number 2 on SWAC championship, but we won like 6 in a row.
Real quick before we end the show is, man, these Jackson State fans, man, they are arrogant. Man.
They just like Cowboy fans. I'm telling you, they just like Cowboy fans.
They get a little taste of that top, and they going crazy.
Just like Cowboy fans.
They going crazy with it. I posted on my social. Where was this energy before Prime? Like I just want to know, where was this at?
It's all right.
I know they had losing season. They was kind of quiet with it and being nonchalant. But I mean, yes, you supposed to talk.
They ain't been like that since comedy.
But like I always heard, man, they get talking when it's even or he behind.
Ooh, they get nervous. They get nervous.
A real dangerous.
Hey, that's a dangerous man.
That's a real dangerous
man. 0-0. Hey, and we'll see what you're talking about.
Jackson State fans are just like Dallas Cowboys. I'm just gonna be real. We gonna be Coach Prime might got 2 more years left. And 2 to 3 years. And what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen when he gone? When Shedeur gone? What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? That's he gone. And it's gonna be the same dun Jackson State team going. They going to the top, back to the bottom, like how it's supposed to be. And that's real spill.
But next week we should be back on regular schedule on Monday. We'd like to thank you guys coming out, watching it. You know how we do it. Like Rich, on behalf of all the Real Spill team, I'd like to give out a happy Thanksgiving to everybody. Enjoy that.
We should have gave away a free turkey, man.
Don't eat too much, man. Don't get too full, man. And work out after. But we'll see you
we should have gave away a free turkey, man.
Monday, we are out of here.
It's like 5, or just catch us on the podcast. You'll find it a real surprise. Cause it's real spill, real deal. Knock out Holyfield. There's no kill bill. Get real, we really on the field. Blood, sweat, and tears, steady.
Welcome back to the Brent Hazard Show. I'm Brent Hazard, and as always, I have my co-host, Malcolm Johnson. Malcolm, what's going on?
Man, I'm swag today. Call me swag.
Wait. You weren't swag before?
I was, but I'm more swag now.
Today?
Yes, sir.
Well, I would say as a co-host, you're a 5. But as a producer, you bring some heat. You're a 9 as a producer. We just might need to put you behind the scenes. But we are joined by one of the best supervisors in Hinds County, Supervisor Robert Graham. How you doing, Supervisor?
I'm doing great.
Nice to have you on. For those who do not know, if you have heard, when I was prosecuting from 2008 to 2016, the only supervisor I saw supporting the prosecutors physically in the courtroom was the gentleman to my left. So I do appreciate that. And he is one of the few people I can say that's in public office around here who's a scholar and a gentleman. Now, wait a minute. Let me ask you this. How many years have you been in public office, Supervisor?
Well, I worked for the police department for 33 years, and I've worked for the Board of Supervisors. This is my 4th term, about 15 years.
Okay. Any end in sight?
No, I don't want the end to be in sight. I enjoy what I'm doing. I enjoy getting up, going to work every day.
What do you see going forward with now? We're going to get into this a little bit.
Okay.
With the city and state fighting, what role do you see the county playing, whether it's water or any other issues between the state and the city? What role does the county try to play, or does it try to play a role?
Well, I think we should play a role. And if we play a role, I think the role should be that of peacemaker. I have no problem with the governor. The board has no problem with the governor, with the lieutenant governor, or the Speaker of the House. We're on speaking terms with all of them, and we have not had any issues. And if we're going to get any problem resolved in the city, the county, or the state, we have to work with them. Part of being a politician is knowing the art of compromise. And sometimes you have to compromise with people that you don't agree with. But in order to get things done, you have to do that.
But you're talking from an intelligent, wise position, and it seems like we're losing that, not only, locally, but, nationwide.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, I think that I think you're right, but at the same time, you have to understand, or the individuals involved have to understand what the overall ending goal is. The ending goal is to get the job done and to work for the people. I know everyone that's a politician is always saying work for the people, but you really have to do this. When people get disenfranchised with a politician, it's because they don't see any result of what they're doing. I want people to see the results of what I'm doing. I want them to wake up in the morning and see a paved street. I want to see their garbage picked up. And those are the type of things where people actually, they see the results of their money, their tax dollars, and that's what they really want.
Oh, I'm going to ask you now, and let me go ahead and say this. Okay. Obviously, there might be some negotiations we don't know about, and so a no comment is perfectly acceptable in your position. Is there anything going on where the county is actively involved in negotiations with the EPA with the water?
No.
Okay. Is there anything going on where the state and the county are actively negotiating about the water?
No.
Okay. Have you been approached about being on any, or the county nominating anybody about being on any boards about the water?
No.
Okay. In your position, would you be for or against some sort of board to that the county should put? Is it your position the county should participate on some sort of board regulating the city's water?
Most definitely. There are over 245,000 residents of Hinds County, and that's the entire county. Everyone benefits. So the water goes down to Byram. It comes all the way back, and then people in Byram depend upon the water, and people in the city of Jackson depend upon the water. So the county has to play a role in order to get everything, I guess, mutually agreed on to where the water will work just as well for the people in Byram as it does for the people in Jackson. So to answer your question, yes, we should play a point and a part.
A to F, what grade would you give the mayor for his role in this water crisis?
Well, I can't really give him a grade, which is a good political answer.
Yes, and that's a world you have to live in. I understand it.
Well, the thing that I would say is that he has a very tough job. The governor has a very tough job. The only grade I want to give everyone is we have to have a passing grade for the people of the city of Jackson and for Hinds County, which means the mayor and the governor, they have to get together for that passing grade. As a politician, I've had to, in a lot of instances, go into rooms with people that I did not agree with. We've had to hug and kiss and make up in order to get the job done. I learned that from a very good politician, Doug Anderson, who said a lot of times you don't agree, but you have to come to an agreement. And so that means you have to compromise. And sometimes you have to leave you and check your ego at the door.
Understanding the history of Mississippi, that everything goes back to race on some levels.
Right.
Do you think the current issues Jackson's facing is because of economics? People are just leaving a deteriorating city. Do you think it's because it's the largest Democratic population in a Republican state? Or do you think it's race?
I could say that it's a lot of both or all of them, and it's a little of both. I think the majority of what's going on in the city of Jackson and Hinds County is purely economics. When people leave and they take their money with them, they take their businesses with them, then what do you have left? We have places all up and down I-55. We had a restaurant on I-55 on the East Frontage Road. That was a very popular restaurant, and when it left, then another restaurant left. Then on the west side of the interstate, other restaurants started to leave. So when that starts to happen, people start to leave. And when people don't feel safe, for 30 years I worked with the police department in Jackson, and when people don't feel safe and the money starts to leave, they feel powerless to do anything about it, so they feel like they have to leave too. They're going to follow the money and follow the areas where crime is occurring less. But even more so than that, I remember a study that I read when I first became supervisor. There's something just as important as economics and crime when it determines whether or not a city is a failure or whether or not a city succeeds. And a lot of people don't look at it this particular way. It's your school district. People are not going to send their kids to schools where the school district is failing. They want their children to have good educations or to have a good education. They can deal with some of the crime because crime is universal. It goes everywhere. It follows you. It goes across the county line as well. They can deal with the economics because it goes up and down. But they have to have a good school where their kids can go to school and they can feel safe.
Do you believe, well, in Hinds County, correct, I know you look at the data more than I do, and I know this gentleman out here looks at the data. It would appear that Clinton, Byram, and Terry are growing. Is that correct assessment?
Every year we get a tax roll from the tax assessor, and it gives us a detailed account. I wish I'd known that you were going to ask that question. I could have brought it and shared it with everyone, but it works on several different levels when you start talking about growth. It deals with how many car tags are bought, how many trailer tags are bought, how many trailers are bought, how many residential homes are being built, how many commercial buildings are being built. And then it takes all of those factors and it gives us a plus or minus factor. And based upon that plus or minus factor, what I can remember is Terry and Clinton are most definitely growing.
Malcolm, I did not mean to completely isolate you, but since we have such a great guest.
Yes, sir.
What is Clinton doing? What is Terry doing and Byram is doing that Jackson's not?
Well, it's less shooting in Clinton. It's less shooting in Terry. And there's less shooting in Byram. Crime drives businesses out. Something else you don't see in those three places. Supervisor Graham will tell you, you don't see homelessness problem in Clinton. You don't see a homeless problem in Terry. And I double dare you to go to richest white town and should I stand at the red light with some signs saying I need $3? I promise you, Richard White gonna give you a free ride either cross to the Rankin County side or back to Jackson.
Yeah.
So that have a lot to do with, and that drives businesses out. Homelessness and crime will drive businesses out quick as anything.
I've heard of Terry for years, but I just got an opportunity to go out there and visit. I was very, very pleasantly surprised how nice it is.
Yes.
And, it seems like when a lot of people are complaining about the plight or issues in Hinds County or Jackson, they're ignoring Clinton, Terry, and Byram.
Right.
And if that can be, if Clinton High Schools, like you said, I think they're still rated A.
Yes.
And then now JPS deserves some credit. They got them up to a C.
Right.
But like you said, to me, the teachers or the administrators are doing so much more than teaching. They're policing, babysitting. What are the top 3 or 4 things that Jackson needs to do to fight its crime problem, Supervisor?
Well, working for the police department for 30 years, I worked under 13 different police chiefs. And I saw every type of program come, every type of program leave, every type of program be tried. Some of them succeeded, some of them didn't. But to answer your question, it's very simple. More officers on the street.
That's right.
Having those officers driving and patrolling in the neighborhoods. Neighborhood policing is more than just a theme. It's something that's actually done, and there's a way to do it. But if you have more police officers, that's one thing. But not only that, you have to be able to retain your police officers. When a 20-year police officer walks out of the door, it's going to take you 40 years to replace him. Because of the fact that you got 20 years leaving, and then it's going to take this guy 20 years to get 20 years. So you've actually lost 40 years. And some of those older police officers just knew how to deal with people, to talk with people. I'm not saying the younger ones don't know how to do that, but they do not have the experience, a lot of them. And it takes years and years to get that experience.
Malcolm, I don't want to ask our elected official this, so I ask you. Do you believe the current mayor does not like police or doesn't want a strong police force?
Well, what I'm going to say is that we have a serious problem in our police department. And most of the time, that's up under the administration. Whether who's the mayor, that police department, that public works director, and other entities of the city falls up under the mayor. So I will say that the police department is one that the mayor oversights is the police department.
Supervisor, speaking of policing, the current Hinds County Sheriff, to me, seems to be doing an outstanding job. How do you feel about Sheriff Jones?
Well, I think he is doing a great job. The reason why I feel like he's doing such a great job was I worked at the police academy for 12 years and I was his trainer. So that's one of the...
We found the secret ingredient.
That's the secret ingredient, is the secret sauce. Yes, he's doing a great job. He cares about people. He's out there riding around. He's working night and day. His officers like him. He's coming over to the board meetings, every board meeting, telling us he needs more money.
That's right.
The average sheriff's deputy is only making about between $29,000 and $32,000 a year. So he's having trouble competing. Well, let me change that word. He's having trouble retaining his officers, not trying to compete with another department, but retaining his particular officers because they can very easily go to the Capitol Police and make over $40,000 a year, and that's what they're doing. The Sheriff's Department's losing all of their good people to the Capitol Police. Kudos to the Capitol Police. We're not competing against them. We feel like every law enforcement officer, or I do, feel like that they should be making at least $40,000 a year. But we, the Board of Supervisors, at my last board meeting, I brought up an issue to give the Sheriff's Department an additional amount of money to give them all a raise. Now, whether or not that gets passed, I don't know. It takes three. In my business, 3 or 2 means 0. You got to have 3. And as of right now, I don't know if I have 3 to get it done.
Are you free to address the public works issue, or is that still under?
Yeah, no, I'm free to do it. The public works, those people that work in that area, they deserve a raise. They deserve a very good raise because they're doing the grunt work. They're doing the work that no one else will do. They're out after a hurricane or a tornado, severe weather, clearing things out of trees, out of a roadway where people can go to work. They're over in ditches. They're dealing with sewers and everything, stuff like that. The work that people don't want to do, the work you don't have to go to college to do. So they deserve not only the praise of the Board of Supervisors, but they deserve to know that we care enough about them to show them by giving them an increase and making sure that they have a livable wage in order to do the job that they are being paid to do.
What is your position on the Hinds County Public Defenders? I know they're asking for money too.
Right.
Can you speak on that?
I can. The Hinds County Public Defender deserves a raise, and by law, and you're a lawyer, so you know this, we have to pay the public defender the same amount as we pay the district attorney.
To keep the scales balanced.
To keep the scales balanced. Yes. So one of the things that has not happened is that we've given the district attorney a little bit more than we've given the public defender, and what we're trying to do is to right that ship right now. We knew that the district attorney, when he came in, Jody Owens, he didn't have the tools that he needed in order to get things done. Well, we gave him some tools, and now the public defender is saying, okay, where are my tools? And so what we're trying to do is to come up with the money to make sure that they both have the same amount of tools in their toolbox in order to do the job that they need to do.
I think the key phrase there is money.
Yes.
How is Hinds County doing on its tax revenue? Or are we doing better? Are we doing worse? What is the position there financially?
Believe it or not, we did better during the years that COVID hit.
Is that from federal grants and aid?
We did better all the way around. We did better with grants. We did better with federal aid. We did better with people paying their taxes. More people paid their taxes. And this has surprised me as well. During COVID than they did when COVID is over or before COVID or in this period now, I guess we would call post-COVID. And I believe it's because people didn't have anything else to do with their money, so they go, well, I might as well go down and pay my taxes. And they literally paid their taxes, and we did not have a deficit, which we thought that we were going to have after COVID. We never did, period.
What is your position on the $8 billion that the governor has that he has not spent for COVID funds? Is that number correct?
It's about $2 billion.
$2 billion.
$2 billion. And the thing is I think the governor's going to come around. The fact
right during his election time.
Well, during the election time, everyone has a change of heart during the election time, including me. But the fact is I feel like the governor is going to come around. We're going to try to meet a couple of supervisors. We're going to try to meet with him to let him know what we feel the board or the county needs. We have a lot of needs, and we feel like face-to-face interpersonal communications will work better than anything else when it comes to the governor. Just meeting with him, and it may not work, but at least we're going to meet with him and let him know what our needs are.
Delbert Hosemann and Philip, well, let me ask you over here, because I know he has to deal with these people. Do you believe Delbert, well, I'll tell you what, we're going to take a break. I'm going to come back and ask Malcolm what he thinks about what the speaker's doing and Lieutenant Governor's doing for the metro area right after this break.
Okay.
Let's read and learn together. Meet Mason. Written by Sherry Tate. Illustrated by David. Mason is a young, inspired learner. Walk with him as he uses his 5 senses to explore the world around him. Your young one can learn to identify shapes, numbers, letters, and more with Meet Mason. Available now on Amazon.com.
am Q Talicia Garrett. I am here to introduce our New South Development and Training Outreach Hour every Tuesday at 2 p.m., giving you information on how to become a part of the programs through USDA and Farm Service Agency. We can be reached at 678-779-9468. We can also be found online at newsouthoutreach.com.
We are back. It's the Brent Hazard Show. We have Malcolm Johnson, as always, and Supervisor Robert Graham. Malcolm, I was going to ask you, do you believe Philip Gunn and Delbert Hoseman, being citizens of the metro area or Hinds County, are they representing us accordingly?
That's a great question. I believe they're doing the best that they can do.
They can do physically, mentally, or they can do politically, being Republicans?
You just answered yourself, doing the best they can do, being Republicans with another 150 other Republicans in the same building, and I think they're doing a wonderful job.
You and I will agree to disagree. Now, one of the projects I hear coming down, and I want your opinion, that I'm going to ask Supervisor Graham's, Leland Speed, when I hear One Lake, I think that was his project. And he's passed, but it's being, it's got finally federal funding. What is your position? Should we do the One Lake project, or is it going to help us? I've heard it's going to flood. I hear it's the rich people trying to take over Jackson. I hear the rich people are trying to put a casino on it. What is your position?
Well, my position is, number one, it will help with an economic boost, because that means there will be jobs. That means people that own dump trucks, people that own a crane, or people that got a shovel will have opportunity to help make money for their companies once they start digging this lake on both sides, because it's going to be a Rankin County side and Hinds County side, so it'll be an economic boost. And once the lake is dug and ready to start, then that'll give people opportunity. Like Jeff Good and others that want to put businesses. The next Sally Mookies may be where about.
Okay.
It may be right there on that One Lake, right?
Supervisor, what is your position on the One Lake project? Are you for or against it?
Well, number one, you just took a right turn down my street. I am 100% for it, and for many reasons. Number one, I'm a board member. I'm on the board of the One Lake. It's called the Rankin Hinds Flood Control District. Everyone looks at it as a lake. It's not a lake.
It's an expansion of the pre-existing river.
It's an expansion, but it's a little bit more than that. We had some of the best news that we've had over the last 2 months than we've had over the last 10 years. And the Army Corps of Engineers has set aside $200 million for this particular project. Now, we don't have the final sign-off yet. We feel like we're going to get the final sign-off, and we believe that they're going to actually give us enough to finish, which will be about another $200 million.
Sign-off from whom?
The Army Corps of Engineers,
okay.
The Secretary of the Army. Now, to explain it to the individuals that don't know, it's called the One Lake Project, but what's going to be done is very simple. It's simple and it's complicated. Let's put it that way. What they're going to do is take the river and they're going to widen the river, and then they're going to deepen the river.
The Pearl River,
to where it can accept more water. Then they're going to move a weir. A weir is basically just a dam. Move it further downstream where the water will slow down and go to another level. So this is going to be done within the current confines of the two levees that are already there and that already exist.
Now, the dam that you referenced, does that exist at this point? And
yes.
It's moving it down?
Moving it down. It's a weir. Okay. And it's moving down. But to answer your question, all type of environmental studies have been done. It's not going to flood anyone in the south of Jackson. It's not going to flood anyone in South Jackson or Byram or Monticello. All of those particular studies have been done. It's going to benefit Rankin County, and it's going to benefit the city of Jackson. There's an economic benefit to both sides of the river, and there's a recreational benefit to both sides of the river. So it's going to benefit everyone. And in addition to that, the people at 142 River Rolling Wood will be the happiest of all because that's normally the first house that floods in the city of Jackson. We will go from several hundred homes being flooded to just under 5 or 8 homes being flooded as a result of us widening the river and deepening the river and slowing the water down.
What would be the economic benefits that Hinds County would see?
On the side of the river where Hinds County would be is the economic benefit would be businesses. You can build hotels, different types of businesses. It could be just like in San Antonio where they have a 4 or 5 block area where there is nothing but restaurants. You can build a restaurant row up and down the river. So there are a lot of different economic benefits that you can have by just giving people an opportunity. And it's also been proven, Brent, that anywhere there is a river, anywhere there is water that's accessible to people, businesses, homes, they flourish.
Is there anybody in Mississippi campaigning against it?
There's always going to be environmental groups that campaign against it because that's what environmental groups do. Okay. They get paid to protest. And so we've had a small amount of protests, not as much as we've had in the past. And I think it's because we have proven everyone wrong with our environmental studies, our environmental impact studies. We've studied this to death with the Corps of Engineers. The Corps of Engineers are just absolutely the best when it comes to building stuff. And they've told us, you're going to be able to slow the water down. And it's like I tell the people in North Jackson when I've had my meetings with them, there's certain things that you can do to keep burglars out of your house. There's certain technologies you can use, equipment you can buy, things of that nature. But when water wants to come into your home, there's no way you can keep the water out. Water is going to seek its own level. It's going to come into your house, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it, no matter how many sandbags you have. So we have got to get to the point to where we keep the water out of people's home in order to maintain a North and Northeast Jackson.
Now, when you mentioned dam before, are you talking about where the reservoir dam is?
No.
Okay, that's not moving.
That's not having anything to do with the reservoir. In fact, the reservoir is going to benefit from this because the reservoir will be able to release more water.
Okay.
So if the reservoir releases more water, that means it goes down into the flood control district, and the water is wider and it's deeper and it moves slower, and then when it gets to the weir it moves even slower, so it's not going to get into anyone's home.
Okay. Now, how has it been working with Rankin County?
Rankin County is on board. There are several board members. A supervisor from Rankin County is on the board. I'm on the board. The mayor of Flowood, the mayor of Jackson, the mayor of Pelahatchie, and the mayor of Pearl. We're all on the same board, which make up the Rankin-Hinds Flood Control District.
Are there more boards like that I'm just ignorant of, or is this one of the first ones to have that group together?
This is the first one that is specifically put together for this particular project, and making sure that the project is done correctly, and make sure that it benefits both sides of the river. We're not going to try to tell Rankin County what to do with their side of the river. They're not going to tell us what to do with our side of the river. But it is going to be a mutual benefit to both sides of both people on both sides.
But it would seem to me, our worst weakness or problem is small townitis.
Yes.
As long as I'm okay, I don't care about you two.
You're right.
And I forget that the way, if you go down and he goes down or he has crime, it's coming here next.
Right.
That's right.
Why don't we see more boards like that you just described, where you're right, Hinds County shouldn't tell Rankin County what to do and vice versa. But at some point there's got to be, an overseeing of, this metro, this aggregate.
Yeah. Well, I forgot to mention the mayor of Richland is on there. Richland South is on there, and we all get along.
Okay.
And we have good meetings. We are all working together for one common goal. So it's been a good experience for me to work with all of these mayors and making sure that we get the project moving. And right now, the project is further than it has ever been.
What would you like the citizens to do to push? Is there anything the citizens of Jackson or Hinds County can do to push the project across the finish line?
They can contact their congressman. We have had a tremendous amount of support from Roger Wicker, from Benny Thompson, from Cindy Hyde-Smith, and from Michael Guest. We've had a lot of support because they understand the big picture. They understand that this could change the face of the city of Jackson forever.
One of our listeners asked, you haven't mentioned the mayor of Jackson. Is he on board with the project?
Yes, he's there. He's one of the board members.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there any city or county that's not on board that you haven't mentioned?
There's a couple of cities in South Mississippi that are not on board because they have this belief that it's going to flood South Mississippi.
Okay.
Downstream.
And Pearl River.
Yeah, and then we had Brent. We had a big issue that we were able to resolve, and it was an environmental issue that dealt with a frog. And
and people don't understand the environmental groups usually do not just come in and say you're going to hurt the trees or whatever. It's a species,
right?
And usually, like you said, I know the salmon up in the Northwest has wrecked some projects,
right?
And they say if you do this, you'll eliminate this animal that no one really knew was there, or this insect.
And let me tell you what that animal is.
Okay.
It's called a ringed map frog, RINGED, map, MAP, frog.
Have you ever heard of that, Mr. Johnson?
Never heard of it.
And we were able to do environmental studies that the results came back that it was not going to harm or displace the frog, so we were able to move forward. But we had to do that.
Once again, but that was hearings upon hearings.
Yes.
That was studies upon studies.
That's
that
correct.
was not something easily done.
I wonder, is that frog green?
I don't even know.
Like the color of your shirt.
See, this is why I don't. That's why I over here. But anyway.
Ain't it strange, Graham, the day you talk about a frog? He had on a frog shirt.
Former co-host Malcolm Johnson. Okay, now, for years when I've been here, when I hear One Lake, the next word is a casino needs to be put on it.
Yes.
Are y'all trying? Has that been discussed? Is that too further down? That's the Gaming Commission. And let me go ahead and say this to be fair. When 20 years ago, the gaming industry was booming. Now, because every other state has opened up casinos, I hear the Choctaws aren't doing that well. I hear Tunica's not doing that well because Memphis has it and people just don't want to drive here.
Right.
Has that come up in these conversations?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, we have not discussed that. It's not been a part of any study. That's just people more or less wishful thinking, but it has not even been a part of the conversation.
What has been the part of the conversations that has been either rejected or accepted or added to it since? When did you get on One Lake?
It's been about 5 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Has it changed in those 5 years in any way besides basically the same premise?
It's the same premise,
Okay.
and basically the same goal in mind, and that is to open up the river on the Hinds County side for recreation, for boating, for an economic, to have some type of economic impact on that particular side of the river, which is Hinds County.
So you're talking about putting in boat trailers, or would it be something like that's in the reservoir, or what? What do you see?
Well, I can't really say at this particular point because nothing is finalized, nothing is done. These are just some of the ideas that have been talked about. But one of the things that we are specifically dedicated to is flood control.
Okay.
We're going to do the recreation. We're going to do the economics later. What we want to do first is to keep the water out of people's homes in Northeast Jackson. That's our number one goal.
Has that been a bigger problem with the melting or the higher temperatures, or is it getting worse? Or
I can't say other than the fact that we have had 6 floods since 1997. I think it was, I may have my years wrong, we had 97, 83, 2000, 2004, 2020, and then 2022. So we've had, since 1979, we've had water in residents' home in Northeast Jackson on 6 different occasions.
what percentage, if you know, or how many houses are we talking about flooding when the water gets high?
It depends upon whether you have a 28-foot river or 30-foot river, or as in 1979, you had a 35-foot river. If you're talking about a 35-foot river, you're talking about anywhere from 800 to 1,000 homes.
The construction, has there been any talked about hiring local or minority contracts with anything passed, or is that too early?
It's a little bit too early, but what we're planning on doing, if everything is finalized, when everything is finalized, to use individuals that are local, that has the expertise in order to get this done. It's not going to be a heavy lift because what they're going to do is once they widen the river and they deepen the river, the dirt and everything that they take out is going to be used to reinforce the current levee that we already have. So it's more or less reinforcing the levees that we have, giving a extra added layer of protection for people to keep water out of their homes.
Is Cindy Hyde Smith behind it, or does she have a position?
Well, the last I heard, her position is that she was behind it. Okay. But I can't speak for her, but we've not had as much opposition over this year as we've had in the years past. And I believe that's because we had the Undersecretary of the Army to come to the city of Jackson. We hosted him, it was about a month and a half, 2 months ago. And while he was here, he saw firsthand. It couldn't have happened at a better and a worse time, but it flooded while he was here. So he had an opportunity to see what happens and how it affects different people whenever water starts getting close to their house and getting in their streets. So he was able to see firsthand.
What was he here doing?
He was here to look at the river.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, and just so happened, it flooded while he was here. Yeah.
I'll tell you something else, Supervisor. We have a creek in Northeast Jackson that the state gave $2 million to. Well, you kind of explain that with the lake being built, how that water gonna flow out?
Well, one of the things that's happened, we've had a problem with an area of Northeast Jackson over on Carrollwood Drive.
That's right.
It's called White Oak Creek.
That's right.
And the legislature gave the Board of Supervisors $2 million to go in and to dredge and to dig out that particular part of Carrollwood Drive where it floods as well. We have people that live all up and down the 5900, 6000 block of Carrollwood where their backyard's caving in. So the state of Mississippi, thank you, Governor, Lieutenant Governor, and Speaker, they gave $2 million in order for us to start working on this project. In the meantime, the county applied for additional funds. And we learned at the beginning of the month that we received another $4 million for that particular project. So we have $6 million to get White Oak Creek done. They're in the analysis phase right now, and then they'll go from there to the design phase. But right now, we're just looking to see what we need to do. But we literally had individuals in that area of Northeast Jackson where their backyards were just literally caving in. So we have $6 million to get that handled.
That's good news there, Brent.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Yeah.
It's very good. I mean, I'm of the nature where we're talking about the Jackson State Stadium, a possible new one, whether we're talking about the Hinds County Detention Center. Construction, while it might be a pain in driving, when you see people building,
Oh, yeah.
consciously or subconsciously, you're thinking there's activity.
Right.
Downtown Jackson, and I mean, our office is down there, but I mean, it is empty. And I mean, it just sends a negative feel, and because while Madison is growing, Clinton's growing, Reagan's growing, nobody has that downtown structure. And we need it in the metro area.
We definitely need that. And one of the things I had the opportunity afforded to go to different conferences and learn different things about your downtown area and how to eliminate individuals from leaving and just evacuating from downtown areas. And that is making sure that there are places in downtown for people to live. The premise is that when people start to live downtown, your downtown is on its way back. When people start to live, then you're going to start seeing restaurants, then you're going to start seeing grocery stores, then drugstores, because the people are there. So people in the city of Jackson, they've started to move downtown. All those old warehouse buildings down from where your office is, those old warehouses, they are now, some of them are residents. And people are living, and on Saturday you can go downtown and you don't see a lot of people. But you see 1 or 2 runners, you see 3 or 4 runners, you see people out walking. But we do know from our economic development department that there are no vacancies in the downtown area as it relates to apartments.
Interesting. We're going to take a break right now and come back with the supervisor, Malcolm Johnson, right after these messages.
Let's read and learn together. Meet Mason. Written by Sherry Tate. Illustrated by David. Mason is a young, inspired learner. Walk with him as he uses his 5 senses to explore the world around him. Your young one can learn to identify shapes, numbers, letters, and more with Meet Mason. Available now on Amazon.com.
Advertise on WeBelieve.global, a brand new digital media platform. Share your brand with our audience on our many global live stream TV broadcasts and over the radio. For more info, visit WeBelieve.global or call 800-492-5186, option 1.
We're back with the Brent Hazard Show with Malcolm Johnson and our guest, Supervisor Robert Graham. Malcolm, this weekend, the first time ESPN Game Day will be on in the city of Jackson and attending a Jackson State game. You going?
Yes, it's my plan, sir. We going.
Well, let me go ahead and say it. I'll put it out there. He invited me to the game last week, and I said, "Oh no, I'll go. I'll check it out. I need to go support local." Yeah. Then I realized I hate crowds, and then Game Day announced, and I haven't been to an Ole Miss game in 10 years. Wow. I went to a Saints playoff game when they played the Eagles. I was like, I need to get the heck out of here. I enjoy going to things. I do not enjoy crowds, and then I'll get in a game and I have to walk. I have to walk around and. Are we as a city and county of city of Jackson, county of Hinds County, Jackson State, are we going to be smart enough to take advantage of this opportunity?
We had to wait to Saturday. You know, Deion said last week he wanted no shooting in the city. He said no.
But that's not the coach's job. When game day,
he said
no.
He said no Friday, no Saturday,
but what I'm
and
saying,
damn if Sunday they didn't go to shoot.
Powers it be have to say, y'all better make sure no one spits on Jackson State. You know, this is a infomercial for an hour. Supervisor, what does Jackson State football means to the county? Does it mean anything to the county? Is it being overhyped?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
And the reason being is because we see the residual effect of what Deion Sanders does and what he means to Hinds County. He can walk into places and those places just come alive. He can bring in different personalities. As you know, some of the personalities, Snoop Dogg was there. Rick Ross. The
Yellow Breeze.
The
Valley
cast of P-Valley.
P-Valley
was here. And,
do you watch that show, Grant?
No, sir.
Okay, Brandon.
And the thing is,
I hear good things, but no, sir.
The thing is that he changes the conversation. He changes the mood. He makes people that are around the university know that the university has a certain level of competency regarding the program and regarding the individuals that he has brought along with him. When he had the nerve and the audacity to put Travis Hunter on offense, I said, this guy really understands and he wants to win at all costs.
But do we understand, as Mississippians or Jacksonians or whatever you say, the work, the vision, the sacrifice? Sometimes I think we just say, well, you know, he's here and he's going to stay here forever, no matter what we do.
Right.
A bad situation, let me tell everybody out there, a bad situation this weekend would be the first thing that'll run him away from here.
Right.
Do we understand that?
Yes. We understand it, and the Sheriff's Department, they are actually working with the Capitol Police, with the University Police. You have several other police departments that are normally not associated with a game that will be here to work security and to work inside the stadium, outside the stadium, to make sure things go right. I think the last thing that people should worry about is our incidents inside of the stadium or outside of the stadium. As far as I know, and I was at the game last week, and I did not hear anything, did not see anything, didn't see people flying over. I
haven't heard of an incident.
Yeah.
The worst thing I heard, or and this was years ago, they had some people breaking in the cars.
Yeah.
But that was, I think, at the first year he was here, and they stopped that.
Yeah.
And hopefully they understand, because Alabama. When Alabama first got Saban, I think their law school was like 66 or something. It's now top 17 because of all the football money.
Right.
And they don't have a medical school.
Right.
So you use football to, help the engineering department. You use football to help the business department.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know.
Let me just tell you that we did something. Let me just tell you another effect that Deion Sanders has brought to Jackson. This weekend, the game was at 2.
Okay.
I know people that started getting ready for the game at 7 o'clock that morning.
Oh, no, look, at Primo's, at Broad Street.
Yes.
I mean, everybody would see people wearing their colors and getting ready for the game.
Yes.
People are driving in, like you said.
Right.
And you can tell they're spending money in Jackson.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Instead of just coming in for the game or, hey, I'm going to watch it on TV and stuff like that. Does the county have a position on building a stadium for Jackson State?
Yes, we've already passed a resolution to let the legislature know that if they decide to fund it, that we would support it. We've looked at some areas. The president of Jackson State took me on a tour to where he showed me his vision of where the stadium could be. They already pretty much know where the stadium could be.
Is that on campus?
It's near campus. Near campus.
Okay.
Will be. I guess you could call it just off campus, but within walking distance.
And that's what you need, when to get the kids or get the tailgating right.
Right.
And I've heard some criticism where the older citizens want to keep it the way it is.
Right.
And I mean, that's what they knew. That's
Right.
what they grew up with.
Right.
Sentimentality is huge. But to get those students
Mm-hmm.
and to get that game day atmosphere, you need the people walking from the dorms.
Right.
You need, and it's a great education. People, I didn't realize this.
Mm.
Go to the game. Hey, son, that's chemistry over there.
Yeah.
Hey, son, when you come here next year, that's biology building.
Right.
That's where you're going to take algebra.
Right.
And I mean, that's how people get to know campuses.
Right.
Now, do you think Deion's going to stay here past next year?
Well, I don't have a crystal ball, but I do believe that he is going to finish his commitment.
Okay. And your understanding of his commitment is?
Until his contract runs out.
Okay.
And
When's that, Brett?
I am not sure.
Next year.
Next year.
Guess what?
What?
My predicament is, I got a crystal ball, Graham.
Okay.
I believe Mississippi State gonna fire their coach halfway through the season next year.
No.
Man, I'm talking to this booster from Mississippi State every day, and he is hoping that they fire Leach in the middle of the season next year and make Brent Hazard the coach to finish.
Let's just stay. Yeah. Well, no,
You know they weird people though.
No, I know that. Look,
They told cowbells.
I went to state for a semester, but no. Look. Let me just go ahead and say this to Jackson State, and I'll go ahead and ask you too. Well, let me ask you, Jackson State, if they get an invitation to another conference, are they betraying the SWAC by leaving?
They won't leave the SWAC.
No, they won't leave the SWAC.
They're not going to leave the SWAC. Because they know Deion won't be there that much longer. That's common sense.
Well, it's too much history.
Yeah.
And they would never do that.
Oh, I'm gone. I'm telling you right now, I am gone. And I'll tell you why. Greenville, Mississippi, Brett grew there. Excuse me, born in New Orleans. Love the Delta. There's certain forces you can't stop.
Right.
And whatever happened to the Delta, and we can get into it, or on another show, you couldn't stop it. And I was telling people, I got to go.
Yeah.
I got to go. And to me, while there might be schools in the SWAC, I'll go ahead and name them. Mississippi Valley is not coming back. And you got to get the money. I mean, let's be honest. Jackson State. My frustration with Jackson State is they're not going for a national championship. I mean, I'm talking about years ago.
Right.
2, you're averaging, before Deion, what was it, in the high 30s? Now it's 40,000.
I say 25 before Deion.
Yeah.
No, I think it was higher than that. But they were the number 1 FCS.
Yeah, 30.
Other schools in the SWAC aren't doing that.
Well, the reason why there's a reason why that is because their stadiums are not can't hold the capacity. They don't have the capacity.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I mean, at what point does this? I mean, we could be talking about Nebraska leaving the Big 12. We could be talking about UCLA and the USC saying deuces to the Pac-10. Yeah. I mean, at some point, hey, we need to get, because to me, the Sun Belt, where you're playing the Louisiana. Now, I've heard some people say the ACC. Now, I'm going to go ahead and look at this camera and say, Jackson State will get destroyed in the ACC. Slow your roll. But if you go Division I, you have a natural rivalry with USM. You got Louisiana Tech, Louisiana. I know you're going to lose. You can keep them on the rotation.
Brent, we averaged 32,000 before Deion and 42,000 since Deion.
Yeah, and I mean, it's still leading.
Yeah.
And it's not... I don't.
And it'll be 60,000 for the Southern Gang.
Oh yeah, no.
That's why I'm taking you.
Well, 60,000 gives me anxiety. Let me hit you. We're running out of time. Let me hit you some quick questions.
Okay.
County's roles in potholes. Do you have one?
Do we have a what?
A role fixing the potholes.
Yes, we're doing the majority of potholes in the city of Jackson and Hines County right now.
How's that?
We've just working with the city of Jackson, and the city of Jackson, they've lost so many individuals. They've lost half of the people on their pothole crews. So what we decided was to take up the mantle, and we started fixing potholes about 5 years ago from the county standpoint. We've been fixing potholes. We got $2 million to do paving roads. We're paving roads in North Jackson as I speak. We're paving Christian Drive. We're paving Lake Trace. We're paving River Thames. We're going to pave Meadowbrook. We're going to pave Briarwood. All of that is Hines County. And all of the potholes in North Jackson over the last 2 years have been done by the county.
Does it seem like the county is having to supplement for the city? Is that? I mean,
we're supplementing, but we're supplementing because it's our call, it's our duty. We don't gain anything by Jackson not succeeding, so we need to help Jackson to succeed. And if that means filling potholes, that's what we do.
Are you doing anything in the works with the hospital? To me, there's 4 real assets of Jackson. Now, obviously, Hinds County, you got MC. But when you're talking about Jackson, you got to talk about Jackson State. And then you got to talk about the 3 hospitals, Baptist, St. Dominic's, and then
Merritt's.
4. Merritt's, UMC, Jackson's, Baptist, St. Dominic's. Does the county have any plans on doing any, are y'all working with the hospitals, or is there anything in the works for that? Or
we're working with Merritt right now, because there have been rumors that they are going to try to leave. But we're doing everything that we possibly can to work with them to make sure that they have the resources to where we can keep them here. We need a hospital in the South Jackson area. Merritt's been around a long time. They signed a long lease with the Board of Supervisors. We've honored that particular lease, and we're going to continue to honor that, and we're going to continue to work with them.
Some friends of mine told me there was a couple of deals on the table that fell apart between the hospitals. I don't know if Merritt was involved or not. I know St. Dominic's, UMC, and Baptist were talking about forming some sort of cancer clinic where St. Dominic's and Baptist would be treating, UMC would be research. Would that be something the county would be interested in if that could get going? Or
we're interested in anything that will keep businesses here. That will be part of the medical corridor, what you're talking about. Yes, and now they have not been able to get that up and running yet, but if it is able to get up and running, when people use Hinds County and the city of Jackson as the medical capital of the state of Mississippi, then we're on to something.
What is going on with the supervisors of the county that we might not know about that you think needs some attention?
The fact that we're working hard, we're applying for grants, we're going to Washington 2 or 3 times a year, begging for money, not asking, begging. We want to eliminate flooding in Northeast Jackson. We want to pave as many streets as we possibly can. We are trying to get bridges repaired. We get twice a year, we get internet sales tax money. And that's helped us out a lot in order to get that to fix roads and bridges. It's dedicated for bridges only, so we're able to fix some of the bridges. Almost every bridge in Hinds County has been condemned, and so we're having to take any bridge that you see that has a wood pylon, we're having to take those pylons out and put concrete. So we have a lot of work to do, and especially when it comes to bridges.
Ladies and gentlemen, in 2022, when you don't have a lot of adults in the room, when you're talking about politics, Supervisor Graham is an adult. You might agree with him, you might disagree with him, but he's logical, he's intelligent. Thank you for your service.
No, thank you.
Thank you for coming. Okay. Malcolm, last words.
Well, what time you going to be ready Saturday morning at 2 a.m.? We got to go to game day.
Malcolm Johnson thought I was
going to game day,
when
man.
you talking about game day, you got to get out at 2 a.m.
Yeah, you
I ain't going to be out in Jackson at 2 a.m. It's the Brent Hazard Show. We'll see y'all next week. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. You need to come back.
It's been fun. It's been fun.
Back to Stilettos on the Pavement. Our show is exclusively on We Believe Digital, with our studio being right here in the capital, Jackson, Mississippi. Thank you guys so much for watching, for sharing with your friends, for subscribing to our YouTube channel. We greatly appreciate it. We know that God has so much more in store. We believe in our city, right? We believe in our loved ones and in ourselves. And today, I hope that after you watch this episode on Stilettos on the Pavement, you will believe in taking care of your mental well-being, right? And that brings me to my guest. I'm super excited today that she is here. I want to be a little bit more quiet today, not quite as vocal, because I want you to get everything you can from this special guest of mine, not only about who she is, how she became the woman that she is today, the super powerhouse right here in our city, and the organization that she works for, as the executive director. So I'm going to get right into it. And today I have my special guest with me, Centennial, right?
Yes,
Did I say it right?
Wembley, yes.
Her name is much like Daniel, she keeps telling me. Now, I didn't want to mess it up. So I'm going to allow her this opportunity to share a little bit about herself with us. I've read her bio. I've spent some time with her. I already know how powerful she is. I just need you guys to know and understand. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Well, she said I'll tell you about myself. Long story short, I am a giver of hope. When people ask me what I do, that's always what I say. I give hope. Hope to the hopeless. So as a young child, my mother lived with bipolar schizophrenia. And with that, there comes a lot of different elements. Of course, she goes through episodes and she will get sick. So at one point I was in foster care, just realizing at my wonderful age that I actually was a foster child. Because at one point, when I got about first and second grade, when she would have a struggle, someone would swoop in from my family, and take me in. So I remember being in foster care with the family. But prior to that, before I had memories, I was actually in a real foster home. So second grade up, I went back with my mom, because her goal was always to be my mom. Right. And she loved me and cared for me all the way up until middle school. And we moved to North Carolina because we were having some trials and tribulations. And once we got there, she did great for about 3 years. And once she got there and she got on her journey, she had a little struggle. And I had to move again to my brother's home in California. So in 9th grade, I'm in California. 10th, 11th, and 12th grade, I came back to Mississippi. And from that, I graduated from high school, and I decided I never want to live in Mississippi because I'm not made to be here in my thought process. And I wanted to be Olivia Pope without the scandal. So I was going to be very well put together, have my cute little suits, and rule the world. However, I have learned on my journey that God had different plans for me. So at some point, I worked in banking for 8 or 9 years, and it never fit. Like, I was always on an uphill battle. I couldn't stay in the cubicle. I needed to talk to the people across the cubicle. I worked in bankruptcy, but processing the paperwork broke my heart, because sometimes there were processes where I was sending someone's home to foreclosure, and I just knew that didn't settle well with me. So I went home to be a stay-at-home mom, because clearly that's what I was supposed to do. And I realized I cannot focus and do nothing. So I went to a part-time job interview, and it was NAMI, Mississippi. And that's the National Alliance on Mental Illness, which is what I do now. I'm the executive director there. And what we do is we offer support for people who live with the mental illness, as well as support for the family members who are supporting someone with mental illness. And we'll talk a little bit more about that later, I'm certain. But as far as me and my journey, I feel like that's where God has trained me to be from day one, by giving me my mother and making sure that I understood the journey, and I was able to stand at the counters when people were disrespectful to her, or I was able to be in the grocery store when people kind of ran down the other aisle because they were afraid of the crazy lady. So for me, my journey and my goal is to give hope to the hopeless and help people who live with the mental illness to understand it's okay not to be okay.
You just unfolded a lot of things there. Oh my goodness. Okay, so what I heard you say was, from a young age, you knew about your mom, right? And
Yes.
that you had family support that would come in and swoop you up and take care of you until, she was back on her feet and able to do it herself. And then I heard you mention that you were once, during your childhood, in the foster care system. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So let's stop kind of right there. When did you know that your mother not had a diagnosis? Because as children, I don't think we understand that terminology. But when did you know that your mom was different?
I've always known, because she's always had a conversation with me about her being the crazy lady. Because she would have episodes, and in her defense of her trying to make sure everyone knew that she was okay, she would cuss. Oh, she would give it to you now. What you don't do is cross my mother. Because when she thinks you're wrong, you're wrong. And it's not even, and to be honest, looking back on some of the situations, she was in the right. But no one was listening when she said it nice and calmly. So when she wanted you to hear her, you heard her.
Okay.
So then that grew the stigma of her being the crazy lady and the lady that pops off and, you know, the extra that comes with mental health. So she always explained it to me. But it was, they think I have a mental illness, until about middle school when we moved and she understood, okay, I am struggling. Something is going on and I do need the medication. But when we moved to North Carolina, that's when the doctor started to listen to her about her own body and her own mental health. Because until then, they over-medicated her. So for me, I knew something was going on, because she always wanted me to understand you need to know how to take care of yourself just in case mom's not here. Like, I could pay a bill, I could do a budget, all of these things. I couldn't see over the counters to pay the bills, but she would give me the bills, she would show me how to write the checks, and she would send me in and stand back and let me go in to do it, so I would know the process.
Right. She wanted to make sure that you were self-sufficient,
yeah.
Sounds like.
Yeah, definitely.
Right. So what... And I don't want to say the pressures of it, but I imagine that it was different, you know, because I remember at your age, I wasn't doing that. I wasn't going in the stores and paying bills and things like that. So how did that affect you? It seems like on one part, it was very helpful because you understood the responsibilities of making sure that the lights were on and that there's food to eat and things of that nature. However, you're still a child. So talk to me about that.
And so for me, until I became an adult, it really didn't resonate what she was doing.
Okay.
But where I grew up, I saw other kids who didn't have lights, who didn't have phones, who didn't have TV. So in my mind, we had all of this. Right. So it never dawned on me that was a lot of responsibility for me to know how to do these things. And my thought process as a kid, it was, my mom is helping me to make sure I know how to have the things that I want and the things that I need, opposed to looking at these other kids who don't have TV or they don't have a phone, or, you know, just basic necessities that I thought at the time.
So was your mom able to work?
No. Okay. When she was younger, she worked. But once she got me, she always wanted a girl. There are three of us, everyone 7 years apart.
Okay.
So for me, she wanted to be present. Like, if nothing else, she's a mother. Even when she's going through an episode, she's a mother first and foremost. So she wanted to be at home with me, so she didn't work most of the time. The first job I remember was her doing setting for older people. She's a caregiver by nature. Okay. So she would go and stay with older ladies. I always had a bunch of older ladies that would be at their house.
And that's what my mom does today. And I always ask her, my mom did a lot in the last 2 years through hospice. Even though they would be at their own home, she would go and take care of them. And I said, Mom, how do you do that? Like, how do you? And she's like, Mika, I have children who are there for me, but the people who do not, I want to be there for them, because everyone doesn't have a family support. So on my days, I would hope that somebody would care enough about me, and so that's how she does it. So shout out to all the caregivers, right? Yeah. I don't think that we mention them enough as a society, because that takes a lot, especially if it's someone you know and love, because we're always thinking, I want them to be who they used to be, instead of, let me deal with who they are today and be grateful and thankful that they're here today.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, okay. So then what caught me too was the fact that you said you were in Mississippi, and then at one point you moved to California. My mom's from Los Angeles, so I know a lot about Cali. That is a big shock, like culture shock to the 10th power, right? So tell me a little bit about your experience being from here and then moving to California.
It was totally different, and personally, I would recommend anyone that thinks they want to live in Mississippi, try it outside for a little bit. Because I started to see different cultures. I had friends that didn't look like me. I was able to visit their homes and see how they live and get a different aspect on things as far as culture and just living with different people and being able to accept the differences without having judgmental feelings or having biases against them. But there was also the idea of everything was so much faster.
Yeah, it was really fast. I remember my father came when we were in high school. I was in high school, and we went to this place called In-N-Out Burger because he wanted a hamburger. And he was standing at that counter, and he's looking like, what? He's like, Mika, where are they going? Why are they moving so fast?
Yes.
I was like, California, we just move fast. We got places to go. And so that made me, that opened my eyes to understand that I knew about Mississippi, but I never compared the speediness, if you will, of how things move so fast. And it's still that way to this very day. It's way more expensive. It's I love California, so I don't want anyone to misunderstand what I'm going to say, but it's different. Like here they ask, when I moved back here in 2013, they asked, who are your people and where are you from? Right. And in California, they asked, what do you drive and where do you work?
Yep.
They never asked me, did I know about God? Was I a believer? They never asked any of that. It was, what do you do for a living? Where do you work? And what do you drive? And I was just like, wow.
That's different.
Yeah, it's very different. So that was a big difference. So now you're back, right? We're going to go into commercial in a little bit, but you come back to Mississippi, and then what happens?
So we come back, and my mom is in a manic episode. So she's found her way. While I was in California for the year, I'm with my oldest brother. Okay. But my mom has managed to find her way from North Carolina back to Mississippi on a Greyhound bus. Okay. So older, I learned in the last few years, I said, well, Mom, how did you get back? She said, I knew where I wanted to be because she was going in and out. Like her thought processes weren't clear, but she knew she needed to get back to Mississippi because her home was here.
Okay.
So she said, I drove my car to the bus station. I bought a ticket and I left. And my family there, she didn't tell. They found her car at the bus station. And because I'm a child, a teen, 14, 15, nobody told me. So I just knew my mom had moved back, but in the process, she probably was a missing case for a while because she was traveling. She says when she came to consciousness, she remembered being in New York and two men, she said they looked like big football players, and they told them she was, out of it and couldn't figure out how to get where she was supposed to be. And they told them, we'll get her there. She says, I got on the bus, they made sure I was seated, and I can't remember anything past getting to Vicksburg. And she got to Vicksburg, and she couldn't get to Natchez. And she said she piddled around Vicksburg like a homeless person for a couple of days and was sleeping in one of the ditches. Okay. And she said she went into a Mexican restaurant. And every time we pass the place, she says something about it now. She went into there, and the man called the sheriff from Natchez, and he came and got her.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So you mentioned the word, and you said mantic. She was having a mantic episode. I know exactly what that means, and I experienced them. But for our viewers, before we go into commercial, can you please tell them what that is, in case they don't know?
Yeah. So what that means is that's when a person who's living with a mental illness is having kind of a time where they're just not able to control themselves. They're trying, but their mind is basically winning the battle. Right, the illness is taking over, and the illness is not allowing them to control it or slow down. And that's where you see the people on the news that are walking down the street with no clothes on. Right. That's where you and your loved one are arguing, and things are happening that they don't want to happen, but they can't control it.
Right. And then sometimes, and I'll speak for myself, not for your mom or anyone else, but what you hear and think is your reality, even though it's not really happening and it's not real. But in those moments, this is real as my hand in my face. So we'll talk about that a little bit when we come back. We're going to go to a break in just a moment. This is Tamika Garrett with Stilettos on the Pavement, exclusively on We Believe Digital, right here in the capital, Jackson, Mississippi. And I am with my guest today, and we're going to come back after this break and talk a little bit more about who she is and the organization NAMI of Mississippi, who she works for as the executive director. And NAMI is the National Alliance for Mental Illness. We'll see you in a minute. Thank you for watching.
Advertise on WeBelieve.global, a brand new digital media platform. Share your brand with our audience on our many global live stream TV broadcasts and over the radio. For more info, visit WeBelieve.global or call 800-492-5186, option 1.
Hey you guys, welcome back. It's Tamika again, and I'm here with my guest Antonio from NAMI, Mississippi. I hope that you've been watching, but if you haven't, you missed anything, please go back and watch the beginning of this so you'll understand where this conversation is going from here on to the end of it, okay? So now we're talking about your mom, and we defined Mantic, and then you said it was later in life that you realized you were in the foster system, correct?
Yes.
Was there any other systems that maybe later on in life you learned that you were a part of?
So, in the state of Mississippi, because of my mom's illness, I've been a part of the foster system. We have had some crisis intervention teams, which is where the officers come out and try to help make sure that they de-escalate situations. The juvenile justice system, because you have to go through juvenile justice to get into the foster system.
Okay. I didn't know that.
I think it's juvenile justice. Yeah, because we went before court for them to take custody for the time being. So I think so. I can't think of any more, but I'm sure in my life I realized, oh, that's what that was. We did, but I'll tell you what's funny. At one point, my mom did a NAMI class. She did peer-to-peer, and she was certified. And I didn't learn about her doing the class until I started working for NAMI. And she dug out this certificate from 1920. And she was like, I'm certified.
That's right. I got my certification.
Which is hilarious because I didn't realize NAMI was a thing at the time as an adult. But she did the class when I was a child, and she made me remember. She said, do you remember going to this house? And I was like, yeah. And she was like, that's what I was doing. We were going to NAMI classes.
And those classes are really important. It's life-changing for yourself and those that you are giving hope to. Yes. So can you tell people what that is for those who don't know what the peer-to-peer is?
So peer-to-peer is a 8-week class, and what it does is it teaches an individual who lives with mental illness how to be in recovery. It helps you to make a plan just in case something comes up, because there will be hiccups, of what to do when there are those hiccups. It helps you to understand how to let others know that you may have a hiccup coming, and let them know what to do and how to handle the hiccup. Because we talked about individuals being manic. Well, if you don't realize someone is manic and you think they're just being rude or mean, then it hurts your feelings and it kind of turns you off towards that person. But they can't help what they can't change about them. So that's what peer-to-peer does. Now, our sister class to that is family to family. And family to family teaches you how to be a family member and support that individual once you realize they do live with the mental illness and that they do need your support. So those are 2 classes, and both of them are 8 weeks, and both of them give you skills. And it talks about self-care in both of them as well, which is really a big deal, especially if you're a family member, because if you're taking care of a loved one, regardless of what the illness is, you know that it weighs on you heavily. So
it does. And so I think that I didn't know for a long time that you guys offered the family to family. And so for those of you who are listening or watching, I wish you would do some research and find out, especially if, like you stated, that if you have someone in your family, a loved one, or, a close friend, it will help you to understand them a little bit more. And sometimes people, I don't think they know how to be there for you, and sometimes just your presence speaks volumes without you even saying anything. What are your thoughts about that?
I totally believe that. Statistically, 1 in 5 live with a mental illness. So if you think a person is struggling mentally, they probably are. And that's 1 in 5 that are not diagnosed. That's 1 in 5 that are diagnosed. So imagine how many people are out there not diagnosed and just struggling through. It takes, for the average person, about 10 years for them to go into a doctor's office and get a diagnosis. Well, in that 10 years, family to family teaches you how to be their support. And you being their support is honestly gonna change the outcome of what they have going on, because support is important for everyone.
It is, and so many times, I think we talk about this a lot as African American or women of color. A lot of times it's the hush hush, it's the secret, or it's the she's or he's crazy, and they're not crazy. There's just an imbalance, and there's help to be had if the person will recognize it. Now, I will say that there are a lot of people that are afraid to find out what is wrong with them. They know something is wrong, but they don't want to get the diagnosis. They don't want to hear those words.
Yeah, and that's hard. I mean, once you hear the words, you have to face it. And it's so hard, even as parents and as loved ones, just to hear that you're not perfect, or the child that you gave birth to is not perfect, or your brother or your sister's not perfect. It's hard.
Yeah.
And to get the diagnosis, you have to realize it's okay to struggle. But if you don't know what's wrong, how are you gonna fix it?
Right, and it can only get worse. So
Yes.
I know for me, I was like, there's nothing wrong, and people are like, oh, that's just, Tamika's just like that. Well, there was a reason I was like that, and until a long time, I finally went, and then I had a manic episode, and I was up for like 3 days straight. I was delirious is what was happening. And so for me, I couldn't determine what was reality and what wasn't. I remember my sister telling me, Mika, do you realize this is what you did yesterday? And I was like, no, I didn't.
Not at all.
I said, no, Toya, I didn't do that. And I just broke down crying because I was so out of character for me. But then when I was up for that third day, I would hallucinate because I hadn't gotten any sleep, and I couldn't force myself to sleep even though I tried. And my mom came over and she was like, Mika, you've got to see a doctor. And so that was what I said, okay, something is wrong. And I was brave enough to face it and say, let's find out what's going on. And then that's how I found out. So, my heart just goes out. I know it can be a scary thing, and I'm talking to you guys directly, but I know that it could be scary to find out, but there's so much help and programs and support once you do. And the medication is not for everybody. It does help. There are things you could do that's natural. Walking helped me a great deal. And I thought, what? Walking just 30 minutes a day? But I'm telling you, and those 30 minutes a day turned into 5 miles 6 days a week. And I got addicted to it. And the weight started coming off, and my mind started slowing down. And so what are some of the things that you think allows people to not just deal with it, but allows them to be themselves?
There's a lot, and everybody is different. That's the thing. You have to find your own plan. Individualized plans are important, and that's what our whole system is moving to, because what may work for the goose may not be good for the gander.
Right, that's true.
And what we have to realize is mental health symptoms usually show up between 14 and 24. Okay. That's when the child is a child. And that's when you're going through life. So a lot of times you're still under your parents' roof, and they see something, but they turn away, and it has to go into what our community calls nervous breakdown.
Right.
And that when you get to a nervous breakdown, you are at the back end of the worst.
Yeah, I was there.
Yeah.
And then they want to, not so much in California, but in Mississippi, they just want to pray. Don't get me wrong. Praying is good. Prayer changes things. God is an awesome God. However, it is my belief that God also gives us tools and resources for us to be better. And so you just can't pray the thing away. You have to face it.
Yeah, because there are different things. Like you said, walking, talk therapy, medication. And all medication is not for everybody. And sometimes it's too strong.
A lot of times. And I'm telling you, it's the trickiest thing about medication is that trusting somebody to know you, because with the medications, the doctors do the very best they can, but it's trial and error. So your dosage could be whatever the medication is. It could be too low or it could be too high, and you just really paying attention to your body and how you're responding to that, even with the side effects. Just making sure that you know yourself, or you entrust somebody to say, hey, I started this new medication. I need you to watch me over this next week or so to see what's going on.
And see, personally, I recommend both, because two things are going to happen. Either that person's going to see something different than you see, or you both are going to see the same thing. And if you decide to go in and tell your doctor, okay, this is a great medication, but I think it's too strong, and your doctor doesn't listen, you got a partner that saw the same thing that you saw, that can validate it for you. So you bring in your second set of ears and eyes and say, hey, they saw the same thing I saw.
That's good.
And make sure, because stigma's real. It happens. My mom is 76. She had me in her older age. But there are times when I have to go to the doctor and speak for her because of the stigma surrounding her mental health.
Yeah.
And she may be telling the doctor something's wrong here, and they don't hear her. And then I say, sir, did you note that she said this is happening? And then they hear me.
Yeah. Because there's nothing wrong with you.
Exactly. So sometimes what I do with my mom is if there's something important on the way there, I say, okay, what am I saying for you today?
Mm-hmm.
And she'll tell me. And then when I get in, she'll say it. And if I felt they took it, then I pass it on. If I didn't feel they took it, then I speak up for her because of the stigma. And then sometimes you have to find the right doctor, therapist,
that part.
the right fit. Because I've been to therapy. I mean, hey.
It's a good thing.
Everybody needs a little tune-up. And the easiest way to describe therapy, what they told me is, it's a chalkboard. You tell me what's going on inside, and I give it back to you. And we make a plan. I, as a therapist, I'm not a therapist, but they said I, as a therapist, will help you make a plan to get wherever your goal is that you're wanting to go.
Right. And when you have a good one, you have given them your plan yourself. You just didn't know it.
You didn't know.
And they'll just read it. They'll say it back to you where it makes sense to you, and you come up with a plan that works for you.
Yeah.
That's true. And I would tell anybody, it is okay to say this therapist isn't for me, or this counselor isn't for me, this group session doesn't work for me, because you have to find, it's like a relationship. Every relationship doesn't work at first. You have to work it. You have to find out what's the best for everybody involved. I have fired plenty of counselors.
Yeah.
Specifically when I got here, because they were reading the Bible scriptures to me, and I was like, I go to church for that.
Yeah.
I didn't come here for that. I didn't come here for you to dissect certain things of my life that I've shared with you in confidentiality, just to hear Bible scriptures. So if they're not working for you, get rid of them and continue to find. Don't give up and say, oh, it's just not for me. That person or that group may not have been for you, but there is somebody out here that can help you.
Yeah, your people are out here. I mean, I talk to people all the time, and they're looking for their people. And I say, oh, I know someone who reminds me of what you're talking about, and we can connect the dots. But you're not going to be confident. You're not going to be comfortable unless you find your people. And your therapist has to be your person. They have to get you. And if they don't get you, it's not going to work out.
Right. And I had two. I had one lady who was African American, and she was really good. But I had this young girl who was Caucasian. She was all of early 20s, right? But she gave me homework and assignments, and she looked at life completely different than I did. So that was helpful for me. And so I kept both of them until recently when I moved. But just to let you guys know that, what we're saying is you have to find, as you stated, your people. And if you keep looking, do not give up, you will find them. Yeah. So how was your mom able to do that for herself?
She closed up. She doesn't find, so she has a select few people that knew about her illness, and they had their own struggles. So there were 3 that I can remember, and one of them passed recently. But they did life. When things got hard, she'd be on the phone with them. And thinking back on it, they were her people. They were her little support group. Right. And she could say anything she wanted or how she felt, and they didn't judge her because they knew that's real. When she says she had this feeling, it was real. I'm not going to judge her because I've been there. And that's what NAMI provides. People who've been there that don't judge you. Everything is pure lead. And they're your people.
Right. And that's what I was going to say on those calls with Latasha and the other people. You always feel like, whew, I'm glad I was able to say that how I needed to say it. Not that I have to say something and it has to be scripted or, it has to come out a certain way. And so that is such a good feeling for I have group every Wednesday, and in that group, it's such a great thing. We don't see each other outside of that group. I don't know where they live, or I don't even know their last names, and that doesn't matter. But we're there for an hour every week, and we just release whatever it is, however we feel the need to do so.
Yes, and see, NAMI provides that no charge. You can go to NAMIMS.org and go to our calendar and find out where our support groups are. And what those do is it brings a group of people in that are either peers, everyone living with the mental illness, or family members, everyone that's a family member supporting someone. And you get to say what you need.
Right.
If your family member is driving every nerve you own,
every last one,
everyone, you can't say that and not feel guilty all the time because you know they're struggling. But if you get in that support group and someone else says it, then you realize it's okay to be a little tired. It's okay to be a little frustrated because that's the lay of the land. And when someone else says it, it helps you to move on through what you're going through. So that's why I always recommend. And even I can't go into a peer support group because it's closed. Everyone there, we don't allow students there. We don't allow anyone that's from outside because we want to make sure that group is safe.
Right.
And that the individuals in that group feel like they can speak without hesitation.
Right, because if they don't, they definitely will miss the opportunity to be better.
Yes.
To be okay with not being okay today.
Exactly.
So when we come back from this next commercial break, I want to talk about the things that NAMI has coming up, the conference that you have. There's so many different things. I'm telling you guys, make sure that you go to their website to look at the programs and services because I was wild when I first went, and we'll talk about it when we come back. See you in a second.
COVID's pioneering coronavirus protocol firm, SGE COVID Solutions, is paving the way forward for a safer city government, delivering cutting-edge biosecurity and biosafety protocols which have been developed internationally by top virologists and scientists, using an all-natural cleaning solution that kills COVID-19 on contact like no other product on the international market. Let SGE COVID Solutions provide innovative, rapid facilities testing and world-class, state-of-the-art biorisk safety protocols for all of your coronavirus needs.
Welcome back, you guys. And so we're going to continue on this conversation. And again, please go and look up NAMI Mississippi. What exactly is the website? So I don't give them the wrong one.
It's www.namims.org, and that's NAMIMS.org.
Okay, so you guys go to that website, check it out, find out all the resources. And I'm not sure if you heard her when she said it's free. That means $0 and 0 cents, no charge. Why wouldn't you? And if you didn't know, you know today. So if it's not something that you need, a service or program, definitely share that with as many people as you can. And so I want to touch on something really fast here. It's interesting to me when Hollywood stars were unfortunately committing suicide, right? Yeah. Then it was this big push for everyone to find out about mental health, and they were talking about it on the commercials. They were talking about it everywhere you went, right? Yeah. It was the dinner conversations for so many people. Then you have nothing for such a long period of time. Well, I want to tell you guys, just because stars are not you're not hearing about them, they're still dealing with that. Not only are they the actors and the actresses and artists, there's real life people that are sitting in your church role that are working with you, whether you're working virtually or you're still face to face inside of a building. I want us to be more concerned about those people that we can actually touch and feel, and we see behaviors all the time versus, I never met Robin in my life. My heart went out to him and his family, but I never met the man in real life. Yeah. So what are your thoughts about that?
So for that, I think it takes digging deep and having empathy, because when you walk in and you say, and I'll give you an example. I just know you from brief conversation, but I know your demeanor most of the time. If I talk to you and your demeanor is different, I know something's going on, but I don't talk to you often. And it takes being able to just stop and listen, have empathy.
You have to care.
And care. That's the thing. You have to show that you care. And just saying, are you okay? And being ready to hear the conversation. And when someone says, yeah, I'm fine. No, I have noticed this is going on. What's happening? Is there anything I can do? And being there for a person. And sometimes it just takes being in the room. So they know that you know that they're struggling. And you acknowledge they're struggling, but you're wanting to help, and you're waiting for them to tell you how to help.
Right. I almost got choked up about it because so often, and I as women, we're always, girl, how you doing? Oh, I'm fine. And now if you know this lady, if you know this person, you understand when she says fine in this tone or when she says fine this way and does this. it's a lie, right? So you have to care enough to really watch the demeanor and behaviors of your friends. If they're your friends, you want to do that and tell them that no, it's me. It's okay for you to say today is not a good day,
right?
And then let me figure out how I can assist you in making today a better day for you. I'm definitely glad that you brought that up, because so many times we just zoom by people and we are not paying attention.
Yeah, and that's the hard part, because we don't notice we're doing it. Right. So you have to actively say to yourself, because at the end of the day, you have your own life, you have your own struggles, you have your own issues going on. But it's that knowing inside of yourself, something's up. And sometimes, and it's strange, the more you do it, the more you notice it. Because sometimes I pass perfect strangers, and I can feel it. It's like, this person's having a bad day. And some days it just takes a smile. And I feel better when I smile at them and they smile back. Or some days it's giving the person at the McDonald's window some grace. Because you don't know how they got there. You don't know if this is the straw that breaks the camel's back. And we have to go through the world thinking of it that way, because stars struggle and they get all this attention, but real people struggle. The McDonald's lady may be struggling and she's not getting attention, and then furthermore, she may not even be getting help, but she's dealing.
She's dealing with it. And I my background is operations and HR and retail and restaurant. So restaurant, wow, man, we get it. We get it. Unfortunately, I was reading something the other day, and it said that a lady killed 2 young people working at a Subway. I believe it was in Atlanta, because they had too much mayo on her sandwiches, too much mayonnaise. Yeah. So their lives are gone because of mayo.
Yeah, and it seems like what or how that doesn't even make sense. But how did she get there? Right. And it's always what brought this person to this point. When you see these idiotic things that happen on TV or things that make you go, why? You go, what brought this person to this point? How? And this is what I think about, especially with children. It's like, how could this have been prevented years ago? Because a lot of times, it doesn't start when they're adults. Absolutely, it starts way back when someone didn't see something.
And it builds up, and you're not paying attention, or you're ignoring the signs.
You just, families a lot of times just accept it. Because the lady didn't go in and just snap that day. I'm sure she snapped on a bunch of people before she got there. And no one just stopped and said, what's up? Hey, right. No one just was able to say, wait a minute, what's going on with you today? And her be comfortable enough to say, girl, let me tell you. Right. And sometimes they just need to hear it. Someone just needs to be able to say, girl, let me tell you. Because if they don't have a therapist, somebody's got to get it out.
Right. And they have to know. I remember dating someone, and we were in front of Next Level, and I was like, this is happening to me, this is happening to me. And she was like, you were fine a minute ago. I said, I need to go to the doctor, like right now. And she kind of like laughed it off. And I was thinking, this girl has no clue. Like, she knows that I have, these episodes of anxiety and depression, but I understood then that she didn't get it, and she didn't care enough to try to understand. So I took myself to the doctor. But when you know your body, you know when you need to go get some help immediately, or you can wait till tomorrow. I don't want to have you go without talking about some of the things that NAMI has coming up. And you mentioned, is it 988?
Yes, so that is something that's great. I'm so excited about 988. It is coming July 16th. And it's
right around the corner.
Right. It's the national system that's the sister system to 911. But it's for mental health.
Wait a minute.
Yes. So on July the 16th, if you think someone's struggling with mental health, you see someone out and they're acting neurotic, and instead of calling the police, instead of dialing 911, dial 988, and a trained professional will answer and make sure the right person comes to get the help.
Now, is this all over the world or specifically
United States?
Mississippi? Okay, so 988. You guys hear that? 988. Now, don't be calling the number, just to be calling it, but specifically if you are concerned with their well-being, correct?
With their well-being, yes.
Then you can call 988, and it's all over the world, not just in the state of Mississippi.
Yes, all over the nation.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, and that's going to help a lot, because A lot of times we look at our officers and they go, our officers aren't handling this right. Well, they're not trained to be mental health professionals. They're trained to be officers. So
and they're really, struggling, concerned for their own life in those moments.
Yeah, because you can't imagine, and I deal with crisis intervention teams that try to go in and talk to officers and talk to the professionals that's training them to be trained leaders for crisis intervention. And I've realized a lot of them are struggling because when you knock on a door as an officer, you don't know if that's your last knock or not. So imagine living like that every day, constantly. So they're doing their best, but 988 will make sure that the right person comes. 988 will make sure that you get the help you need, and then there's systems in place after. And then if you're not, ready to call 988 because it's not that bad, you can text NAMI, the word NAMI, to 741-741, and someone will text back and forth with you. Now, that's a big deal, too, because the young adults, they don't want to call. They're never in a crisis, but they'll text. And that person can kind of help them to understand what's going on, how to get help, let them know if they really need to talk to someone more than just a friend or just a text line.
And sometimes it helps that it's a complete stranger.
It
so
does.
You don't have to worry about, is my mom going to find out, or if my dad's going to, go off on me when I get home, whatever the case may be. So I was reading something and it talked about, it said Hope Through the Storm or something about a conference you guys have coming up in September.
Yes. Now that is the trauma conference.
Okay.
And that's a conference that's done by, we kind of partner to do that conference, but it talks and leads individuals and teaches them about trauma. And you can find more information on that at our NAMI MS website. Okay. And then we have our Minority Mental Health Conference coming up in July. It's July 28th. This year we're going to do one day, and we're going to talk about topics that kind of touch minorities more than others when it comes to mental health, because we all know minorities kind of pretend just it doesn't happen in our community, but it does.
Right.
So yeah.
So when is that, and where is that conference?
That one is virtual. Actually, both are virtual. And you can go to Eventbrite and search for NAMI, and they'll pop up. And all of our NAMI classes will pop up.
So do me a favor, look into that camera and tell them where they can go.
So you can go to eventbrite.com, and then in your search bar, go NAMI Mississippi. And anything that is NAMI related, classes, support groups, conferences, anything that we're hosting will pop up on your screen. And then you just click register. There's no fee for most of our services and most of our programs. And come on in and be a part of what we're doing.
Yeah, that is amazing, like seriously, because people are not going out, as much as before, right? And then even with the pandemic, I can imagine, I don't have proof for stats, but I imagine that the number of those, challenged with any type of mental diagnosis went up. Did it not?
Anxiety and depression statistically have gone up, and in youth and young adults, it has gone way up because they've been at home for 2 years.
I was going to say, and they're not used to that. They need interaction and people and playgrounds and things like that.
Yes, and now they have to go back into the classroom. And I don't know about you all, but my kids were afraid of other people because they may have the Rona. And they didn't, it just didn't sit well. The idea of we're not necessarily safe, but we have to go back.
Yeah.
All of that is combined, and whatever may have already been there. So anxiety and depression are very high right now.
They are, and it's not, well, I don't know if interesting is the word that I want to use, but I'm just thinking parents, they weren't used to being home with their children all day. So, now I think they have a little bit more respect for those educators, because they're with their children all day. And so now, I read one time it said the sales in liquor and wine had gone up. And I was thinking of parents over there drinking.
They were coping.
They was trying to figure out how to get Johnny and Billy to learn,
Yes.
And then I was watching my nieces one time, and they are 12 now. But they were at my house. I went upstairs, and Lord and behold, one of them was asleep. The other one was watching her screen, but not doing any homework. And I was like, hey, you guys come downstairs. And this is one day, right? You guys come downstairs. Let's put this on the big screen, and let's learn something. And then let's do something fun when it's over. Yeah. But I know they have a difficult time learning for hours on end when it's just you and a computer and no one else is there to watch them.
I have a difficult time learning.
Yeah, I couldn't do it.
I mean, imagine if you're on Zoom all day long. No, because a lot of us are. You know, we're starting to get Zoom bored, basically.
Zoomed out.
And your kids had to be on there.
Yeah, that was too long.
It was a long day for them. And one thing as a parent, you learn more about your kid during that time frame than any other time.
You did.
And if you saw something or you thought you saw something, the time is now to act on it. Talk to them. Because the kid, to be honest, the next generation is open. I love talking to young adults because they're going to tell you exactly how they feel and what they know.
You know what I would like, because I know that we're going to run out of time soon, but I would like you to come back. And if we could get some young adults to talk about this, that would be super dope. Yeah. Because I always want to hear their side, and it's important for everyone else to hear them too. You know, you can't say, well, my kid's facing this or that and this is how they feel. You don't know how they feel, but they can tell us exactly how they feel, and then we're able to learn from them, grow from them, and get them the help and support that they so desperately need and deserve.
Yes. And we have Open Up Mississippi. That is a part of NAMI, but it's for young adults. So 16 to 26, they have their own little section where they lead and they guide and they teach us what they want.
Oh, they need to come on the show.
We're going to get...
You said Open Mississippi?
Open Up Mississippi. And they have a website. So it's www.openupmississippi.com. And you'll see what they're doing. They made everything on the website down to the colors of the logo. It's all young adults that did it.
That's awesome. That's really good. And our young adults are so innovative, and so there is no box for them. They're just like, let's try this, let's do this. And I think that from what I see, they are more open to people having different ideas and speaking different languages, and everyone not being a carbon copy of everybody else, right? So when you come back soon, right, and I'm talking about in a next couple of weeks, I want to have them on the show. Okay. You guys, this has been fast, right? We've run out of time already, but thank you so much for being my guest today. I've learned a lot, as I always do, talking to you, and thank you guys for watching. We will see you soon. Be safe and take care of yourself. Have a good evening.
Advertise on WeBelieve.Global, a brand new digital media platform. Share your brand with our audience on our many global live stream TV broadcasts and over the radio. For more info, visit WeBelieve.Global or call 800-492-5186, option 1.
Well, I'm Joseph White, pastor of Restoration Community Church in Jackson, Mississippi. And this is Kingdom Prayers. This is where we pray over the next hour of this live podcast, or we answer your calls, and we will pray for you or your testimonies. We will have a platform for your testimonies, for your comments. So today you will be my co-host, in fact, because Pastor Stan couldn't be with me today because of the weather. The weather is affecting a large part of the South, and in his city, there was a lot of trees down and lines down, telephone poles down. So, and the weather is still rather threatening. So it was the better part of wisdom and safety that he did not come today. And of course, I always enjoy his presence, but today is not the day for him to be here. So perhaps he's watching today and praying for the podcast today and praying for you today as well. So we are going to get into the heart of the podcast, and we are still on the subject of standing for your city. Stand for your city. And we're standing for Jackson here. So I encourage you to stand for your city wherever you live, because your city, like our city, your nation, like our nation, is a target of the enemy of our souls, is a target for principalities and powers to destroy lives. And can any of us deny that lives are being destroyed on so many levels in our nation today? Spiritually, emotionally, mentally, physically. There's a lot of confusion and destruction going on in our nation. We, in a way, can hardly recognize our nation in terms of how it's been flipped. The very value structure and morality of our nation have been flipped, and not for the better over the last decade, a few decades, I'll say. Our city certainly doesn't look like it looked 25 or 30 years ago. So we're going to pray and get into the word of the Lord today. So, Father God, we thank you, Lord God. We thank you for the platform of Kingdom Prayers, Father God. We thank you, Father God, for those that co-host with me, Lord, who couldn't be here today, Father God. I thank you that your hand rests upon them and their household and their ministries, Father God, and that you are strengthening them in the work of the Lord, and you're strengthening their household. You're providing protection and provisions for them. They lack for no good things. Lord, all of their needs are met. And I pray that all of the needs of those that are watching now, whether it be live or be at a later time, that their needs will be met as well, that their families, their lives will be covered, Father, their bodies healed, their minds, Lord, stabilized and made whole, Father God. And the desires of their hearts, Father, that's according to your will be met. I thank you, Lord, for divine protection and provision for all of our listeners, Father God, for our nation, for our city, Father God. And I thank you, Lord. Hallelujah. Glory to your name. I thank you, Lord, that you lead and guide me. You guide my thoughts, Father God. You guide my words, Father. Lord, you guide me to what needs to be said, what ought to be said, Father. And give me, Lord, that I would speak boldly as I ought to, Father God. Hallelujah. But I will only speak the truth and the love of the Lord, that we all may grow and benefit from the presence of the Lord Jesus. We thank you and we praise you, Lord. Hallelujah. And we thank you for Mr. Garrett, the owner of this enterprise, Father God. Thank you for his work in the earth, Lord. May his hand continue to be a blessing to the community, and may his hand be blessed in all that he touches, Father God. We thank you, Lord God, for those that are in leadership, Lord, in our city, Father God. We thank you, Lord. Hallelujah. Glorify you, Father God, that you are bringing, Lord, strength to them, Lord. You are bringing correction to them, Father God. Lord, you're bringing wisdom to them, Father. Lord, I thank you for humility that's being brought to their hearts, Father. Humility in our mayor's office, our governor's mansion, Father God, the city council, Lord, the county council, Father God, Lord, and our law enforcement, Father God, that we may live a peaceable life, Father. We thank you in Jesus' name. And let that be for every person that's hearing the podcast. Them grab hold of this and apply it to their city. Glory to God. Well, God says in his word, as I was just praying in 1 Timothy chapter 2, verses 1 through 4, he said, first of all, then I urge that entreaties and prayers, petitions, and thanksgiving be made on behalf of all men. Well, that's what we do here. We pray and we entreat the Lord, and we give the Lord our petitions, and we thank the Lord in behalf of everybody. We're not, this is not a political platform. We're not favoring the Republicans or the Democrats, or this is not some kind of intellectual platform. This is a prayer platform when we pray in accordance to God's will and God's word, and we believe that God hears our prayers, and we believe that God will heal our land, because we know that our land needs healing. Our city needs healing. I don't know about your city. I suspect there's some wounds in your city too that needs healing as well. Our city needs healing, and I don't believe we have anyone in our city that would deny that. So God have told us how to bring resolution to the broken things in our city, and that's what we're doing. But first of all, then I urge you to give entreaties. I wasn't finished with the passage. I urge that entreaties and prayers, petitions, and thanksgiving be made on behalf of all men, for kings, leaders. And that means the leader of our city, the leader of our state, the leader of our nation, their leaders, for kings, and for all who are in authority. So whether it be in political authority and authority in the business realm, the religious realm, educational realm, authority is authority, meaning that someone has been given the grace and the authority to have some control and influence over their span of territory or area of their influence. Pray for those people so that we may live or lead a tranquil and quiet life in all godliness and dignity. In all godliness and dignity. So, as we pray for those that are in leadership, and as they do the right thing, and that's basically what we're praying for, that they would do the right thing and treat people well. For when the righteous is in authority, the people rejoice. But when the wicked is in authority, the people mourn. So they would be righteous in their dealings and righteous in their rulings, and that the people would have reason to be rejoiceful and live their lives in peace and with some dignity. Glory to God. So yes, people in authority, they can strip you of your dignity in the way they treat you as if you're not a full person. So we want, for example, a policeman, he's in authority. And if he has reason to stop you, or doesn't have reason to stop you anyway, he can treat you in a way as a respectable citizen, or he can strip you of your dignity. And we have too much of that going on now. Too many people are harassed by the police, or the police people with authority, if they perceive people as being weak and not having political resources or resources that they can call on. Oftentimes human nature causes people, human nature, the flesh, will cause people to treat the weak poorly. And that's not right. And the Word of God is saying, pray for those that are in authority, that we may be able to live with some dignity. Glory to God. You shouldn't have to have a 6-figure income or be a millionaire to be treated well, and to be treated with some respect in the name of Jesus. Glory to God. Hallelujah. But I was at an event yesterday at Jackson State that was hosted by Dr. Cassandra McNeil. She is director of the Social Justice and Race Relations Institute there. And she convened a conference where she wanted people to come and be a part of a think tank, to be able to begin to lay some foundation for a youth violence strategy. She wants to do a youth summit. That's what she called it, a youth violence summit. So that was an interesting experience, and I found that there are a lot of people in our city that love our city and that want to do well by our city and want to help the young people with powerful ideals and powerful experiences. But I say that to just say, and I'm all for it. I'm going to do everything I can to support that and be a part of that because it has the mark of unity. And without unity, you're not going to get very far. But I want to also say that in spite of being in a city like Jackson, which has had the highest crime rate for the last couple of years and is the fastest shrinking city in America, Jackson has a future. Jackson has a good future, but his future is not based in how smart we are, how politically savvy we are. There are some natural things that can be done and that will be done to bring the violence down. And speaking of violence, I read on the news feed this morning there were 2 murders. 2 men were found dead Wednesday. That would have been yesterday. One with blunt trauma to the head and the other gunshot wound. And on the 11th, it would have been, I believe, Sunday or so, there was a pregnant lady that was caught in a crossfire, and she was 8 months pregnant. She was shot, and she was killed. I don't know what your reaction is when you see things like that and hear things like that. But if you permit me, I want to just say it makes me mad. It makes me mad. I just can't take that as normal. And I would urge you to just make sure that kind of stuff doesn't become your normal. Don't let that kind of stuff become your normal. Oh, there it is again. There's the news again. I'm just going to turn the channel. No, don't do it. Don't approach it like that. Let it not become your normal that a person can lose their life in a crossfire, and 2 lives were lost, the mother and that baby gone, because some foolish person, and I just use the word foolish, the fool says in his heart there is no God, and for that moment that person had no fear of God to just be shooting his gun like that. So I don't apologize for using the word foolish. Because some foolish person start blasting off their weapons in a crowd or where there are other people, and 2 human beings, innocent blood is shed on the ground, is shed, and lives lost. That ought to stir up a righteous indignation in all of our hearts. The 2 men that were found dead, I don't know what the circumstances were behind that, but who's been given divine right to just beat a man to death? Regardless of what he did, he may have been guilty. I don't know who he is or what he did, but even if he was guilty of doing something, that's the work of a criminal justice system to right the wrong, or to cause people to be accountable for their wrong. Not saying the person was wrong for anything, I don't know. And the other person to be shot to death like that, and to just be found the following day dead. And I say there's something vastly wrong with an environment like that, with a city like that. And it ought to stir up your righteous indignation when that stuff happens. As the Bible described Lot, who lived in the city of Sodom, as in Sodom and Gomorrah, he said that he described Lot as that city was vexed his righteous soul. It was vexing to his righteous soul. And as the righteousness of God in Christ, this ought to be vexing to our souls, and not vexing to the point that it brings us into despair and hopelessness. No, it should stir us up and cause us to recognize why we need to stand for our city, which is what this podcast, particular podcast, is about, part 3, standing for your city. If you don't stand as a believer, what stops the tide? Whose mercy are we at to stop the tide? Are we to depend on policing Yes, we are to depend on policing. I think the police are probably doing the best they know how to do. So who else can we depend on? Vigilantism? No, that's not the answer either. But the first and foremost answer is that people of God must stand before God for their city. And God has invited us to stand before Him. When we look at in the Word of God, where Abraham stood before God, Moses stood before God. That's how they were described in their petitioning to God in behalf of their people. They stood before God, and God has invited us. No, we're not in the Old Testament setting now, but we're in this new dispensation. We're in New Testament dispensation now, and He has invited us right where we are to come boldly. Hebrews chapter 4:16, to come boldly before the throne of grace, come with confidence before the throne of grace and receive mercy. Mercy to help in times of need. So we need the mercy of God. And He's saying, you can't do this without me. He's really saying, I'm not going to do this without you. Maybe that kind of rocks you a little bit. He is saying, I'm not going to do this without you. My people who are called by my name, believers who are called by my name, must humble themselves and turn from their wicked ways, and I'll hear from heaven, I'll heal their land. So there is a part of this equation that has to be filled in by the church. It has to be. Otherwise, what's the purpose of the church? Jesus said, upon this rock, I'll build my church. Upon the rock of the revelation that I am the Christ, I am the Messiah, I am the Savior of humanity. That's the truth, He's saying. And upon this truth, I'm going to build my church. And the gates of hell, or the gates of Hades, the power of death, will not prevail against my church. And whatever you bind or forbid, there you go. There's the church part of it. There's your part of it. Whatever you forbid on earth, I'll forbid in heaven. Or whatever you loose or permit to just go on in your city, whatever you permit to just go on in your family, just go on without challenging it. Jesus, the word says heaven will let it happen. So don't be one who would naively say, why is God letting all this happen? Why is God letting all this happen? Don't say things like that. Because if you say things like that, you're really just revealing the fact that you're not doing what God told you to do regarding doing the binding, doing the forbidding, and doing the permitting of that which is good and that which is righteous. Releasing that, releasing love, releasing mercy, releasing the grace on other people, releasing blessings on other people. Well, glory to God. So there's a part that we have to play in the standing before God for our city. The city needs you. If you are a believer, then God has given you a grace and an authority to stand before Him and petition Him and to declare to the heavenlies what it will be and what it won't be. In Jesus' name. We're ready for our break, and we'll pick it up on the other side of the break.
Looking for the hottest content in the city of Jackson and surrounding areas? Check out WeBelieveDigital.com. Also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. We Believe Digital Podcast is here for all your podcasting needs.
The Mississippi Link is an African-American female-owned newspaper with a trusted voice that is highly respected throughout the city, state, and nation. Our motto, Keepers of the Knowledge for People Who Speak the Truth, since 1993. Link significantly influences the thoughts, attitudes, and buying decisions of its readers. Call us at 601-368-8481 for your advertising needs. If you would like to receive a newspaper in the mail each week, our annual subscription is only $52 per year. That is only $1 per week for you to stay informed regarding many stories that you can only get in the Mississippi Link. Sign up today at themississippiLink.com and click on Home Delivery.
Well, praise God, we're back. And we will pick up where we left off at. Yes, we were saying that, talking about our city, the fastest shrinking city in America, one of the most violent cities per capita in America, and how so much is needed for our city to come back in strength, to be rejuvenated, to be made prosperous again. You've not heard or seen the last of Jackson, Mississippi. Jackson is going to come back very strong. I believe that with all my heart. Glory to God. But I will say this, that it's much more than a political problem or a governmental problem. We have our share of political problems, and to our shame, we have some of our leading officials in our city and state bickering on national television, and that's not good. I'm not proud of that. I won't pretend to be. We can do better than that. We can do better than that. We ought to do better than that. And where there's division, there's every evil work. So where there's division amongst our leadership, there's every opportunity, every door that's open for the evil one to stir up even more discord and opposition one to the other, and that's what we're seeing. So these men who say that they are called by the name by God's name, when they say that they are believers, and I believe them, but I say that don't be deceived by the evil one and allow dissent to ferment and further bring decay to the city. For where there's dissent and division, there's work. There's a lot of work, a lot of room for the evil one to work. Recognize that God's word is true and close the door. Close those doors in the name of Jesus, I say. But the problem is much more spiritual than it is political or governmental. It's much more spiritual. So doors have been opened at some point for the attack of our city to happen as it has. Doors in the spirit realm have been opened. Jackson, Mississippi did not look like and did in no way look like it does now 25 or 30 years ago. Communities in our city 25, 30 years ago, the homes were solid and well kept, yards well kept in various parts of our city, inner city, that now it looks like it looks almost like a ghost town in the city of Jackson. And I'm not bashing Jackson. I love the city. And I have a love for Jackson. And I can remember, I've been in Jackson now since 1989. I came to Jackson, Mississippi as a place to take my first job after my residency. I worked at Jackson High Comprehensive Health Center with Dr. Shirley and Dr. Anderson. But I remember when I came down around the spring of 1989, I was looking for a house. So I came down from Detroit, Michigan. And I can remember when I was deplaning. I was getting off the airplane at the airport. And I still can remember verbally saying, in a low voice, Lord, give me a love for Jackson. That's what I said. And I believe he answered that prayer because I still care about Jackson. I'm still proud of Jackson. I'm still proud to say I live in Jackson. I'm from Jackson when I travel. So I love the city of Jackson. So I'm not one to bash the city of Jackson. I'll defend the city of Jackson, but I won't lie for Jackson. I won't pretend it is something that it's not. I will say that it has great potential, and I believe that Jackson will fulfill its potential, and I think that fulfillment will start with the church. I don't think it's going to start with a sudden change of heart, apart from people praying, of the politicians or the business folks deciding, well, I think we'll put our money back in Jackson, and maybe it'll turn around. I don't think it happens like that. I think these kind of things happen in the realm of the spirit. I think Jackson got broken in the realm of the spirit, and I think this healing starts in the realm of the spirit. So that's why I'm always, if I'm hard on anyone, it's the church. And I don't mean to be hard in a harsh way to the church or about the church, but in an encouraging way and in a way of just reminding the church. I'm not saying you don't already know this, but I'm saying we can go to sleep at the wheel sometime, reminding the church of the authority and the mandate that we have to stand in the gap for our city. It's not a good idea. It's a great idea, but it's not just because of a good or great idea. It's a mandate from God. Glory to God. So if we take the word of God seriously, we should be standing for our city. So the notion of there being 675 Christian institutions in our city, a city that's shrinking faster than any other city, a city that has more per capita killings than any of our city, that's embarrassing. Again, please though, I'm not trying to hurt anybody's feeling, but that's kind of embarrassing because it makes Jesus look so much weaker than he really is. The King of Kings can't do any better than that. Then why would I want? I hear people saying, well, why would I want to follow Jesus? So you want to follow him because he is the Lord of Lords, and he is the King of Kings, and he is the one that died for the sins of man, and there is no other name given under heaven by which man needs to be saved. Full stop. End of story on that point. But I'm saying I'm making a point that we misrepresent the Lord Jesus when we don't stand in his power and his might and speak his word and live his word. That's why the word says, be a doer of his word, and not just a hearer of his word. Being a hearer of his word is not being a doer of his word. Being a hearer only of his word is just being a religious consumer and not a born-again doer. And Jesus is a doer. The works I did, the works I do, he said, you shall do them as well, and greater works shall you do. So it's a doing thing. As he is, so are you in this world right now, the word of God says. So Christianity is a doing thing. And when we see Christianity in action in the personal life of individuals and in the activity of individuals and the prayers of individuals, now you're looking at something very, very potent, very powerful, and very attractive. That's the gospel. Well, glory to God. But rebuilding the city is what we're talking about. Standing for your city. I'm going to read a verse of scripture in Psalms. It says in Psalms 127 verse 1, it says that unless the Lord builds the house, and the house we're talking about now is Jackson. And yet every home in Jackson, the state of Mississippi, but the focus is our city. So the house is Jackson. Unless the Lord builds the house, they that labor in vain, those who build it. Unless the Lord guards the city, the watchman keeps awake in vain. Unless the Lord guards the city, the watchmen or the intercessors. And so that's what we're calling believers to be. And that's what the word of God's calling believers to be. Intercessor, watchmen over your city. Watch your city. Watch the walls of your city. And this is in the spirit realm. We're not talking about getting out on Frontage Drive on Interstate 55 and watching the traffic pass. We're talking about watching in the realm of the spirit, which is where the chaos is released. Which is where the demonic activity happens, which is where the headquarters of is resting that drive those killings that we just prayed against in the name of Jesus. And of course, we bless the families and pray that those family members who lost these people this week would be comforted with the comfort of Holy Spirit, and that their lives would be always remembered in a wholesome and positive way in the name of Jesus. But we pray for our city. We stand as watchmen for our city. I'm going to read it again. Unless the Lord builds a house, they labor in vain who build it. So we can rebuild Jackson. We can try to rebuild Jackson. But if the Lord, and I'm reading this because for a reason. I'm reading this, and I made a point of telling you about a conference I went to yesterday about youth violence, and I believe it's going to bring a lot of good, and I believe there's a lot of other things going on that's going to bring a lot of good. But if the foundation of it all is not resting in the Word of God and the will of God and petitioning to God and God's involvement in the rebuilding of our city, then the work that will be done in vain, according to this passage. And unless the Lord guards the city, then the watchman keeps awake in vain. You just stand up late for nothing if God is not involved in the watching of the city. But when we come before God and we petition God, we worship the Lord and we praise the Lord, we get involved and commune with God. He is there. He is a part. He is the watchman. He's just bringing us into our proper places of worship and intercession. Then it's not in vain. Then our intercession becomes potent. And I'm so glad to be able to say, and I said it before because I don't want to always be the bearer of bad news, but that so far, in spite of these 3 murders, Lord have mercy. But in spite of that, this year, Jackson is on a trajectory of having a reduction of murders by about 32%. And I'm projecting that based on the number of killings that have taken place so far in this part of the year. So, and I just believe that praying people that have been praying, because you can't handle this stuff with flesh, with programs. This is spiritual warfare, and unless there are people on the wall praying, unless God is watching the wall, it's in vain. So I believe that the prayers have not been in vain. The watchmen have not been in vain. The Kingdom Prayer, this platform, has not been in vain. Those that are waking up at night or in the middle of the night, or who are having prayer chains for the city, is not in vain. We're seeing the murder rate drop. And that's why I say, and that's why in my heart, I would say spiritually offended when I wake up and 3 people are reported to have been murdered. It's like I take that personally, and you ought to take it personally. You ought to take it personally and stand with an even stronger resolve to resist the workings of the devil. The Bible said that if we submit to God, make sure your life is submitted. Make sure that your life is humbled before God, because we need God, and He resists the proud. So make sure that you're not walking in pride, but make sure your life is submitted unto God, and you're not walking around puffed up in your own wisdom and with your own money, with your own this or that, apart from God. Because when we submit to God, we resist the devil, and he flees from us. So our power stored in resisting. Our power stored in submitting. I guess it's kind of like what Michelle Obama said about their party. We go down and they go. We go up. And when we go down and they go up, or something like that. But that passage kind of reminds me of that. We go down, we submit, and his power rises up. His power to resist evil rises up, and the devil has no other options, the Bible says, but to flee from us. So what if the whole church, everybody that called themselves believers in our city, was humbling themselves, was submitting themselves to God, was resisting the evil one very vigorously based on the word of God? and based on the blood of Jesus. What would the city look like then? What would the crime rate look like then? I say we would see a manifestation. I believe we would see a manifestation of God's glory. And where the glory of God is, the enemy is not comfortable, very comfortable in that space, and so that's why he leaves. Glory to God. I still believe that revival is on the horizon and that there are pockets of revival already at work in our city. Father, I pray in the name of Jesus, Lord, for revival. Lord, for a great awakening in our city, Father God, the city of Jackson, Mississippi. You said the last shall be first, Father God. And people have mocked our city and mocked our state, that we are always the last in the good things and first in the bad things, Lord. But Father God, you said that you would use the weak things to confound the wise. So Father, we are great candidates for your work, Father God. We are great candidates, Lord God, for you to move, Father. And we are asking, Lord God, that you will move, Lord, in behalf of your own name, Father God, that your name would be glorified. Let the power of your might, Father God, flow in our city, Father God. Let the power of your glory, Father God, break down, Father God. Hallelujah. The power of the enemy that's driving the killing, that's driving the people leaving our city, that's driving the poverty, that's driving darkness. We break that power in the name of Jesus, by the blood of Jesus. We lift up a standard of your righteousness over this city, Lord. And we say we will not be moved. Glory to God. We stand steadfast in the Lord and in the power of your might, Father. Is not by our power nor by our strength, but is by your Spirit, Father God. And we are happy to be, Lord, in alignment with you, filled with your Spirit, working together with you and in the power of your Spirit, Father God. Jackson shall prevail. In Jesus' name, we thank you for that. Glory to God. Hallelujah. But unless the Lord builds the city, the building of it will be in vain. There's a lot of cities that were built and a lot of places and things that were built by the strength of man. And it generally crumbles. It generally began to take on dark immorality, scandals, etc., and so forth, where the standard of God's righteousness is not in the place, then the wrongfulness of the hearts of man is going to generally be what take over and manifest in that space, in that city, in that home, in that governmental building, or whatever it is, in that business. So we want the Lord's hand to build our city, that we would have a reason to rejoice and be happy about our city and live peacefully and live in dignity in the city of Jackson. Glory to God. Matthew 7:24. I'm going to read that before we take our next break. Therefore, everyone who hears these words of mine, Jesus said, this is the red letter portion of Matthew. Therefore, everyone who hears these words of mine and acts on them, as we said, don't just be a hearer. Act on what you hear when Jesus talks. He said, they may be compared with a wise man who built his house on the rock, because they heard the word and they acted on him. They're like a wise man who built his house on a rock. And the rain fell, and the floods came, and the winds blew and slammed against the house, and yet it did not fall, for it had been founded on the rock. I'll finish this with the last few seconds I have. But everyone who hears these words of mine and does not act on them will be like a foolish man who built his house on the sand. The rain fell, the floods came, and the winds blew and slammed against that house, and it fell, and great was the fall. Great will be the fall for anything or anybody or any organization that's not built upon the rock of Jesus, where the word is heard and the word is acted upon. We'll take this break.
Have you had your Earthblend coffee today? At Earthblend Coffee, we take pride in offering you the very best of beans across the world, blended and roasted to perfection, giving you superior quality and satisfying and flavorful taste. Experience the world in one cup with Earthblend Coffee.
To order, visit earthblendcoffee.co now.
Do you have something to say? Do you want your voice heard? Join the We Believe Global lineup. Be the star of your own show. For more info, call 800-492-5186, option number 1, or visit online at webelieve.global.
Yeah, that particular passage that I just read was really just making the point that I had made earlier concerning the necessity of building on the rock of Jesus. Unless God builds a house, it's built in vain. We can hear the word and do the word and build on that. Build it on the word of God. You don't have to go around preaching to people all the time. The Lord said this, the Lord said that. Just do it in the spirit and in the wisdom of God's unfailing word. But if we hear the word and we do it, but now we won't execute it, because now the wisdom of man is overriding or being valued higher than the wisdom of God. Although we know the word, that particular house, that particular city, that home, that life, that business, it will not do very well. It will fall when the great stresses come, the rain blows, the wind blows, and great stresses come and will cause it to collapse. And we are not going to collapse if our lives are built on the rock of Jesus. Our personal lives will not collapse regardless of what comes against us. We will be overcomers. We will be more than conquerors. We will triumph in our personal lives and in the things that we're doing if we are doing in accordance with God's word. I'm going to read Ephesians chapter 2, verse 22 through 22. Having been built on the foundation of the apostles and the prophets. So again, how you build. What are you building on? What are you building on? Christ Jesus himself being the cornerstone is what you're building, held together by Jesus as the chief cornerstone that holds it all together. In whom the whole building being fitted together is growing into a holy temple in the Lord, in whom you also are being built together into a dwelling of God in the Spirit. You're being built in the Spirit by the Spirit of God, being held together and being built on the foundation of the Lord, in the name of Jesus. So Jesus is our great foundation. You know, if we look in the Old Testament, we'll see in the book of Nehemiah, we'll see how Nehemiah came and he built the wall. But before the wall was built, and I may go into that a little later, but before the wall of Jerusalem was built, now this was when they were in captivity. Israel went into captivity for 70 years. They were brought into captivity by the Babylonians. We talked about that on the last podcast. As a result of their disobedience and rebellion, and the fact that, as we saw in Ezekiel, as a result of no one being willing to stand when God was looking for someone who would stand and intercede, like we've been talking about, for the city of Jerusalem. He found none, and their deeds and their sins, like a lot of stuff in Jackson, was so dark that the city collapsed in the sense of they were brought into captivity because of the rebelliousness of the society. That's really where we are in the United States of America. We better get it together. Only God's mercy is holding this thing together. But Israel went into captivity for 70 years, and then at a point in time when they were coming out of that 70 years of captivity, Nehemiah went back and got permission of the king to go and rebuild the wall. Well, before the wall was built, Ezra went and built the temple. That's found in Ezra 3, chapter 3, verse 7 through 13. I won't go there now, but I'm making the point that the wall was built by Nehemiah. But before the wall was built by Nehemiah, the temple was built by Ezra. So we see the things of the Spirit, the temple. The temple represent God's presence, the house of God, the holy things of God, the presence of the Lord. The presence of the Lord was exalted. The presence of the Lord was, I'll say, established before the wall, the physical wall, was built. And both happened, both occurred. And so what we're saying here in terms of the principle that we're dealing with here is that the things of the Spirit have to be in place. And that's what Jesus is saying. Unless the house is built on my foundation, it's going to fall. Unless the spiritual foundation is in place, the house can't stand when the great stresses come. And in our society now, we are under more stress as a society than I've seen in my lifetime. And I'm not a youngster anymore. You know, things were bad during the days of segregation. And before the days of the civil rights movement, things were terrible in so many ways, but not as messed up as they are now. Well, glory to God. There's a word in Isaiah chapter 5, verse 20. It says this. He says, "Woe to those who call evil good and good evil, who substitute darkness for light and light for darkness, who substitute bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter." So Isaiah was speaking to a circumstance, a people, a situation, again, that was much like what I see our society being involved in. Things that are evil are now called normal. And things that are righteous are called evil, wicked. You're a hater if you're one who exalts the Lord Jesus' name. You're a hater if you bring up the name of the Lord or insert the principles of God in some circumstances. You're just a hater. That is calling good evil. And we're in a place now where you can call something that's really not true, you can call it true. And it's really not true, but you can call it true, and you can say it's true, it's true, it's true, it's true enough times that then you demand everybody else call what is a lie the truth. And if they don't call it the truth like you would call it the truth, now you're going to make life very difficult for that individual. In other words, calling that which is evil good. We're at a place where we call that which is evil, and I'm not going to say that which was one time evil. No, that which is evil, and good is good. Day is day and night is night. Right is right and wrong is wrong. It always has and always will be. But we twisted things in such a way in our society that we're calling things that is truly not right, truly evil, we're calling it normal. We're calling it right. And that's where our nation is headed, and that's where our nation has landed. And that's why believers need to not get in agreement with those conversations, not get in agreement with amplifying this upside downness of our value system, of our morality. There is a whole upside downness to it. And when we wink and nod at it, then we become really a part of the problem. If you can't stand and resist it, don't say anything. But don't be one that calls evil good, a good evil. Because God's assessment of that, he said, woe. Woe, W-O-E, to people that do that, or to a society that does that. Woe is not a good thing. Anytime you see woe, you know nothing good is getting ready to happen. Woe means that this is not going to work out very well for that person if that person stay in that particular lane. And so again, that's why a city, our city, must have a spiritual foundation, and you don't expect that to come from the politicians. That's not going to come from the politicians. That's not going to come from the business world. It'd be good if it did. That's the church's job. That's the church's job, where this is my church, I build my church, and the gates of hell will not prevail against it. Bind, whatever you bind on earth or forbid, heaven will bind and forbid. Whatever you loose, heaven will loose. And just remember, in Ephesians 6:12, very familiar passage for those that have been following this podcast. So I'm not just saying stuff to say stuff. I'm saying I'm going to keep the podcast, and I'm going to, as long as I'm doing it, and I'm going to keep my life as long as I'm doing life, based in reality of the truth of God's word. Nothing is more real. Nothing is carries a greater heaviness of truth than the word of God. God's word is spirit, and it is truth. Don't be deceived and get off of truth. Don't let it happen. So when you find yourself getting into agreement with a lot of the stuff that's in the midst of society, just go back and do a reassessment. Examine yourself. The Bible says in 2 Corinthians, I think 4:13, 5 maybe, examine yourself and see if you are still in the faith. We need to make assessments on a regular basis, because the word says that the God of this world, he deceived the nations. It's easy to come under, I believe it's relatively easy to come under deception if you're not constantly examining yourself against the truth of God's word. Verse 12, Ephesians chapter 6, is why we need to stay grounded and understand what the real deal is here. What are we struggling against? What was behind those 3 killings? Those 4 killings, the mother and her baby, and these 2 men that didn't wake up on earth. What's ultimately behind Jackson leading the nation in murder rates, our shrinking city? What's behind it? Is it just that we're dominant, don't know how to do government, don't know how to run a city? It's more to it than that. We need to not release all of our wrath on the politicians. There's more to it than that. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood. There's more to it than that, than the politicians being corrupt or not being smart or being racist or being unreasonable. There's more to it than that. And I'm not saying that, I'm not putting a judgment on them. I'm putting examples as to how we get caught up in people. For our struggle is not against people. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, Jackson, America, but against the rulers, against the powers. So we do have a struggle, huh? It's not against flesh and blood, but it is against. All right, there really is a struggle. There really is some wrestling. And the Word of God directs us to who is against. It's not people, but it is something. But it's against the rulers, against the powers, against the world forces of this darkness, against the spiritual forces. to let us know, this is the first point in this passage that the word spiritual forces are being used. So there may be some that up to that word could still see that it was all about just people that weren't acting right, people that just didn't have the right hearts. No, it's against spiritual forces of wickedness in heavenly places, in the unseen realm. Spiritual forces of wickedness. There are spiritual forces for good, and there are spiritual forces for wickedness, of wickedness. There are angels, and there are demons. They're both created by God. They're both created by God. Yes, I said that. The Bible says God is the father of spirits. Spirits. It just so happened that this one cherub called Lucifer, a very high-ranking spirit being, chose to rise up against God. Read Isaiah chapter 14. I will make myself, you'll see the word I, selfish, self-centered. And he eyed himself to rebel against God and was thrown out of heaven and took 1/3 of the angels with him. These angels are also like Lucifer in terms of their decision to walk away from God and now have made themselves to be enemies of God under the leadership of one now called Satan or called the devil. And so that's who the battle is against, not flesh and blood. And these evil forces, evil spirits, have chosen to harass people, to destroy people. He comes but to steal, to kill, and destroy in your city, in my city, in your home, in my home, if you don't stand against him and resist him. He cannot overtake your city if you resist. He cannot overtake your home, your children, if you resist by the blood of Jesus and the word of the testimony of the Lord Jesus, the word of God. Stand and resist the evil one in the name of Jesus, by the power of the name, in the blood of the name. Glory to God. And you will prevail. And that's why I have hope. That's why I have confidence that Jackson, Mississippi will see a much, much better day, because I believe that believers are rising up and taking their proper stand in obedience to God's call to stand and resist the evil one and push him out of your city. And I'm going to end on that note because I just ran out of time. Thank you for joining today, and we will be back next Tuesday at 11 o'clock. We will still proclaim the good news of the gospel and pray kingdom prayers and just speak love over you and your household. I want you to know that in spite of whatever it is that I said today, I spoke truth, and I spoke it out of a heart of love. I love you, but God loves you more. Glory. It's been a blessing to just be with you today. So be blessed.
And good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome to We Believe Digital Studios in downtown Jackson. We have a new show alert today. always delighted to be adding new shows to the platform here at We Believe Digital. And we got a special show that we're just kicking off today called Bits and Pieces. And the lead person on the show is sitting right here beside me, Miss Betty McLaurin. And how are you this afternoon, Betty?
Hi, Chris. How are you? I'm great. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, this is exciting. You know what? This is just the first little episode of this new thought to come in with this Bits and Pieces show. Miss McLaurin has got a very unique perspective, and she's shares time with a very rising up prominent pastor, Obadiah Robinson. Maybe you've heard him over on WMPR. 11 o'clock on Fridays and some other times also. But we just are going to have kind of an open little dialogue and see if we can't get this thing started. We're not sure in terms of scheduling when we'll be back for the next segment, but we're just doing a little kickoff today. So we're so happy that you've joined us. We do have a call-in number here. That's 1-800-492-5186. We're streaming live to YouTube and Facebook, and also on our own platform, WeBelieveDigital.com. So, Ms. McLaurin, here we are, Bits and Pieces. What's your thoughts in terms of where you want to go with this show, and what it might consist of, so our listeners can get a sense of what to expect?
Thanks, Chris. And speaking with Mr. Garrett, and under the leadership of my pastor, Obadiah Robinson, and just having a general conversation, listening to him every Friday, his thing to the black man, black people in general, rise up. We have so much to offer, but yet doing very little. He's pointed out, during the slavery time, we own banks, all types of businesses with very little money. Now we have lots of money and doing very little with it. So my challenge to the black man, we've got to rise up. We've got to clean up our neighborhoods. We've got to bring families back together. It's so much we've got to do. We've got to leave this complacency. We've got to leave that. We'll become educated. What are we going to do with the education? We have so much to give to our children, but yet we're still falling behind, and that's a problem. I look at the city of Jackson. We've tried for so long to bring our city together. This is the capital ran by young black people. But what are we doing to improve the capital? I see nothing. So, black man, this is our chance to rise up. What can we say about the white man anymore? Nothing. Because our hands are not tied now. We're no longer slaves. We're educated. We have money. So what is our problem? Tell me, what is our problem? Our pastor steady preachers rise up. Oh, and the first time, Chris, I heard him on radio, it was mind-blowing. I'd never heard such message out of all the years I've been in church. And yes, on this platform today, I'm challenging the churches also. With the money you gather, where is the money going on a Monday morning? We don't have a bank. Do we have a bank in Jackson? Where are our banks?
Right.
Why can't we learn to pool our resources? I'm willing to do whatever it takes to bring my brothers and my sisters and my children forward. Bits and pieces, a little bit here, a little bit there. And guess what? That's how we make a quilt. Bits and pieces. So if we would all come together and, hey, if we can't accomplish anything, that tells me no one knows anything. So guess what? The knowledge we've acquired, let's use that. It's time to rise up. And to the white man, that's been in charge for so long, work with us. All of us are not stupid. And some of y'all are not even educated. But you can get and acquire anything you have a desire for. So learn. Let's learn to work with us, each other. And as I'm on this subject, bits and pieces, let's rewrite the books, the history books. Everybody's story has been told except the black man. Let us and your children hear about our forefathers' accomplishments. Not just about Columbus that discovered it. Prove to me that he discovered it. It could have been the black man that discovered America. But you won't write about that. Come on, man. Help us. Help us. You've taken for so long. Now it's time to give back. You can do that. You can do that. And with us in our neighborhood, let's clean up our neighborhoods. Then you can respect family again. Let's have a love for each other. And young man, put that gun down. We as mothers and grandmothers, aunts, uncles, children, we cry too long. We don't have no tears to shed. We feel the pain. We feel the pain. Learn how to make a gun. Learn how to make a gun. Not how to use it and destroy somebody else's life. Do something constructive with your lives. Get out of that house every day and do something worthwhile. I'm challenging you today. Do something with yourselves because you're smart. I see what you can do. Go to grandmama's house and help her fix it up. Help mama prepare her house or repair her house. Let's do something to help each other. And then guess what? Then the world will see the black man is rising. We can't fault no one else because of our struggles. We've been given the opportunity. When James Meredith went to Ole Miss, can you imagine? This man had a desire to learn. And the governor stood at the door for him not to enter. At what point you gonna come and face America and tell that man and his family you are sorry? What hate? What hate? That time is over. And to the ones, our children that can go to school anywhere, go. Learn all they offer and become your greatest. You can do that. I challenge you. I was educated in the public schools of Mississippi. Yes, I had to work at the fields. It was hard labor. It was hard labor. Okay? Did I learn all they taught me? No. But I'm not ashamed of the things I didn't learn. I have an open mind now that I want. And guess what? Learning is fun. It's so much fun. Then we can relate to our children more so. Now they're being challenged also because of electronics. What's happening? What's happening? You take the machine from the child, he can't even add. What are we doing to our children? And we're allowing it to happen. And not just that. With our churches, if there is so much wrong with our public school system, why can't we protest? Get that right. Because if I'm at your church, you develop a school, then if my children go there, I've got to pay, but yet I'm giving you my tithe and my offering. What's wrong? Why are we so willing to accept everything they give us, turn our way, even with the pastors, even with them? So yes, right now, I'm kind of upset, and I shouldn't be. I will leave upset alone. I'm willing to work. Elderly, it doesn't even matter. I've got energy to spare because I'm ready to live. I've learned to live, love, and laugh. I live every day. I love beyond words, and I laugh often. So that's my medicine. And in the meantime, how I enjoy nature, Chris. I'm a gardener. Some things I have luck with, some things I don't. But it's a joy to just feel the earth. To feel the earth. So I'm amazed.
Well, thank you so much. I mean, well, you got to add another L to that list, and the L you got to add to it is lead.
Okay.
And that's what you're doing right here and right now.
Wow.
You know, another L needs to get added to those first three.
Okay, Chris.
And,
thank you.
You know, it's just a thought, but I mean, I think what we're hearing, I think with this show, Miss Betty McLaurin has just spelled it out. I mean, I think what this show is going to be all about is a call to action, and it's not a talking down to nobody. It's a lifting up and supporting and encouraging, but being rigorously honest now about what's really going on. And you've already heard that. So we'll stop here and for a couple of commercials, and then we'll be right back with you for another 10 minutes or so to wrap up this segment.
Yes.
Looking for the hottest content in the city of Jackson and surrounding areas? Check out WeBelieveDigital.com. Also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. We Believe Digital Podcast is here for all your podcasting needs.
Hey, have you heard about the Accountable Card? It's more than a card. It's a complete mobile banking service that's accountable to all of us. You'll get a no credit check debit card good anywhere Visa is accepted to make purchases, deposits, even get or transfer cash with an FDIC insured bank account managed from our smartphone app. There's even a pre-approved no interest line of credit if you need emergency cash. So why go to the bank when you can have ours in your pocket? Get accountable. Just download our app today.
Are you dreaming of becoming an entrepreneur, but you're not sure where or how to start? At Entrepreneurs Academy 101, our online program will guide you step by step on how to start and grow your own business. We offer courses such as how to write a business plan, how to create a budget, and so much more. Our online training program is designed for you to learn at your own pace, and there's no set order to complete this program. Because our academy is online, you have the choice to learn with a group, with friends, or individually. Upon completion of the entire curriculum, you will receive a certificate of achievement to acknowledge that you have completed the training needed to become a successful entrepreneur. So enroll today to design the life that you love. Contact your entrepreneur coach, Brenda Myers, at 601-672-0695 or visit our website at www.entrepreneursacademy101.com for more information.
And welcome back to We Believe Digital Studios and a new programming alert, a new show alert here at We Believe Digital Studios for Bits and Pieces. The leader of the show is Miss Betty McLaurin alongside right now, and she has laid out a call to action. This is our first episode for this new show, so we're gonna feel our way around a little bit and so forth. But we just want to get it kicked off, and it's a new experience for Miss McLaurin, and that way she get a little experience under her belt and everything, and get used to that. But Miss McLaurin, I think this is a beautiful thing what you're doing here, because we all know what the problems are. But we seem to be lacking that voice that just, and if I'm way off base now, you got to tell me. But there was I heard you talk about the grandmothers and the mothers but when I was sitting there listening to you just go on, I was thinking this is a godmother that's really coming out here and putting the word down. It seemed like a lot of times we were talking before about here in the studio before the segment about children aren't not supposed to be your friends. So sometimes that voice seems to be missing, that directive, the corrective, this is what I expect kind of voice, and but here you are, in this role that you have, and alongside this new to the airwaves, vibrant pastor that really stopped you in your tracks, and you said, "Wait just a minute now, this is different."
Yes,
and you've latched onto him.
Yes.
We hope to have him here sitting at this desk before too long. But what a joy it is! It seemed like, just listen to your intro, your beginning, and all. It seemed like we're letting the viewers know what this show is going to be about.
All right, wonderful.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chris. As I said before, we keep accepting things we know we don't like, but sometimes we go along to get along. But we have to realize most times we are alone. So this is your world. Live it the way you see fit. If you don't agree with something, don't accept it. That's okay not to accept it. So build your own thing. And once you build what you think is right or what you think is workable, then I can share that with others. And then we began to build something great that all can attach to. But with our children, and speaking with the young folk earlier today, they want us in their lives. But we got to stop giving them so many gadgets. If you're going to use that gadget, get on it and find something how to make yourself better. Learn how to cook. Some people don't even know how to do a meal. I'm out of that cooking stage right now because I'm elderly. Yes, I enjoy going to get a good meal from a restaurant sometimes, but guess what? We got to stop going to Madison, Ridgeland, Pearl. What happened to our restaurants in Jackson? What happened? Let's challenge ourselves to stay out of those 3 counties for at least 3 months. Let's say we have enough clothes. Let's say we can cook at our own home and invite family and friends, fellowship there. Make you a nice little drink, whatever you're going to do. Let's just go and enjoy family once again. Let's build those precious memories, because after they're gone, that's all we'll have left is a memory. And they're going fast now. Fast. So let's do something. Jackson, I challenge you. Let's do something for self. Let's make Jackson great again. Young black folk in leadership, stop all that bickering. Get something done. So when you leave office, and you can look back with, hey, I made that happen, or I helped get that done. The neighborhoods are deteriorating by the day. And guess what? We're the one that's doing it. They come clean up today, we mess up tomorrow. But everybody has to witness that. That's an eyesore. And whatever laws you have on the books, make them work. Why use all that time incorporating a law and it's just on the book? What are we afraid of? If we've elected you, we expect to see some work done from you. That's my challenge to you, black representatives. And if you've been in office over 10 years, it's time to go home. You haven't done anything, it's time to go home. Don't be afraid. You just couldn't make it work. And black man, it's time to rise up. Give your color a chance sometimes. I've heard that if the population is mostly black, okay, and we steady elect that white man for that position, what's wrong? We don't trust our own. Well, I guess not, because they've been there 30 years. What have they done? What have they done all that time? And it's apparent that no matter how qualified that black man is, that white man is not going to vote for him. Come on, y'all. Come on. Is it about qualification or color? Let's change it. Why would you be in office for so long and there's always saying Mississippi is on the bottom? I get tired of hearing it as a citizen. Or is it that we're on the bottom, or they just choose Mississippi because so much evil has happened here? And to the ones, I was, I think, 5 years old when Emmett Till got killed. 5 years old. And to the ones that perpetrated that incident, It's time for you to stand before the world and offer a national apology. And would that not help heal us? We've got so much to do. And with my children and my grandchildren, you know how I love you, but guess what? I want you all to rise up too. Rise up too. I've got a grandson that plays soccer at Holmes Community College.
Okay.
I'm challenging him too.
Yeah.
Oh, I know these children, young folk, they're challenged now. And when you're in school, forget about all the fun you can have. It's about becoming educated right now. And when you get that degree of find that career you're looking for, then you can have the fun because you got something to fall back on. But right now you're trying to get up that ladder. So wait till you get to the top before you have fun. You have fun middle ways, you might fall back down. And you'll never be able to get back up. So my people, this has been a challenge for me today because my pastor, I'm so grateful to him. He said he saw something within me. Others tell me that too, so we all have a gift. We have that gift. And sometimes it's the others that has to motivate us, Chris, to get us started.
Nudge.
That's what we need. That's what we need. And so I've heard others say, no, it's scripture. Who do I fear? Never man.
Right.
Never man. Never man.
Well, you're hearing it, folks, and you're hearing it from the host of the brand new We Believe Digital show, Bits and Pieces. And we will be coming back to you. Not exactly sure when that's going to be. Just doing a little kickoff today. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you so much for listening in to the host of Bits and Pieces, Miss Betty McLaurin. So glad you're here. Look forward to seeing this program really blossom here at We Believe Digital.
Thank you so much, Chris. And I truly hats off to Mr. Garrett at We Believe. Thank you.
Have a great weekend, folks. We'll see you next time.
Yes.
Good evening. I'm Socrates Garrett, and we're broadcasting live from right here in Jackson, Mississippi, the heart of the Deep South, right here in the African-American-owned broadcasting studio. WeBelieveDigital.com, our own platform. And so it's critically important that in the African-American community, we control the narrative. I look forward to receiving opportunities to show and advertise your products for goods and services and to move your brand along in this community. We're broadcasting live on Facebook. When We Believe Digital Podcast, go to Roku and download our app, and We Believe Global, with shows like this to bring articulate, intelligent conversations and dialogue to our platform. So I'm here to continue sounding the alarm. This is how the South is going to rise again. Welcome to Socrates Garrett Live. We're broadcasting live from right here in Jackson, Mississippi, in the heart of the deep, deep South. Mississippi, the garden spot. We're ideally located and situated 200 miles from every major city in the Southeast. We're 200 miles from Memphis, Tennessee, 200 miles from Birmingham, Alabama, 200 miles from Mobile, Alabama, 200 miles from Shreveport, Louisiana. So you see, we should be the transportation hub of the South. The mighty Pearl River runs down through the city limits of Jackson, Mississippi. Interstate I-20 and I-55 intersect right here in Jackson, Mississippi. So you have to ask the question, why is Mississippi last? in most categories that are meaningful to a great quality of life? Why is it that we have the highest infant mortality rates among children? Why is it that we're the most obese state in the country? Why is it that we're last in education? Why is it that our health care agencies and our governor won't expand Medicaid in the state of Mississippi? Why? Our climate is great, the soil is fertile. What makes Mississippi be last? Why can't we be like Silicon Valley? Why can't we be like Stamford, Connecticut? Why don't we have CEOs of major corporations that are domiciled right here in Jackson, Mississippi? Why is it that Texas has more millionaires than any place else in the country? Why? That's the question. Now, you're watching us here on Facebook. Now, if you're watching us on Facebook, then we want you to share this program with your friends and family. We want you to send us stars. If you're watching us on YouTube at We Believe Digital Podcast, then we want you to subscribe to our program. Many exciting programs are housed right there on YouTube. If you're watching us on our very own platform, WeBelieveDigital.com, then we ask you to hit the donate button and enjoy the lineup of shows that are housed right there, where they will be archived forever, so that you can go back and see what was it like in 2023 for African Americans. Now, we want to make sure that our children and our grandchildren and our great-great-grandchildren have the opportunity to review this show and others 50 years from today, so that they'll be able to see exactly what we were talking about and how we felt about our accomplishments or the lack thereof. You see, the problem that I have as an African-American male is that I really don't know my history. I really don't know where I came from. I really don't know where my relatives are. I'm a man in America, but I don't share in all of the largesse of all of the great things of America. I'm not a great landowner. I don't have a yacht in the Mississippi Gulf Coast. I don't have all of the things that Americans consider to be near and dear to their quality of life. And part of that has got to do with the fact that I don't know my history. And you got to remember that he who enters the race far behind will remain far behind unless he runs faster than everyone else in the race. The likelihood of you running faster is not good. And so you are reconciled to a position that keeps you as a second-class citizen, a position that does not allow you to enjoy the fruits of this great nation. Make no mistake about it, America is the greatest experience that the world has ever known. Other countries envy us. All of the freedoms that we have, the ability to travel whenever we feel like it, to get up and get in your car and drive to Chicago. The ability to pursue your own dreams. You know, it is said that we enjoy the pursuit of happiness. Not necessarily, you're not guaranteed happiness in America, but you are endowed with certain inalienable rights, inclusive of the pursuit of happiness. And so we have this program because we're in pursuit of first-class citizenship and ultimately of a great quality of life that we know every American deserves and should have. Now, as always, My co-host is Dr. Eldridge Henderson, a man that is sought after all over this country as one of the great orators. He's speaking in many of your churches and institutions and your community organizations almost every week. And if you need a great speaker, then I'm going to ask him to give his identification, the ways that you can contact him a little bit later on. But I always like to say he's a man that was born on the plantation in the Mississippi Delta. And when you're born on a plantation, you're starting way behind. Imagine being born in Stanford, where your father was the CEO of major corporations, and as a boy you were running around through the offices and the ivory towers and the cars that were picking you up and carrying you out to lunch in fine places and going to all of the movies and the theaters and the fine restaurants and all of the sports activity. Imagine that if you were born on a plantation, what you had an opportunity to do and what you saw. Tremendously different. So Dr. Henderson, having been born on a plantation and now having risen to be Dr. Eldridge Henderson right here in Jackson, Mississippi, not only is he gifted and intelligent, book smart, but he's also street smart. He also has survival instincts that you develop when you live most of your life in fear. As a boy, growing up on a plantation, knowing that any day that the plantation owner could show up and send you away, and the other half sent to the fields to work. Knowing that every year when you go to the country store to ask for enough rations to feed your family, large families, that you knew you were never going to get out of debt because you didn't keep the books. And so you were relegated to a position of inferiority, and you were to remain there for the rest of your life. But Dr. Henderson did not remain there. And so he's sitting here with us today, and we're going to talk about his humble beginning, how he managed to become Dr. Eldridge Henderson. And I want him to tell a little bit about how it was back in the day of his childhood and the days of his father's childhood, so that our children will know, because Mississippi does not teach Black History Month. The critical race theory is not taught in Mississippi. It's banned completely. And there are reasons for that, and we're going to get into that a little bit later on. But I want to turn now to my co-host, Dr. Eldridge Henderson, and say, Dr. Henderson, as always, it's good to see you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Socrates. I'm very proud to be here. You know how it is when you have a cold and it's gradually getting better. I'm gradually getting better, and I'm ready to go. Ready to go.
Well, let's jump right into it. I introduced you as a man born on a plantation, and we want to know what that was like for you, and we want to know what it was like with your father. Did you know your father and your grandfather? I mean, just tell us a little bit about how Eldridge Henderson got here.
Well, it's very, very interesting, and I'm going to start with my father. Then I'm going to talk about his father and my grandfather's father. That's 4 generations.
Okay.
And I'm going to show you how we started, but I'm going to start with myself first. Ladies and gentlemen, when you're young and you don't know what's going on, and you are what I call segregated or contained in a community, and you never have any outside exposure to what's going on in society, you think you live in paradise. I was born in the mid-1940s in Mississippi. Believe it or not, I was born in the Delta, Mississippi. That's the big farming area, a lot of cotton up in there in that time. But in 2 weeks, my family moved to a place called Hinds County, Mississippi, down in the wooded area on a dirt road, way down in what we call the dog woods. No pavement, no rocks on the road, just dirt. On a plantation, in what we call a plantation house. And I was one of the most happiest young men in the world, because when I had a chance to get old enough to know about my future, I was told indirectly that, boy, you don't have anything to worry about. They called us boys back in those days. You're not going to have anything to worry about, nothing to worry about. Say one thing for certain, you're going to have a guaranteed good life. I can assure you. And this was the plantation owner talking directly to my father. If you stay with me, I'm not going to call my dad's name because he's still alive, but if you stay with me, I'm going to take care of you. I'm going to guarantee that you're going to have what you need. You're going to have a free house. You're going to have food when you need it. You're going to have a guaranteed job as long as you stay here, and you will never have to have any worry about money. Anytime you need some money, you can get it. You can come and see me. And you don't have to pay it back until about 6 months or a year from now. And if things don't work out, I'm still going to keep you if you just stay with me, because I'm concerned about you. Now, this plantation owner was not talking to me, but being a little old black youngster, I would listen to that kind of stuff because my dad, I believed in work, and he had me out there and my brothers working when we were about 5 years of age on that plantation. Guaranteed housing, guaranteed money, guaranteed food, clothing and shelter. And that was my start, Mrs. Socrates, at 5 years of age. Prior to school time, I was happy running around with no shoes on during the summer because we couldn't use the shoes we had during the summer because they were the Sunday school and church school clothing and shoes. So when it got warm, we had to hit the bare earth. We had to be barefooted. That's what we called it during that time. No shoes. Couldn't afford them. So we would spread those toes out, hit those rocks when you go on the road, go out in the woods and hunt without shoes on, jumping over briars and everything, chasing rabbits down with sticks. They wouldn't let us have the rifle at the time. We were too young. And Mom had faith in us. When she would send us out to bring some food back, this is a historical fact. Before we would leave, she would get that stove wood and put it in the stove. And she would get some grease, and so we called it lard at that time, L-E-R-D, some old white grease, and put it in a skillet. And I noticed she'll be shaking a bag, had flour and pepper in it, and little stuff like that. And we had to go out and find some food. We called it, at that time, hunting rabbits. Hunting rabbits. We had to bring something back. True story. And we would go out there and we would find a rabbit. And my dad was smart. He taught us how to get those rabbits because he wouldn't allow us to use the rifle. He had one weapon, an old rifle. He said, now if you want a rabbit, son, this is what you all have to do. Now you got the dog. So you let the dog jump the rabbit, which means he's going to stir up the bushes because the dog can smell where the nests were. There were a lot of nests all over the area out there in the woods. And the rabbit would jump up. And he would start running the rabbit, chasing the rabbit. And since I was good with a stick, he said, son, you stay right there where they jumped that rabbit. And my other brothers and neighbors run behind the rabbit with the dogs. And if he stops, you beat the bushes and make sure he doesn't get a chance to rest. You just stand there and wait. I guarantee you, in less than 30 minutes, he's going to come back to your area and he's going to be running real slow. He's going to be scared, stressed out, and looking around. And that's when I want you to hit him with that stick and bring him home. And that's where I learned my precision skills. And every time we bring 2 or 3 rabbits home on a stick. And time we get there, Mr. Socrates, we knew exactly what to do. Go to that back porch, put that rabbit on a nail, skin him right quick, and gut him. And folks, that means you get your knife, take out the intestines, put him in a tub of water, rinse him up real good, cut him up, and take him in there to Mama. By that time, we call her Mama Dear. By that time, that grease would be bubbling, because she knew we were going to bring something back. We know not to come home empty-handed. Put that rabbit in there, and by that time, we noticed she would have another skillet on the stove with flour in it, with water in it, and grease. And she might have a little onion there. And she would make gravy. She'd fry that rabbit, put that gravy on it, and if we were lucky, it was close to Sunday, we would have some rice. And she would put that rice and gravy together and throw some of that good old rabbit in there. And most times we would have some cornbread that we made ourselves out of the corn that we raised, that we would take it to the mill and grind it up. And man, you ate with your hand. We had about 5 or 6 spoons and forks, but we couldn't use those until Sunday. We ate with our hands during those days until I turned to be about 15. Now, on Sundays now, we were real good eaters. We had forks and spoons, had 5 or 6 of them. But you only use one at a time. I think we had one good knife and 2 or 3 old case knives. Some of you all, ladies and gentlemen, know the difference between a real knife and a case knife. So you cut that meat up and eat it. Up until I was about 15 or 16, I thought I was in heaven because I never worried about food, never worried about shelter, didn't have to worry about a job, and my folks always was able to get some money to put clothing on our backs.
Well, Dr. Henderson, that's remarkable that you learned how to survive. They taught you skills of survival. And so as an African-American boy, you could feed yourself. You could go out in the woods and chase a rabbit down and bring him home and feed the family. What about African-American boys of today?
The African-American boys today are usually in a position where they are born and turned loose. They are not taught any survival skills. They only know what they see on television and YouTube. Usually, when you look at black people on television or YouTube, they're either singing, dancing, or playing basketball or football, acting a fool in some of these live situations like the Atlanta Wives and so forth, fighting and killing and stealing, and that's all about 90% of the black males and females know, because they don't use the social media for academic enhancement, usually for entertainment. So they learn how to be hustlers and tussles and jivers, and they learn how to make the ends meet by doing things that are semi-illegal, and that's why so many of them get in trouble, and that's why so many of them drop out of school, because they see this kind of propaganda on social media, and they think you got to have money to make it versus an education.
Well, when you were a boy, what did you know about drugs?
I didn't know anything about drugs. Now, I did hear that there were certain people in the community that were making whiskey and selling whiskey. And when I got to be about 16, I found out what was real about that. I got an opportunity at 16 to work in what I call a local honky-tonk. My uncle made whiskey. He made what we call homebrew and whiskey in the woods, made the homebrew in the kitchen. And he would make his own alcohol, use the same bucket, the same sheet that he was used to filter the stuff in, and sell it to his friends and neighbors on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday night. And he was an independent businessman.
He probably was a wealthy man.
Well, he wasn't wealthy, but he was sure middle class, because he didn't have to worry about the police raids. Because every time the police had a problem with him, and the neighbors got jealous and called the police, he would get a call from the police, or the police would send a deputy over and say, "We're going to raid you Saturday night."
Advance notice.
And he would know to have a few gallons of whiskey under the table or under the bed or somewhere. They'd take that, give him a little old notice. He didn't have to worry about going to jail. They would keep the whiskey. I don't know what they would do with it, but they never had a trial. They just fined him a little bit, and he did that until he died.
Doc, we're up against the station break. We're going to come back and continue our conversation about, Mississippi history, the lives of African American then versus now. And we're going to talk about that. We want this program to be educational and informative, and we want our young people to know, and our young parents out there to know, how you raise boys and what is it that boys really need. But we're up against the station break, so stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
Looking for the hottest content in the city of Jackson and surrounding areas? Check out WeBelieveDigital.com. Also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. We Believe Digital Podcast is here for all your podcasting needs.
Have you had your Earthblend coffee today? At Earthblend Coffee, we take pride in offering you the very best of beans across the world, blended and roasted to perfection, giving you superior quality and satisfying and flavorful taste. Experience the world in one cup with Earthblend Coffee.
To order, visit earthblendcoffee.co now.
Welcome back to Socrates Garrett Live. We're broadcasting live from right here in Jackson, Mississippi, in the heart of the Deep South. Mississippi, a rural state, an agricultural state, a state that was booming with cotton. We had more African Americans in Mississippi than any place else in the world. There were more blacks in Mississippi than there were Europeans at one time. And of course, Mississippi was the home of the mighty Choctaw Nation. Choctaw Nation was headquartered right here in Mississippi, up in Philadelphia, Mississippi, the hometown of Medgar Evers and Charles Evers. Medgar Evers was the field secretary that was gunned down in Mississippi by white racists. And so Mississippi has a horrid history, but it's a history that we must tell and we must remember, because it's critically important. Once we get established who we are, where we come from, then we can talk about where we are going. Now, if you're watching us on Facebook, we want you to go ahead, send us some stars, and share this program with your friends and family. You can call us at 1-800-492-5186 and join in on this conversation. If you're watching us on YouTube, we want you to subscribe to this program. Our subscribers are growing every day. And we sit right there on the lineup with YouTube, just like Showtime and Netflix and all of the rest of those wonderful streaming services. If you're watching us on WeBelieveDigital.com, our very own platform, then we want you to hit the donate button. We want you to scroll down on that website, on that platform, and you'll see 8 to 10 categories: inspiration, sports, entertainment, things like that. You choose what you want to look at and the programs that you want to see. Also, if you stroll down, you'll see that we have the internet radio, We Believe Radio. You click on We Believe Radio and you hear some of the best music 24 hours a day. And so we are, in fact, a media company. We have the Mississippi Link newspaper that's housed right here in this facility with us. They've been operating over 29 years. Jackie Hampton, the publisher of the Mississippi Link newspaper, she likes for me to let everybody know that she's also the owner and publisher. She and Minnie Garrett, the paper is female owned and operated, and those credentials are important because we believe in supporting and know the roles that we all play in making one another successful. So the Mississippi Link is his house right here. And so we have the broadcast studio that you see right here. We have our engineers in here working every day. Ariel Galloway is doing an outstanding job producing shows, not only for the We Believe Digital, but other media outlets throughout the state of Mississippi. And so we have all of the ingredients of becoming a very powerful voice in America. We've been seen in over 139 countries all over the world. We Believe Digital. Log that name down. Your children will be talking about We Believe Digital just like they talk about CNN. You know, I remember when CNN first got started over there with Ted Turner and the guys over there, Bernard Shaw. Look what it has become today. I remember when it was just Bernard Shaw. He was on there 24 hours a day talking about the news. And so now they are a powerful media outlet that influences not only what happens in your local community, but influences what happens nationally. And so we intend to do that here with We Believe Digital as well. Now, we were talking about what it was like being African American male in Mississippi back in the early 40s and 50s and the late 30s. Now, Dr. Henderson has given you some concepts and ideas of what it was like for him as a boy. And so I'd like to share a little bit with you about how it was for me. We were a little bit different than Dr. Henderson, having had the luxury and the luck not to be born on the plantation. You see, you know, the luck of the draw is not fair. I was not born on a plantation. I was, in fact, born on land that my daddy owned. And so I had a different upbringing, but I was black. And so there was a saying in Mississippi back then and now that a Negro, and that's not exactly the word that was used, you will always be reminded that you are a Negro and you will be relegated to a second-class citizenship. I'm reminded of the fact that as a boy, when I was walking down the streets in Natchez, Mississippi, and in Canton, Mississippi, if white folk were coming down the sidewalk, I had to get off of the sidewalk and let them pass. I'm reminded that we had all of these drinking water signs, colored water. I'm reminded that as a boy at 9 years old, when Emmett Till was brutally murdered up in Money, Mississippi for allegedly whistling at a white woman. See, we couldn't even look at a white woman. One comedian once said that if you saw me with a white woman, he was holding her for the police. We had no desire. We knew that that was a death sentence just as certain as if you had been found guilty in a court of law and was being hung. We had, as a boy, I grew up understanding my place. So each morning we'd get up before day, and my mother would divide her children. There were 8 of us. She would send 6 of us out to pick cotton or chop cotton or whatever we were doing at the time. She would have one there cleaning up the house and one would stay and do the cooking. So we'd get up every morning and we'd have to milk the cows and we'd have to feed the hogs and we'd have to go to the fields and chop and pick cotton until about 7:30. So from 4:30 to 7:30 we were working. About 7:30, we had to come home, and everybody would get in that number 2 tub and bathe and clean yourself up, and your food would be waiting on the table. And we would all grab a biscuit and a piece of sausage, and we would walk to school. And so when I got to school, I had already worked for 2.5 hours prior to getting to school. After school, we'd come back. She'd take your little school clothes off and put on them brogans, and send you back to the field where you worked till dark. We used to stay in the field so late until it would be lightning bugs was the only way that we could see, because Mother would make us stay there and work until dark. And we did that as a matter of routine every day. And when it was too wet to go to the farm, then we had to go to the woods and chop pulpwood and cut logs and butterbean poles. You see, back then for us, a garden was as large as the whole, was 5 or 6 Krogers. Children today don't have any idea where food comes from. But our garden was that long and that large, and so we had to plant those butterbean poles and make those vines run up those poles, and then we'd go out there and gather enough food from that garden and bring it in, and the females, the girls in the house, and Mom would do all of the canning. They knew how to preserve things, put them in those fruit jars that many of you have never seen, and seal it with those lids and those tops and put it in the closet for wintertime so that we'd have some fresh food. We'd go out and make absolute certain that we had enough of everything to eat, because we didn't go to town. We didn't have a town to go to. And so we grew up understanding our roles, and we understood that, you know, we were being mistreated. We knew that we didn't have the opportunity to ride school buses and go to school and like other kids, but that was the price that we paid for a certain degree of independence. Now, I did a little hunting as well. Dr. Henderson talked about catching a rabbit with your bare feet, and I got to tell you, I could never do it. Oh, I saw it done. I had cousins that could flat out run a rabbit and beat him down, catch him, and bring him to the house. The rabbit always got away from me. And so I wasn't able to do that. But here's the interesting thing about that. Today, if you see a rabbit, he won't even run from you. He'll just stand there and watch you. I see squirrels all over the place. As a boy, you couldn't find a squirrel. I would hunt all day long and didn't see a squirrel, nor a rabbit. Oh, they were hiding. But today, I have to stop my car to watch ducks go by on the Natchez Trace. They just walk by. So much till not long ago here in Mississippi, a gentleman that had his house on a reservoir got mad at the ducks, and he put them all in the barbecue pit. They fined him and almost sent him to jail, but he was tired of them messing all over his porch. And so things have changed. You know, it's amazing the survival instincts that everybody had then, including the animals, have all changed. The animals think that you need to feed them. I can't let no dog come in the house with me today. A dog's place was under the house, guarding the house, not sitting up in the house with me. We didn't allow that. And so life was tremendously different for us as a boy. And so, but there was one thing that was instilled, that you had to have self-pride and dignity, and you had to understand that you were God's creation and that you were valuable to your family and your society. You see, I thought my daddy actually turned the lights on in the skies at night. As a little boy, I felt like he turned those lights on because he was everything to me. As a little boy, I would follow behind him and I would try to jump in his footsteps. He had those big boots on and his gait was wide. It would be 3 feet between his steps. And as a little boy, I couldn't quite jump that far. But I tried to walk in his footsteps. And then as I got older, when I thought that those gaits and the ability to walk in his footsteps would be easier for me, the older I got, the further apart they got. I realized that I was not the man that he was. I realized that I would never own the land that he owned. I realized that I would be relegated to a different position in life as a boy that was now becoming involved with different races. See, we were pretty much a closed society. I didn't see many white folk. If white folk came in our community, we had the little white picket fence and the little white tires with flowers in them. If a white person came in that community, you would hear the horns going off, letting everybody know that a white person was coming in the community, because we knew there could be trouble. There could be a lot of trouble. White folk would come in our communities and take your cattle. My daddy had a sawmill, ordered it out of the Sears and Roebuck catalog. The white folks took the sawmill. And so we knew that we had to have signals to show when they were coming into the community. Daddy would go to the door and everybody else, the child, would be hanging on to the mother's coattail, standing around in a circle, trying to see what was about to go down. And so, you know, as a boy, I had a lot of fun. We played ball. We balled up a tin can, like a Vienna can. That was the ball that we had. We rolled that can up and make it to be a ball, and we play out with it. That means that when you play out, you got hit with the can. And you really got hit with it. So it said you should have run faster. And so we found ways to entertain ourselves, swimming in the creeks. You know, we didn't run from moccasins. Moccasins ran from us. We jumped in the lake. He had to get out. Nowadays, snakes don't run from you no more. I had an uncle that was bitten at least 10 times by rattlesnakes. He never died. Your body developed immunity to poison, to venom. When you got sick, they put you on some form of root tree. They would go out and cut some roots from certain trees and boil it all up and tell you to drink that. You'll be all right. I know I've taken a lot of time, and I'm going to make absolutely certain that Dr. Henderson comes back and wraps this show up a little bit later on, but I get a little bit emotional thinking about those days. Oh, but then I think about those beautiful black girls. How pretty, how beautiful they were. And Lord, mothers would have them in these things that they call chastity belts. Some of y'all might know it as girdles. And I don't care how you try to get you just couldn't get her out of that thing. And so, you know, it was wonderful times playing on the church ground, looking for a girlfriend. And if a girl got pregnant back at that time, they sent her away. They sent her out of the community completely, because her family was embarrassed. So she had to go to Chicago and live with somebody else and have her baby. And so those were some of the things that went on in Mississippi history. We're going to go to a station break. When we come back, we're going to ask Dr. Henderson to share with you so you will know what it was like for Mississippi black boys then. And we'll talk about them now even more. But I hope you can understand some of the things that our kids are missing that they did not get. I hope you understand the fact that when I said that as a black boy, I thought my dad had turned the lights on in the sky, you gotta understand what that meant. You gotta understand how empowering that is to feel that way. 20 years later, you put a white doll and a black doll in a room with black children, and the little girls would choose a white doll every time. It wasn't like that for us. It wasn't like that for us. We understood that we were black and that we were bound together. We made our own food, created our own fun, and took care of our own elders. We're going to station break now, and after this, we'll be right back. Stay tuned.
With so much going on day to day, we lose track of what's important. Sometimes we get lost, we lose ourselves, and we forget that our personal care is important. Self-care is checking in on our physical and mental health and making sure we are using and putting good things into our bodies. It's when we take time, real time, to connect ourselves back to a beautiful, healthier, happier you. Join me and an expert lineup of speakers on April 1st as we teach you the real meaning of self-care. This will be an empowering and enlightening time to help you get and stay in tune with yourself. Invite a friend, invest in yourself, and let's all learn the true meaning of self-care. You need it, you deserve it. I can't wait to see you transform from the inside out.
SocratesGarrettENT.com is a diversified firm specializing in recycled aggregates and crushed concrete. SocratesGarrettENT.com's recycled materials provide the construction industry with significant economic and environmental benefits by recycling clean concrete rubble into MDOT grade rock materials. Recycled aggregates and crushed concrete can be applied to driveways, road construction, bank protection, parking lots, general bulk fills, and more. For more information, please call 601-896-0084 or visit us online at SocratesGarrettENT.com.
Welcome back to Socrates Garrett Live. We're broadcasting live from right here in Jackson, Mississippi in the We Believe Digital Broadcast Studio. We've been seen all over the world on Facebook. If you're watching us on Facebook, send us stars and share this program with your friends and family. If you're watching us on YouTube, go ahead and subscribe to the program. We need to increase our subscribers. If you're watching us on our very own platform, WeBelieveDigital.com, hit the donate button and scan through the platform and see all of the categories that are there with great articulate, intelligent content for you to view at your leisure. Also, you'll see We Believe Digital Radio. Listen to great music on our radio station, worldwide internet radio. But we've been talking about the lifestyle of African Americans in Mississippi as a boy, and I shared with you quite a bit of things that I experienced and how I felt as a black male in the early 40s and 50s. And my co-host, Dr. Henderson, has a rich history and has a lot of knowledge that needs to be shared with our viewers all over the world about how it was for black males in Mississippi. Dr. Henderson.
Yes, sir. Well, I want to tell you, as far as I'm concerned, Mr. Socrates Garrett, you were born with a silver spoon in your mouth. Your dad had his own farm. He had his own sawmill. He was able to feed his family. Even though y'all had to work hard to do it, I didn't have that to worry about. All I had to work. Just work, boy. You'll be taken care of. Well, let me give you a real news story. Until I was about 18, I didn't worry about anything because I was told. So when you finish at that little elementary school down there in Orange Hill community, when you finish the 8th grade, boy, you don't have anything to worry about. Say, I'm going to give you a house. I'm going to give you a guaranteed job. You're going to make $2 a day, and all you got to do is bale hay, fix the fence, and do whatever we tell you. And when you turn 15, after you get out of this 8th grade, you will have your own house, and when you get seasoned in the area where they see you won't run off anything in your own house, I was told that I could go down to Raymond, Mississippi and get a used car, pick out any used car I want, because the plantation owner had friends that had a dealership down in Raymond, Mississippi, and I was going to go down and pick out me a used car when I turned 16. And since I already had a house set for me, when I turned about 16 and a half, I was going to go down the road there and get Miss Mary Jane's daughter and let her move with me, because most black people at that time had too many children. And believe it or not, you didn't have to get married during those times. We didn't know a lot about marriage. You just designated someone to come and move with you. Parents were glad to let them go, because there was somebody that didn't have to feed. They might have anywhere from 4 to 10 or 13 kids. Some had more than that. So I knew when I finished 8th grade, I had a job, house, and a possible wife. We call it today shacking. We didn't call it shacking then. You called it your wife, and you start a family. But something happened, Mr. Socrates. During the summer, when I finished 8th grade, I had that house set. I had that permanent job already set, and I was feeling good because I knew I was going to be a man in a few months. I wanted to get away from home anyway. And something happened that changed my life. The county supervisors in Hinds County opened a black high school for black county students that couldn't afford to go to Jackson, to the 1 or 2 black high schools there. They put it in the county area, in an area called Clinton, Mississippi, and the new high school for blacks, the first one they had in that area, was called Sumley Hill High School, and my parents disappointed me seriously, very seriously disappointed me. They told me, you cannot take that house, you cannot take that job, boy. You're going to go to high school. What? Go to school? That ruined my life, I thought. So instead of going in that house and getting that wonderful job, making that $2 a day, and what I missed most was not getting that used car, I had to go to high school. And I started off in the 9th grade. And as the years passed, by the time I turned 18, I was about to finish high school, I had a new perspective on life. One day, I got a chance to go to a little town, it was a big town to me, called Jackson, Mississippi. And down on Ferry Street, that's where the black people would hang out. And every now and then I go to Ferry Street to look around and do a little shopping, as they call it. But a broke man can't do much shopping. And what scared me to death, got there, and they had a 4-way stop sign there with a red light. And I was with my mom. I remember this just like yesterday. And I saw all those cars coming in 4 different directions. I started hollering and grabbing my mom and holding on to her. What are we going to do about all these cars when they get together? See, I'd never seen a red light. And those cars stopped at the red light. They didn't hit each other. And as we walked around, we would go in stores, and all kind of businesses had black folks up in there. Movie theater, had black hotels on Ferry Street and in the area. Pharmacies, doctor's office, lawyer's office. And I said, doggone, how did they do that? And I started getting brainwashed again, saying, I don't think this plantation life is what I need to be doing. I need to be thinking about something else. And I thought about it. I talked to my dad about going to college when I finished high school. He said, son, that can't happen. I said, we can't afford it. I said, what? He asked, what did it cost? At the time, you can go to Jackson State, Tougaloo, or a place called Utica Institute. to get in Utica Institute for a whole semester, I needed $62. To go to Jackson State at that time, I needed about $150. And to go to Tougaloo, I had to have about $300. And I ended up with no money. I had a choice to get a job, join the military, and get out of the house. At that time, at 18, with a high school diploma, you had to go to college, get you a job, or join the military. I had an uncle that lived in Vicksburg, Mississippi. One of the greatest men I know. This man heard that I had finished high school, the first one in the family to finish, and he told me, boy, if you come down here and work with me during the summer, I'm a bricklayer, and I'm real good. I got my training after World War II, and I don't have nothing but jobs. So when I leave my regular job, I work until dark on a part-time job and all day on Saturday. He said, if you would move with me and live with me and my wife, I'd pay you $2 an hour. Almost fell dead. $2 an hour, and I just left a few years ago with a job opportunity making $2 a day. He said, if you work with me, I'll pay you this summer $2 an hour, and you can go to college. Since I told you about the prices, so I made $2 an hour for about 2 months during the summer. And I had enough money doing the one summer session working for him, making $2 an hour. He let me live with him rent-free. No rent. His wife prepared food. And I had enough money in one summer to attend Utica Institute down in Utica, Mississippi, 2 years out of one summer. And I lived at home and rode the bus every day. That got me started. And when I was there, sir, I learned that there were nothing but opportunities throughout the world. At that time, Utica Institute, it wasn't Utica Junior College, it was Utica Institute, a private black school, had doctors, PhDs, people with master's degrees, black folks that were sharp. Some of them had attended what they call white universities, but they couldn't get jobs at white schools. So here you got a doctor in math or education teaching in a junior college. And I learned that there were some excellent opportunities out there. But being one that was ill-educated, I was not an honor student at the time. When I finished at that junior college, I didn't have good grades enough to get a scholarship. So there I was again, uneducated, broke. Finally got a little old certificate from the junior college called a certificate or degree in general education. Now, what can you do with a general education degree and you still living at home and you expect to get on your own? So when I graduated, I didn't know what I was going to do 2 or 3 months before that date. And one day, one of my teachers called me in the office, and I just must tell you his name. I don't even think he's dead yet. He was such a great man, I'm just going to mention it. His name was Charles Holmes. He taught social studies at that time. That was back in the early 1960s. And he said, Eldridge, he called me Eldridge. Say, you one of my better students. Say, man, I think you need to go to college. Say, I can get you over at Jackson State. I said to myself, I know that's not possible. Because, man, I hear you have to have good grades. I hear you have to have a good ACT score. I did know about ACT. I know I took one, but nobody never told me what I made, so I don't know whether I had a good grade or not in that. But I didn't have to worry about it. He said, I'll get you a job. And he picked up the phone, called someone at Jackson State, a man named Mr. Lane, L-A-N-E. And I heard one side of the conversation. Look, I have a good student in my office. He had graduated from school. He needs a job. And I'm telling you, he is a good student. One of my best students. Can you give him a job? I could only hear what Mr. Holmes was saying. And then he'd listen. And he got through. Say, I done got you a job, Eldridge. Say, you go up there to Jackson State. You got a job. Man, that changed my life. I knew something was getting ready to happen, but I didn't know nothing about no senior college. I went up there, and that man talked to me. I filled out a little piece of paper. He gave me a job working in the flower garden. They had something called a greenhouse, and my job, along with other students, was to go and pick up the flowers when they had a program on campus. We had to go and put those nice flowers in those boxes and cans around the walls, so when they have a meeting or a convention, it'll look good. And that's where I got started. But being ignorant, I filled out a little piece of paper, worked during the summer, living in a dormitory, and about a month after school started, I started being concerned, Mr. Socrates. Now, this is a true story. I wanted to know why I wasn't going to class. I said, they haven't called me to go to class. And they had a man in the dormitory, they called him deans then, the dean of men. He is deceased now, but his name was Mr. Johnson. And I talked to Mr. Johnson about that. I said, I haven't been called to go to class. He said, when did you register? I said, I filled out some papers a long time ago. I found out there was an application for the little job I hadn't even registered, and they allowed me to live in the dormitory, anticipating that I would start school in September. You started in September during those days. And I was not even enrolled. And since I was doing my side hustle, I cut hair, and this man allowed me to live in the dormitory without being enrolled, which was against the rules at the time. He knew my situation at home, and he allowed me to cut his boy's hair once a week. And I just stayed in the dormitory until the next semester and got enrolled. See what happened when you stick with things, when the Lord is on your side, when you're totally not informed about anything, there's always somebody out there that'll help you.
Well, Doc, I guarantee you that there's somebody out there that'll help you. There's also somebody out there that'll hurt you.
Every time.
And so I don't know if it's luck of the draw for you to have encountered those individuals, but many blacks that came from where you came from ended up in the swamplands, hung, dropped out, on street corners, homeless. And what did they do to deserve that?
They really had a lack of knowledge about survival. They didn't have a future plan in their hearts and in their minds, nor did I at the time. And briefly, we have a few minutes. I'm going to tell you why Mr. Holmes gave me that opportunity to attend college.
Okay.
It was because of my trickery. Since I was just a less than average student, a good old C minus, C plus every now and then, and in the hard courses, I was very fortunate. I made a D minus or a D plus. D now, not B, so I was able to pass along. But in Mr. Holmes' class, since I was totally worthless educationally, that man would come to class, Mr. Socrates, without notes and talk about history. And I said, dog, that can't be true. This man had no notes, wasn't looking in the book, talking about history and say, and I've been telling this story for years. If you look on page 255, Abraham Lincoln said this, George Washington did this, the Constitution was passed at a certain time. And since I was, I said, I don't believe that. I'll go home and read. I said, I'm going to catch him in a lie. So I would read and read. Never caught him in a lie, but at the thing, when he would be talking, every now and then I would answer a question. And that's the only course I made an A in, and he thought I was a good student. And that's where I got a chance to enroll at Jackson State. By having one good grade and the potential to do something as he would see in me in his mind.
Well, Doc, I'm glad you ran into Mr. Holmes. Tell me a little bit about the conditions of young black males today, especially with 130 homicides in Jackson, Mississippi, primarily committed on black crime. How much crime did you have in your community versus what you see now?
Well, we didn't have very much at all because we were sheltered. We had work. You didn't have time to go and do any killing and stealing. The only criminal activity we had were those type of criminal activities that were sanctioned by the white folks, selling whiskey, stealing a little bit, selling them the goods, and so you go to somebody's house and you steal something, you can sell it to the Caucasians in the community. You can go to his barn at night and steal stuff and sell it back to him, because the people that would operate the outside plantation stores were hired by the big people that owned the plantation, and they would let the black folks come in and steal stuff and sell it back to them. So they got their little salary, had the extra cotton or peanuts or corn, and they would sell that on the side up in Florida and other places. So all of them got rich except the black person. And the black person got caught. They knew they couldn't turn the white folks in. They had to go to jail or go to prison, those that got caught.
And so black youth of today,
those young people are in bad shape, sir. I thought I had a tough life. It's worse for those black kids.
Doc, it is worse. It is worse for them today with all of the freedom that they enjoy, the privilege that they enjoy. But it's worse for them with privilege. Are we missing something here?
We're missing a lot of stuff here. I'm going to use the word stuff.
Yeah.
Well, those black boys and girls now are in a very serious social situation. Most of them don't have fathers. 72% of them never seen their father on a regular basis. They were born out of wedlock in most cases, and those that were not, the mom had married a person, and if she married them, they were gone in 6 months or so. So the young boys raised without a father. They don't have a grandfather around. I had a father, a grandfather, and a distant great-grandfather in the community, and all of them interacted together. I had grandparents on both sides. You see, people that I respected, that worked me hard, took me to church and so forth. These kids now don't even go to church. The parents won't allow them to go. They don't even demand. And now even the parents are not going to church a lot. They go to the YouTube and the Facebook church now. They just don't have any standards. And they do anything they want to do. And the kids, most of them don't finish high school. I'm talking about that 72% that's born out of wedlock or just born and no fathers in the house. Now that's bad to say. I don't even like to talk about it. It's true, but people get sensitive and they feel bad and they call me and criticize me for saying it, but it's true. So those guys are bound to get hooked up in the criminal justice system, and the poor girls are bound to be mothers before they're 18 in most cases.
Well, we've been talking a lot about how it was in Mississippi as black boys, and it was the same in Alabama and Louisiana and the rest, all across the country. I don't know much about how it was up north because we never went up north. And so my daddy was born in Farm Haven, Mississippi, and lived to be 78 years old and died 20 feet from where he was born. And so, you know, we don't know much about how things were in other places, but we're going to talk about black youth today and what they're missing. And we're going to talk about what is required for us to change the current trajectory on where our folk are headed. Too many of our folk are landing in jail, they're unemployed, broken families, and we're going to talk about how we're going to change that. And we can talk about it because we experienced a different feeling, and we know what it was like to have self-esteem. And so as these shows go on from week to week, we're going to continue to deal with the conditions of African Americans today versus yesterday, and what we must do to correct what we see happening here today. Dr. Henderson, your last words.
Well, I want to thank you for this opportunity to work with you as a co-host. And ladies and gentlemen, if you all want to hear the real news, now I can't give you the real news on this show because some of it is so bad, tears will come to your eyes. But if you want to hear a real talk about these actions and activities, you can contact us at 601-201-1957, or you can email us at clu369@gmail.com, and we'll come and speak with you at your church, your school, or your community organization, or we will send someone. We love opportunity We want to talk to you. And the good part about, Mr. Secretary, is what we do. We have solutions to every problem we address. And we teach people that you can change any human error if you have an action plan for success. And all you have to do is have a timeline and a guideline and start changing in your life in 30, 60, and 90 days, guaranteed. No matter how bad it is. No father in the house, no mother in the house, grandma raised you, whatever. You can start changing your life. When we talk about education and training and other topics, we tell you exactly how to solve that problem. And you can start in 30, 60, or 90 days.
I hope you've enjoyed our show this evening. This has been Socrates Garrett Live. We come to you every Friday at 5 o'clock. Dr. Henderson and I look forward to visiting with you again next week. Stay safe and good evening.
Are y'all ready? What? Yeah! Y'all ready to break the ball? Let's go! If you want it, you can get it. Let me know. I'm about to break this thing up. Let's go! If you want it, you can get it. Let me know. I'm about to break this thing up.
If you want some, come get some. Cause where I'm from, we so big. And everybody knows somebody that knows somebody that knows something.
Yo, what's good? Welcome back, everyone. This is Herd Talk with your coach, Coach Clint here, and you heard it here first. Another day, man. Glad to be back with you guys, man, talking. And it is that time of the year. Playoff time. Playoff football, where everybody records go back to 0. The regular season is over with. No matter if you were undefeated or defeated, if you're in the playoffs, it's all that matters. It's time to line up. It's win or go home. There is no next week. There is no week after if you lose. And so it's that time of the year, baby. It's time for everybody to step up, man. They say the playmakers make plays, and everybody else step back and play their roles. And we're about to see who about it. We're about to see who's going to make those plays, going to make those moments, going to take their team and their organization to the next round. And what I know is, in these playoffs, the lineups are going to be some exciting football games. Big time football is ahead of us. And so if y'all ready for it, hey, don't just get your popcorn ready. Get you some caramel corn, some sweet butter, extra butter, salty. Get some cheddar cheese. Get you some Doritos and some nachos. Get you a large drink. It's about to go down. We can brag about regular season wins all we want. It don't even matter. Come the 27th, that ending score is all that's going to matter. The regular season stuff is going to be irrelevant. It's what you do on the 27th that's going to matter. Win or go home. Point blank period. I know the last week we got a forfeit victory over the Blues, and a few other teams got the same thing, and other teams kind of ended their season. And so that was that. But our last game that we played the Arkansas Bolts and came out with a 20-18 victory over those guys. A great, respectful, good organization, man, coming out of Arkansas, man. It was great playing those guys, man. It was a good back and forth game. They came down, man, and we enjoyed each other, man, out there on the football field, man. A great, good, respectful game, man. A hard battling game, man. We enjoyed it, man. And hey, possibly we may see each other again in the playoffs, Lord willing. If we get to the next round, they get to the next round, we may see each other again. If not, we'll see each other next year. The goal is to hopefully see him again this year. You know, so playoffs right now, and you got the Hurricanes versus the Vipers, the Kings versus the Huskies, the Knights versus us, the Bison, and the Road Warriors versus the Bolts. You win, you go to your conference championship. You win that, it's to the big dance. Who's going to be ready for it? I hope we are. And I think we are. You know, and so it's going to be very interesting, man. It's going to be good. And this is the time of year where you tighten up. You tighten everything up. You lock in. Whatever you've been doing, you should still be doing. Starting lineup should probably be the same all the way around. There shouldn't really be no new faces out there. I know us personally. I don't want anybody on my field who ain't been here all season with my team to all of a sudden pop up in a playoff game that ain't been playing here, and then next thing you know, you look across the field like, hey, who is that? I ain't never seen them before. Just to get an extra edge to win a game. Nah, if you ain't played with the Bison all season long in a game, 2 games, at least 3 or 4 games or something like that, you won't be playing this upcoming Saturday on the 27th. Because one thing we do, we'll take our wins and our losses the same. We don't need to upgrade or change our roster to do anything. Just to make that clear, man. And so, and I think every other team out here is probably the same way. They're going to go with who they've been had all season long. There ain't going to be no change. Ain't nobody finna add nobody extra to their roster. None of these teams are like that in this league. That's what's so good about this league, is that these guys are going to go with their same roster that they've been had, just like we are. Everybody's going to be playing the same guys. There ain't going to be no new guy just all of a sudden popping up. Yeah, I've been in Florida for the whole season, but then all of a sudden now I'm available just to play for the playoff game. Nah. If you on the Bison roster, you better have been here through the season. You just ain't finna just all of a sudden pop up in the playoff game if you ain't been here through the regular season. Nah, we ain't doing nothing like that. And I don't think no team in this league would do nothing like that. It should be a fun battle between all teams, man. Us and the Knights are going to have fun. The Bolts and the Road Warriors should have fun. The Kings and the Huskies and the Hurricanes and the Vipers, everybody should get out there and just compete, man. And the thing of the game is you get out there and you work on what you've been working on, and you do it and you execute it to the best of your abilities. And so it shouldn't be nobody drawing up nothing in the sand, just some random stuff just to win a game. If it is, most likely it shouldn't work out. If it does, a dog shines on what they call it, the sun shines on the dog ass every now and then. And so all I know is we got the Knights. Conference rivalry. They swept the series this year 2-0 in 2 close games. Wasn't no blowouts. Wasn't no dominance of no team over the other. It was 2 close games that came down to the wire. And so we got to get out there, and maybe third time's a charm. Maybe not. We'll see when we line up. And so we'll see those guys, man. All I know is that both times we played those guys, it was physical, it was tough, it was tight. It came down to the end. There was no extra stuff out there on the field. Both teams played with respect. Both coaching staffs came out there and just did their jobs, and everybody had fun. And it was nothing but love after those games. And so that's something that I appreciated. And I shouted that out before the last time we was on, is that it was good to see that, because there was a lot of stereotypes put on these teams and organizations in the past, of things in the past, deservingly so sometimes. But both teams showed, character and locked in on playing football. And so that was the beautiful thing out there. And it's like, if we can continue to do things like this, this is going to change the perception of semi-pro football in the South or in Mississippi, first and foremost. And that's what we want to do. And that's what we want to do for the SCFL, is just build this league up and make it stronger and stronger each and every year. Every team and every organization coming here. We can talk trash and have fun all day long. Guys are leaving one team and going to the next, and they're feeling some type of way. That's all fine and dandy. But at the end of the day, the best thing for the SCFL is nothing but strong teams and strong organizations, full of structure, being organized, well ran, being able to have everything they need to survive through full seasons. And so that was make the league better. And so, like I said, these playoffs should be exciting football. My one request for everybody: record these games. I don't care about the going live part, unless you're going live on YouTube or something like that. Please do, if you can. Put it on YouTube. Everybody, let's showcase the league so that we can get this out there, so we can see every organization, so every player in every organization that strives for better opportunities can put it on a bigger platform. Cell phones on the sideline is cool for personal fun. You can't get no good views on somebody's cell phone on the sideline trying to record a game. If you're trying to scout a player or looking for a player, seeing a cell phone jump up and down on a sideline with a small view, and you can barely see the field, and some person cussing and screaming into the cell phone and cracking jokes into the cell phone, you ain't finna get no good scouting from that. Go ahead, put that thing on the camera, put it on YouTube, showcase the whole team, where you can see the whole line and the interior play to the outerior play, to the secondary doing what they do, to linebackers, to receivers, running backs, everybody, into the quarterback play. That's how you go ahead and get those guys out there. And then you can make better individual highlights for those players. And so, like I said, it should be some fun football, man. I can't wait till the 27th, so we can get it in, man. That's gonna be big for us, is that getting this game out there and having some fun, man. I know my guys are motivated. They're amped up. They're ready. Like I said, in the regular season, the Knights held on and got the victory over 2 times. First game, 22-18, and the second game, what was it, 24-20? Yeah, 24-20, because it was 18-20, and they scored a last-second touchdown, which gave them 6 points from 18. It was 24. We didn't even go to the extra point because the game was over. It was at the last seconds of the game. My guy Glock, he made a throw into the back of the end zone, and we lost track of that man in the back of the end zone. He caught it, and that was game over right there, right at the end of the game. It should have went to overtime, but shoulda, woulda, coulda, don't matter. They won the game, plain and simple. So salute to those guys, and we just got to get that get back, man. And so, like I said, man, record these games, get them out there. So let's see everybody in action, man. I know I want to go back, man. I want to see some of these Hurricanes games. I want to see the Kings and Huskies play. I want to see the Bolts and Road Warriors play. And I'm sure one of those guys want to see some of our games, man. Heck, I mean, just to be honest, just be real about it. You want to see some film. You want to watch film on your possible opponents. I think good coaching and good football players want to watch film. on each other, because at the end of the day, just watching film alone isn't going to win you a game. It's execution that wins games. It's trusting what you do and sticking to it that wins game. So it's not just watching film and say, oh, they like to run these play or they like to run that play. But you don't know exactly when they're going to run play, no matter how many times you watch film. All you can do is guess and take a stab at it. You can watch tendencies and things of that nature, but that doesn't guarantee that you're going to be 100% right, And so, like I said, unless a team is just running one play the whole game, then that's a whole different story. Then yes, you just call it out, hey, they run the jet sweep, then you just crash and kill the jet sweep every play. And if they have no counter to that play, then that's a problem for that team. But every team in this league, I know for sure they're not just running one play. They're not just running one thing. And every team has their own style of play and to what they like to do. And so you can pick up on some things that they like to do, and you may stop them sometimes. That's part of the game. Offense doesn't win every play, and defense doesn't win every play. So it's who makes the most plays that win through execution. And so that's going to be the big deal, especially with us in the Knights. It's like it's going to come down to execution and come down to making big plays. Who makes the most big plays? Who makes the less mistakes, especially in key moments? That's going to be the difference in this game here, man. And I'm excited to see it, man. I think we have been cleaning up a lot of things that we did in the past, and the team has came together, and we're playing better football. And so, and it shows because when you look at the season and you look at every team, we had a few issues early on. That Panthers game gave us a large deficits in the scoring department on defense because, hey, they put 50 up on us, man, and right off the top, we had 50 points against us, and 6 for us or 12 for us. And so that put us down. But as far as scoring-wise, hell, in our conference, we're number one. On the other side, it's the Hurricanes, I believe. They're number one in scoring. And so those guys have, scored the most points. The Kings have scored the second most points. Then the Huskies. Then the Vipers. On our side, it's us. Then the Knights. Then the Road Warriors, and then the Boats. Matter of fact, no, I'm sorry. Then the Boats, and then the Road Warriors. And so we see, things ain't what they were at the beginning of the season. So I think all teams have gotten better, have shown a lot of improvement, man. And so it's going to be interesting come playoff time. And like I said, it mostly should be when you see out there on the field, man, it should be some exciting football, man. And so, but we'll get back to it right after this break.
Looking for the hottest content in the city of Jackson and surrounding areas? Check out WeBelieveDigital.com. Also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. We Believe Digital Podcast is here for all your podcasting needs.
The Mississippi Link is an African-American female-owned newspaper with a trusted voice that is highly respected throughout the city, state, and nation. Our motto, Keepers of the Knowledge for People Who Speak the Truth, since 1993. Link significantly influences the thoughts, attitudes, and buying decisions of its readers. Call us at 601-368-8481 for your advertising needs. If you would like to receive a newspaper in the mail each week, our annual subscription is only $52 per year. That is only $1 per week for you to. The Mississippi Link is an African-American female-owned newspaper with a trusted voice that is highly respected throughout the city, state, and nation. Our motto, Keepers of the Knowledge for People Who Speak the Truth, since 1993. Link significantly influences the thoughts, attitudes, and buying decisions of its readers. Call us at 601-368-8481 for your advertising needs. If you would like to receive a newspaper in the mail each week, our annual subscription is only $52 per year. That is only $1 per week for you to stay informed regarding many stories that you can only get in the Mississippi Link. Sign up today at themississippilink.com and click on Home Delivery.
All right, we're back, man. And like I said, before the break, it's going to be some exciting football on the 27th, man. So I know we'll be in Vicksburg playing those nights, man. And I was just getting back to the point that I was making early on, just about each team, man, and everybody has their own style of play and what they like to do and what they're successful with. And I know it's like coming out here come playoff time, I know everything's going to be tight, it's going to be physical, it's going to be more focused and ready to win big, man, more competitive football. And, I know the league is like, they want to make sure that everything is going to be on the up and up and all this and that. So I'm pretty sure everybody's probably going to be doing roster checks. So I know we're going to make sure our guys come and have their identification ready, because I'm pretty sure the Knights want to make sure that we come out there and make sure that we are on the up and up, man, because nobody wants to be discredited out there on that football field with possible illegal players or anything like that, man. Because and for me personally, I don't believe nobody's going to do that, because I think that's just not a good look at this time of the year, because who would want to be called out on having somebody out there that ain't truly on your roster? I think that's an embarrassing look for any organization. And so even like I said before, who would even want to have somebody come out there and play for them that ain't even been here all season long? It's like, why would you be here now? You didn't fought through the wars with us through the season, so why would you be out there fighting with us now if you ain't been here through the whole season? If you couldn't make a game through the season, then you shouldn't even be on the roster right now, because you don't have the time to play. And so just all of a sudden now, just having you here in a playoff game and you ain't been here all season long, that's not really a good look. That doesn't help, because now you done had guys on your roster all season long fight and prove their worth just to get put behind by somebody that ain't been here fighting the wars with you. Nah. I know we ain't trying to do that, so that ain't our thing, so it never will be. So if we win, we're going to win with the warriors that fought the wars and been through the battles. If we lose, we're going to lose with the ones that fought the wars and been through the battles. Point blank, period. You are not getting on my field if you ain't been with us all season long. You can sit on that bench and you can clap and cheer, but you are not getting out there over somebody else that's been here putting in the work. That's totally unfair, and that's disrespectful to me. And so that's like having a coach come in and say, hey, Coach Tracy, I'm gonna have him help me do this and that, and I just want you to go ahead and sit on the bench or just go in the booth and just sit there. He don't even know the offense or defense or nothing like that, but I just want him to go ahead and help me on that, because I just think he's good at it. No. He gonna have to wait till next year to get in the mix. He is not coming in taking anybody's spot in the middle of our season. No, that's not what we're going to do. That's just disrespectful. And to me, that's just a breach of integrity, and that speaks to people's character if anybody wants to do something like that. So, and anybody can take it however they want to take it, but that's just what Coach Clinton stands on. And so, like I said, we're going to go out there and we're going to fight this battle. We're going to go to war with those Knights, man, and it's going to be good. It's going to be fun. In our case, we would love to go ahead and just get a big blowout win, but we definitely not planning on having no blowout loss. If anything, it should come down to what it's been coming down to before, come down to the end of the game and somebody just makes the key plays to win the game. And so that should be it. But Lord willing, if we go out there and do what we need to do on the field, we should be all right. And we should be able to move on to the next round if we do what we need to do. And I'm pretty sure they feel the same exact way. If they do what they need to do to win, they should be able to come out to the next round if they do what they need to do and we don't do what we need to do. And I think that's the same thing for every other team in this playoffs. Go out there and do what you need to do on the football field and handle your business, and everything should be all right. And so we go from there. And so we win the game, we just can push on to the next round and see what it does for us, because after that, it's the off season. And then we'll be waiting for August 5th, which is the date for the first tryouts of Bison football for the 2024 season. And so, but that's the ways to go. And so, but just know that's what it's going to be, man. And we'll have flyers out waiting for that. And new competitors coming in, competing for spots, man. I know guys love these certain jersey numbers and stuff like that. That stuff's going to be fair game for anybody. If you're that dog, you got to come in and compete for it, man, to prove your worth. I don't do favorites. I do earn your keep, earn your spot, prove your worth, make the plays. We watch film, we evaluate. And if you do it, you're going to do it, and it's going to get tougher and tougher each year as we get more and more competitors in, more and more high-level football players in coming in to compete and play at a high level. Because we want to reach that level to go out and play anybody in the nation. That's just what we want to do, man. So, and I know what it takes. And so we're not there yet, obviously, but we're trying to get there. And so, and I know a lot of these guys want to do that, man, and then get opportunities to go on and play, man, in things like maybe football overseas and the XFL, the USFL, that big dream going to the NFL, whatever it may be, So I would love to see some of these guys get that opportunity in every team, every league, So, and that's what we're trying to build with Bison football. And so, matchups, man, is going to be key. I know their front seven versus our front, their secondary versus our receivers. That's going to be a thing right there. It's going to be a battle everywhere around. I think we have a lot of things going for us that can lead us to victory, and I think they feel the same way. But I know for us, man, we have a lot of positives on this team, man, offensively and defensively, man, that can get the job done. I think a lot of times when it came to losses this season, it came down to discipline. That's basically what it came down to. Not skill, not talent, just discipline, football, and making the right plays and being in the right place at the right time. I probably can say, I went back and watched film. For every game this season that we played, we've probably dropped literally. There should have been clear interceptions. We've probably dropped about 15 interceptions this season. There should have been interceptions, and we dropped them literally out of our hands. And so a lot of big different situations. I've watched situations where we had teams that should have been in punt situations and stupid penalties and unsportsmanlike conduct penalties caused us to give them automatic first downs and keep their drives alive and things of that nature, and taking plays off, things of that nature. And so in the playoffs, you can't have none of that. Can't have none of that. You got to go all out. Go hard or go home. Go 100 all the way around, man. Leave it all on the field. If you're tired, hey, suck it up until you can get off the field and get a fresh replacement out there on the field. But you can't take a playoff on the field, because as soon as you take a playoff on the field, that's usually when a big play is made. And so we can't have that, because, each part of the offense and the defense works hand in hand with each other in football. There's no one individual that can win a game by itself without the help from the other parts of the team. A quarterback can be good, a receiver can be good, a running back can be good, but they can't do nothing without that offensive line. You can have the best corner in all of semi-pro, but if your D-line is trash and that quarterback got 5, 6, 7, 8 seconds back there in the backfield, sooner or later that DB is going to get worked, because he can't cover a guy for that long. I don't care how good you are. And those are words from Deion Sanders himself. And any good receiver at any level would tell you that. DB would tell you that. You can't cover forever. And so everything got to be working together. Everybody got to be working together, man. It got to be one herd, one sound. one football, all working together, man. And I believe that's what we are building up to be right now, man. And so it's going to even get better, man, through this rest of this season, this playoffs, and going into next year, which should be another big year for us as well. So, but I believe, personally, we got a lot of football left this year. I believe we can make it to the championship game easily if we want to, if we go out there and do our jobs. Just as easily if we go out there and we half-ass it, we can be out of the game by the first half. So it's really going to be on us, Bison. So what are we going to do? That's from coaches to players, all of us down, working together. Are we going to continue the path of improvement that we've been on these last, I want to say 4 or 5 weeks or 4 weeks? Or are we going to revert to the beginning of the season? So I believe the latter, that we are going to continue to improve, continue to grow, and be the team that we need to be. So I can't speak for anybody else, man, but I'm excited, man. I'm ready to go, man. I didn't really want to get into too much today, man, on the podcast. I just kind of want to speak towards the playoffs, man, and everything, man, the things that I want to see improve in the league and stuff like that. But what I want to see in these games, man, I just want to see some good, clean, competitive football. I want to see each team go out there, man, with everybody who's been there working hard for them and just going out there playing, man. Like I said, we have these rivalries and we have this competitive nature, and you want to beat somebody, you want to beat that other team. And that's how always the case. My job is I want to destroy the Knights. I want to destroy the Bolts. I want to destroy the World Wars. I want to destroy whoever we Lord willing, we get the chance to play for the championship. I want to destroy those guys too. For me, Bison's is number one. We're trying to be the best team around here, period. Point blank, period. That's just how it goes. But personally, I have nothing personal against anyone. It's just that. I love to play these men. I love to play against these guys. I love the sport in itself. I don't compete against another coach. I don't compete against players. We compete against teams. We compete against ourselves to execute to the best of our abilities and do what we're supposed to do on the football field. Because me personally, I don't think no other man is built like me, so who am I competing with? There is no other coach like me. There are other coaches are like themselves. And whatever they do good in themselves. It doesn't stop me from doing what I do good and what I do great. And so, what I feel like I can do great, I don't feel like nobody can do it as great as me. And whatever they feel like they can do, that's good for them. Point blank, period. So shout out to every coach, shout out to every team. Go out there and do what you're supposed to do best and compete, because the Bison are coming. And we're going to compete our way. And we're going to push it out our way with our players, because we got some great players over here at every phase. And so if we come out there and play Bison football, I don't believe there's not a team in the league that can stop us if we go out there and play the game that we're supposed to play. And so there's no stutter in my voice. There's nothing in that. If we go out there and execute, we can compete and beat anybody. We can play with anybody in this league and other leagues if we go out there and do what we're supposed to do. Point blank, period. You feel how you want to feel, that's fine. And so I'm pretty sure guys have something to say after this or that. I don't care. Call me, 601-376-7651. Y'all know, y'all call me anytime if you got something that you want to say to Coach Clinton. I love to talk to anybody. I don't do Facebook talk and stuff like that. That's for children. That's for women. Or scoring baby mamas that that's arguing with their man and he ain't giving them that loving no more. For me, you can keep the Facebook stuff. I'm too old for that, my job is to coach football and lead these guys, set the example, set the tone, put these guys in a position to be successful on the football field, and just continue to remind these men how to be men, grown men, because we're role models whether we like it or not in this society, especially my black men out here. And that's all of us, but especially my black men, because we have hurdles and leaps and things that we have to overdo and overcome and conquer in this society to be great. And we got a lot of kids and a lot of our youth looking up to us. And so that's my challenge to my guys every single week. Be better men. Be men of character. Be men of standards, moral and integrity. Point blank, period. Because that's going to make you better football players. You know, that's a part of what a Bison football is about. It ain't just about being top-notch football players. It's just about being men of character. If you can't be a man of character, I really don't even want you over here, honestly. You know, I want guys that's just about being real men over here. I ain't with that childish stuff. That childish stuff, you can take that somewhere else. Point blank, period. And again, y'all heard me chat my name, my phone number out. Call me if you got an issue with it, or see me face to face. We can talk about it. I don't stutter nothing. Point blank, period. And like this is it, man. We'll see y'all nights on the 27th, man. Y'all boys be blessed. I'm out.
Where I'm from, we so big. And everybody knows somebody that knows somebody that knows something about it. And I won't answer now. Who, what, where, why? See, a lot of dudes like to act the fool now. Get on live, but that ain't my style. Now who he gon' get and what he gon' do? Run up on me if you want to. Hot damn pressing his homies.
Good evening. I'm Socrates Garrett, and we're broadcasting live from right here in Jackson, Mississippi, the heart of the Deep South, right here in the African American owned broadcasting studio. We believe Digital.com, our own platform. And so it's critically important that in the African American community, we control the narrative. I look forward to receiving opportunities to show and advertise your products for goods and services and to move your brand along in this community. We're broadcasting live on Facebook. When We Believe Digital Podcast, go to Roku and download our app, and We Believe Global, with shows like this to articulate, intelligent conversations and dialogue to our platform. So I'm here to continue sounding the alarm. This is how the South is going to rise again. Good evening, and welcome to a special edition of Socrates Garrett Live. We're broadcasting live from right here in Jackson, Mississippi, in the heart of the Deep South, where it's 103 degrees out there. You can burn your skin. You have to make sure that you're putting on sunscreen and that you're wearing sleeves. And if I had an old-fashioned bonnet, I'd put it on. It's so hot out there. We're not accustomed to this kind of heat in Mississippi, even back in the days when we were picking cotton and on the farm. It's hot in Mississippi. Now, this is a special edition of our show, but we're broadcasting live on Facebook, on Roku TV, on WeBelieveDigital.com, and YouTube. Now, if you're watching us on Facebook, share this program with your friends and family. If you're watching us on YouTube, go on and subscribe to the program. We're in the middle of a subscription extravaganza. We want you to subscribe to the program. We need your help there. Now, if you're watching us on WeBelieveDigital.com, hit the donate button. Send us some funds to help us keep this program on air. Now, WeBelieveDigital.com is a little bit different. You'll see there that we have 8 to 10 various categories that you can choose to watch shows that you enjoy at a time that you want to watch them. You'll no longer have to worry about catching the news at a 6 and 8 or 6 and 10. You can watch these shows whenever you get ready to. Now, if you scroll down to Inspiration, you'll see one of my guests here today, Bishop Ronnie Crudup. You'll see the marvelous work that he's doing at New Horizon. If you go over there to Sports, you will see Katina Rankin's show with Coach Struthers and the wonderful job that they're doing. And if you scroll down a little further, you'll see We Believe Digital Radio. That's right. We have our own internet radio station that's playing music all over the world 24 hours a day. So we're a little bit different. We're not just a page. We are, in fact, a network. We're going to get right into our show because it is critically important that we bring our viewers and our listeners out there information that they can't get anywhere else. So today's program, of course, is dedicated to J.R. Jones, a gentleman that I've known now for 35 years or more, a guy that's always breaking things that are new. A guy that's traveling all over the world, is doing business all over the world, and has tremendous ideas on where we're going to be in the arena of finance. And so we're going to be talking about that a little bit later on. My other guest is my bishop, Bishop Ronnie Crudup. Now, again, we're talking about people that are not local. Now, I've gotten calls from Bishop Crudup, and he was all the way over in Israel. He's in Africa. He's all over the world. He serves with a group of people that deal with the conflict between the Israelis and the Palestinians. You know, that kind of person. He's probably the most prominent minister in this region here today, notwithstanding the other great preachers that I have already angered by this statement. But that's okay. So let's get right into it. J.R. Jones.
Yes, sir.
Tell our listening audience a little bit about yourself, where you've been, what you're doing, what's on your mind.
Well, it seems like Socrates, like Bishop, I've been all over the world, but probably just in my mind. Been in a few countries, and actually have been to Israel and lived out there and in Jerusalem and places like that. But as always, you know what's on my mind is far-reaching economics. I'm just a firm believer in the fact that, especially as relate to our people, African Americans, economics is a key important to building communities. Here with the bishop, and one thing I love about the bishop, and you're absolutely right, first, foremost, a mentor to us all, but here's a man that is deeply rooted into the spirituality and religion and God and teaching that, but also truly believe in the fact that you also must feed a man to belly before you can get to his mind. And him and I have had many components and talks about economics and the things we want to talk about today. So I've been around in Jackson, like you said, quite a while. We've known each other for over 35 years. My background's business, banking, finance, economics. My education, University of Mississippi, is business, finance, and economics, and have worked in institutions like American Express and banking here locally, and have traveled and taught financial planning, CFP by trade, Certified Financial Planner. So I like that field, but I also know where the lack of inclusion has been for black people in our community, which is economics, which is finance more specifically, which is a movement of money and being able to create wealth. As we look at where we need to go, that wealth gap has to be closed, because it not only means that to our community, what belongs to our community also belongs to this country. Again, I'm always very pleased to be here again with you, and hopefully as we go forward, I'll be listed under one of those little names down there with my own podcast.
No, you will
on your show here. So.
You will. With that in keeping, why don't you introduce our next speaker?
Well, our next speaker, as you stated, is a man nobody need to be told who he is, because he is who he is, and that's our great friend Bishop Crudup here. New Horizon Church, you see that big beautiful building on the hill where he's taken and turned into an international forum for everybody to be able to come. And I was out there a couple of weeks ago, man, and watching, and I get passionate, so I'm watching young folks come in there with speech and integrity and just credence, and you can see the love and respect that they have from him and he have for them, man. So again, audience, here's a man need no introduction by nobody, our great friend Bishop Ronnie Crudup.
Well, I'll pay you guys a little later on for those nice words, but it's exciting to be back here on We Believe again, and just excited to team up always with Socrates Garrett and JR, who is, I haven't known him quite as long as Sock, but I've known him 30 years, okay?
There you go.
And to be here talking about something that's a passion of my heart, how we can really help our people to rise up economically, because I don't know about you, I'm kind of like Fannie Lou Hamer in this. I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired of everybody taking advantage of us, making billions off of us, and you know, and we're not taking advantage of these circumstances ourselves.
Absolutely.
And I'm a person, and all of us should be somebody who is an avid reader and watcher of trends and all those things. And I've been looking at a lot of the new things around AI, artificial intelligence. And I was reading something today that said that one speech caused, and I'm not going to call some names, but if I called them, you would know them. They're worth to go up $200 billion, just one speech related to AI. Now, that's just another whole nother realm of doing things that we're going to end up being taken in.
Yes, sir.
We're not going to, probably unless something significant changes, we're not going to be able to take advantage of things the way we should. We will be taken advantage of. We won't be victors. We'll be victims. But we as a community have to decide that we're going to start taking advantage of our opportunities, and that means that we've got to take some risk.
Yes.
Okay? We've got to take some risk.
Yes.
And we got to do things differently. Once again, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing the same way, you know, and then thinking you're going to get a different result. It doesn't happen. Okay? And so I'm excited here, always excited to be here on We Believe and talk about these things, because if we can get, you know, another 10 or 20 or 100 folk to come to the light, then it's all worth it.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
JR, Bishop talked to me about crypto once, and he told me that there's something that I need to take a look at and understand. And you've spoken to me about alternative currencies and things of that nature. Kind of explain to our viewers what is going on out here when it comes to currency and what it looks like today versus where it'll be tomorrow.
Well, you know, tremendously different. Than even look 10, 15 years ago. You know, our money is what you call fiat, which is a physical money called fiat. It's what we have and what we're used to having. And, you know, even watching now from the time we've seen, you know, money shifted from just having it in your hands to being able to have it on credit cards, not to be able to move your phone. One of the biggest aspects of it is you know, won't call him a competitor of mine, has been we're looking at fintech banking, but Cash App that our community, that Bishop just got through talking about, that our community tremendously used to. You know, they never see the cash, they never put the paper, they just moving money via the internet, via the app and cyber, if you will, and so that same aspect of they're excited about Cash App. Now, when the last time who owns Cash App and puts some money in your community? You know, so that's that moving of money that folks taking advantage of. So what does it look like in the future with crypto being on blockchain is that we're going to see more and more of that now. You know, over the last 5 years, we saw crypto skyrocket, and you sort of have the quietness of it because of a lot of you know, cryptos have so depressed and crashed. Well, you know, it's like everything else. When you get a lot of new stuff going, start going real fast, you get a lot of bad actors in there. So I figured out a way to get in there and steal it and take it and sell it to people. Unfortunately, a lot of time our communities and taking it away.
Well, so let me ask you a question, Bishop. I'll ask you too. Traditionally, the U.S. dollar is supposed to be backed by gold originally. Now, I doubt very seriously it's backed by gold today, but
it's not.
So, what is it backed by?
Good old, as we say, what they said on a dollar bill, faith, fair of the U.S. good old U.S. government.
Wow, and so I could never understand crypto because there was no bank that I saw anywhere, and it wasn't seemed to be backed by anything. I couldn't tell how it was traded and who was buying and what they're selling it, and I didn't know if I could walk in the door with some crypto and buy something. So I just don't really understand how this financial thing works.
I think so. You know, part of it, and JR is that guy. It's not what is it, why is it? You know, I mean, all of us are used to dollars, right? And cents. Why do you even need crypto, JR? Why do you even? Why are we having conversations? Why are people using an alternative to the dollar?
You know, the biggest bargain is two things: the cost and the potential equality, equal playing field of inclusivity. Okay, so the cost is nil. You're moving money through the internet, which really doesn't cost money. You know, to move ledgers, because you're talking about a blockchain, you're talking about ledgers, so you're talking about numbers on a page, if you will. So think about how money really have moved in with the Federal Reserves. You know, I put money on the page and debit this column, I put money on the page and credit that column. Same thing we just said about Cash App, and you never see it. You use your credit card to move money. Your bank account, once it hit, it goes through the channels of the processing piece. It goes to another guy, and you never really see it. You don't move it yourself.
So it's faith and credit.
So it's faith and credit, and but with crypto, you're talking about money's on a blockchain level. So you're talking about a computerization of moving numbers around, where yours is yours and mine is mine, and yours don't necessarily cross mine, and I don't control yours and you don't control mine. So now you once it grows to the point where all of us are using crypto. Now I can go and buy water with crypto because the store will take crypto. So it's a matter of time. It's just a matter of fraction of time where that it may be called something else by then.
So how does this conflict with the U.S. government and it's the way currency is handled now? Is the government, is this to the government like solar was to traditional energy companies?
Is it a concern for the government?
How do they see this? And how does the third world see this as well? Because I understand that they have a different currency over there in the EU over there. And so what's going on here? Are we seeing things change?
Yeah, it is. When you start seeing some of the large banks and the large financial institutions and the large companies start to dab and jump into crypto, if you will, using that blockchain terminology, then you begin to know that it's some validity in it because they invest a lot of money in it. The biggest, and I wouldn't call it a threat, but the biggest challenge for the Federal Reserve is going to be for the U.S. government, which is our financial, it's pretty much worldwide controlled by the Federal Reserve, is that the movement of that money outside of this federal system. Right now, what a lot of people don't know is that any money moved in the world previously was moved by our system. The Federal Reserve System is just not among the U.S., controlled by the U.S., but it's worldwide. So when you start moving money internationally, it was moved under the federal system.
Wow.
So now you can begin to move money outside of that system. So two things happen. Is one, you're going to have legitimate players, and two, you're going to have illegitimate players because now as that system began to grow and expand, guy running drugs money or whatever else, now he can begin to move money on that system.
Well, I think before we go to a break, that's the whole issue is that there was a limit to what could have been done just with the dollar.
Right. And control.
Folks decided, let's create another system, right? Remember we used to always say, as soon as we get a little parity, they changed the game.
Yeah.
So in a nice way, the game has been changed again. And it's an international deal. And, it's still supposed to be some value of goods and services, supposed to be in the midst of that. But these folks are creating a whole new game out there, and we haven't learned how to play the one that we've got yet. And that's my problem.
That's your problem. That's my problem for our folk.
Yeah. Well, we're going to a commercial break, and we're going to come right back for our last segment. This is tremendously important, what we're talking about. Our young folks probably know a little bit more about it than we do. They seem to be into technology and things of that nature more so than we are. And so it's important that we have these kind of informative conversations that's being brought to you by J.R. Jones, a gentleman that this lives and breathes in this environment, educated in this environment. So we're going to a station break, and we'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Looking for the hottest content in the city of Jackson and surrounding areas? Check out WeBelieveDigital.com. Also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. We Believe Digital Podcast is here for all your podcasting needs.
The Mississippi Link is an African-American female-owned newspaper with a trusted voice that is highly respected throughout the city, state, and nation. Our motto, Keepers of the Knowledge for People Who Speak the Truth, since 1993. Link significantly influences the thoughts, attitudes, and buying decisions of its readers. Call us at 601-368-8481 for your advertising needs. If you would like to receive a newspaper in the mail each week, our annual subscription is only $52 per year. That is only $1 per week for you to stay informed regarding many stories that you can only get in the Mississippi Link. Sign up today at themississippilink.com and click on Home Delivery.
Welcome back. You're looking at Socrates Garrett Live. We're broadcasting live from right here in Jackson, Mississippi. We have one real important show going on today. J.R. Jones, a senior financial analyst, is here with us today, and he's talking about different types of currency and how finance works. And so we're going to get right back into that. Now, J.R., I understand you to say that this phone is my new bank.
Yes, sir.
That the future of brick and mortar buildings is in jeopardy. Is that right?
Yeah, it's, yes, I would say they're in jeopardy. Definitely long-term, Socrates. And as you can see around here, the closing of some of the branches in the local banks have closed branches. The brick and mortar is definitely going away, and especially the big, beautiful, extravagant banks we used to be able to walk into and all the marble looking like a big law firm, it's going away because it's cost prohibitive.
So Bishop, old folk like me
and
you, this is a new system that's going on out here that, as you say, African Americans are not really grasping and get an understanding of what's happening to them.
Absolutely. And the scripture says we're destroyed by the lack of knowledge. And that is truer today than it was when that was written over, for that part of it, probably 5,000 years ago. What we don't know destroys us. And we don't understand these systems. And so people take advantage of us, okay? And a good example is, and I understand, we've been talking a little bit about crypto, and I know not just that, but a lot of folks out there looking for something that pays a better rate of interest.
Yes, sir.
They think they can do better than what the bank will give them, okay? And so that's kind of what gets a lot of smaller folk out there into some of these crypto games that are being played, because you think that there's the ability to be able to make more money in a shorter period of time, and not just the bank make all this money. Because in the past, the bank took your money, paid you, if you could get 1%, okay? And they made, 10, 12, 20% on your money, okay, all that money. There's a reason why they had them big nice
buildings.
Because they're making interest on your money. Well, people at least have wised up to some degree that I need to get a piece of that. The only concern now with all of this crypto and other currencies is that it's not controlled, and it can be up one day. And listen, the those can be not those ain't locked. They gone somewhere else. Okay,
That's
next,
right.
And so it's back to something I said at the beginning. It's the issue of risk. Everything takes a risk, but there's a safe risk, a good probable risk, and then there's just foolishness. Okay, and so particularly in our community, once again, one of the things that we've been talking about with JR about is that there are some tools that he is in possession of now that it has risk with it, but the probability of it working is really well, and it will bring a lot to our people. One of my concerns, it bring a lot to our churches, that it did bring a lot to our people. And so we got to wise up and start at least talking about it. To a great degree, sometimes our people folks ain't even been willing to talk about things. Well, we always done things this way. Everything is changing. I mean, the pandemic showed just the fallacy of some things and how much change could happen. Banks saw, I didn't need all these brick and mortar. I just run folk through them lines, you know what I mean? And in South Jackson, where I do most of our work, it's sad how many banks have closed up in South Jackson. And so, I'm at this place now. I was talking to some folks in the bank the other day, say, hey, am I going to have to just go to North Jackson, or hope I'll have to go to Rankin, Madison County, to do any banking, because everything else is on your phone. Now, the truth is, I can deposit money off of my phone, right?
Yes, sir.
If people can send me money, I don't really have to go to a bank.
Wow. Well, let me ask you this, because you guys are educating us now. Back in the day, we didn't have banks in our community.
Right.
We had a barter system.
Some still don't.
Yeah. I will trade you 5 potatoes for 10 onions, and it worked.
That's right.
And so, is crypto akin to the barter system? How do you see that?
Simplicity, yes. Just in a high-tech format, it really is hey, look, I have some coins worth this. You got some coins worth that. You got a value of goods over that you say you want that much. So I'm going to give you some of my coins for your value of goods.
And so it's back on the old original system, but now you're taking it into new technology. And you keep mentioning this word blockchain. Yeah. Now, our people don't understand what blockchain is, and what is it? It's
just a simple accounting ledger. And actually, the words crypto been given to the different coins that's out there. Blockchain is actually the accounting ledger that has been used throughout forevermore. Now, we've been dealing with accounting ledgers and technology and goods and services and everything. I mean, so blockchain's been out there for a while, because that's how money is still have always been moving. And for instance, you ever thought about, you go to Western Union and you're sending money overseas, and in 5 seconds they got the money after they give you information? You ever thought about that? You ever thought about all these folks who goes into Walmart or somebody and get these cash cards and put money on them right then and there, and then they walk out and can use them? All that money is pretty much like all of money have been in goods and services. Say, okay, I got this ledger somewhere sitting out there on the Federal Reserve, and they got this ledger over here sitting in another bank and processing system on the Federal Reserve. Okay, let's move this ledger to a debit side. Let's move this ledger to a credit side, and the deal is done.
Wow.
So it's the same thing that blockchain has been used. Now they've been moving to strictly move what we see as a goods and services on a financial aspect of the dollar versus products and services.
And some have said that blockchain cuts out the middleman.
Completely. In banking processing, but in credit card processing, you could have, like even with our program, you could have about 4 or 5 people in the middle of that thing, if you will. So when you go and swipe your credit card at the merchant, it goes to a processor who moves and reads the language to the acquirer, which is your bank, taking it from the issuer, which is the other guy's bank. So all those folks are inside of that. So everybody got to get a penny of that transaction. Now, if you use a Visa wanted share. So now you got the Visa, the store you bought it at, the bank you taking the money from, the bank you send it to, and the guy who's the processor who's making all this happen.
And so, I'm paying for all that as a consumer.
The merchants are paying for that as a consumer. So what blockchain do is say, well, wait a minute here. If it sits over here and it sits over there, just send it. Move everybody else out of the way.
Wow.
Yeah.
And in reality, that should mean more money to the people who are actually producing the products. Rather than because historically the people, the farmers always get the lowest amount of return on their initial investment, all of their hard work.
That's a good example. From the and then especially, I was at a conference just yesterday put on by Department of Commerce dealing with, and they had the African Nation Summit and people over here and a lot of the farmers just pretty much that. Well, the farmers are way down here, and you got all these levels before you get to the market that they're buying from the farmers.
Right.
And now what? Even the electronics, but Bishop, even the electronic transfer of money now allow farmers to be able to buy goods and services directly without having to go through all these links and chains.
Right. We're getting close to the end of our program, and we want to go and deal with specifically a new opportunity.
Yes.
Now, not long ago, several weeks ago, Bishop convened a meeting at New Horizon Church, and it had some 114 African-American pastors who were in attendance, the first time in history that anything like this has been done or even had been attempted to bring that many pastors together. And at that conference, J.R. Jones had an opportunity to present a new card, and we like to think that what we want to do is repurpose our dollars in our African American community. No new money, just the money that you're currently spending. Let's spend it in a way that it benefits all of us. Bishop, can you bring us up to date a little bit about your conference, why you had it, and what your vision was?
Well, our vision was to come together and unify ourselves for the good of a common good of our people. We've been divided too long. All of us are doing our own thing in our little corner, but that thing is costing us something. But if we can come together, then all of us benefit individually, but the community benefits even more. And so part of that was to make people aware of some tremendous opportunities, and one of them is financial opportunities. Mm-hmm. And so we invited J.R. Jones as one of those participants in this to talk about some tools that he's got that our people can benefit from. And so that's what this was about.
J.R., tell us a little bit more about those tools.
Yes, sir. We created through our CDFI Small Business Capital Fund a program called the Accountable Card Banking Program. And it's a neobank, and all a neobank is a bank without borders, a bank without brick and mortars, a bank where that you use a license of an FDIC insured bank opponent to create banking online, if you will. But we want to step further and create a banking app so they can be on the phone. Everybody can't get online, but everybody got a phone or two. So they can do their total banking aspects on the phone. Now, as a community development financial institution, we also wanted to be able to have a program that we can run and be able to give back to the community. So we call that program Accountable Card for that reason, because we got to be accountable, and we're going to be in commerce and taking money out of the community, if you will, and we want the individual to be also accountable for their own financial welfare, because if we don't take care of our community, who will? So as you said, when people begin to reposition or repurpose their money like they should to do what's good in the community, because we will do a revenue share program that the bishop and I have talked about, so that individuals who are part of our program, a part of that portion of that revenue, will go back to the church programs to be able to do things in our community, because we need to rebuild our community. Our focus on our community has been social welfare and everything else but economic welfare. So it's time to get to the economic welfare, which really builds your community. You can't build a community until you begin to have the money wherewithal to do that and point it back into your community. At this day and time, the statistics are still showing that African Americans' dollar still circulating in this community less than 0.5% of the time. Well, the average one in most other communities is 7 to 11% of the time. So we got to get the dollars recirculating back. And as Bishop was saying, that it has nothing to do with race. It has nothing to do with prejudice. This is just pure facts of you must take care of your home first and your own first before you can go out into the large and make things happen in a large kind of way. And that's what this program, this money thing is about. So,
okay. Well,
AccountableCard.com.
Do you have a copy of the card? Can you hold the card up?
Yes,
Can
sir.
anybody see it? And what do you want our viewers and listeners to do? JR, do you want them to apply for this card? How do you want that to happen?
Absolutely. You know, when Bishop and I was talking about working the churches, and you know, Bishop educated us well when he said, look, you need to be simple and plain. Ask for simplicity and plainness. Let them know. So, you know, we talked about, and I'm going to use this scenario. Say, look, just go out there, and like you said, we repurpose them. Just go out there, get the card, and just spend $100 a month on it every month. Easy, simple, payroll deduction. You know, you can go to your bank, take the routing numbers and your bank account numbers, and tell them, say, hey, look, put $100 a month or $200 a month on my card every month out of my paycheck. And just spend $100 a month. You would be surprised, and we'll be coming back a year from now and tell you how much money went into the community. You'll be surprised what we can do with that.
So how do they go online and where do they go to apply for the card?
Go to your phone, type in Accountable Card, ACCOUTABLE.com, card, C-A-R-D, or just Accountable Card. Either Apple or Google the app gonna pop up. Download the app. 5 to 10 minutes, put in your information. You can have in a bank account. It'll show you where to get the routing numbers. You can go into it and look at all the things you can do with it. And you get a Visa card sent to the mail within 7 to 10 days. You get a Visa card. You'll be able to use it just like any ATM. Anywhere Visa is, you'll be able to use it. Not only that, you'll be able to go into what we call the Green Dot location, which is a network. In other words, you'll be able to go to Kroger, dollar stores, Walmart, and add money to your card. Just hand the clerk your card, say I want to put $100 on my card, and you can go and use it in 10 minutes anywhere Visa is used. So a lot more flexibility.
A lot more flexibility. Your college students, your children that you want to introduce the money and banking to.
Pay bills with it, transfer money between cards from their parents at late at night, at midnight, 2 o'clock in the morning, the kid needs some money, send them some money on their card. It's instantaneously, because it's just like we said about the blockchain. If it's in the same bank, why I can't give it to you instantaneously? Versus other banks make you wait 2 days for it.
Right. And so this is not a local opportunity. This is national.
This is
anybody in the world can apply for this
card. Yes, sir. Anywhere, anybody in the world, anywhere in the country. With Green Dot, like I said, we got over 100,000 locations across the country where you can put money on your card. If you're out there with a bunch of cash, you win money to casinos and you don't want to go home with it, walk into Walmart and put it onto your card and spend it like you need to.
We're coming to the end of our program, but we're going to continue these sessions. It's tremendously important that we learn, and then that we share and teach those that are interested how to make a difference in your financial life. Economics is critically important. And to the young man out there that just won the $1 billion lottery last night,
come see us.
JR says, come see us and apply for the card, and you'll have the opportunity to invest in something that is going to surely take this country by storm. Yes, already has. Yeah, already is being done. This is your new bank.
Yes, sir.
This is your new bank. You can add money, pay bills, do everything you want to do with this Accountable Card. Go to AccountableCard.com, download the card, and you'll get it immediately, and you put $100 a month on it just to see exactly how it works, and let's see what happens. Then next time we want you to call into our show at 800-492-5186 and tell us how you're using the card. JR, any parting words? You and Bishop, any parting words before we go?
Go ahead, Bishop.
This is an opportunity. Hey, JR has got his hands on something good. Let's partner with him. Let's help ourselves and the community.
Absolutely. In conjunction with that, let's change the world one accountable card at a time.
That's it. We want y'all to stay safe out there, and good evening. Jackson, Mississippi, the heart of the Deep South, right here in the African American owned broadcasting studio. We believe Digital.com, our own platform. And so it's critically important that in the African American community, we control the narrative. I look forward to receiving opportunities to show and advertise your products for goods and services and to move your brand along in this community. We're broadcasting live on Facebook. When We Believe Digital Podcast, go to Roku and download our app, and We Believe Global, with shows like this to bring articulate, intelligent conversations and dialogue to our platform. So I'm here to continue sounding the alarm. This is how the South is going to rise again. Good evening, and welcome to Socrates Garrett Live. We're broadcasting live from right here in Jackson, Mississippi, in the heart of the deep, deep South. Mississippi. I like to say that Mississippi is a garden state. I believe that the air is just a little bit cleaner and the grass is just a little bit greener. That's why I stay here each and every day trying to make a difference, trying to move the place that I love and where I was born and trying to move it off of the bottom. For too long, Mississippi has been on the bottom of every category that it deals with the quality of life. We're number one in infant mortality. We're the most obese state in the nation, and we have more people incarcerated than any third world country. Is something wrong in Mississippi? When we are the garden state and we have the natural resources, we have the luxury of having Interstate 55 and I-20 intersect right in the city of Jackson. We have the mighty Pearl River that moves down through the city of Jackson. You know, out in Oklahoma, they have to pump water into downtown. We're blessed with water that flows right through our city. Sometimes the river can be ugly, and that's why we had the floods of 1979 and 1983. But if we learn to harness and learn to navigate and learn to work together, we could have one of the best tourist sites in the whole country. Just think about the history of Mississippi. When you get ready to go to a museum, you wouldn't want to go anywhere other than Mississippi because of all of the things that has occurred. You know, my co-host, Dr. Henderson, says that one time there was more African Americans in Mississippi than there were Europeans. He said that the slavery could have been abolished in 30 days if black folk and folk of concern had come together. It could have ended that. But I remind him that it was just not quite that simple. It was all about economics and economic injustice, and you gotta be reminded that over 780,000 individuals gave their lives in the battle of the Civil War. 780,000 individuals died, and for what reason? Simply about economics, about getting their slice of the pie, about their quality of life, about access to free labor, about all of those things that allow you to stay in a position of comfort, regardless to how much it pinches and the discomfort for those that are not so fortunate. And so we're going to dedicate this show a little bit to economic and the economic injustices. But I'll make a couple more remarks. I was watching CNN the other day, and it listed the top 10 most dangerous states in America. And believe it or not, I was surprised to learn that Alaska was number one. And I thought about that for a moment, and it dawned on me that where you have isolation and you have high poverty, where the sun is not shining in, then you will get crime and corruption at a greater rate. Mississippi was ranked in the top 3 of the most dangerous states in the country because of the poverty that's here in Mississippi, the economic conditions of our people. And so the solution then, now that we've identified the problem and we put it square and in front on the table, now we can deal with it. Now we can deal with it. It's economic justice that's creating the backlog and the downfall of the state of Mississippi. We don't celebrate our diversity at all. We don't capitalize on our diversity. We don't work together as a team, blacks and whites and others in the state of Mississippi. And so that has to change. Now, if you're watching us on Facebook, then we want you to share this program with your friends and families. If you're watching us on YouTube, go ahead and hit the subscribe button. If you're watching us on our very own platform, our unique platform, WeBelieveDigital.com, then you choose the category of the programs that you want to watch. But at any rate, hit the donate button, send us some revenues to help us keep these kinds of programs going forward. We know real soon that the national network is going to pick up, we believe, and the quality of the content that we produce down here in Mississippi every day, and we're going to get the financial assistance and the help that we need to make a real difference in the lives of many Mississippians. But it's my honor, as always, to introduce my co-host, Dr. Eldred Henderson. Doc, hadn't seen you in a while, hadn't seen you since your show last night.
Well, that's correct, sir. But I tell you, this is another day, another show, and I'm proud to be here, and I thank you for your cooperation and support.
Well, Doc, you are one of the most sought-after speakers in the entire country, and especially here in the Southeast region. And how can people get in touch with you if they are interested in your services?
Well, it's very simple. All they have to do is call 601-201-1957, or they can email us at clu369@gmail.com. And we're available 24 hours a day. Call us, folks, and we'll give you the real news version and not the radio and television version, because it is too tight to tell the truth all the time to the public. Got to do it privately.
Doc, you know, one of the things that I always say to people when they are looking for a speaker for their churches, their schools, their community organizations, that you're a good choice. And I always say to them that you're a good choice because you are Dr. Eldred Henderson, but yet you were born on a plantation in the Mississippi Delta. And so you have survival skills, street skills, and you're educated. You're a dangerous man.
I wouldn't think so. I'm just a gentle man from Hinds County that enjoyed that good life on the plantation. At least I thought that. And my parents told me I was in a very good situation. The boss of the plantation pretended that he loved us all and told my dad, well, you shouldn't leave. Even after my dad slipped around and purchased some land, he said, you just need to stay here. Don't you go down there. He said, don't go down there. Stay with us. Say, you're the best tenant we have. Think about that lie.
And so you had to stay there a while longer, but eventually you escaped.
That's right.
You were not a victim of a hanging, and you managed to get out of that delta, off of that plantation, and look at who you are today.
Well, that's right, but I just barely escaped. They did catch my brother and tried to kill him. Falsely, a man got killed on the highway. On a road, we didn't call it highways at the time. Some car hit him. My brother was picked up. The police interrogated him, put a pistol in his mouth, and tried to make him confess. The boy was just 18 years of age, scared him to death. And he, for some reason, didn't confess. And a few days later, they found a man that did it. It was domestic problem.
Wow. Well, it was dangerous in Mississippi back then.
I guarantee you.
But Doc, I remind you that we had the highest number of murders of any city in Mississippi in the last 2 years. In Jackson, Mississippi, we had the highest number of murders. So more folk are being killed today, Doc, than it was back during the days of the Ku Klux Klan and the Night Riders. How do you explain that?
Well, it's because of lack of leadership, lack of education. Most poor people in Mississippi, white and black, most of them that are poor are miseducated. We have a lot of racism and racial exclusion on the state level, on the local level. on the regional level when it comes to contracts and education, what I call productivity, and expectations. Most of the people that control the means of production and distribution in this state, in this region, in this nation, just don't put a lot of emphasis on black people and people of color, especially when they think they are worth anything. They say we are totally worthless. We are savage. We are what you call a non-entity in America. We are an outcast, and we don't intend to do any better, they say. They say we are lazy. Now they're accusing the Hispanics of being lazy. They used to say blacks were lazy. And from what I can observe, the Hispanics are some of the hardest working people in the South and make less money.
Well, it's certainly been a migration of Hispanics into the state of Mississippi. I was shocked to find the number of Hispanics that were residing in Canton, Mississippi, and that are all over these chicken processing plants. And my understanding is that that is the worst environment that you can possibly find yourself working at. And so Hispanics are here. They're doing the job that not many other people want to do. And so we got to figure out whether or not that's good for the state of Mississippi. Is that good for our economy? How do we raise the standard of living if we allow others to come in and undermine that by accepting less than a living wage to do the same job? And so we got all kinds of problems here. But now, I've said that economic injustice is the root cause of all of the problems in Mississippi. So I've asked my good friend and my brother from another mother, Chris Young, to join us this evening and talk about the disparity in contracts in the state of Mississippi, and that disparity is just absolutely mind-boggling. Chris, welcome to the show, and I know you have your own show here called Sizzling Mississippi, and you're doing an excellent job there, but we're glad to have you here this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Garrett. I'm glad to be here.
Tell us a little bit about what you found in your work, in your research. And he is the #1 reporter for the Mississippi Link newspaper, and many of you know his work from that newspaper. So it's an honor to have you here. And I certainly enjoyed your show with Ed Blackman, Senator Blackman, the other day. It was a very informative show, and you guys focus on some of the same things we're talking about. So how have you learned about economic injustice in this great state?
Well, how I've learned about it is just by having an open set of eyes. And thanks for having me tonight. It's my second time on Garrett Live, and I'm glad to be here. But I learned about it by being able to have an open mind and an open eyes and an open heart. And I've learned so much. You know, I studied Mississippi for years. But then when I got a chance to retire early and move down here, I've been here 2 years and 4 months today. And whatever I thought I knew about Mississippi before I moved here didn't even scratch the surface. And as it happens, and we'll get into this topic a little bit, you know, I believe what I've heard you say since the day I've met you about the economic situation. And so I reached out to my state senator, just based on zip code, is David Blunt, and asked him about minority contracting and what's the latest and what's going on. And he wanted to let me know that that was a very important issue. And then he told me, go see John Horn. So, which I thought was interesting. Anyway.
You mean a sitting senator, a senator that's in a heated race right now, debate with Pastor Dwayne Pickett in District 69, I believe it is.
Yeah.
And he deferred you to someone else on the subject of minority contracting?
Yeah, absolutely.
Why would he do that?
Well, that's a great question. I mean, he said it was a very important topic. And which, of course, I already knew by asking the question. And he said it was a very important topic, but, you know, John Horn was the one that knows the most about that. And within 24 hours, I was hearing from John Horn, which was great. I love talking to Senator Horn. He's a fountain of knowledge about things. And he provided me this report, 300 pages on minority contracting in the state of Mississippi. fiscal year 2022?
Well, let me get to this before we move on into statistics.
Yeah.
Now, Doc, Mississippi has the highest number of African American elected officials in the country. Why is it that we don't see improvement in Mississippi since we have such a large delegation of African Americans? Now, I get that the white senator deferred to the black senator, but we don't see the results that we need to see from our legislators in the state of Mississippi. And why is that?
Well, there are many reasons, but basically I'm going to just tell you three of them. One, many of the so-called black or minority senators and members in the House are afraid to say very much because most politicians like that want their job to be a career job, and they always want to get promoted to be assistant to something, want to be a co-director, want to be an agency head or something like that. And if you say anything against the people that make appointments, you're not going to get promoted. And many times, the black leaders don't have that wherewithal and mentality to buck against the system, and they are encouraged in private meetings and sometimes public meetings, I've been told, to make a decision and vote on something that will hurt their interests. And the last reason most of the blacks and what I call ill-advised people do in the legislature, not only in Mississippi, is they are afraid and not able to challenge and talk to the opposition. For instance, Mississippi is a predominant Republican legislature. Have a lot of Democrats there, but they don't have the ability and don't even want to talk to the governor, the lieutenant governor, the speaker, in a very confrontational, private matter and say, these are the problems we have to address. And Mr. Young will talk about it in a few minutes. You are violating our constitutional rights, and we demand you change because we have some things we're going to tell you if you don't. And matter of fact, I'll share some of them with you now. That's the way these politicians have to do it. Then they have to get with people and organize themselves on the basis of a unit, looking at the people that are registered to vote, and encourage more people to register. I showed you a graphic just yesterday where in Mississippi, I believe we have 123,000 vote in one county, which is Hinds County, and only 29% voting out of 153, I believe, registered voters. I'm talking about registered voters. I didn't even mention the fact that you have that many that's unregistered. It's ridiculous, and that's why the politicians don't worry about anything. They are not afraid of the voters because their cousins, their friends, and their neighbors vote for them, and other people don't do anything but criticize them.
Now, we got to get to the root cause of that, and I got your 3 points there on why they are afraid, why they are trying to protect their own ability to stay in an office for a long period of time. But, you know, we got to get beyond that. Now, Chris, economic injustice. The state of Mississippi, I'm told, from having lived it, that less than 2% of contracts for goods and services go to African Americans in the state of Mississippi. Less than 10% of contracts for goods and services go to African American owned business where African Americans are in charge. For example, the city of Jackson, which has 5 out of 7 African Americans on its city council with an African American mayor, and yet we don't do much better. In Hinds County, we have 5 African Americans on this board, and yet just recently they voted to award a contract to Waste Management at a higher price than the African American had offered, substantially higher, and without even discussion. Just they raised their hands almost in unison, saying, we're proud to vote for Waste Management against an African American firm. So we don't do well by the numbers, but folk out there don't really know how bad we're doing, and we have not been able to validate that in any way. Can you help us validate how we're really doing for minority contractors in the state of Mississippi?
Sure. And I heard the same numbers that you just cited before. This report, over 300 pages, fiscal year 2022 minority participation report, indicates that there was combined minority spending of more than $206 million in fiscal year 2022. And that equates with a 5.5% rate. So that's a little higher than the number that you had talked about before, but that's not the whole story. Now, when we get deep into the numbers, we discover this, and I don't even know how to begin to say this, but there's two things here. There's two things that are going on. Is that the total $188.2 million, and that's the number minus subsidies, grants, and loans, is awarded to minority contractors, and once again that equates to less than 5.5% statewide. But here's the big sin, and this is I don't know what else to call it except a sin. So out of $188.264 million, 126, nearly, just barely under 127 million of that went to white women.
Wow.
Because they have folded white women. If you have a minimum 51% controlling interest in a company in the state of Mississippi, you can call that under minority classification. So let me just tell you what that comes down to. Excluding the subsidies, grants, and loans, that means that 67.46% of the funds that Mississippi awarded to minority contractors, 67.46% went to white women.
Now, I don't know what to say. I can't.
Speechless.
I can't fathom how that could be done in a state in Mississippi where African Americans are hurting and suffering and poverty runs rampant, and the federal government sent money down here for specific classifications, especially in our Department of Transportation, where a lot of those dollars are coming from. And we allow white female-owned companies, which is the wife or the guy who owned the company last week,
right,
to continue to take all of those dollars that were designated to go to minority firms in the state of Mississippi. Dr. Henderson, where I come from, that's criminal. I don't know how you take it.
Well, it's worse than that.
It is.
This is a constitutional and legislative design. The white citizens in America have always said, we will never do anything significant for two groups in America, Black Americans and Native Americans. Mm-hmm. Never. Because we don't fear them. We don't want them in our community because we don't need slaves anymore. We need quasi-slaves. And the American that are called Native Americans are totally looked at as non-entities. They put them on a little reservation, put a European head of the indigent agency, and treat those guys just like they are semi-slaves. Poor housing, poor infrastructure, pure, desperate medical care, on and on and on, and job, in some of those reservations, job loss 75 to 80%. So the men and women and young boys are just sitting around making an effort to survive by drinking and smoking dope and things of that nature. It's bad, abusing their wives and girlfriends and husbands and so forth, and can't go across the reservation line and get accepted as a real American. That's just the beginning of it.
Well, we're going to come back. We're going to go to a break now. We ran a little bit over, so we'll catch up. But the deal is this. contracts from the state of Mississippi went into a classification called minority expenditures, 5.5%. 70% of that 5.5% went back into the household of Europeans in Mississippi. It's tragic. It's disgraceful. And that's why we have such poverty. And when we have poverty, we have high crime. And you wonder, why is Mississippi listed as one of the most corrupt states in the country? And why is it that our crime rate is higher than any place else in the world, that more people are locked up? It's because we deprive opportunity and economic justice to those that reside here. Now, we're going to go to a station break, and we'll come back. We're going to deal with this issue just a little bit longer. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
The Mississippi Link is an African-American female-owned newspaper with a trusted voice that is highly respected throughout the city, state, and nation. Our motto, keepers of the knowledge for people who speak the truth, since 1993. Link significantly influences the thoughts, attitudes, and buying decisions of its readers. Call us at 601-368-8481 for your advertising needs. If you would like to receive a newspaper in the mail each week, our annual subscription is only $52 per year. That is only $1 per week for you to stay informed regarding many stories that you can only get in the Mississippi Link. Sign up today at themississippiLink.com and click on Home Delivery.
Have you had your Earth Blend coffee today? At Earth Blend Coffee, we take pride in offering you the very best of beans across the world, blended and roasted to perfection, giving you superior quality and satisfying and flavorful taste. Experience the world in one cup with Earth Blend Coffee.
To order, visit earthblendcoffee.co now.
Welcome back to Socrates Garrett Live. If you're watching us on Facebook, go ahead on and share this program with your friends and family. If you're watching us on YouTube, hit the subscribe button. If you're watching us on our very own platform, WeBelieveDigital.com, then share this program and hit the donate button. We're going to get right back into the program. Now, Dr. Henderson, you were making a comment that if the classification were taken away from white females as being minorities in Mississippi, that we would have another civil war. I didn't get the seriousness of that issue in that way.
Well, what I'm talking about is that we have a civil war where there'll be so much discontent and fighting verbally in the courts, in the economic arena, in the legislature, until you will have so many divisions, until there will start being a separation among the white people. There are a few good white people in America and in Mississippi. So now if they break away, the blacks already in their own camp, they are not wanted, so you can't be involved in anything of any significance because you can't get to the table. So you have a division there, and that's exactly what happened. Back in the 1860s, early 60s, you had a division between the white folks or the European, and they negotiated for about 30 years until they had that Civil War over slavery and economic development. And it's a lie if they say the war was not for over black folks being in slavery, because everyone knows that if you have free labor, where you don't have to do anything but send one of your low ended representative, the poor white male, to be your gangbanger, your supervisor, while you live in New Orleans somewhere with slaves fanning you because they didn't have a lot of air conditioning, and have everything you want, you are not going to give it up. You'd rather die. But then, when you have a chance to fight over it, the big boys, the high-class people, the plantation owners, are not going to fight because the records show that during the Civil War, the rich, super rich whites in the South could call Mr. Chris Young, let's say he was just a low man, a white man in Mississippi or Georgia, Alabama. He didn't own any land. He was a sharecropper too. And they would give him $250, and he would go and take this white plantation owner's place. Am I correct, sir?
You got it.
And he would have to go and serve. And that's why they had a riot in many southern states, which you don't find in the books. And that's why they don't want to talk about critical race theory, to see that all white folks ain't crazy. And you will find that Chris had to go and fight in that war, and he didn't even own any slaves.
Now, we're talking about good white people and good black people. And the deal is that we've always had this issue. Martin Luther King said from the Birmingham jail that it's the appalling silence of the good folk. It was not the anger of those that were opposed, but it was the appalling silence of the good folk. And we're silent then and we're silent now. I'm told that even when the Klan ran rampant in Mississippi, that it had a greater impact on white folk than it did on black folk many times. They were just as afraid, couldn't speak out, couldn't say anything about it, even though many of their own offsprings were being brutally murdered and hung. Now, we have to find a way to free all of our brothers. Now, Chris, it's important that we note that you came down here from Virginia and you came to Mississippi to try and make a difference. And I'm reminded of the tragedy of those who have come down to Mississippi to try and make a difference. If I go even back to Philadelphia, through the 3 civil rights murders, of which only one of them were black. And so, you know, it must take a certain amount of courage, Chris, to find yourself in Mississippi taking on this work. How do you do it?
Well, I'm not sure I look at it that way. And I've got family members that have questioned, you know, what are you doing? You know, and but I don't look at it that way. But I mean, you know, once you know better. I was sharing with Dr. Henderson earlier, Maya Angelou quote. You know, we do what we do because that's what we know how to do. But then when we know better, we do better. So my response to you is that I know better. I just know better. I'm just an average intelligence person, but fortunately enough where I know better, and so I must do better, and I won't tolerate. I want to leave the world better than I found it. I want to do something my children be proud of, you know, and I want to help people that too many people see are invisible. I want to give voice to the voiceless, and it's just something that's in me.
Well, we're glad to have you here in this war, because I can tell you now it is definitely a war going on, and at some point in time, good people are going to band together, and we're going to correct a lot of these things that are wrong. Now, we're going to change gears a little bit. Dr. Henderson, I was watching the news on Hunter Biden up in Washington, D.C., and the trial that he was going through. And I was sitting there watching that, and I said, I'm not sure that there is anything in America that is justice. That the Justice Department, whether it's Clarence Thomas and the Supreme Court, is all political. There is no justice for the people that don't have influence and power. Now, how do you think Mr. Biden is going to fare in this trial?
Well, they're going to have some wonderful hearings. They will have a lot of secret negotiations with the CIA, the FBI, Justice Department officials, with President Biden's top executives. They're going to be secretly talking to the members of the Supreme Court, the state attorney generals, and the district attorneys in Washington, New York, and other places. And they will come up with a deal where not anyone will do any jail time. They will not spend a night in jail, including the president. They're messing with the former president, and they just spending our taxpayer money, making noise, and they know they're not going to do anything with those guys. President's sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, don't have to worry about going to jail when they break the law. Former presidents don't have to worry about serving any time whatsoever. Even if they are found guilty, before they go to jail, the current president that took over, or that will be taken over, if he leaves at noon, he's going to go and pardon him about 1 p.m. the same day. So when you are super rich and you have appointed justice court people on the state level, the federal level, including the Supreme Court, you control the military and everything else, you have nothing to fear. But if you would do the same thing and got hooked up in the legal system for stealing $35 and you had a pen, an ink pen, pointing it at Chris and say, I want $35 from you, you have a deadly weapon and you'll be accused of attempted murder and all kinds of felonies, and you will probably be wonderfully given a sentence of 30 years in prison, and if you protest, you'll be in solitary confinement for 5 years.
Wow, Chris, the trial is most interesting, and the America judicial system is really on trial, more so than Hunter Biden. The judicial system is on trial, and also I'm watching the Republican Party as it relates to Donald Trump, who continues to lead that party in by the numbers. Some folks say he is as much as 30% ahead of the other contenders. Mm-hmm. How is that possible for, first of all, I want you to comment on the judicial system and whether or not it's on trial with Hunter Biden. Mm-hmm. But then I want you to speak to us a little bit about how is it possible that an individual that is in as much trouble as former President Trump could be leading the contenders by 30 points.
Yeah, I'm with Doc. I mean, it's just corrupt. I was just, as the show was starting, I was looking at this tweet about Alito, Supreme Court Justice Alito, gave an interview to somebody and says Congress has no authority to regulate the Supreme Court. Tighten up their ethics. Right. Well, isn't that remarkable? The highest court in the land, responsible for checks and balances, doesn't have any checks and balances. I mean, it's just, it's supremacy. It's what you said. It's elitism, and it's just it's bizarre. So I don't know, and I see these numbers, like you said, Mr. Garrett, with Trump, and it's just baffling to me. I hope and pray that Doc's got this one wrong about him never seeing time, because it's just the example that you set for everyone around you when everybody's not held up to the law. It's just, I mean, it seems like there's ample stuff piling up. You're probably going to be right, but I hope you're not.
I'm going to be right. There's only one president, former president, that served time, and he was in what I call a Holiday Inn, and that was the Confederate president that lost the war. They put him in prison for a little while, turned that boy loose, and they gave him and all them big plantation owners reparations for the plantation that burned down and all them slaves they had, and they turned them boys loose after about 5 years and said, we're going to take the federal troops out of Mississippi, the South in general, and let you all have them Negroes back because you all are suffering. You spent the money we gave you for the slaves, you build you a new plantation, and these Negroes still back on the plantation. We can't make them slaves again, but we want to give you an opportunity to have them back, and you got these Negroes, and they stayed in a slavery situation, quasi-slavery, until 1964.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that's the second slavery.
Till Fannie Lou Hamer
Wow. So we're dealing with issues, and we're watching this thing as it plays out throughout the country, and it bears watching. The trial with Hunter Biden bears watching very closely, as well as the candidacy of Donald Trump. And we bring it back home on our local side. The elections matter. And we have some heated races going on in Mississippi right now. Well, let's start with the governor's race. The governor's race in Mississippi right now is heated up between Brandon Presley and Governor Tate Reeves. Chris, how do you see Brandon Presley faring in Mississippi as a Democrat?
Well, maybe I'm not the best judge of it, because I think I've got some bias there, because when you see something that's so broken, my tendency would want to give somebody else a chance. You know, and the Mississippi Link, I know, has interviewed Brandon Presley, and he seems to have some pretty darn good answers to the questions that were put to him. But I heard coming down from Neshoba County yesterday that like the likes of Philip Gunn, for example, he says there's just no way that Brandon Presley will win. But I'm not so sure. He's getting out there. He's hitting the pavement. He's done some controversial stuff. He says he's not gonna, this whole trans thing, trans athletes and all, and that Reeves has made a big deal of. Brandon Presley says, no, I'm not getting in the middle of all that. And that, that's like a lot of people say that could do him in right there. But I don't know. He seems to talk sense, and I'd like to see him win, but who knows? What do you think about our current governor's chances, Doc?
Well, if you want to hear what I call a political fact, and the little bit I know about politics in Mississippi, the nation, and the world, the incumbent is very difficult to beat. Number two, Presley is what you call a semi-moderate, some people say a progressive Democrat. He has about 90% of the black folks on his side, less than 10% of the white. And the others would like to have him as governor. They're afraid to vote for him. And then you have to look at the real fact. Whoever controls the voting machine is going to control the election. They have good boys like Chris that's monitoring the voting machines, and I guarantee you certain people will win. In some places in Mississippi and other states, you might have 400,000 people registered to vote. The machine said 500,000 voted that day.
Wow.
And many dead people.
So that's how Trump got in trouble in Georgia. But let's keep it moving. So now we don't know exactly what will happen there with the governor's race, but it's heating up pretty good. But the lieutenant governor's race is the one that's getting the most attention. Chris McDaniel and Deborah Holzman are really going negative on one another. Do you see that as just normal politics, or is something here that's causing them to act that way?
Well, there's something that's causing them to act that way. Chris McDaniel is a good Mississippian. He wants to be a senator or the governor of the state. Lieutenant Governor
Deborah Holzman.
Deborah Holzman would like to be governor, but he can't win at this time. He and his boys have decided, I would think, to give the current governor a chance for 4 more years. And then the lieutenant governor will probably run for the governorship. And the current governor is still a very young man. He'll probably be protested that he's not going to be in the Senate, and then I don't want to do that, I got to go and do other things. And all of a sudden he decides he wants to be a senator from Mississippi. And things like that is used to plan in advance, and they're going to fuss and raise sand for a while, and the governor's going to win. Chris McDaniel might even give him such a tight race at the end, he might be 5 or 6 points off. But that doesn't make any difference, because the current governor going to call some of Chris's friends and tell them how he needs their help, and Chris's friends going to call some black preachers and say blank blank, here's something for you just for a contribution. We want to put this in a love offering, and the preacher's going to get it. They're going to go to every black person they know and say, we are calling you now to get ready on voting day. We have some vans ready for you. We're going to take you to the polls. They're going to give them water and some
Stop at
ice
Popeyes on the
cream.
way.
I hate to say that. Don't say that, sir. Because you'll make me say something else. But you're exactly right. And then that's the way it's going to be. The governor has a very slight chance of not winning if he wants to win.
Okay. All right. So let's move on. We get down to Senate race, and the one of interest is David Blunt, a 16-year incumbent, versus Dwayne Pickett, a newcomer to politics, but is putting up a formidable challenge to the incumbent. How do you see that race, Chris?
Well, I wish I saw more coverage of Pastor Pickett. I haven't seen a ton of it. Now, maybe I'm just missing. Maybe I'm missing the billboards or the hearing him on the radio or hearing him on shows like this. I haven't heard that a lot, but I have formulated a bit of an opinion about David Blunt, who, again, by zip code is my senator, and the opinion is just my opinion, is that he always makes the right vote, but I don't think he leans in nearly. To be a senator in Hinds County and look at our population and look at what we're made of, it needs to be more than the proper vote. You need to do more than the vote. You need to lean in. You need to be addressing things like this sin of this minority classification, things like that. I don't see that. I don't see him working up a sweat. I see him just going along, and again, he does cast the proper votes, in my opinion.
So, Doc, here we have a white man that has been in charge of District 29 for 16 years, and it's a majority black district, and you got a young African-American by the name of Dwayne Pickett, a pastor here in this city, a gentleman that has done everything by the book. He went to school, served in the military, came back, has 4 campuses and churches here in the state, and has done things right, but yet he's an underdog in his own community against an incumbent white guy. How is that possible in 2023?
Well, it's very possible because it is real. You all just said that. Pastor Pickett, Bishop Pickett, if he's not a bishop, he'll be one soon. He is a bishop. You'll find, sir, that he has announced sort of what we call at the last minute, so to speak. I told some of his folks a long time ago, I didn't know he was going to be running for a position, but I told some people in the church that any black person in Mississippi that is not in office should not say a word about running for public office a year prior to making an announcement, organize a team, raise the amount of money that is necessary, get the voting rolls and see who is registered to vote. Then you know who is not registered. Organize your own voters, because I hate to repeat it, but only about 30% voting anyway, and you get 10% of the current voters and register you about 25 or 30% of new voters. Send them an email every month in that year, and then announce you're going to run. You have your money. You've already lined up the newspaper, got 2 or 3 billboards. You've already prepared to call in CNN, Fox News, and everybody else. You've called in some international representatives to monitor your race and get you about 6 or 8 billboards strategically located in various communities, and not all those little signs with a loudspeaker on it. So during the day and during the night, if you can get away with it, have a little message like they do in China and Russia and other places about your candidacy.
Well, I'm certain that Pastor Pickett is listening, and I thought that maybe he would call in this evening and just share a little bit with our viewers about his candidacy. But in the absence of him doing that, let me just say that I believe that he is the best man for the job. He's an African American that's trying to represent an African American district. You cannot send an African American or into a Hispanic district and expect for him to be elected as their leader. Now, too often in Mississippi, that we just don't seem to understand what unity is all about and what is required. I noticed that in our city council, we send 5 African Americans down there and 2 Caucasian, and they elect a white woman as their leader of the city council. It's just ridiculous. It's absurd. It's crazy. People look at you and think, you really don't get it. And then you complain about not having opportunity and the lack of contracts and things of that nature because you can't identify and support and promote your own leadership. Now, Doc, you always say that we can change. The key to changing this thing is to follow these rules, and I want to go over them again. The 5 things that you say we must control if we are in fact going to change our condition in life. What are those things?
Those things are very simple. I call them areas of activity. If black people want to control their destiny from birth to death, they must control 5 areas of activity in their lives from birth to death in areas where they're in the majority. The first one, since we're talking about it, is politics. The second one is economic development. The third one is religion. The fourth one is education and training. That's one unit. And the last one is leadership. When you put those 5 areas of activity together and you're in the majority, and you control those areas where you're in the Pacific majority from birth to death, your opponents couldn't possibly win. They will fight you, but when they find they can't get you out, they will start coming to you trying to make a deal with you. That's when you need real leaders. Say, I can give you part of the pie, but you cannot control the budget, you can't tell me nobody to hire, and you're not going to make policy in this district. Well, we control this district.
We're talking about the economic development, and Chris has been our guest here tonight, and he talked about the economic injustices, and we're getting close to the end of our program. And so, Chris, I want you to go back over for our viewers out there. The fact that 5.5% of contracts went where, Chris?
Only 5.5% of contractors of contracts from the state of Mississippi, people doing business with the state of Mississippi, only 5.5% went to minorities, and minorities in Mississippi make up 41.2% of Mississippi's population. 41.2% and 5.5% of the contracts. And of that 5.5%, 67.46 of it went to white women.
Wow.
It's just it's not only are you beat down with a stick, but then they come and kneel on your neck when you're already dead. It's just horrific.
It is horrific.
But nobody's yelling from the rooftops about it.
Well, where are our elected officials?
Where are they?
Where are they? Where are those that are really concerned? Where is the Senator David Blunt? Yeah. Why isn't he using his bully pulpit to talk about these discrepancies? Where are the black preachers, Dr. Henderson? Yeah. Where are our leaders? You say leadership is one of those 5 points.
That's right. Well, we don't have a lot of strong black leadership in America, in the South, nor in Mississippi. You don't have a lot of strong ones. They are not unified. They don't believe in pooling their resources on the basis of religious denominations. The sororities and fraternities don't believe in pooling their resources. They will have a little tea every now and then, drink a little tea, do a little finger food, and give a scholarship for $250 2 or 3 times a year, and dress up real nice and wonderful hats and gowns, and that's about it. And I want somebody to challenge me and tell me I'm wrong, and I'll pull the facts. Now, every now and then, they will have a national fundraiser, might give a $5,000 scholarship to 2 or 3 black students somewhere, and that's basically it. And if you want to hear the truth about this, the black leadership, the so-called professional black leadership, the black church, and black community organizations that's being led by neighborhood association leaders can control so much economic in Mississippi until you will scare these people to death, and your last overtone will be, if you don't give us economic equity in contracts, we're going to start our own banks.
So
that'll scare folks to death.
We have this issue. I deal with it every day. As a contractor for the last 40 years. I've dealt with this every day. I understand the disparity. I understand the games that's being played, and it's just absolutely horrific, and something's got to change.
Got a call.
I believe we have a call. Caller?
Hello.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Mr. Garrett.
Yes, sir.
How are you?
I'm well, Doc. I'm fussing, but I'm well.
I hear you. Well, I am really interested in this research. I know y'all talked about it regarding the lack of opportunity to participate in contracts with the state of Mississippi.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
And we did some research, Dr. Glenda Glover did some research back in 2011-12 that said we got 0.01% of state contracts that were given to minority-owned businesses. And at some point, we got to address that with some policy and some legislation.
Doc, we certainly got to control policy and legislation, because that's where the real ills occur. Now, Doc, you're in a tight race, and we've had some discussion about your candidacy down there in District 29, I believe it is. And you were saying there's some economic deprivation going on inside of that district, especially when you toured Terry Road. Share with us what you saw.
Oh my gosh. I mean, what I saw on Terry Road was dilapidation that I've seen in third world countries. I mean, literally, Wendy's, McDonald's, Popeyes, Kroger, every grocery store, were closed and shut down, shuttered, boarded up with broken windows. Banks are closed. Trustmark Bank, banks are closed, and boards are up around banks. And my issue is, my opponent. One of the things my opponent has done, I know on 2 or 3 consecutive years, is offered a bill to give $14 million, change it from $7 to $14 million to give to the CCID district. But not one bill for the Terry Road corridor. Not one bill for, where people have no quality of life. And it just appears that there's been a direct effort to benefit Belhaven and Fondren.
Now, let me ask you a question, Doc. We realize that 70% of the money from our 1% sales tax goes into Ward 7 in Belhaven and Fondren. We realize that that's going on all over this city. Even from the city standpoint, the 1% sales tax money goes there. Are you saying that in your district, the southern part of your district is suffering while the northern part is flourishing?
I'm saying absolutely that, and it is unbelievable that Byram has some things happening, but when you cross Daniel Lake and you begin to see dilapidation, that is unbelievable.
Well, we are so glad that you have decided to offer yourself up. I know Tracy is having some sleepless nights because you're out here running hard, getting home late, and things of that nature. And politics is such an ugly sport these days, and so good people like yourself often don't offer themselves up. But I guess you felt that you had to.
I felt compelled to do so after I saw the conditions that I saw. I just saw people have it confused. It is not just the policing of Capitol Police that concerns me. It is a wide range of things that concerns me. And I felt compelled that I had to, and I could not be silent anymore. And we had to step into where decisions are made, because at the end of the day, the state has a $4 billion surplus. The same authoring of a bill for CCID could have been written to fund the Capitol Police, could have been written to fund Jackson Police.
Wow.
So I felt like it is past time, and we've got to get more like-minded people involved, because these guys are basically done what they've done with no accountability.
No accountability.
I would not ask my boss to hire me or rehire me if I saw the condition from where it was the last 16 years. Terry Road has completely fallen apart. I'll stop there.
Well, I want to thank you for calling in. We're going to the end of our program, but it's critically important that people of goodwill, people offer themselves up to try and make a difference. You cannot complain about things if you don't find yourself on the battlefield. So I salute you for stepping out, spending your hard-earned money and time and effort to try and make a difference in the state of Mississippi. Thank you so much, Pastor Pickett.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So, we're coming to the end of the program, and we have some people that are offering themselves up. I'd like to send a shout out to Raquel Lumumba. She's in a tough race over there in District 72, where you have some high-profile candidates there, especially, all four of them are high-profile. Miss Stingley is well-known, comes from a great family. Justin Gibbs comes from a great family and is well-known. Cyrus Green is the son of the ex-judge, and Raquel Lumumba is in there fighting as well. But I give her the edge because no one stood on the Capitol grounds of the state of Mississippi and fought this 1020 bill and these other bills that were designed to disenfranchise black people like she did.
Correct.
What do you think about that, Chris?
No, I couldn't agree more. Right at that intersection, it's like she's been part in her People's Advocacy Institute, and other organizations, Jackson Undivided Coalition. She's been part of that firewall that stood up, and a lot of people have fallen asleep. They get so almost accepting of being second class, and she's been part of that line, standing up strong. You're right that she was there January 31st. She was at the microphone. None of those other people were there.
None of the other folk were there. You got to remember that. If they don't stand up for you in times of trouble, especially in an election season, then they won't stand up from you once the election cycle is over. The other candidate of interest out here, and our last one for the evening, I know we're running a little bit over, is Marshawn Chrysler. Now, Doc, you had an opportunity to have Sheriff Contender Marshawn Chrysler on your show last night. And he made a good presentation. He spoke highly about the position and his chances of becoming the next sheriff in Hinds County. What's your thoughts?
Well, I tell you, I've told him off radio that it's good for him to run for sheriff. He has more experience, more total experience than the current sheriff. But the current sheriff has been pooling coalitions together. He has certain talking points that's going to sort of, I call it, disfigure Mr. Chrysler. And it's going to be very difficult for Mr. Chrysler to get 51% of the vote without a runoff. He probably will be in a runoff. And then you're going to find where the road is going to get tough. Well, I'm not going to say any more about that, but if you have another question, go ahead.
Well, no, this is our last candidate of the evening that we want to talk about. Those three candidacies out there are real important in this community. All of them are important, but this in Hinds County is getting most of the light right now. Wanda Evers is running a great campaign out there. She's doing an excellent job. I spoke to her last night after your show. She asked for my support for her candidacy. I told her that I would absolutely support her. And that is a change for me because I came into the race supporting her opponent. But there are things that happen in life that make you come to a different conclusion. And when I saw 5 African-American men vote against a minority contractor that was $5 lower against Waste Management, it just tore me apart. And so then I realized that we do need change. And Wanda Evers is running a great race out there. She's got the history, she's got the legacy, she's got her family behind her, and I look forward to her success. Now, as far as Marshawn is concerned, there are a lot of things out there that are being said about Marshawn, that he's in trouble now from some allegations and things of that nature. But in America, you're innocent until you're proven guilty of all things. Marshawn is a decorated war hero, an individual that was wounded in the line of fire in Mississippi as a police officer. He's been a police chief. He's been an interim sheriff. He's got a master's degree. He's educated. He comes from a family of good standings. When you think about his aunt, Beverly Hogan, the past president of Tougaloo College, and think about his father, Johnny, and his mother, Rose, that's no longer with us, but they were all educators and wonderful people. And so we have to say that, you know, Marshawn is fighting an uphill battle because he's going against an incumbent that has apparently hadn't done anything wrong. But when you talk to Marshawn, he gonna point out a lot of things he says has been done wrong. But we understand the difficulty associated with that. But I want you to know, Marshawn, that, you know, we respect you, and our prayers for you and your family go out as you continue to battle the institution and also battle in a race for Hinds County Sheriff. Now, this is it for us this evening. We went over a little bit. We had so many things to cover, but I think it's important. Now, if you like to be on this show, if you have a different point of view and you want to come in and share with us, the mic is open for you to come and share. You know, We Believe Digital wants to be here and tell the stories and chronicle all of the events in our communities for years to come. They may not teach CRT in the public school system, but you can bet on Friday night, Dr. Henderson is teaching CRT at We Believe Digital Radio. He takes us back to 1865. He takes us back to the Constitution, where he says that we were never included in the Constitution in the first place. So we were eliminated then, and very quickly, Doc, I'd like you to just explain a little bit about that. We were eliminated in the beginning, and now we're not teaching anything in our schools today.
No, we were eliminated before the 1887 Constitution. We were deleted totally with the Articles of Confederation, the Declarations of Independence, and then the federal constitution and all the state constitutions thereafter, included up to date, because when they passed that shallow constitution, I've been telling you and others for years, it was set up for European males with property only. That mothers and daughters and sisters and children that were females couldn't even vote. And they made that the constitutional mandate of that time. And basically, it's the same today, except they passed a series of amendments where they will let a few blacks and a few females get in positions of responsibility. Very few come on their own. Many of the females in the house, and a few black ones too, got in a position after the husband got in trouble or died, or just decided to get out and make more millions and let his wife get into the position as a senator or in the House of Representatives. That's the way that is.
Well, you're going to learn something here at We Believe Digital. We're going to teach, and we're going to explain, and we're going to challenge the status quo. Chris, any parting words for you?
No, we just gotta keep on keeping on. This we gotta wake up and not accept this. When something's unacceptable, it's unacceptable for a reason. And so we just, even though it's been a long, hard, never-ending battle, people can't stop. We have to continue to stand up tall and push back.
When you're a member of the 500 Spartans, you know your position. Even though your fate may be sealed, you must fight to the very end. And that's what we continue to do here at We Believe Digital. We want you to stay safe out there, and good night.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome again to The Audit. This is Purtis Williams, your host. We're here live at the Garrett Studios in Jackson, Mississippi, down on Livingston Road, downtown. And don't forget, if you need any media help, reach out to the Garrett Studios for that service. Hey, today we're going to be talking a whole lot about a whole lot real fast because I got to get to work. There's a couple of things I did want to touch base on. Not sure if you guys had a chance to look at the post this morning about some of the problems we need to discuss amongst ourselves. See, we have failed, I'm going to say, to pay attention to the words coming out of people's mouths. And we failed to understand math in general, just basic math. We hear it every day. They keep talking about this 1%, this 1%, this 1%. And nobody has actually done the math. Well, it's 350 million people. Let's just talk about America. So that would be 3.5 million people that are assumed to be the problem. But we, for some reason, only know 3 to 4 or 5 of them. Well, those 3 to 4 to 5 people, I don't think are more of the problem than the ones that we see every day telling us who the problem is. See, constantly I'm seeing division spoken about by our celebrities with their shows constantly showing me, look at this video of this injustice to this person of color. Look at this injustice. Look at this one. Constantly, that's all they seem to find in their feed. Very little light. Now, when I go to work tonight, I can guarantee you I'm going to see a mixture of people from all different races working together, having a good time, laughing and smiling. None of the crazy going on. Now, if I come back to a area that is just us, I hear gunshots, I see kids at the store with guns, and it's crazy. So you tell me, where is the problem actually? Now, when we're at work, we seem to get along very well. We seem to hang out. We having potlucks, know the kids, know the birthdays of the kids, dropping off presents. But so for some reason, we come home and we get on the phone, and now we're looking at our supposed to be celebrity lineup, and I don't call them leadership. Somehow they finagled their way into that. But somehow these jesters are our current deliverers of the message. My goodness. And all I see is hate, 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 separation, hate. And then please buy my vodka, support my black business. Hate, hate, hate. We need to be black on black and the black and the black. and be black and support that. And you brown, what, by the way, just so you know, you learn your colors. You brown, dark brown. But again, can't fix stupid. Support my business, that's all I hear. Now, how much of that money is actually coming into our community? Or did anybody look that up? Well, you know I did. Because it's actually made in France, because you know it's so many of us in France to make vodkas and support your businesses. So as I keep trying to tell people, a distillery in our community in the past 20 years of how much alcohol we've consumed in the past 20 years of all the different flavors, we could have actually put a couple of kids through college, built a couple of homes, you know, paid off some student loans. There's a lot we could have done that France got to do. But we don't want the money in wealth, whereas we have employees and we're responsible for insurance payments and we're responsible for taking care of people's needs. We don't want that. We want to get that responsibility to somebody else and allow them to take care of their family and their community. So I'm going to tell you guys something that I'm going to save my light-skinned friends some time. And I'm going to tell you something that they probably want to tell you, but they can't tell you because you'll probably try to sue them and call them racist. So I'm going to tell you. When you get a good job and you moving on up in salary, why don't you work on fixing your community? Buy a house next door to your mama's house and fix it up. See, what we've been doing is we get a little money and then we want to move out to where they are and then start complaining about they don't like us out here and all that, blah, blah, blah. And they like, well, we kind of did this for us and y'all you can buy some acreage and build a community brand new and watch us park cars in the front yard of that sucker. Watch us do it. I've seen it. Build brand new houses. So what we've been failing to do is build our businesses in our community. We keep trying to invest in theirs. See, to learn the game is not to repeat it the same way it's being played and disenfranchising the same people who disenfranchised. Is actually to give money to those people and then they bring it back to their community and they build those businesses here so that my cereal is made here in my community and I can brag now about the jobs and all the kids I'm putting through colleges rather than partnering with a already brand because we need to hurry up and get this bag filled, Judas. Hurry up, get the bag filled. Oh my goodness. We've been in the businesses for 20s, 30s years and we still trying to fill up a bag that'll never fill up because we empty here. That's the problem. And we know we empty. We steady running out here trying to blame somebody else for our problems that we keep creating. Our music is terrible. Our movies, have you seen them? Good gracious. Y'all, come on now. Is everybody a pimp, a thug, a hustler, gangster? Got to get over on somebody? Got to prove you tough, shooting, putting people in cages? Y'all ridiculous, really. I'm like, who raised y'all? And if this is what you call entertainment, you should never question why the police treat your children the way they do. Look at your entertainment. Look at how they acting. Don't ask them, I'm scared of them jokers. Well, I ain't scared of them, but I'm like, damn shame. Who raised you? So don't even look at the police. The police is probably like, I hate I got to come over here and deal with this. He probably got a gun in his waist. 9 times out of damn 10, they do. And that's the problem, is because a friend of mine told me, if you follow a little dummy home, you'll find a big dummy. And guess what? Y'all might be cleaned up and looking nice. You still some dummies. because your children are representations of you. They are little yous, and all that stuff you support and do, you trying to TikTok it too. Can we grow up, please? Y'all 50 years old now. It's not the new nothing. It's 50. It is not 49. It's not 48. 7, 6, 5, 30, nothing. It's 50. You're grown. Act like you're an adult. Yeah, be in good shape. Work out. Live long. Grow thee up. These children out here are following grown imbeciles. And now you really not paying attention to anything other than how much money to get. They sacrificing for the people. They reading the script and setting you up for the next plays. And y'all out here like, let's go down stupid road. And guess what you're gonna get? A stupid ending. Because they're not creating any jobs in your community. They're taking all the money. What's that one saying y'all love to have? The black dollar only stays in the for about 15 minutes. Yeah, because you went and bought some Ciroc vodka and it went straight to France. My Moses Christ, boy, y'all. I tell you. You know, it's almost sad, but it's funny too, because to see it happening and to see you allowing it to happen, because right now you probably mad like, I can't believe you said that. Well, guess what? This is what they want to tell you. Go get your money. We got you. We'll show you the way. But hey, this is for you to help your people out, not to be up here trying to be brushing elbows with us. Why don't you create your own stuff? Do your own thing. Quit trying to be up here with me. We'll be right back.
Looking for the hottest content in the city of Jackson and surrounding areas? Check out WeBelieveDigital.com. Also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. We Believe Digital Podcast is here for all your podcasting needs.
Are you dreaming of becoming an entrepreneur, but you're not sure where or how to start? At Entrepreneurs Academy 101, our online program will guide you step by step on how to start and grow your own business. We offer courses such as how to write a business plan, how to create a budget, and so much more. Our online training program is designed for you to learn at your own pace, and there's no set order to complete this program. Because our academy is online, you have the choice to learn with a group, with friends, or individually. Upon completion of the entire curriculum, you will receive a certificate of achievement to acknowledge that you have completed the training needed to become a successful entrepreneur. So enroll today to design the life that you love. Contact your entrepreneur coach, Brenda Myers, at 601-672-0695 or visit our website at www.entrepreneursacademy101.com for more information.
Looking for the hottest content in the city of Jackson and surrounding areas? Check out WeBelieveDigital.com. Also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. We Believe Digital Podcast is here for all your podcasting needs.
The Mississippi Link is an African-American female-owned newspaper with a trusted voice that is highly respected throughout the city, state, and nation. Our motto, Keepers of the Knowledge for People Who Speak the Truth, since 1993. Link significantly influences the thoughts, attitudes, and buying decisions of its readers. Call us at 601-368-8481 for your advertising needs. If you would like to receive a newspaper in the mail each week, our annual subscription is only $52 per year. That is only $1 per week for you to stay informed regarding many stories that you can only get in the Mississippi Link. Sign up today at themississippiLink.com and click on Home Delivery.
Looking for the hottest content in the city of Jackson and surrounding areas? Check out WeBelieveDigital.com. Also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. We Believe Digital Podcast is here for all your podcasting needs.
Are you dreaming of becoming an entrepreneur, but you're not sure where or how to start? At Entrepreneurs Academy 101, our online program will guide you step by step on how to start and grow your own business. We offer courses such as how to write a business plan, how to create a budget, and so much more. Our online training program is designed for you to learn at your own pace, and there's no set order to complete this program. Because our academy is online, you have the choice to learn with a group, with friends, or individually. Upon completion of the entire curriculum, you will receive a certificate of achievement to acknowledge that you have completed the training needed to become a successful entrepreneur. So enroll today to design the life that you love. Contact your entrepreneur coach, Brenda Myers, at 601-672-0695 or visit our website at www.entrepreneursacademy101.com for more information.
Looking for the hottest content in the city of Jackson and surrounding areas? Check out WeBelieveDigital.com. Also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. We Believe Digital Podcast is here for all your podcasting needs.
Hello, welcome back to the audit. This is Curtis Williams, your host again here at the Garrett Studios in Jackson, Mississippi on Livingston Road in downtown. And don't forget, if you need any media help, don't forget to reach out to Garrett Studios. The number should be scrolling across the bottom, but I think it's 1-800-492-5186. Thanks for the tape up, Ariel. Producer hooking you up because we don't have good memories anymore, people. All right, where are we going to close out this section? Let me see. It's so much. I tell you what. Yeah, this is where we're going to go. Because I don't want you to always think you attacking us all the time. I don't. You just happen to see me attacking you some of the time. So I'm going to give you one for the, we're going to open up the freedom of attack. That's what we're going to do. So just to let you know that this plan of action has nothing to do with race. It has everything to do with those 3.5 million problems that we need to address. See, way back in the days, they did the same thing to light-skinned people that we're currently helping them do to us. And y'all know, what you talking about? Well, have anybody ever seen the movie Grease? Grease, the classic Grease of dancing and singing and John Travolta and living. Yes, Grease. Grease is when they took the young light-skinned girl and they told her, "You want a thug." You want a leather wearing, bike riding, Fonzie kind of guy. Remember Fonzie? That's another one. James Dean, there's another one. See, they turn their ladies against intelligent men also. So it wasn't just a get the dark-skinned folks. No, it was remove smart altogether. And so the ladies started willfully breeding us down. And the men willfully dumbed themselves down. I volunteered for that mission myself, class of 1991 of stupid. I entered college and decided, you know what, ladies like stupid, so we're gonna dumb on down a little bit. We're gonna put them glasses up, get some contacts, and act a fool. And guess what? The ladies came, baby. It was amazing. I was like, from nerd to word. Get out of here. Y'all really do like stupid. So, unfortunately, I played a part in that dumbing down also. I didn't make any of these babies, though. None of them is mine. So I didn't actually make the dumbing down happen. I just may have been bad leadership, which I'm willing to admit as I attempt to do better every day. Navy Roots. Try to do better. So, what we're having to do is admit we have a problem, ladies and gentlemen. It's not just a dark-skinned problem with the music. It's not a light-skinned problem with the movies. It's a people problem with the not paying attention. And a lot of people would like to call that ignorance. It's not knowing. When we don't know something, we kind of ignorant. So that is the definition that we don't like to hear, but we have to accept that we are ignorant about a lot of things, and we have to figure these things out. And we're going to need a lot of people's help in order to do that. We can't do it all by ourselves. You can ask my producer. She's producing all the time, got videos and clips and going. She met a light-skinned guy and gave her an app that, bam, fixes everything. Saves her 9 out of the 10 hours or something like that. It was amazing, the timing that it saved her. So us just being able to go over here and say, hey man, what's going on? What's up with you? We learn from each other. I teach them, they teach me. We get better. We grow together. Now we keep watching our entertainers telling me, oh, we need them. Well, guess what? If you get a better job and then you want to move out here in my community rather than fixing up yours, maybe I might have a problem. We want to call it regentrification over here when they come and try to buy houses in our area and build this big old mansion over here in the middle of the hood. They regentrifying us. Well, what are we doing? Degentrifying them? That's my word right there. Degentrifying them. Because we taking that barbecue grill to the front yard and that car that will not move. You know the one. It's going to sit there. But again, we have to really take a look in this mirror and say, wait a minute, people. Are we trying to make them richer, their neighborhoods better or worse, and neglect our own communities? See, I don't know any well dark-skinned folks that live around in the area and buying houses for the right reason, because I heard that they buying houses so that the community will go down and then they can resell those houses later to the city once the property value fails to go up at all. Now, I heard that that's a ploy or a trick that some people have been using on our own people, but they working for us. But it's a way for them to make money. But they keeping us from being able to fix houses and buy houses and all these good things too. But it's what they've been doing for years. So we should do it too. That's right. We should do it too, because that's who we are, ain't it? Yeah. So quit blaming them for doing you like they've been doing you, because now it's you doing you. You know what I mean. You're doing it to your damn self. It's not them no more. We are willfully screwing ourselves over. Willfully neglecting the children, willfully diverting our money into someone else's community to prosper, willfully doing that while we take a small percentage so that we can bring in the dark-skinned folks. Because we're gonna get us the afros, and we're gonna make our hair look all big and crazy looking, like it's we finna do all that, so we can fit in with them, knowing that we ain't really studying them, but we finna look like them, and we're gonna pretend to be with them so that we can continue to reel them in, baby. And I guarantee you, they'll never figure it out. And so far, so good. We done bought all the tennis, the T-shirts, the damn liquor. We done bought everything. And it's not a business in any community putting anybody's kids through school. None. With all the money we making, they love to tell you that. But what are they doing with all that money they make? Just trying to see who's going to be the richest one at the end, right? Who's going to be the richest jester at the end? Who's going to be the king jester? Damn peasants. But I tell you, we have to understand that it's not our light-skinned brothers and sisters who are right here working with us that are our problem. It's our need to learn to judge not by appearance, but use righteous judgment. It is the richer people up here that are working together to keep us all poor. So when I go across this river over here to this place that is not in Jackson, and there's a whole lot of light-skinned people over there in trailers, and there's a lot of kids over there running around barefoot, and there's a whole lot of people over who need jobs too. Whole lot of them. And I can drive all up through Mississippi and all through Alabama and Georgia and all through Tennessee and see the same thing in Kentucky. A whole lot of them out here need jobs. I flew all the way to Vegas, sitting beside one of my light-skinned brothers, and he was telling me, I'm in the military now because I need to do something for my family. And I'm like, you didn't have a trust fund, dude? You didn't have no money? What happened to your privilege? He was like, dude, I live in a small town with no jobs. We have to drive 30 minutes to find work. So we out here talking about they the problem. The Mexicans are the problem. The problem are these rich folks reading this same script. All of them got the same script. You need to wake up every morning. You need to breathe. You need to imagine your day beautiful. You need to bring your ass back to the hood and invest some of that money we done gave you over all these years into these schools that already exist. I don't need you to build a new school. We got 20 schools failing right now. Put some money into the ones we already have so that the students that are already there can prosper. See, y'all is living in an ass backwards because you trying to continue. Maybe you don't know no better. I'm going to give you a benefit of the doubt. Maybe you don't know no damn better. Maybe you don't. Maybe you're not doing it on purpose. Maybe you just dumb. Maybe you think that this is the way to do it. And maybe you don't have any ideas. Well, you need to get at me then, because I got some ideas that can change our community, that move us forward. And I'm sorry, I'm not going to praise and glory you. I'm not, I can't believe it. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to try to keep from cussing. That's what I'll do. I'll do my best to not use profanity in your presence. Unless we get real cool and stuff, and then cussing is always on the table, because correction is a reflection of love. And this is Purtis at the Audit, and I'll see you next week. Hello. Here we are again at the Audit. This is Purtis Williams, your host at the We Believe Studios here in Jackson, Mississippi, down Livingston Road. Don't forget, if you have any media needs, give them a call, 1-800-492-5186, and they'll be glad to help you guys out. Hey, today's show, I kind of was feeling funny today after, a long weekend. It's kind of tired, but something hit me today, and I did want to discuss it with you. Drowning people kill people. And what I mean by that is when someone needs help, you have a few different ways to help them. And one of those ways I like to kind of give you kind of tell the story a little different, but it can make sense to you depending on what the situation is. This is why I call it drowning people kill people. So you have someone who's in the water, clearly drowning. So you throw them a life raft. They, for some reason, can't grab it. They don't want to get the life raft. So you go get a stick, long pole, stick it out there to them. Tell them to grab hold to it. They don't grab hold to it. So you end up jumping in the water to save them. And they're fighting you now. And what happens? You end up drowning, trying to save someone else. Now, that is something I like to relate to the current situation it seems that we seem to be in as people. We know we're drowning. We know we need help, but we don't want the help to come the way that they're trying to give it to us. I don't want help like that. I don't want to do that. I want help another way. And that's the thing I'm seeing, and this is not a color thing. This is a people thing. We all need to do better, but we don't want to do better the way that is necessary to create change. We don't want to hold each other accountable. We don't want to tell people when they're messing up, tell them how to do better. We want to just ignore wrong and keep our peace, as we like to say. Well, as long as we're trying to keep our peace, then the rambunctious crazy is going to continue. See, unless you put a stop to stupid is going to get bigger and bigger, and more people are going to accept stupid as the new normal. So we've allowed crazy to become the new normal because we don't want to tell people anything that could hurt their feelings. And how is that working out for us? We gave all the children trophies because no one can be a loser anymore. Everybody's beautiful now because you can't say somebody ugly. Everybody's doing great, right? Because you can't tell them that what they're doing is affecting their family negatively. You're not allowed to do that anymore. So when someone does come along and try and correct you, you mad and calling them a hater. No. If you could learn how to read, and I do stress learn how to read, you'd know that the person who's trying to correct you and get you to do better, that's actually someone who loves you. See, if I ignore what you're doing and say nothing about your mistakes and your errors, and I allow you to keep going down that road, I know what's down there, but I keep letting you do it, that means I hate you. I'm wanting you to do something to yourself negatively so I can say, I told you so, or feel good about myself because, you could have listened to me. Well, you never told them that they were doing wrong. So how can you now sit here and say, they should have known better? How can they know better if we don't teach them better? If we don't stop somebody from doing wrong and correct them, and here's my thing, if I can't get you to listen, I'll be the first one to say, you know what, we're going to wait on another person to show up so that we can have 3 people talking about this one issue. Because I'm not going to go back and forth with you, but let's bring in another person. And if it's very serious, I'll bring in a couple of more people to help correct this situation, because I don't want to see you fail. I don't want to see you keep going down the wrong road, especially if I've done it and I know the consequences. So I'm always trying to get other people involved in the helping. And that's where we run into a lot of problems, because people want to help their way. And I get it. I want to help my way. I don't want to help this way. Like, I'll tell you, I'm not going marching anywhere. Where have we marched to so far? We constantly marching. Well, and I know what you're thinking. Well, if we don't march, we're not showing up in unity and blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. Well, here's the thing. This is where I always come and say, well, I got another solution, another option, so to speak, for your marching, where you can still show unity, but without having the dog sicked on you, the police harassing you, and your government violating your First Amendment rights. How about that? So what I suggest is unifying in a way to do nothing. See, this is where you stop and let God do the work. See, if I tell you there's a problem at work and you're not going to do anything, well, then I can either quit or wait to get fired for not doing it. Life works the same way. Your company that you work for, if all the employees are being mistreated, then they're not going to fire everybody. They'll fire the one that complains. But if everybody got together and took a stand, that's when things change. When everybody stands together, that's when things change. So if we could sit back and say, well, the government has set up school funding to reflect the neighborhoods of the communities that surround them, then we already know that the funding where people make more money and have larger homes and pay more taxes are going to be funded more than schools that are in impoverished areas. We know that's wrong. The kids didn't do anything to be poor, nor did the children do anything to be wealthy. So why aren't the children being treated equally? And since we allow this to happen, they continue to do it. We know it's happening. We complain, but we're not doing anything to change it. And so this is why I'd actually ask the teachers who care about the children. I'm not going to say the parents care about the children. I'm not going to do that because I know you love your children, but you don't care as much as you say you do. Because if you did, you would be thinking about, who is my child going to date in the future? Have we seen the lineup? I'm wondering, who are we going to date as adults? Have you seen the lineup? Nobody wants to be wrong. Nobody wants to be corrected. So how can you have a relationship with somebody who can't compromise? I got to have my way. I need this and this and that. If that's the situation across the board, it's no need to even try to be in a relationship. You're wasting your time. No need to have children if you're not going to discipline them. Your child is going to grow up and hate your guts because the future, who are they going to be involved with if we're not going to make a stand today and do something about this educational problem? So I'm asking the teachers, and I know they said teachers, I know I read this somewhere, teachers union, it's illegal for teachers to strike. Like, I had to look that up again, but I think I heard it. I'm gonna look that up during the break. But I think I heard it's illegal for teachers to strike, which is saying they can't use their First Amendment and protest. Like, what? So somebody wrote a law that supersedes the Constitution somehow and told teachers they can't strike. Well, I'll say this, teachers, unless you guys stand up for the children, then this is going to continue. And I know if you're making good money in a good area, you're the ones that really have to push back because you're comfortable. You're comfortable. You don't have a reason to fight for your kids. But if we're not going to fight for all kids, all the children, then we're not fighting for any of them. Because those same children that are at those nice schools where they're well funded are going to have to come into the world and work with the children who are at schools that are underfunded. They're going to have to mingle with those same children. Those ones who dropped out in the 10th grade are going to be over here hanging with the ones who are on the way to college. those groups are going to interact. And if we're not preparing them equally, then we're telling ourselves we like the way the system is set up. We enjoy being oppressed, and we're not going to do anything so that the next generation can have a uplift. So teachers, I ask you, take a stand. We got a school semester about to start in a month or so. How about if we don't start it unless the schools are funded equally? Take another break like COVID. We'll be right back.
Looking for the hottest content in the city of Jackson and surrounding areas? Check out WeBelieveDigital.com. Also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. We Believe Digital Podcast is here for all your podcasting needs.
Are you dreaming? Becoming an entrepreneur, but you're not sure where or how to start? At Entrepreneurs Academy 101, our online program will guide you step by step on how to start and grow your own business. We offer courses such as how to write a business plan, how to create a budget, and so much more. Our online training program is designed for you to learn at your own pace, and there's no set order to complete this program. Because our academy is online, you have the choice to learn with a group, with friends, or individually. Upon completion of the entire curriculum, you will receive a certificate of achievement to acknowledge that you have completed the training needed to become a successful entrepreneur. So enroll today to design the life that you love. Contact your entrepreneur coach, Brenda Myers, at 601-672-0695 or visit our website at www.entrepreneursacademy101.com for more information.
The Mississippi Link is an African American female-owned newspaper with a trusted voice that is highly respected throughout the city, state, and nation. Our motto, Keepers of the Knowledge for People Who Speak the Truth, since 1993. Link significantly influences the thoughts, attitudes, and buying decisions of its readers. Call us at 601-368-8481 for your advertising needs. If you would like to receive a newspaper in the mail each week, our annual subscription is only $52 per year. That is only $1 per week for you to stay informed regarding many stories that you can only get in the Mississippi Link. Sign up today at themississippilink.com and click on Home Delivery.
Have you had your Earthblend coffee today? At Earthblend Coffee, we take pride in offering you the very best of beans across the world, blended and roasted to perfection, giving you superior quality and satisfying and flavorful taste. Experience the world in one cup with Earthblend Coffee.
To order, visit earthblendcoffee.co now.
Looking for the hottest content in the city of Jackson and surrounding areas? Check out WeBelieveDigital.com. Also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. We Believe Digital Podcast is here for all your podcasting needs.
Are you dreaming of becoming an entrepreneur, but you're not sure where or how to start? At Entrepreneurs Academy 101, our online program will guide you step by step on how to start and grow your own business. We offer courses such as how to write a business plan, how to create a budget, and so much more. Our online training program is designed for you to learn at your own pace, and there's no set order to complete this program. Because our academy is online, you have the choice to learn with a group, with friends, or individually. Upon completion of the entire curriculum, you will receive a certificate of achievement to acknowledge that you have completed the training needed to become a successful entrepreneur. So enroll today to design the life that you love. Contact your entrepreneur coach, Brenda Myers, at 601-672-0695 or visit our website at www.entrepreneursacademy101.com for more information.
The Mississippi Link is an African American female-owned newspaper with a trusted voice that is highly respected throughout the city, state, and nation. Our motto, keepers of the knowledge for people who speak the truth, since 1993. Link significantly influences the thoughts, attitudes, and buying decisions of its readers. Call us at 601-368-8481 for your advertising needs. If you would like to receive a newspaper in the mail each week, our annual subscription is only $52 per year. That is only $1 per week for you to stay informed regarding many stories that you can only get in the Mississippi Link. Sign up today at themississippilink.com and click on Home Delivery.
Looking for the hottest content in the city of Jackson and surrounding areas? Check out WeBelieveDigital.com. Also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. We Believe Digital Podcast is here for all your podcasting needs.
Hello, hello, hello. We are back for the second half. Curtis Williams here at We Believe Studios in Jackson, Mississippi. Off of Livingston Road again, 1-800-492-5186. If you have any needs for media, commercials, podcasts, give them a call and definitely have someone help you out. And again, I will say some great coffee up in here. I can't say it enough, but Earth Blend Coffee. Check them out too on the website. It tastes like it's got coffee in it. Definitely worth giving it a try. All right, for second half, I did want to jump from the drowning, trying to save people who drowning, and you end up getting yourself killed, to do we remember, I think it was maybe a year ago, they had this big scandal, nurses' degrees being sold at a college in Florida. They had a lot of nurses come out of that college and went to hospitals and jobs, high-paying jobs, all from a college that was selling degrees. This is what I'm talking about when I say we're not paying attention to what's really serious. If they're selling degrees at one school and celebrities are paying for their kids to get into school, politicians, legacy, everybody's getting a free ride or that extra push, and they're the ones that have the jobs that pay the best and run everything under that. So you're looking at people who just make money and you're considering them to be smart. And the people who are actually smart are still down here trying to work their way up. The system is set up so that smart people look bad and dummies shine. That's why I say you're trying to save people drowning and you'll get yourself killed trying to help them. And when I look back at some of the stories over history, I look at Jesus, for one, trying to save the people, bringing them the good news, giving them all this information about the kingdom, feeding them, sharing with whatever he had, he shared with them, healing the sick, waking up dead. And the same people that were drowning are the ones that threw rocks at him and spit in his face as they killed him. So that's what I'm looking at now is you try to help these people, they fight against change. They fight against doing the right thing. But if we have a twerk contest and see how many naked people we can get going and how much drugs and alcohol we can show to the children, then y'all all in. Let's have a big party and celebrate being stupid. Now that we good for that. But let us take the time to focus on these children who are the future and get them what they need, and we can't find the parents. And this is what I was telling myself. Why am I fighting harder for your kids than you are? Like, why am I trying to help your children more than you are? Why do I care more? And that's when I started to think, well, if that's how I feel, then the reflection of the television and the internet is the reflection of how society feels about you. So when you see the police officers mistreating individuals, or you see the government neglecting a city, the streets are tore up in certain areas, the water's bad, the garbage isn't being picked up. When you see the government neglecting the people, then that's telling you that the government cares about as much about you as you care about yourself. And I know you probably, we care about ourselves. We love. No, you don't. And here's how I know you don't. This is how you can quit lying to yourself. See, if I'm saying Black Lives Matter, but in my playlist is Drop It Like It's Hot, Hoochie Mama, Girl Gawkin, Shoot 'em up, kill him, hit him first. If that's my playlist, but I'm out here Black Lives Matter, then the government probably looking at y'all like, do y'all have mental problems? Of course they do. Yes, they do. That's mental illness. You can't be saying something's important and we need to do better, but the words you're using, the actions you're doing, everything that you're representing says the opposite. So I'm really looking at like, what in the world can we be complaining about if the culture that we're telling the world is we're gangsters and thugs and we hoodlums and women are out here but sexual freedom, but I got daughters who are watching you. I have nieces and nephews that are watching you. So you one day say, I'm going to be a representation of what's good in the world so that the kids don't have to look up to all the nasty. And a few years later, you're the nasty. Because somebody paid you enough, I guess, so that your morals changed or you evolved into worse and not better. And that's something that disturbs me, is we don't seem to be evolving into better people. We seem to be going directly into, if the book was a country, then Sodom and Gomorrah is live and well. And if that story is true, then what are we trying to save here? Because you all seem to be like, let bring on destruction. We don't believe God will kill us. And I'm sitting here like, I don't think they believe you'll kill them, God. I don't think they believe it. So I'm sitting here saying, I can't care more about your kids than you do. And I don't have kids. I can't give you plans that can help change the situation. And you say, we don't want to do it this way. That's too hard. We don't want to be accountable. We don't want our lives to be better like this. We want to do it another way. But you don't even have any plans. So somebody gives you plans, you don't like that. Through your life, Rev. You don't like those plans. So I'll give you something else. You don't want the poll either. Well, I'm gonna tell you what. I'm not jumping in to save your drowning ass. I'm not. I'm gonna stand at the bank and look at you. Because I'll give you what you need to get out the water. I'm not going in the water anymore to help anybody. Your ass will drown. I'm gonna throw you this rope because I've seen what happens. People are just, I don't like to call you evil, but you seem to be more likely to do wrong than you are to do the right thing. You tend to lean towards acceptance of wrong and away from correction. So I'm not putting myself out there on the line and go marching for nobody to do nothing. I'm not finna go out. I'm gonna give you these plans and you can look at them or not. Read them later. Again, give you suggestions. Teachers, school year's coming. The children are the future. The problem is education. If the kids are educated, then maybe we can motivate the parents to get more education, because right now we got a country that celebrates being stupid. From your phone to your TV. I try to watch television. I promise I do. It's a few select shows I can watch because I'm watching it and I'm like, who wrote this? Is this really entertainment? So what's going into you through your eyes and your ears is coming out of your mouth. The power of the word is real. You know that. But for some reason, you don't respect it enough to turn off that music, to turn off that television. So you don't respect the word even though you know it's real. Well, the law will punish you, and that's real. See you next week.
Welcome to the Brent Malcolm Show. I'm Brent Hazard, a.k.a. Casper the Ghost, because no one knows how to shoot a white man in this studio. But with that said...
Casper the Ghost?
You don't know who that is? We're going to get into this. Hang on. First of all, Malcolm Johnson's out campaigning. Please remember to vote for Malcolm August 8th for Supervisor District 5. Socrates Garrett is stepping in. He's lost his razor. He looks like he's trying to grow an afro back. At times must be hard when you don't have any friends. But let me get off a little off the air. You do not watch cartoons with your grandkids, yes or no?
No, I do not watch cartoons with anyone. Grandchildren, elders, seniors, peers. I do not watch cartoons.
You say that like that's beneath you.
Well, I think it's a complete waste of time.
Bonding with your grandchildren
That's
is a waste
not how
of
I'm
time.
going to bond with my grandchildren.
How are you going to
bond with them? Because they're going to be in the foxhole with me in the war. They know it's a war raging, and we have to get at it. And so we're going to talk about those things that are important.
What war is raging?
We're going to be talking about some cartoon character, which I don't really know a cartoon character. Back in my day, I don't even recall one.
Bugs Bunny, you've never heard that name?
On a Plymouth commercial, because I was into fast cars.
Daffy Duck.
That was the Road Runner, though. That wasn't Bugs Bunny. That was the Road Runner.
Mickey Mouse, never heard of him.
Never heard of him.
Donald Duck's brand new.
I did hear this about Mickey, though. Mickey took olive oil to court. And
what the hell are you talking about now?
Well, was that Mickey?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well,
you're just rambling.
Well, no,
you look like you've lost your mind.
No, I'm talking about the subject matter that you introduced, cartoons. You opened your show and went straight to some cartoons.
We literally were talking about this 30 seconds ago, and you said, my grandfather didn't watch crap with me. And I said, well, that was 1911. They didn't have TV back then, Socrates.
Well, he didn't watch anything with me, Brett. And
you have
he and I were just fine with each other. When I saw him, Brett, I wanted to get as far away from him as fast as I could, because I know the old man didn't play. And that he didn't have a whole lot of time to tell me to do something once or twice, and I did not want the wrath of his displeasure. So I tried to say hello and goodbye.
So at least we're getting to the levels of the grounds of your narcissism, overturning lack of being held and loved.
What you spent a lot of time with your grandfather?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah. What did y'all do together?
Oh, we hunted.
But look how that turned out.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remember this ass whooping I'm about to give this African American. It's not going to be race-based. It's not going to be any type of animus. It's just going to be a personal person reminding another one of respect. But it's fine.
Yeah, we all good, Brent. We all good. I'm just not into cartoons. I didn't see them as a child.
Well, maybe you need to watch some of it as you get older and your mind slips.
For this current time in my life, I watched the series on Netflix called Suits. And, it's a pretty...
You watch that crap, and you're too good to watch. For those who do not know, Suits is about a photographic genius.
That's right.
Who gets hired as a paralegal, smart enough than everybody in the room, but too lazy to pass the bar. So his solution, and the biggest firm in Manhattan solution, is for them to break the law constantly. One, all you had to do is make them a paralegal and have someone else signs it. But this moron practices law. Two, someone that smart would be in Vegas at the poker table counting cards or playing online poker and not be violating laws. Three, or he would be doing he would be a stockbroker. But that's what you like, that crap, where they make up trials and because no one sits there and goes, let's see how many cases I can remember off the top of my head.
I don't recall them having a whole lot of time for foolishness, Brent. I recall them being about their clients and about the results and about the negotiation and the art of the
when
deal.
They were breaking the law by having a non-lawyer look like a...
The law only applies to those who got caught doing something. It doesn't apply to Americans in general. Who obeys the law anymore, Brent?
I do. As an officer of the court and a member of the board, I'm not giving up my numbers.
Yeah.
Brent Hazard, ex-prosecutor, follows the law.
So you drive the speed limit?
Huh?
Do you drive the speed limit?
Yes.
Really now?
Yes.
You're the only one in Jackson.
Well, I mean, welcome to being an officer of the court.
You need to get out the way. You out there holding up traffic.
You're the idiot that when there's a red light, you're one of the idiots that just drives across it now because you're too busy.
No,
you're that idiot.
No, I'm not that idiot. But I can tell you this: if I see the light about to change and I got a chance at that yellow, I'm on my way. The yellow does not mean slow down or stop. It means speed up and make the light.
And if you've been hit by an idiot like Socrates Garrett, you can hire me at 601-988-8888. And what we'll do is I'll teach you a phrase called beyond coverage. That's when we go after assets beyond coverage. But with all that said,
you know what they call 1,000 lawyers at the bottom of the ocean.
This is where we are. This is what you think entertainment is. Some joke from 1975.
I'm thinking they would call it a good start.
I hate everybody, Socrates. So I mean, what's your point? And I hate lawyers. You're the one watching a legal show
because you guys create all of these laws designed to enrich yourselves, and then at the expense of those who cannot afford to pay.
And see, this is what's perfect. Okay, this is what's perfect right now, and this is what's wrong in Mississippi: perception versus reality. Because the perception is some of that conspiracy crap that these lawyers are creating all these laws. And I'm not going to say it at one point in the 1980s or the 50s or 60s, like property. Property, you'll get into Old English law, and if anybody knows anything about property law, when you buy a house or when you're deeding anything, you have to do a title search because they're still using terms from actual Old England. The old common law, fee simple absolute. And they keep that because they want to keep it complicated for people who's got what interest, future interest, non-vested interest, life estates. So I agree with you on that. But anybody who's paid attention since 2000, the problem with my profession is that 70% of it is dumbass Republicans who are voting against themselves. And I was telling our producer.
Why do you have a problem with Republicans, and why are you calling them dumbass?
Because I don't have, my parents were Republicans. I don't have a problem. Someone like you that's in construction, or someone that like my parents that were in transportations, I would not be friendly to lawyers. I understand that. I have no problem. Walmart should not be promoting better lives for lawyers. It's an adversary. Walmart gets sued all the time. Slip and falls, workers' comp. I understand all that. Yay, Walmart. What kills me and what I was calling them dumbass is not Republicans, Republican lawyers. Because what you're doing is voting against yourself. You're cutting your own throat, which is just a thing of Mississippi. I understand that. But for instance, in Georgia, they came up and they said, well, we're going to pass, we need tort reform in Georgia. The Georgia bar got together and said, in our opinion, anything comes out of that legislature that's against us is unconstitutional. And what they were saying is, pass it, find out. We're too stupid to do that. And what happens is these Republican defense attorneys sits there and goes, we don't want to make anybody angry. We don't want to, and it used to be when I graduated in 99, federal court was about $50,000 to try a case. State court was $30,000 because you had less to do. Right now, they're paying lawyers $5,000 to take cases of trial in state court. $5,000 flat fees because we're too stupid to see the we. And everybody's worried about, I got to pay for my car today. Hey, man, maybe we need to get together and get a little union, or maybe we need to do what those dentists and doctors do. 26 dentists graduated this year, I've been told by some dentists. Doctors, it don't matter if you got the greatest MCAT score. If we had the 52nd smartest person in the world try to get them to UMC, they're going to say, we got 50 spots, brother. 50 only. That's all we got. You walk your ass on. Well, we need more doctors. That's great. Maybe you feel that way, but we got the bar numbers and the license or whatever. We're not going to saturate the market because we all have to eat here, and we might all hate each other at the club, but we understand how we get paid, so we ain't going to put too many of these people in it. Now, let me stretch that to you, and we're going to transition a little bit. I understand what you just heard, and this is what I want your comment on.
Wow.
5 black men.
Am I going to have to escort you out of here after that little speech you made?
Escort me from whom?
From all of the people at UMMC that's running the dental school and all of those.
Oh, no, they're proud of that. They're regulating their market. I mean, another example. You remember, I don't know, and this is not a derogatory question. I just don't know when I became aware of accountants when I went into the accounting industry. Do you remember a time where you did not have to go to college to be a CPA?
No, I don't remember.
You used to not have to go to college. You had to pass the test. Okay, so what would happen is you had these secretaries and bookkeepers that would stay there and work and learn the accounting as well as the CPA, and they would go take the test. And they were becoming CPAs. Then they said, oh, well, you got to go to college. Okay, student loans got to a point where more accountants were coming out and passing the CPA exam. So then they said,
coming out of where?
Colleges. Because they required a college. It wasn't to advance the profession. It was to lessen the numbers and protect the profession and have a higher demand, or make an artificial barrier so there's a higher demand in what they pay you.
Is that like having poll tax before you can be eligible to vote?
No, it's kind of like having economic barriers, or making sure they hire geographically or through minorities first. It's kind of making sure you take care of yours so you can eat.
Wow.
With all that said, then they said they need a master's. And when I was in college, they changed it where you just had to have a master's. So a lot of kids were going to get an MBA, which is a lot easier. And then they said, no. Or some people were going to get a master's of education. No. Now you have to get a master's. When I graduated, you had to have a master's of accountancy or a master's of taxation. One, as you know, academia has not a damn thing to do with how the world works. Those are the people who are teaching you in college and academia about how the world should be, how we should treat each other. They don't understand about that. And this is a classic example I'll give about practicing law. You learn how to swim when you're in law school. When you're in law school, you put your head down, you float, and then when you get out in the real world, first thing you notice before you jump in that pool, hey, why are y'all putting these chains on my ass? We didn't practice with chains. Hey, what's in that water? Sharks. No one told me there's going to be sharks in that water. Oh, yeah, you got to get through there. So you just winging it, when instead of working together to make sure we get through the shark invested, because this is what I spend half my time doing. I literally am emailing a gentleman. What's happening is there's a lot more advanced lawyers doing simple, and I don't mean they're simple, but like 5-6 years ago, I was doing some high complex cases. Now I'm doing slip and falls and car wrecks because that's what I'm allowed to do. Now I do it at a high complex level, but they're not complicated cases. So usually these defense attorneys, I had a couple the other day just lied to the court and they thought they were going to get away with it. They thought I was going to be scared. And next thing you know, I was trying to get their jobs. And next thing you know, they were in front of a federal judge trying to explain to them what happened. Next thing you know, my client got a big check. And what I'm telling you is, if you look at the cities and opportunities to advance, why you and I disagree, and I got 2 points I want to bring up with you. This first segment, 5 black men voted against 5 supervisors of Hinds County. Some I consider friends, some I do not. Some are, and I don't have real enemies on there in my opinion, but maybe I do. They voted against another black vendor for garbage contract. What was the gentleman's name?
Lee Bush.
And tell us a little bit about Lee Bush.
Well, first of all, I need to go back and understand some of what you just said.
Okay. I used some big words.
No,
I was trying to keep it simple.
No, it wasn't big words.
Maybe we could get a cartoon in here.
No, we don't need that either. So the deal is this. So you said that the market.
You know what cartoon you'd like?
No, I don't.
Smurfs. It's about a lot of small people
I wouldn't like
trying
any,
to dominate
I wouldn't
the world.
like any cartoon, but most small people dominate the world anyway.
Do they?
Yeah, go back and look at Napoleon and Hitler.
Hitler was the word you're looking for.
Hitler, yeah.
Fine example of humanity.
Well, I'm just telling you, people who dominated the world, whether you like them or not, look at Putin. Well, that's whatever you want.
The one that got ran off and he had to take a secret train out of Moscow.
I don't know. Any big people like you are normally too passive. And I guess as a kid you have to learn how to restrain yourself because you're big. But little people like me learn how to fight early, quickly.
This is you being quick.
We know that the chances of
You're
us
talking about
winning,
physically quick, not mentally quick.
I'm talking about both.
Oh, because maybe
Both.
you're hiding.
It had nothing to do with It had nothing to do with just physicality only. It was mental as well.
Did you lose that ability as you got older?
No, I did not still carry it today.
Are you sure?
I gotta get off first.
It's like talking to Biden a little bit.
No.
It's like really talking to Biden. But anyway, back to Lee Bush. Lee Bush, tell me about it.
A good friend of mine, as a matter of fact, he just called me on the phone. Well, I couldn't talk to him because I'm on the show. But
maybe you should interview him.
Well, why would I interview him? I was sitting next to him when we went before the Board of Supervisors. What is there to interview?
Was our audience? Maybe you should have filmed that. Did a documentary about that.
Well, I don't need to do a documentary about that. It seems you just explained it to me how you want to keep your numbers low in certain categories so that your piece of the pie will be as larger than it had always been. And in your situation now, you deploy people like the 5 members of the Board of Supervisors to carry out your work now on your behalf, so they make sure that your pie, your slice of the pie, is the same as it's always been, regardless of who's in charge. And that's what we find.
That's
here.
what you took from that speech.
Yeah, that's what
oppression is what you took instead of saying there's a we.
That's exactly what you said.
So wait a minute.
You said it could be the smartest man in the world, but they already have 50
seconds, smartest man. If they got 50, you ain't getting in the
I'm
UFC.
not getting in.
It's not because of the color of your skin. It's because at some
it's
point
because you
we've
want
got
to
to
control
regulate
the market.
markets.
You regulating the market.
And you're not saying hire minority workers. That's not a regulation of markets.
Because it's already been regulated out. I'm trying to break through the barrier.
But what
I'm trying to say
it's a new regulation, and I'm not arguing against that you should not be trying to change the regulation. I'm just saying you're trying to impose a regulation that benefits you. And I'm good with that. I have no problem with that. That's economics. There's one steak here, and we're going to eat. One of us going to go hungry. And the hungry dog going to eat, and I'm good with that.
I don't have no steak. I don't know what that's like. I see it. You always over there.
What kind of watch is that? That's called a Rolex. It's an oyster, ain't it?
That's right.
The Rolex oyster. Very expensive. Handmade, I think.
Very expensive. Very expensive. But that's because.
And over here on this wrist.
That's a nice piece of jewelry.
That's a nice piece of.
That's a nice ring there, Brad.
Nice
You see those
ring
rings right there,
Go ahead.
Like Mr. T down here.
I got some gold.
You got some gold. And here's the deal.
Okay.
You can't stop all of us with your regulation.
I'm not trying to stop all of you.
I'm not saying you personally. I'm saying the system.
Literally just said me personally. Literally said you. I mean, if you need me to play the villain, but my point is not the more
I just need you to be who you are. You don't need to play anything.
Let me dumb it down for you, okay? Okay, I'm gonna dumb it down for you in the Suits closing argument, okay? In the Suits closing argument, I'm saying you better know what tribe you're from, and you better make sure your tribe is for you, because these fools in Mississippi, and this is where you and I disagree constantly. You see everything, and I understand if I've gone through what you've gone through. You see everything as white and black, and when I'm telling you stupidity transcends race. Stupidity and ego and narcissism transcends race. And what the biggest opponent in Mississippi, in my opinion, is since we know white, black, green, yellow, we don't fight, we're fat, we're stupid, we lie. There's no point in getting a tribe if you ain't going to war. And the problem is, that's why we're going to have the lowest turnout in statewide voting. That's why we had that shenanigans over at the Democratic Party. But we are running out of time. I owe you a break. We're going to come back. This is why I'm going to talk with Socrates. I'm going to ask him his opinion about the garbage contract. I'm going to get him to talk about the affirmative action decision of the Supreme Court in Clarence Thomas. And then the third segment, we're going to talk a couple of more things coming up. Stay tuned.
Looking for the hottest content in the city of Jackson and surrounding areas? Check out WeBelieveDigital.com. Also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. We Believe Digital Podcast is here for all your podcasting needs.
The Mississippi Link is an African-American female-owned newspaper with a trusted voice that is highly respected throughout the city, state, and nation. Our motto, keepers of the knowledge for people who speak the truth, since 1993. Link significantly influences the thoughts, attitudes, and buying decisions of its readers. Call us at 601-368-8481 for your advertising needs. If you would like to receive a newspaper in the mail each week, our annual subscription is only $52 per year. That is only $1 per week for you to stay informed regarding many stories that you can only get in the Mississippi Link. Sign up today at themississippi.com and click on Home Delivery.
Do you have something to say? Do you want your voice heard? Join the We Believe Global lineup. Be the star of your own show. For more info, call 800-492-5186, option number 1, or visit online at webelieve.global.
This is Brent Hazard, joined back for Socrates Garrett. We're going back to the Hinds County Board of Supervisors' decision to go hire Waste Management. Can stay with Waste Management. I don't have a dispute with that per se, but learning from you, who is if status quo is status quo, nothing changes. And if you're because of racism, let's be fair, if you're the have-nots in the poorest state of the union, if you're not trying something new, you're going to get the same results. What was your opinion on what the board did? Should they try to divide the county up? I talked to a couple of supervisors about it, and they did not, what they articulated to me was they did not want to rock the boat in an election year. The constituency of Hinds County was satisfied with Waste Management, and they did not want to get into the dispute they got into in the city. Your response, your observation.
Well, first of all, let me just go back and give a little background on that situation. Hinds County sent out a request for a proposal to pick up garbage in the county, not the city of Jackson, but in the county, which includes the rural areas in the county, along with the city of Byram, which is in Hinds County. So they sent out this request for a proposal. They only got 2 responders. They got one from a black man, Lee Bush. The name of his company is National Collection System. They've been picking up.
Go ahead.
They've been picking up the garbage in Jackson, Madison County, the city of Canton, Hinds County for the last 20 plus years. And so the board did not bring the results of the bids to the attention of the county administrator, did not bring the results of the bids to the board, but 3 days before the actual vote, which was on the 26th of June, I believe, and the contract expires June 30. And so the board came back and they recommended and selected Waste Management over Lee Bush's firm, National Collection Systems. The price differential was National Collection said we will pick up the garbage in the county and in Byram for $11 per household. Waste Management's bid came back and said we will pick up the same number of households for $16 per household. There are reportedly 17,000 households in the county, inclusive of Byram, the city. And so $5 per household times 17,000 is the bogey that we have here. Some $50-some thousand a month, $60,000 a month. I can do the math right quick, but it's almost $1 million a year savings for them to have gone with the African American firm at $11 per household versus Waste Management at $6. But an all African American board consisting of 5 African American men decided that they wanted to stay with Waste Management. Now, according to the host of this show, I just learned that they wanted to stay with Waste Management because it's an election cycle. They did not want to rock the boat. They didn't want to go through the trouble and the issues that the city of Jackson recently went through.
Well, I mean, and also because they were satisfied, and they told me their constituency was satisfied with what the service Waste Management was providing.
Last time I checked, their constituency consists of a county that's 80% African American. Would you think that an African American firm in a majority African American county with $1 million savings could receive the award? And if they cannot, where the hell should an African American owned business go? Where do they have a chance to grow? Where do they have an opportunity? Should they go then to their master, go crawling back to the plantation and says, well, you know, there are no opportunities out here for me. Please take me back, sir?
Let me ask you this. Where is the lack? It's not even anger from a constituency of Hinds County or other African Americans in the state? Because I could point out voter turnout. I could point out the Democratic Party was. I want to get your opinion on that. Where is do you think it's just ignorance of people not understanding the economics and the loss of economics?
It's not people, Brent.
Okay.
It's not.
There were 5 people on that board, so I don't know who you think voted.
Those 5 people, what's the population of Hinds County? 250,000, somewhere in there?
I think it's closer to 3. But
about 300,000. Yes. We're talking about 5.
Yeah. But it's an election year, so what I'm saying is if enough people would have said...
the election is coming up, Brent.
August 8th.
It's coming up August 8th. So
and
I'd like for you to see and make that argument about the people, that they represent the people, as we see the results of the election that rolls out.
Okay.
Okay, and if the people are satisfied with that, if a 300,000 populated county, of which 80% of them are African Americans, are happy with that, then I suggest that all African American businesses get the hell out of here as fast as you possibly can. Because if you're the low bidder and have a history of performance, and you cannot win with your own folk as the elected representatives, it's time to get the hell out of here.
But back to my theory or my opinion is, and we've run out of time again. Well, let's take a break. We'll come back.
SocratesGarrettENT.com is a diversified firm specializing in recycled aggregates and crushed concrete. SocratesGarrettENT.com's recycled materials provide the construction industry with significant economic and environmental benefits by recycling clean concrete rubble into M.Dot grade rock materials. Recycled aggregates and crushed concrete can be applied to driveways, road construction, bank protection, parking lots, general bulk fills, and more. By using SocratesGarrettENT.com's crushed concrete products, anyone from homeowners to general contractors can help reduce landfilled concrete waste, conserve natural resources, and gain significant economic savings on materials and disposal costs. For more information, please call 601-896-0084 or visit us online at SocratesGarrettENT.com.
We are back. It's the Brent and Malcolm show. Now, we took an early break because I looked up and saw double zeros on the clock. Someone accused me of having to take a break because the things got a little hot. I just want to correct someone on the air, and that will never happen on this show. But my point is, my theory is this. No matter who you elect, they're there for one reason, to keep their job. White, no, white, black. Well, we're talking about Barack Obama, Trump, Biden, whoever,
They are not there to keep their job.
That's exactly.
Quit spreading this misinformation.
You don't think politicians? You think politicians?
They are there to distribute the wealth to those they like.
That's keeping their job. You don't see a connection there. Let me ask you this. Let's get off of Ray.
Make sure waste management continues to get the business for another 50 years.
Let's take Haley Barbour.
Take him.
Take Haley Barbour.
Good friend of mine.
Look at you stand up for him.
He's a good friend of mine, Brent.
Was he a good friend when he was wearing that Confederate flag pin? I'm just asking.
I don't know. I never saw the Confederate flag pin. I don't know.
I saw it.
Okay.
But with that said, it was a little misunderstood.
But the Confederate flag didn't hurt Lee Bush last week. But the end of June, the 3rd of July, the Confederate flag was nowhere around when that black man got kicked down, denied an opportunity because he was rightfully the low bidder and should have been awarded the contract. There was no Confederate flag.
But okay,
Mr. Bush would love to see a Confederate flag today.
I'd have to hear that from Mr. Bush. But my point is this. My point is,
I believe Mr. Bush would have been awarded the contract by 5 conservative, Confederate pen wearing Republicans if they were $1 million less in that environment.
I'll defer to you because I haven't had the honor of meeting
you don't
Mr.
believe
Bush.
that, huh? As a white man, if you were down there and you were voting and the situation came before you, how would you have voted?
No, look, and so we're clear. Okay?
Yeah.
One, I undervalue, as you know, race a lot because I assume people are like me, and whether it's winning a case, winning a pickup basketball game, whatever, I want dogs. And one of the problems we have in Mississippi, because I think I've never been to war.
What do you mean you want dogs? I'm not of your generation.
Okay, when you were in the Army,
yeah,
okay, and you had something to accomplish,
yeah,
and it was either you don't accomplish it, or you had tasks to accomplish, or there was a punishment. Correct?
That's right.
Do you give a damn who screwed that up, whether they were white or black, or did you give a damn that maybe they came from an alcoholic home, or did you just want the job done?
I want the job done.
There we go. And what I'm saying is,
that's why I don't watch cartoons.
When you're well, if you watch some of them, you get some of this too. If you're drowning in the ocean, or if there's a shark swimming, you don't give a damn who comes rescue you, but you want someone to get the job done.
That's right.
Okay? So what I'm saying is, my family lost a fortune because Greenville, the city, predominantly at the time white, was too stupid to understand we had to start investing in Greenville. Whether that was possibly the first casino that we missed out on, whether that was Delta State we missed out on, we were more worried about what was going on at the country club. And oh my God, Greenville will always be the affluent. Idiots will drive the Titanic into an iceberg, okay? And what I'm saying is, there's no anger there. There was no theory. There was no self-preservation there. I see the same thing going on in Jackson, but I see it. You could say exactly what you said, and I could tell you that's the legal community. And you could sit there and every analogy, why I don't dispute what you're saying to a certain degree. The one issue I dispute is the racial component because...
Well, it's not a racial component, Brent. They're all black.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is, and your anger, to me, you and I will disagree because you and I have had this argument multiple times. I don't think we ever need leaders. I think great leaders come from us. I think we demand, it's like teachers. I've seen too many schools and too many teachers in my world. If that PTA is full and those professors are saying, little Jimmy made a B, and that ain't good enough. We'll get a new teacher in here unless he makes an A. Magically, that teacher, because those people, whether they say, well, we need this for little Jimmy to make an A, you got it. Or little Jimmy needs to study here, here, and here. Well, little Jimmy going to do that, but if little Jimmy still don't pass, your ass going to get another job. What I see happening in Mississippi is people like, well, Jimmy's doing the best he can. But you know what? Jimmy eating well. We don't have the technology and we don't have the culture, and there's not really anything like we have in New Orleans or Memphis. But we can eat.
Yeah, that's when we can be the most unhealthiest population.
The fattest, dumbest population. I understand.
And we can be that too.
But the population, white and black, accepts that. And they don't want to strive. You don't know how many times I've told lawyers. Like I said, I got this guy right now threatening me over email right now because he's offended I've done something. And I was like, yeah, thank you. Next. File your motion. See you in court. He wants me to say, yes, sir. I'm sorry. I didn't do what you want. I'm sorry. Ain't going to happen. It's an adversarial procedure. I follow the rules. I follow the rules. And when I get a chance to cut your throat professionally, someone called me up the other day or emailed me and said, look, man, do you mind if I got an extension? My mom just died. I emailed the court. Let's give the guy 30 days. Court gave him 2 weeks. I was like, man, that's mama. You need 30 days. But I mean, I did what I could. But as soon as we get back in that, as soon as he handles family business and he crosses a line with me and I can cost him his job, I'm going to try to cost him his job. But we go ahead.
I don't get you, Brent.
Why not?
You want the man to have 30 days to bury his mama.
Yes.
But as soon as he gets back from the funeral, you're going to cost him his job.
No. You cross the line. That's what you don't understand. There's rules to the game. Okay? And if you cross one of them rules, meaning I recently had some attorneys tell the court I did not produce one medical bill in a case. Not one. I produced $600,000 worth. They used them. I filed so much heat. Now, I ain't call them a bunch of lying sacks of garbage, but bruh, I quoted the law, applied the law, wrote a 35-page brief, had 16 exhibits. Oh, and then they quit talking to me. Before now, they're like, you can take it to court. Well, take it. You this way? Because when I walk through the courtroom doors, they say, welcome back, Mr. Hazard. When you walk in, you got to go through the metal detector because they don't know who you are. Because what I do right here, it's my job. It's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I'll be back over here Monday. You all nervous about a fight, baby. I've been fighting since 3rd grade. With all that said, hell, I'll tell you this. Michael Phillips used to pinch me in 1st grade. I took some tweezers, took them, bang.
In what grade?
1st. I was in the principal's office. You can't be stabbing people. I was like, I didn't stab him. I pinched him. It was like, you stabbed him.
So
whatever.
This is not a learned behavior that you have.
Hey, cousin, it's the way the world works. Whatever game you want to play over here. You want to be nice? I'll be nice. You want to be cordial? Well, you want to do it by ethically?
But don't pinch you.
No. Cross the line, we can go there. We're fine there. My point is, the state of Mississippi, white, black, or yellow, if you really want me to, let's get into a little race here.
Go ahead.
I believe the black population has adopted the white population's laziness and the comfort of Mississippi coming from the agricultural community where we're so used to, I hate talking to farmers because this is what they say. We didn't get enough rain. Oh, what we going to do? I guess we hope we get some rain. Oh, we got too much rain. Well, what are we going to do? I hope it stops raining. It's like, build something, Bubba. Get out there and do something. And I do believe, because, and then you throw in the subsidies, which is government welfare, and you've taken all the drive and motivation from our state. And now we're small townitis when no one, I don't think you're lacking. I don't think your enemy, this is where you and I disagree. Your enemy is not those 5 supervisors. Your true enemy are the people who have experienced discrimination, saying, okay, while you and I can disagree on what the cause, and we have several times on this show and other shows, of what is truly the cause of discrimination, you need an army to fight a war.
Yeah.
And whether we're talking about Ukraine, you need weapons and resources. Yeah. Whether we're talking about Vietnam, I don't see anybody at the Secretary of State, or excuse me, the Democratic Party. I was talking about the Secretary of State Democratic candidate who made. What was your opinion of Irving stepping down? Tyree Irving stepping down the Democratic Party, rescinding that, and then them getting in a shouting match. What was your opinion of all that?
I haven't followed that too closely. A good friend of mine, Robert Hickenbottom.
Too busy watching cartoons?
No, not that. But sometimes these boards of supervisor meetings remind me of cartoons, but I don't even watch that. And so I didn't even take recess when I was in school. I didn't do that. So the deal is this, Brent.
What do you mean you didn't take recess in schools?
I didn't go outside.
What the hell does that mean? When everybody went out and played ball or something?
I didn't go out there.
Why?
I stayed in the classroom.
Why? You got tired of not getting picked?
I didn't.
You got tired of not getting picked? Is that what it was?
I knew that I had to try to change my position and my condition.
In third grade?
In third grade. But it don't take you long to figure that out.
So you were the only one out there?
It don't take you long to figure that out, man.
Is that why you don't make friends well?
To see that.
Is that why you don't make friends well?
That your book that has C-Spot run in it doesn't have but 15 pages? It doesn't take you long to figure that out. And then it's got all these names in it that other people have had it before you did. All these white kids had the book before they came to you. It don't take you long to figure out where you are.
Back to my question. Do you see the issues or lack of leadership in the Democratic Party, the same issues you're dealing with the Board of Supervisors or African-American leadership in the Jackson metro area not awarding African-American contracts? Do you see a correlation, causation? Do you see a connection?
I'm sure it's one there, Brett. I cannot understand what the Democratic Party was trying to accomplish and why Tyree had to step down. I'm not sure what happened there. I know that Brandon Presley is the Democratic candidate for the Democratic Party. And I know he didn't want the other candidates like Robert Hickenbottom to be in his race. So the Democratic Party decided that they wanted Brandon to have a free run during the primary. And so that they made that decision.
Well, Robert Higginbotham was disqualified, and people would argue that he was a Republican plant. But what happened was the Democratic National Party was about to give $250,000 to the state party, and the chairman, Mr. Irving, said he was going to use it mostly to the gubernatorial race, which violated state laws and state regulations. The second in command emailed a group, said no, we'll comply with state regs, and the Secretary of State candidate obviously had a dog in the fight. He was offended by it, and next thing you know, Mr. Irving resigned, or said he was going to resign, but at the committee he changed his mind, and on the Zoom call it was a shouting match described by using the Mississippi Today's words. What I'm saying is, I don't care which way we cut this hog. I don't. Now, I will argue until I'm blue in the face, race-based politics are always going to disserve the Democrats based on the population. With that said, I don't know how we get Mississippi to vote. I don't know how we get Mississippi to give a damn. I don't know how we get Mississippi to fight. And I've given up trying to convince people.
Well, Dr. Henderson says this, and the white community has done a good job in voting in solidarity over the issues that affect them the most. They've done a great job of that, and I give them credit for that. So that tribe is intact and in place. African Americans tried to make a move in that direction under the leadership of folk like Maynard Jackson in Atlanta, Harold Washington in Chicago, Harvey Johnson in Jackson. They tried to make a move and said, you know, any contracts coming out of here will have minority participation in it. At 25%, don't call on me unless you got a minority partner. They tried to make that move. What has happened now, though, Martin Luther King died and gave his life fighting for the economics of African Americans. He said it does a man no good to be able to go in any restaurant that he chooses to if he cannot afford the price of a hamburger. He understood that. So he said that the issue is about economics. So everybody was fighting to try to move the bar in economics. Then we get to this current day situation. I've seen it both at the city and I see it now in the county, where African American majority people vote against the economics of African Americans. That means that we have a shift going in the other direction now that is more dangerous, is going to cause greater harm than the fight that King had. And so we got a real dangerous situation here right now. And then you want to talk about why you have voter apathy and people not coming out to vote? Because they don't see politicians representing them. So they have passive aggressiveness. They stay at home because nothing changes for them. And so we are in a new era that I've never seen before, I never witnessed before. You made a comment about my natural. We're in an era now where a black man does not like or respect a black man. That's new for me. In all of my life, black folk had an affiliation and an affection for one another. When I was a boy, and Joe Louis would come on the radio in a boxing match, and black families all across the world were locked in on that radio. What do you think they were listening for, Brent? They were hoping that Joe Louis would make a stand for them, because when he knocked the white man down, it was like, I knocked him down. I knocked the oppressor down. So they were gathered around the radio. Do you think black folk can gather around the radio, when we have a board of supervisor meeting now? Do you think that we have any affiliation and affection and caring for one another? No. So we're in a new day and time.
We're running over time, and we got another show following ours. So for the Brent Malcolm Show, we're going to end here, and thank you for listening. We'll be back next week.
Welcome to The Hurt is the Same. My name is Chantel Johnson, and each show is dedicated to my son, Christopher Johnson, who was the 109 homicide right here in Jackson, Mississippi. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome to The Hurt is the Same. How are you all doing tonight? I want to thank you all for joining me on tonight. As you all know, it's Wednesday Hump Day. All you didn't get, you won't get. Stay tuned. Tell a friend. I'm going to encourage you all to share, and listen up. Call this number, 1-800-492-5186. I have a guest with me here tonight. Actually, he's been here before. And he has a story to tell. And he would like for our listeners to share. And Nobody can tell their story better than themselves. That's why I encourage people to come on this show, and I encourage people to let you know that this show is strictly for the public. It's strictly for the public. Introduce yourself and let us know what brings you here.
Thank you, Chantel. Thank you. My name is Peter Dixon. I'm the oldest son of Mrs. Margie Dixon McLeod, and there's 6 of us, brothers and sisters. But today I'm here to update you all from the last segment that we did back in, I think, July of 2022. And once again, I thank you for this platform this time.
Yes, and your brother was here a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, okay. So, therefore, well, as of April 26th, just to let the listeners know that my mother did pass. We wasn't able to see her. We have, like I say, the court orders to show that we tried the best we could to see our mother. And I've contacted a lot of officials, from the governor, the lieutenant governor, the congressmen, and the senator, and didn't get any help. And I was wondering, in Mississippi, some of these folks that's sitting in these seats, why are they getting elected if they're not going to help people that needs the help? So, therefore, once again, I just want to share this story to the point where this would never, ever happen to a family in Mississippi or worldwide, those who are watching this segment on today, because the fact is no family should ever have to go through a situation being banned not to see their mother, their father, their sister, cousin, whatever, who's ever in a nursing home. And if they're in a nursing home, please make sure that you go and check on them and do the best that you can to make sure that the staff are doing what they're supposed to have done. My mother, she really suffered. We're talking about stage 4 bed sores. We're talking about dehydration, among other things that my mother suffered. And she should have never had to suffer, or she shouldn't have suffered from any lack of care that the Methodist Specialty Care Center had done.
From day one, I heard this story, when Miss Mary reached out to me.
Yes.
I couldn't grasp the layers.
Yes.
Nothing made sense.
Yes.
Human. It was no love, no care. Throughout it all, it was wrong. And I never could understand how could someone go against a court order and not be held accountable.
3 court orders.
Right, 3 court orders.
3 that I have.
And no one be held accountable. Why some people have the worldly power to get things done when others don't, when, it's just nothing about the situation was bearable, not even to a stranger like myself. Because who keeps someone from their mother? That's not incarcerated. Or then did something where they can't really see her on their own action.
Right.
Individually.
Right.
Right. Nothing made sense. And to hear of her passing and nobody has tried to make it right.
Nobody.
Nobody tried to make it right.
No.
And, some stuff pull at your heartstring. And being denied to see your mother, and that's for anyone.
Right.
Like I said, unless you're incarcerated and they won't allow you to come. Because even then, they even honor immediate family.
Right.
Right. So for someone that's a free person, and able-bodied to get to her and can't?
Cannot.
You know, some things you have to ask yourself, how do people go home and sleep at night? And that's one of those things.
Well, when I got the call Wednesday morning, my time, but it was early morning, and it really took a toll on me. I just lost it. I mean, I had to just pull over and come to my senses to the point that my mother is gone, and I would never be able to cherish any more moments with her. You know, I'm used to seeing her, you know, smile and being able to talk, even though she was on life support and a trach machine. It's now to the point where they murdered my mother. They murdered a senior citizen. They murdered a 76-year-old vulnerable adult. They took away the love that we had as children. Mm-hmm. They took that away from us. We've missed Mother Days. We've missed birthdays. We've missed visits. We've just missed the fact of calling in, getting hung up on, calling the nursing home. Can't take our mother a Mother's Day card. Can't take our mother a birthday card, because the fact is I would say the corporation would not even involve themselves as the president and the vice president and those that can help. You know, I've contacted a lot of agencies here in Mississippi, the Board of Health. I mean, God, my God, I mean, I contacted Mississippi Department of Health. I mean, nobody seems to want to help when it comes to this. But like I said today, I did have a chance to go to the Capitol, and I met with some senators and the Black Caucus, and I explained to them that they really need to look into this. They need to make sure this never happened to no other family. They need to make sure that they need to put into the laws, if you have a court order, you must abide by the court order and let that family in, regardless of how an administrator feels, regardless how a nurse feels, regardless how those that are in position feel. If you have a court order,